In the entertainment industry, the queen of scandal-free fame, Jiang Yuhan, has surprisingly taken the initiative to pursue a man. 12 years ago, he was the most brilliant scholar in school, having secured a place in a prestigious institution while others were still preparing for their college entrance examinations. This made Jiang Yuhan acutely aware of the disparity between them as she contemplated confessing her feelings. Now, 12 years later, having ascended to the status of a household name and renowned movie star, fate has conspired to bring them together once more. Perhaps this time, the outcome will be decidedly different. In the stillness of midnight, within a quiet room, a man resting on his bed suddenly sprang to his feet. Few taking a deep breath, Chen wiped the perspiration from his forehead, gazing out at the luminous moonlight, his expression growing increasingly melancholic. 3 years have passed. He has acclimatized to his current life, yet remains unable to escape the relentless cycles of his dreams. Rising to stand before the mirror, he scrutinized the familiar visage reflected back at him, his thoughts drifting back to another world. Once, he was an ace fighter pilot, but during a mission, he was tragically struck down by the enemy. Just as he leaned wearily against the cockpit, closing his eyes, he opened them again to find himself transported to this parallel universe. Here, he is still Chen, surrounded by familiar family and friends, yet the world itself has undergone a profound transformation. This place is known as Blue Star, and the nation he cherishes has now become Dragon Country. "Commander, let me take you inside," a soldier in uniform said cheerfully, carrying a suitcase as he looked at the young man before him at Yun City Airport. "No need, this is fine. I'm on leave, not on a mission," Chen replied, clad in a black flight jacket and jeans that accentuated his long, straight legs. His fair skin and handsome features, combined with his deep, clean eyes behind sunglasses, made him a striking figure at 6 feet tall, drawing the attention of numerous passersby. "By the way, inform the Pelican squad not to slack off in training just because I'm away. He'll be checking in a month," he added, taking the suitcase and preparing to enter the airport, turning back with a note of concern. "Understood, Commander. I will relay your message," the soldier replied, standing tall and saluting with a smile. "Attention, passengers. The flight from Yun City to Xinjiang is about to take off. Please proceed to boarding if you have not yet done so. Off I go. I'll see you in a month. If there's nothing urgent, please refrain from calling me," Chen warned, pointing at the soldier's forehead. Having finally secured a much-deserved leave, he was determined to avoid unnecessary interruptions. Having been in this world for 3 years, he yearned for his long-missed family. "Yuhan, Director Jang has fought hard to secure this role for you amidst considerable opposition. You cannot afford a rest during this time. You must train diligently, or you'll struggle to keep up when filming begins, and that would reflect poorly on Director Jang," a woman in her 30s earnestly advised from the front row of first class. However, the figure beside her remained utterly still, curled up in a blanket, clearly unwilling to engage in this conversation. The woman, fully aware of her friend's ruse, playfully kicked her in annoyance. "You little ingrate. Since you boarded the plane, you've been sleeping. Can you at least acknowledge the serious matters at hand?" "Oh," Fei Jie's delicate voice pleaded from within the blanket. As she shifted, a small head emerged, revealing bright, sparkling eyes that twinkled like stars, a delicate nose, and skin as radiant as jade, all framed by long hair. Her lips curled into a lazy smile as she yawned repeatedly. "Fei Jie, I'm only returning to Xinjiang to rest. Can we please refrain from discussing work?" she complained, leaning back in her seat and casting an exasperated glance at her companion. "Darling, I'll be a miracle if I can find you after we land. If not now, then when?" All right. I hear you," the girl conceded, clearly uninterested in prolonging the debate. "Now that's more like it. Once we land, I'll promptly seek out a reliable coach. You have 2 days to enjoy yourself," the woman said, a smile brightening her youthful face as she playfully patted the girl's head. Boom! A series of loud noises accompanied by violent jolts shook the passengers in their seats. "Ah, my chest!" the girl exclaimed, unconcerned about her appearance, as she pressed her right hand against her chest. The earlier turbulence had caught her off guard while she was reclined in her seat, and her seatbelt had inconveniently positioned itself across her chest. Before she could finish her sentence, an announcement from the cabin crew echoed throughout the aircraft. "Dear passengers, the plane is currently navigating through turbulent clouds. Please fasten your seatbelts and remain seated." "Fei Jie, are we going to crash?" The girl nervously refastened her seatbelt, rubbing her chest anxiously. Pa, don't speak such ill omens." The woman shot her a look, hastily fastening her own seatbelt and gripping the armrests tightly, swallowing nervously. Boom! The plane shook violently again, plunging the cabin into darkness as the lights flickered out, Fear etched across the faces of every passenger. What's going on? What's happening? Yeah, where's the flight attendant? Can someone explain what's happening? Several men in first class shouted, gripping their seat belts in frustration. Those who could afford first class were typically well off. They were particularly attuned to safety concerns, as they had not yet exhausted their wealth and certainly did not wish to meet an untimely demise. Gentlemen, please remain calm. The aircraft is currently traversing through stormy clouds. Some turbulence is to be expected. A flight attendant stumbled forward, attempting to reassure the distressed passengers. However, her expression suggested that the situation was far from simple. Fei Jie, I'm really scared, the girl admitted, gripping her seatbelt tightly, her large eyes filled with fear. Though she flew frequently, she had never encountered such a situation before. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Just try not to think about it, Fei Jie said, patting her hand, trying to suppress her own rising anxiety as she silently prayed to every deity and divine being she could think of. Jiang Yuhan clenched her eyes shut, gritting her teeth as she listened to the incessant roar from outside the cabin. In this moment of crisis, she felt a large hand pressed down on her shoulder. Opening her eyes, she saw a tall figure striding purposefully toward the cockpit. In the flickering light, he resembled an impenetrable wall, calming her frayed nerves inexplicably. Hello, I am Chu Chun, Chief of Staff of the Yun City Air Force Command Center. Please inform me of the current situation with the aircraft, he said, presenting his credentials to the head flight attendant, his tone grave and measured. He had sensed something amiss during the initial turbulence and had hurried over. The flight attendant examined his credentials attentively, and upon confirming their authenticity, her face fell. Comrade, the situation is quite serious. 2 minutes ago, I had my last communication with the captain. He informed me that the aircraft had entered a storm cloud, and since then, I have been unable to reach him, she explained, her voice trembling. Thus, I suspect he may have encountered an accident, and the aircraft is likely in an unmanned state right now. Chu Chen's gaze sharpened as he looked toward the cabin door, worry etched across his features. If something had happened to the captain at this critical moment, the lives of all the passengers aboard could be in jeopardy. Continue to call, and find a way to open the cabin door, he commanded. Understood. I will do what I can. The flight attendant nodded, grasping the communication device and continuously calling out, her body trembling as tears welled in her eyes. As an experienced flight crew member, she understood the grave nature of the current peril more than anyone else. A minute later, within the cockpit, a chilling wind filled the cramped space. The previously sealed windshield had been shattered. The captain slumped unconscious in his seat, while the co-pilot, bloodied and battered, struggled to maneuver toward the door. Chapter 2. Turning the tide with a resounding thud, the cockpit door swung open, unleashing a fierce gale that assailed the first-class passengers, rendering them unable to keep their eyes open. The cabin, besieged by pressure fluctuations, erupted once more into alarm. Chu Chen, steadying himself against the doorframe, cautiously stepped into the cockpit, where his gaze fell upon the unconscious captain. He pivoted to summon the chief flight attendant, whispering urgently in her ear. First, drag the captain out for medical assistance. I will devise a plan for the remainder. Understood, she replied, her once porcelain complexion flushed crimson by the biting wind, her body trembling from the cold. After formulating a strategy, Chu Chen strode forward, assisting the captain from his seat and ushering him outside. He then turned to the weary co-pilot, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Are you all right? No, I can still hold on. The co-pilot stammered, his arms clutched tightly around himself, his lips turning a shade of blue from the chill. With a decisive slam, Chu Chen closed the cockpit door, and the tempest within the cabin abated, granting the passengers a moment to breathe. Fei Jie, Jiang Yuhan, her eyes brimming with tears, clutched her manager's hand tightly, her voice quivering with despair. Fei Jie, we want to die. Will we? I don't want to die yet. I haven't even found a boyfriend. Drawing a deep breath, the manager suppressed her own turmoil and reassured her. No, we will be fine. This is merely a minor incident. How could it possibly lead to fatalities? You, Yuhan, have yet to win the Best Actress award. There is no way we'll perish. Do not fear. Everything will be all right. Z 3585. This is Xinjiang International Airport. Please respond if you hear me. The air traffic control continued its urgent calls. Undeterred by the howling winds. Z 3585. Please report your aircraft status. Respond if you can. With trembling hands, the co-pilot picked up the transmitter, his voice quaking as he relayed their dire situation. Hello, this is Z 3585. I am co-pilot Huang Ming. Our windshield has been shattered by an unidentified object, and the captain has lost consciousness. Currently, the left engine has shut down, and we are attempting to land. And who is piloting the aircraft now? The controller's voice wavered, clearly taken aback. Hello, my name is Chu Chun, Chief of Staff at the Yunqing Air Force Command Center. I am now in control of the aircraft. A middle-aged man in the control center nervously scrutinized the aircraft's status on the screen. Upon learning of Chu's esteemed position, he grew anxious and seized the transmitter. Hello, Chief of Staff Chu. I'm Zheng Kai, the head of Xinjiang Air Traffic Control. What is your current status? Do you have a plan for landing? Zheng's concern was justified. Chu Chen's rank was formidable, representing a high-level officer in the Air Force. Should anything go awry, the consequences would be dire. I will do my utmost to manage the situation. Chu Chen stated, glancing at the incessantly flashing alarms on the control panel, taking a deep breath to convey his determination. That's all we can hope for. Don't let the pressure overwhelm you. Zhang Kai endeavored to maintain a calm tone, not wishing to add to Chu Chen's burden. After all, a passenger plane was far different from a fighter jet. I am fully aware, Chu Chen replied, narrowing his eyes and gripping the control stick tightly, focusing solely on piloting the aircraft. He turned to the co-pilot, confirming his ability to operate the controls, and commanded, report the situation. Understood. The young man composed himself, swiftly checking all instruments. Captain, our current altitude is 5,300 meters. The left engine is offline, and the rear cargo alarm suggests a potential fire. We are less than 100 kilometers from Xinjiang Airport. 100 kilometers? We should have enough time, Chu Chun exhaled, casting a glance at the fuel gauge. After a brief hesitation, he seized the transmitter, resolved to address the passengers. Ladies and gentlemen, this flight has encountered an unknown object, resulting in the captain's unconsciousness. I am the Chief of Staff at the Yunqing Air Force Command Center and have temporarily assumed control of this flight. Due to the gravity of his position, Chu Chen refrained from disclosing his true name, not out of fear of responsibility, but because protocol forbade it. We are now preparing for an emergency landing. Please fasten your seatbelts and remain seated. I will exhaust every effort to ensure your safe arrival. At that moment, Chu Chen's words ignited a frenzy, akin to a drop of ice water splashing into a hot pan. Chaos erupted in both economy and first class. As passengers screamed and shouted, their emotions spiraling out of control. When faced with the specter of death, most could not confront it with calmness. Fei Jia, I don't want to die, Jiang Yuhan wailed. Her face buried in her hands, fear coursing through her veins, leaving her paralyzed. Though she had navigated the tumultuous entertainment industry for years, the thought of mortality rendered her spirit no stronger than that of an ordinary person. It's going to be all right. Don't worry. The manager's face drained of color, tears streaming down her cheeks as she repeated these words, unsure whether she was comforting herself or others. No, I must get out. A portly man in the front row unbuckled his seatbelt, his eyes ablaze with panic as he charged toward the cockpit, clearly having reached his breaking point. Sir, please remain calm. The chief flight attendant, wiping her eyes, clung desperately to the man, attempting to restrain him, but her strength was insufficient to subdue his frantic energy, resulting in a standoff in the aisle. I want to get out. I don't want to die. My wife and children are waiting for me at home. I must return. The man howled, his anger palpable as he pressed forward. We understand your feelings. The attendant gripped his clothing, her knuckles whitening, still trying to soothe his agitation. What do you understand? Is it wrong for me to want to live? He bellowed, shoving her to the ground. Sir. The attendant, now overwhelmed, pushed herself up from the floor, her leg bloodied from the fall, and she could scarcely apply any force. We are all on this aircraft together. To put it plainly, if we must perish, we will do so as one, until the plane lands or we face disaster. I cannot allow you to enter the cockpit. This is not only for your safety, but for the lives of all passengers aboard. What can you do to ensure our survival? The man stumbled forward, his face streaked with tears and fury. With tears brimming in her eyes, the attendant, limping on her injured leg, crimson blood trickling down her fair thigh, grasped the man's collar and shouted, Sir, the current pilots are esteemed members of the Air Force. They are elite talents trained to fly fighter jets and bombers. Our collective hope rests in their hands. You must trust them. Do you understand? The man faltered, lowering his head in defeat as he returned to his seat. Despondent, I just want to live. I want to go home. Is that too much to ask? The cabin fell into a heavy silence, everyone rendered mute, with only the man's soft murmurs echoing in the air. Fei Jia. Jiang Yuhan gazed tearfully at her manager, wishing to speak but feeling the weight of the man's despondency stifle her words. Everything will be fine. Don't be afraid. Your sister is here, and we have the Air Force with us. Nothing will go wrong. The manager wiped her eyes, forcing a smile. The Air Force? Jiang Yuhan reclined in her seat, closing her eyes as tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls. The sturdy figure from moments before reappeared in her mind. C. 3585. This is Qingyang International Airport. The right runway 1 and 2 are now cleared and ready for your landing. Do you have confidence in your approach? Zhang Kai's voice was laden with tension, his heart racing as he dreaded the thought of failure. 3585. This is Chu Chen. We are preparing for landing. Chu Chen, now close to the airport, could see the ground contours below. Very well, Chief of Staff Chu. Remember, safety is paramount. Zhang Kai could no longer suppress his long-held concerns. Release excess fuel. Prepare for an emergency landing. Chu Chen focused solely on the task at hand, switched off all automated systems. Gripping the control stick firmly. Understood. As altitude decreased and oxygen levels stabilized, the co-pilot regained some semblance of composure. With a hum, the valves opened, expelling a large quantity of aviation fuel, rapidly lightening the aircraft. Dear passengers, we have reached the airspace above Qingyang Airport and will commence emergency landing in 1 minute. Please prepare yourselves and remain seated. Having completed the necessary preparations, Chu Chen made one final transmission. Providing a sense of reassurance. In that moment, over 100 passengers on board closed their eyes in collective prayer, hoping for a safe landing. Above, the silhouette of Z-3585 appeared, with ground personnel anxiously monitoring its flight path. The airport was a hive of activity, with numerous fire trucks and medical teams poised for immediate assistance upon landing. As Chu Chen conducted a final instrument check, he turned to the tense co-pilot and remarked with a light-hearted smile. Stay calm. There is still a chance for survival in situations like this. Yes, calm down. I am not nervous. The co-pilot flexed his stiff fingers, his eyes fixed intently on the approaching runway. The outcome hung in the balance once more. Huh? Chu Chen took a deep breath, his gaze unwavering as he shouted at the runway, deploy the landing gear. Yes. The co-pilot responded with reddened eyes, almost roaring with his push. The landing gear was successfully released beneath the cabin. Bang! Upon touching the ground at excessive speed, the tires could not withstand the immense impact and instantly burst. The entire aircraft jolted violently, throwing everyone off balance. The cockpit was the first to make contact with the ground, sparks flying in a blinding display. Report. The flaps are out of control and failed to deploy. We're going too fast to stop. The co-pilot pressed down on the brake pedal, veins bulging on his forehead. As he watched the plane hurtle toward the runway's edge, reverse thrust. Chu Chen, his eyes reddened, reached for the last resort. If the reverse thrust could be activated successfully, there was still hope. Bang, 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 time and again. The reverse thrust engaged, yet the engine's deceleration system was nearing failure. Chu Chen's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the end of the runway approaching rapidly, and he pushed the control stick to the limit. Stop now. Bang, at the last moment, the engine's reverse thrust system activated successfully. A brilliant blue jet of flame ignited the hope of all on board, and the aircraft, bolstered by the reverse thrust, decelerated at a visibly rapid pace. With a rumble, approximately 20 meters from the runway's end, the 747 finally came to a halt. Yay! Awesome! That was incredibly impressive. The entire control center erupted with excitement. Zhang Kai, utterly exhausted, collapsed into a chair, barely able to muster the strength to speak. This day had been too exhilarating. Chapter 3 The Taste of Home in the VIP lounge of Qingyang International Airport. Chu Chen, hailed as the savior of this crisis, received a reception of the highest caliber. Upon disembarking the plane and confirming his well-being, he was promptly retained by senior executives of the airline. The VIP lounge was indeed exceptional, not only well-decorated but also attended by lovely young ladies. Hello, sir. Please hold on for a moment. Your luggage will arrive shortly. A girl in professional attire approached with a cup of freshly brewed coffee, her eyes fixated on Chu Chen's handsome profile. Chu Chen, accustomed to such attention since middle school, had attracted countless admirers over the years. Thank you, but I'm in a bit of a hurry. Could you please expedite that? Chu Chen glanced at his watch, urging her on. He had promised his family he would return in time for lunch, a rare occasion after years away from home, and he could not afford to break that promise. Ha ha ha, Chief of Staff Chu. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Just then, a cheerful voice echoed from outside the door. A man in his 40s, carrying Chu Chen's suitcase, entered the room, accompanied by a group of attendants. Look at me. I was so excited I forgot to introduce myself. The man quickly slapped his forehead in self-reproach. Chief of Staff Chu, I am Sui Chuan, Vice President of Biling Airlines. I cannot thank you enough for today's events. After all, it was over 100 lives at stake. Chu Chuan shook his head, standing up to take the suitcase from him with a smile. Vice President Sui, it was my duty. You need not be so courteous. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. As he spoke, he began to push the suitcase away, feeling that idle chatter with an older man was unnecessary at this juncture. Hey, please wait, Chief of Staff Chu. Sui Chuan blocked his path, a broad smile on his face as he insisted. For you, this incident may seem trivial, but for our company, it is quite another matter. Thus, our leadership has specifically requested that we treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude. As an active military officer, Chu Chun held fast to his principles. His work and identity did not permit him to seek the limelight. Thank you, Vice President Sui, but I must decline the meal. Perhaps we can meet again on another occasion. Oh, Sui Chuan, seeing him intent on leaving, attempted to persuade him further. Chu Chun halted, offering a reminder. Vice President Sui, my identity is somewhat sensitive. Please refrain from including me in the incident report to avoid any subsequent complications. Understood. I assure you that a high-ranking executive of such caliber was certainly astute. Sui Chuan immediately grasped his concerns and promised with a cheerful demeanor. Exiting the VIP lounge, Chu Chun pushed his suitcase toward the airport hall, where a throng of young people had gathered, each clutching their phones, eagerly awaiting something. Oh no. Why hasn't Han come out yet? I arrived 2 hours early. Isn't that the truth? I ditched my boyfriend just to wait for her at the airport. Why is she still not here? Hey, did you all not hear? I heard Han's flight had an accident. She might be at the hospital. As Chu Chun walked further away, the conversations of the young crowd faded from earshot. Outside the hall, a flamboyant red sports car was parked by the roadside, its bold design attracting the attention of numerous young ladies. A stylish youth clad in trendy attire was seated at the front of the car, currently besieged by several girls, calling him brother incessantly. Hey, are we leaving or not? Chu Chun, leaning against his suitcase, called out impatiently. This guy never failed to be distracted by girls, no matter the time. The young man, hearing the familiar voice, looked up in puzzlement. Upon seeing Chu Chun, he broke into a wide grin, pushing aside the girls and dashing over. Sunze, you finally made it back. I've waited so long. The flowers have wilted. Chu Chun pushed him away, hastily donning his sunglasses and scolding. There are so many people around. I don't want to be misunderstood. Let us hurry up and go. This is embarrassing. Look at you. How can young people be so sensitive? The young man pointed at Chu Chin's retreating figure and laughed. Showing no shame, Chu Chin organized his belongings and glared at him, threatening through gritted teeth. If you keep this up, I'll display your embarrassing photos on the airport screens, so you can learn what true humiliation feels like. All right, I'll behave. Let us get moving. The young man nodded eagerly, resembling a sycophant, not even bothering to exchange contacts with the girls, fearing he might provoke the wrath of his companion in the car. At Xinjiang First Hospital, Jiang Yuhan underwent a comprehensive examination. Aside from some psychological distress, she exhibited no other issues, which relieved her manager, Lan Fei. All right, Yuhan, you're fine. Just rest for a couple of days at home, and we can discuss everything else later. Huh? Jiang Yuhan adjusted her mask and forced a smile that I'm fine, Sister Fei. I'm like a resilient little cockroach. Nothing can bring me down. Haha, it's good that you think that way. Let us go. I'll take you home to rest. Lan Fei affectionately ruffled her hair, wearing a maternal smile. Deep down, she knew the girl was merely putting on a brave front. After all, having just faced life and death. Her current state was a testament to her mental fortitude. In the old town of Xinjiang, at Qingya residence, Chu Zhengshan and his wife were busy tidying up the house early in the morning, brimming with excitement at the prospect of their son's return. Catching a glimpse of himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wife, why do I feel like I have more wrinkles today?" In the living room, a kind-looking woman in her 50s, wearing glasses and an apron, appeared both nurturing and tidy despite her petite stature. Well, you're over 50. Can you not have wrinkles? Look at that belly. It's as if you're pregnant. You should manage it better. Come on, hurry and help me toss the cleaning cloth. Our son is almost home. Don't let things get messy. All right, I'm coming. Chu Zhengshan patted his belly and ambled toward the living room, muttering, yes, I'm over 50. Other families have grandchildren in school, and here we are, not even a daughter-in-law yet. You, the elderly lady, hearing this, was displeased, swinging the cloth in her hand and wagging her finger at him. Our son is busy with work. It's not that he doesn't want to find someone. You shouldn't bring this up every time you see him. Chu Zhengshan glared, his stubborn temper flaring as he crossed his arms defiantly. If we don't mention it, he'll be 30 soon. How long must we wait? Do you want me to live to see my old bones wear out? Couldn't you wait until the evening to bring it up? I never said we shouldn't discuss it. He should at least have his first meal at home. The elderly lady adjusted her glasses, reproaching him gently. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Mom and Dad, I'm back. The long-awaited voice resonated in reality. The once defiant Chu Zhengshan transformed into a child, momentarily setting aside his arguments as he hopped eagerly to the door. Upon opening it, his son's handsome face appeared, prompting the old man to leap with joy and embrace him. Oh, my dear son, you're finally back. Your mother has missed you so much. Feeling the warmth of familial affection, Chu Chun smiled brightly, gently patting his father's back as he solemnly said, Dad, I'm sorry for not coming back for several years. Oh, it's no trouble at all, the old man interrupted, bursting into laughter with pride. My son's accomplishments are truly remarkable. There's no need for concern at home, as your mother and I wholeheartedly support your endeavors. Now, please do not monopolize our son any longer. I have yet to speak with him. The elderly lady pushed her husband aside and ushered her son into the house, unwilling to wait another moment, standing at the doorway and staring intently at Chu Chun without batting an eye. Mom, you? Chu Chun was momentarily at a loss for words. Just as he was about to inquire, he noticed his mother's eyes had suddenly reddened, leaving him even more flustered. Son, you've grown up, and you are becoming increasingly handsome. When you left, you were just in your early 20s, and now, 6 or 7 years have swiftly passed. There are nights when I miss you so much that I can't sleep. The elderly lady reached out to caress her son's face, becoming more emotional as she spoke, tears streaming down her cheeks. Seeing his mother cry made Chu Chun struggle to contain his own emotions. He embraced her and kept apologizing. I'm sorry, Mom. I haven't been a filial son. Leaving for so many years. No, dear, I do not blame you. Your success brings me the utmost joy, the elderly lady replied, though the tears in her eyes spilled forth uncontrollably. All these years, your father and I have been incredibly proud. Our son has achieved greatness, flying a fighter jet. How prestigious indeed. Your father now walks with such confidence. As Chu Zhengshan recounted this, the joy on his face was impossible to conceal. Enough talk. I shall prepare a meal. Today, our son has returned, making us a complete family once more. The elderly lady wiped her tears and cheerfully entered the kitchen. Upon learning that her son was coming home, she had risen at 5 to send her husband to the market for fresh ingredients, eager to prepare a hearty meal for him. Let me brew some tea. We can have a good chat, just the two of us, Chu Zhengshan said, hastily making his way to the living room, rummaging through cabinets for the fine tea he had been saving. Watching his busy parents, Chu Chun felt a genuine happiness. The essence of home was a feeling he had dreamt about countless times during the night. Turning around, he noticed that everything in the house remained unchanged. The familiar living room, the well-known furnishings, except for the television on the accent wall, which had been replaced by 3 heavy plaques. Home of a first-class meritorious service. Home of a first-class meritorious service. Home of a second-class meritorious service. Point 2 first-class and 1 second-class accolades. These were the fruits of Chu Chen's 11 years at the aviation school, a testament to the family's enduring honor. Tidying up his disheveled clothes, Chu Chun stood before the plaques and solemnly saluted, acknowledging both his past and the responsibilities he must remember. Observing his son's actions, Chu Zhengshan ceased his search for tea and approached with a proud smile. Son, you have brought glory to the Chu family. When the military came to present the plaques, I was more nervous and excited than on my wedding day. I've decided, this will be our family heirloom. With this, not even the worst of villains would dare cross our path. Haha, Dad, where did you learn all this? You sound so formal. Chu Chen chuckled, wrapping his arm around his father's still sturdy frame. Filled with joy, an hour later, his mother had swiftly prepared a table full of dishes, her smile unwavering even as she wiped the sweat from her brow. Come, dinner is ready. I made all your favorite dishes. I hope they still suit your palate. Chu Chen changed into a white short-sleeved shirt, rubbing his hands together with eager anticipation as he approached the table, the aroma of the dishes he had yearned for filling the air. Mom, I've craved these dishes for years. Good. I'm glad you like them. Be sure to eat your fill today. But of course, we can't just eat. You must join me for a drink, Chu Zhengshan said as he emerged from the storage room, holding a bottle of aged soy sauce-flavored liquor, gently brushing off the dust as if presenting a treasure. Son, this liquor has been aged for quite some time. I haven't even brought it out for my old friends, saving it for your return. However, upon seeing the liquor, the elderly lady immediately frowned, scolding, Can our son drink in his profession? Not a single drop. If you want to drink, do it yourself. I won't let you harm my son. The formerly jovial Chu Zhengshan's expression fell, and he looked to his son with a face full of helplessness and grievance. "Oh, Mom, it's fine. I have a month's vacation this time. A drink or two won't hurt." "A month? Really?" The elderly lady's eyes sparkled with joy, nearly jumping with excitement. She had thought her son would only be home for a few days, never anticipating such a long stay. This was wonderful news. "Humph, for your sake. I'll let you drink a little less today," she said, casting a proud glance at Jiang. This delighted him, and he hurriedly sought out the wine glasses, like a child who had just received candy. The three of them gathered around a simple spread of 6 or 7 dishes, sharing a happy family reunion. Jiang personally poured a glass for his son, reflecting, "Son, these years have not been easy for you. Although your mother and I cannot fully comprehend the hardships of your work, we understand the significance of those plaques and the future. Do try to come home more often. The plaques are sufficient. I no longer desire accolades." Ultimately, Jiang realized the weight of the first-class distinction, a feat few could endure. "Yes, I will do my best," Chen replied, nodding earnestly as he clinked his glass with his father's. Though they spoke little, the understanding between them was enough. "Look at you, not having touched a single dish before drinking," the elderly lady chided, swiftly picking up chopsticks to serve her son. "Eat well, make up for all the meals you've missed. These are all your favorites. Ha ha, Mom, if I eat like this, I might burst." Chen laughed, eagerly digging into his meal. His parents watched him with joyful smiles, their eyes brimming with happiness. After a few rounds of drinks, Jiang's cheeks flushed, and he began chatting casually. "Son, are you still flying planes? Speak freely, but if you cannot, do not force it." "I understand the rules." Chen, having had his fill, sat before the table sipping a cup of clear tea leisurely. "It's all right, Dad. Family members do have a right to know. I stopped flying last year. Now I'm at the command center, recently promoted to Chief of Staff," he said. "Good. Now that you're not flying, your mother and I can sleep soundly?" Jiang replied. Since his son became a pilot, he had devoted his spare time to studying the field, becoming increasingly aware of its dangers and challenges. Yet, he never mentioned this to his wife. Whenever he missed his son, he would secretly wipe away tears on the balcony in the middle of the night. "Chief of Staff, what rank does that entail?" "Colonel," Chen replied, taking a sip of tea casually. "What?" Jiang jumped up in disbelief, repeating, "Colonel?" "Yes," Chen confirmed. "Ha ha ha." Jiang, his face aglow with pride, laughed heartily as if he wanted to celebrate at the ancestral grave with firecrackers. "A colonel? My son is a colonel. This means that one day, the Chu family will surely produce a general. No, tomorrow, I must return to my hometown to pay respects to our ancestors," Jiang declared, pacing the room, feeling that no amount of joy could adequately express his excitement. "Look at your father. He's happier than he was on his wedding day," the elderly lady remarked with a wry smile. Yet she did not stop him. It was indeed worth celebrating. Chen, feeling a bit helpless, stood up and placed a hand on his father's shoulder, solemnly stating, "Dad, let us remain humble in victory and resilient in defeat. Moderation is key. This is a good thing, but an excess of pride could." In an instant, Jiang understood his son's message, smacking his forehead in self-recrimination. Yes, I can be proud but must not lose myself. My son has worked tirelessly for years, risking everything for a bright future. I cannot falter now. Thank you for reminding me. I shall keep it low-key." The old man sank into a moment of guilt, as if the family had suddenly won 5 million, wishing he could seal his lips. Chapter 4. A similar fate the following morning. The gentle breeze and warm sunshine graced the world. On the soft bed, Jiang Yuhan lay soundly asleep in a silk nightgown, her long, shapely legs awkwardly draped over the blanket, with the occasional twitch of her nose indicating that she was still in a drowsy state. "Han, wake up! What time is it?" The door swung open, and a curly-haired woman wielding a spatula called out. Her face was smooth and youthful, with only subtle fine lines at the corners of her eyes, her oval face and large, expressive eyes radiating charm, the beauty mark beneath her eye adding a touch of allure. One could easily deduce that in her youth, she had been the object of many young men's affections. Yet, the figure on the bed showed no sign of response, continuing to slumber peacefully. "You, my dear, are no longer a child. Why is it so difficult to get out of bed?" The woman, now irritated, tossed the spatula aside and approached, pulling the blanket off her daughter with determination. "Oh." Jiang Yuhan, still with her eyes shut, pouted in discontent and groped around, attempting to reclaim the blanket for a few more moments of sleep. Seeing this, the woman was at a loss for how to proceed. She sat on the edge of the bed, embraced her daughter, and gently coaxed, Sweetheart, Mommy has prepared breakfast. Will you wake up to eat? Jiang Yuhan nestled her head into her mother's embrace, her voice imbued with a childlike charm as she whined. Mom, I still want to sleep. All right, let's finish our meal first, and then you can rest, her mother replied, unable to resist the endearing antics of her only darling. After all, she was their precious gem, and the thought of scolding or reprimanding her was simply unbearable. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yuhan trudged down the stairs, lethargic and yawning, as she plopped down on a chair in a rather ungraceful manner. Mom, I've only just managed to get a few days of rest. Why did you wake me so early? Her mother, with a cheerful smile, began peeling an egg for her, imparting a sage piece of advice. You, dear, spend your days filming late into the night. Now that you have a chance to rest, I must help you adjust your sleeping schedule. It's simply unacceptable to have your days and nights reversed. A woman's youth is fleeting. Humph! Jiang Yuhan huffed defiantly, presenting her flawless complexion with a hint of pride. Your daughter is naturally beautiful. This morning, without any makeup, I can outshine all those who have undergone plastic surgery. Even if I were to forego sleep from now on, I would still be the most beautiful in the world. Ha! Chuckled her father, who was seated across the table, sipping porridge. A youthful smile spread across his face as he teased, Indeed, don't say you'll skip sleep. You might as well skip meals. Can a fairy descend to the mortal realm without partaking in earthly sustenance? Oh dear, Jiang Yuhan felt a bit shy from her father's playful jibe and leaned forward to affectionately cling to his back. Dad, why are you teasing me too? Her father, relishing in his daughter's playful demeanor and dependence, gently patted her small hand and smiled. How could I? I am your devoted admirer. I would never mock you. Hee, that's more like it. Jiang Yuhan planted a kiss on her father's cheek and merrily returned to her meal, leaving her mother feeling somewhat exasperated. If only her daughter had a few shortcomings. She was beautiful, filial, and had excelled in her studies without causing her parents any worry. Now that she was working, she was a shining star devoid of scandals or any troublesome affairs. Yet, the only concern was that, despite her age, she had yet to consider settling down, which deeply troubled her parents. How long will you be home this time? Her mother casually sipped her milk, trying to sound nonchalant while closely observing her daughter's reaction. About a month. I just wrapped up filming and thought I'd come back to spend some time with you. Jiang Yuhan, engrossed in her meal, paid little attention to her mother's subtle probing, happily munching on her egg. That sounds good. Staying a bit longer is nice, her mother replied with a perfunctory smile, casting a glance at her husband. However, her husband, feigning ignorance, wiped his mouth and wandered off to the living room. Left with no recourse, her mother, despite feeling a surge of frustration, tentatively broached the topic. Dear, while work is indeed important, you should also consider your personal feelings. To ease her daughter's potential displeasure, she quickly added, I'm not pressuring you. It's merely a suggestion, Mem, I understand. To her surprise, Jiang Yuhan did not refuse this time, calmly sipping her porridge and responding without lifting her gaze. I will consider it. Really? This delighted her mother immensely, who pushed her bowl aside, momentarily forgetting her meal, and eagerly inquired, Darling, please be honest with me. Is there someone you like? Seeing her mother so animated, Jiang Yuhan lost her appetite, wiping her rosy lips with a tissue. She wanted to explain but found herself at a loss for words, ultimately offering a bittersweet smile. Mom, I don't have anyone at the moment. I just suddenly feel that I've grown up and should perhaps find a boyfriend. If things go well, settling down wouldn't be out of the question, would it? That way, you and Dad would feel more at ease. Exactly, sweetheart. I'm so thrilled to hear you say that, her mother exclaimed, pounding her thigh in excitement, happier than during the New Year celebrations. She could already envision a future filled with grandchildren and the joy of family life. However, while her mother was elated, Jiang Yuhan felt a tangle of emotions. Until now, she had not been inclined toward romance. Work had consumed her, and she had not wanted to be tied down too soon. But after experiencing a near-death moment during a recent incident, she realized what she truly desired. It wasn't fame or fortune that mattered in that moment. Her thoughts were solely of her aging parents. She feared for their well-being should anything happen to her, and the thought of leaving this world without ever having experienced love weighed heavily on her heart. Godmother and Dad, I'm here. A knock echoed through the serene morning at Qingya residence. The moment Chu Chen heard the voice, he recognized it and ambled toward the door. You rascal, why are you up so early? Hey, what do you mean? Is it wrong for me to come and check on my godparents? The visitor, who had gone to the airport to pick up Chu Chen, was struggling under the weight of a large stack of health supplements. Panting as he retorted, True, but you should stop bringing so much. It's excessive, and they can't possibly finish it all. It's wasteful, Chu Chun remarked, gesturing towards the heap of supplements. I don't care. It's for my godparents. If they can't finish it, I'll be happy to throw it away. Now excuse me. I'm exhausted, the young man said, forcing his way past Chu Chun into the house. After dropping off the items, he finally exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. You're 30 years of age, and you're panting after walking less than 20 meters from the elevator? You really should exercise more and stop chasing after those young girls, Chu Chen teased, knowing well that his friend was notorious for frequently changing girlfriends, sometimes even multiple times in a single day. Dante even mentioned Chen Lu. If you were to change girlfriends every day and not repeat any, I'd be pleased. Their mother emerged from the inner room, overhearing their banter and scolding her son with a hint of disappointment. Turning her attention to the young man, she feigned reproach, holding his hand. My godson is wonderful in every way, except he never listens. I always tell him not to bring gifts, yet he never heeds my words. Come on, Mom, you just said I'm your son. Isn't it natural for me to bring something? Chen Lu chuckled, glancing around for old Chu. He has gone grocery shopping. Don't leave just yet. We'll have a family meal together, their mother replied. All right, I want to leave. I still want to chat with Chen Lu said, already familiar with the household. He soon located old Chu's tea and was happily brewing a pot. Great, you two catch up while I prepare a few things, their mother said, unperturbed as she headed to the kitchen. These two had known each other since childhood, having studied together and caused mischief. Their bond stronger than that of brothers. In the living room, the two young men engaged in their own activities, one sipping tea while the other read, neither acknowledging the other. After 2 minutes, Chen Lu could no longer contain himself. He set down his teacup and seized the book from Chu Chen's hands. What are you planning to do? Hatch eggs at home? Why didn't you come out to play last night? Come on. Chu Chen shifted slightly to evade the crowded space, exasperated. We're on different paths. Your mind is always on dating. What is the point for me? Oh, come on, Chen Lu exclaimed, glancing towards the kitchen to ensure their godmother was not within earshot before grabbing Chu Chen's collar and speaking earnestly. Buddy, have you lost your mind after being in the military? You're 30 years old. Aren't you interested in that? Do you plan to be a craftsman for life? Chen Lu's antics shattered Chu Chen's focus on reading. He turned to face Chen Lu, seriousness etched on his face. Don't throw around those mixed messages. Discipline is key, understand? Fine, fine. Chen Lu raised his hands in surrender, returning to his tea while muttering to himself. You all serving the nation. I want to pressure you to break discipline, but there is something you must promise me today. Say it. As long as it doesn't breach discipline, I'll do my best to help. Chu Chun smiled, signaling his willingness. Over the years, he had been absent from home, and it was his good friend who had taken care of various matters. Though they never discussed it, he was well aware of the support he had received. Of course, I want to breach discipline. Chen Lu grinned mischievously, leaning closer and whispering, I'm organizing a high school reunion tonight. You must come. Chu Chen's previously jovial expression froze, and he began to hesitate. You see, just a moment ago you were calling her little sweetheart, and now you're referring to her as Madam Cow.is that discipline? Chen Lu anticipated this reaction and immediately employed reverse psychology. Thrusting the invitation at Chu Chun, Simon, go. Seeing Chen Lu sulking, Chu Chun reluctantly agreed. But I have 2 conditions. If you don't accept them, I want to go. Fine, but speak freely. I'll agree to even 20,000 conditions. Chen Lu proclaimed, crossing his arms confidently. First, you can't reveal my identity. Just say I'm serving in the military. If asked further, say I raise pigs. If others find out, that's not my concern. But you must keep quiet. Understood. That's no issue at all. Second, no drinking. There are rules against it, and besides, I'm visiting your family tomorrow. I don't want to show up drunk and make a fool of myself. Chen Lu rubbed his chin, feeling somewhat troubled. After pondering for a long while, he tentatively suggested, could you perhaps drink a little less? What are you looking at, Lao Chen? He is not important. He is in good health and can easily consume 3 bowls of rice in one go. Cursed. Chu Chun, who had always been cautious with his words and actions, was completely thrown off balance. He lifted his leg and kicked his good buddy down, exclaiming in a mix of laughter and exasperation, You truly are your father's favorite son. Chapter 5. Top-tier resource matchmaking. In the afternoon, Jiang Yuhan, who had initially hoped to sleep in, was mercilessly dragged out of bed by her mother to join several relatives in a game of mahjong. The clattering of the tiles did little to suppress her yawns, and the barrage of questions from the elders only added to her headache. Ding! The doorbell rang, and as the sole junior in the family, Jiang Yuhan rushed to open the door. The moment the door swung open, A radiant smile illuminated her somewhat dazed face. Outside stood a stylishly dressed, elegant young woman waving her hand. My superstar is back. How inconsiderate, not even offering to treat us to a meal. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuhan finally found an outlet for her frustration. She seized her friend's hand and pulled her into the house. Pointing at the group of people clustered around the mahjong table, exasperated, "I would love to go out, but is there any opportunity for that?" The girl stifled a laugh, covering her mouth as she surveyed the scene, then quickly adjusted her outfit and strode into the living room, greeting everyone with familiarity. "Hello, uncles and aunts." Good, good, good." Old Jiang, taking over for his daughter, looked up and smiled. "Rue, it's been a while. You're looking increasingly beautiful." "Hee hee, thank you, uncle, but I still can't compare to Hanhan. She's the real beauty." Meng Rue bantered playfully with everyone, her cheerful disposition especially endearing to the older generation. "All right, Mom, you all enjoy yourselves. I'm going upstairs to chat with Rue." Seizing the opportunity to escape the downstairs chaos, Jiang Yuhan wasted no time and whisked her friend upstairs without waiting for her mother's response. Once back in her room, she felt alive again, collapsing onto her bed and inhaling the liberating air. Meng Rue, her close friend, had no reservations either, rummaging through her wardrobe while exclaiming, "Being a star is great. You can buy these clothes without a second thought. And my wallet can support it too. Feel free to pick whatever. Those are all clothes I've worn, but only once," Jiang Yuhan replied weakly, her spirit nearly frayed after a day filled with eating, sleeping, and playing cards. Meng Rue chuckled, shutting the wardrobe and dramatically flopping onto the bed, whispering conspiratorially, "Girl, I'm not here to rob the rich and give to the poor. I'm here to rescue you." "Huh?" Jiang Yuhan tilted her head in confusion, her delicate face pressed against the quilt, resembling a dumpling, her eyes reflecting her bewilderment. "Hee hee, I'm taking you out for some fun. Really? Let us go, go, go. I'm about to go crazy." Jiang Yuhan instantly perked up, flipping off the bed and starting to change clothes. "You have no idea. In just a few days, I have to start training. I'm swamped with things to do. We're best friends, would I not know? Today's gathering is not just the two of us." Meng Rue leaned against the headboard, giving her a warning. "Who else?" Jiang Yuhan asked casually while changing her outfit. "Remember that rich kid from our high school, Chen? He's organizing this gathering. It's a reunion." "Chen?" Jiang Yuhan furrowed her brow, trying to recall the person from over a decade ago, struggling to form a clear image in her mind. "Isn't that inappropriate?" "What's inappropriate about it?" Meng Rue approached her with a grin. "Everyone knows you're a star, and this gathering is private, so there won't be any reporters. Just think of it as reminiscing about childhood. It's better than playing mahjong. Besides, I have insider information." Meng Rue deliberately elongated her words, raising her eyebrows with a teasing smile. "I heard that Chen will also be there today." Jiang Yuhan's expression froze as a familiar figure surfaced in her mind. "Didn't he leave Xinjiang? He was offered a place in university back in senior year. Is he back now?" "See," Meng Rue teased, pointing at her dazed expression. "I knew you couldn't forget him." Jiang Yuhan's cheeks flushed, and she swatted her friend playfully, rolling her eyes and muttering, "Stop talking nonsense. That was ages ago. Besides, we never had any real connection back then." All right, you're right. Let us hurry up. I still need to do my hair," Meng Rue urged, pushing her towards the vanity. "What is the occasion for doing your hair?" "It's just a gathering," Jiang Yuhan asked curiously. "Humph." Meng Rue proudly lifted her chin, confidently stating, "Who knows if some big shot will appear? I'm still single, At 6 in the evening, the streets began to fill with people, and traffic became congested as it was the end of the workday. Jiangju, the largest private club in Xinjiang City, boasted opulent decor and exceptional privacy, making it a favorite among the wealthy. Wow, I truly didn't see this coming. I knew Chen Lu's family was wealthy, but I didn't realize they were this affluent." Meng Rue linked arms with Jiang Yuhan as they entered the hall, marveling at the dreamlike surroundings. "Regretting it now? You should have pursued him back in school. Right?" Jiang Yuhan glanced around and chuckled lightly. As a well-known actress, she frequented such venues, so she didn't feel overly sentimental, but she had to admit that Jiangju's decor and taste were on par with those in first-tier cities. "It's not too late. Besides, who else could compete with me?" Meng Rue tossed her freshly styled hair, brimming with confidence. The pair had dressed up for the occasion. Jiang Yuhan wore a flowing white dress that exuded an ethereal quality. Though her face was partially obscured by a mask, her aloof and cool demeanor was enough to captivate the room. In stark contrast, Meng Rue donned a black dress with sheer stockings and high heels. her long legs drawing the gaze of every man present, her sultry, electrifying eyes alluring. From the moment they entered, both guests and staff discreetly regarded them with interest. Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed, and a limited edition white sports car pulled up directly at the entrance. The waiting attendants hurried forward to open the door, capturing everyone's attention. As the door swung open, Chen Lu's fairly handsome face came into view. He had styled himself flamboyantly today, clad in a tailored suit that slightly concealed his slim figure, radiating an air of affluence. Apologies, Meng Rue. I didn't expect you all to arrive first. My bad. Although Chen Lu didn't recognize Jiang Yuhan, he had some recollection of Meng Rue and quickly greeted her with a smile, all the while secretly marveling at how he hadn't noticed her allure back in school. Mr. Chen, I understand how busy you are, so no need for pleasantries. We're all classmates here. Meng Rue maintained a sweet, youthful tone, making Jiang Yuhan watch in astonishment, thinking her friend was quite the master at charm. All right, let us skip the formalities and head inside. We'll wait for the other classmates. Chen Lu didn't immediately inquire about Jiang Yuhan's identity. As to him, an extra or a pretty girl made little difference. The three of them entered the private room first, with Chen Lu naturally taking the seat of honor. Glancing at his watch, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, Chu Chen is so unreliable. Mr. Chen, I heard there are quite a few people coming today. Is your good buddy Chu Chen also attending? Meng Rue, eager to get to the crux of the matter, was the first to ask. Yes, it's been years since Chu Chen returned. How could we let this opportunity pass? He must come. Chen Lu lowered his head, fiddling with his phone, contemplating whether to nudge his friend. Although this gathering was labeled a reunion, it was essentially a matchmaking setup arranged by Chu Chen's godmother. By the way, who is this lovely lady beside you? I must admit, I didn't recognize her. Chen Lu set his phone aside and began to chat. Smiling at the girl in the white dress, I apologize. I forgot to introduce myself earlier. Jiang Yuhan nodded apologetically, then removed her mask in front of him, a delicate nose, alluring cherry lips, and expressive eyes that seemed to convey emotions with every glance. Her every smile was captivating, leaving even the seasoned Chen Lu momentarily astonished. Wow, a genuine star. This is quite the surprise. Chen Lu feigned exaggerated astonishment, snapping back to reality. Oh, what star? We're all old classmates. You're not teasing me, are you? Jiang Yuhan replied, her two dimples appearing as she waved her hand dismissively. Please, with your current status, dining out definitely requires a reservation. Whether in business or romance, Chen Lu was adept at navigating social situations, and he handled this mutual flattery with ease. All right, I'll go adjust the menu. With a star in our midst, we can't have anything subpar. You all sit tight. I'll be right back. Without waiting for their objections, Chen Lu stood and exited the room. TSK, TSK, TSK. Meng Rue clicked her tongue, playfully teasing, you really have a way with things. The moment you took off your mask, the event's classiness shot up. Heh, listen to his nonsense about adjusting the menu. He has probably just gone outside to make a call or discuss something else. Having navigated the entertainment industry for several years, Jiang Yuhan understands the mindset of these businessmen better than anyone else, which is precisely why she dares to speak so boldly. As expected, Chen Lu left the room without any further arrangements, discreetly pulling out his phone to find a corner. Hey, big brother, why haven't you arrived yet? Everyone else is here, hurry up. All right, got it. I'm stuck in traffic. I'll be there soon. Chu Chen, driving his father's business vehicle, calmly responded while observing the congested traffic. You need to hurry, or you'll miss out. Chen Lu urged anxiously. Had it not been for Jiang Yuhan's appearance, he might not have felt the same urgency. But the moment that woman appeared, 4 words naturally flashed through Chen Lu's mind. A match made in heaven. He and Chu Chen were practically a perfect pair, be it looks, status, or even academic qualifications. She was hardly inferior to him. While it may not be an absolute rarity, such quality resources are indeed hard to come by. This kind of valuable asset must be kept within one's own circle. Chapter 6. Progressing quite smoothly. Hello. Where's the private room reserved by Mr. Chen Lu? Half an hour later, Chu Chen, dressed in a black trench coat and sporting a pair of glasses, sauntered into the lobby. After scanning the area and finding no familiar faces, he sought assistance from the staff. Okay. Please hold on a moment. The girl at the entrance was momentarily stunned upon seeing Chu Chen, her eyes sparkling with admiration. After a brief pause, she blushed and began checking the reservation records. It wasn't her fault for losing composure. Chu Chen possessed an innate aristocratic aura, and years of experience traveling had cultivated a demeanor that was both composed and somewhat aloof. Such a man is irresistibly charming to women from 18 to 80. Hello, sir. Mr. Chen's private room is on the second floor. Allow me to escort you. The receptionist quickly found the information and, with a hint of excitement, shyly spoke to Chu Chen. Thank you. Chu Chen, oblivious to her expression, politely nodded and slowly followed her with his hands in his pockets, on the second floor, at the entrance of the private room. Chen Lu had already lost track of how many times he had checked the time, anxiously pacing like a restless donkey. When Chu Chen appeared at the top of the stairs, he rushed over as if he were a lost child reunited with his father. Big brother, you finally made it. Everyone's here waiting for you. Sorry, I got caught in traffic and lost some time. Chu Chen chuckled lightly, placing a hand on his shoulder. All right, no use dwelling on that. Let us go. Chen Lu strode forward, pushing open the heavy door and loudly announcing to the crowd, Ladies and gentlemen, our mysterious guest has arrived. I initially thought Yuhan was the surprise for today, but it seems we have another contender of equal stature. His words piqued the interest of those present, prompting them to rise and look towards the entrance, some friends even teasingly chiming in, Chen Lu, you didn't invite Chairman Chen, did you? I wouldn't dare to call him my buddy. Get out of here. Chen Lu shot a glance at the person, not genuinely upset, and instead nudged Chu Chen forward. Look who it is, our Class S academic superstar, Chu Chen. As their gazes turned, a figure that was somewhat familiar appeared. Tall and well-proportioned, with legs that would make any woman envious, his palm-sized face was graced with exquisite features, particularly enhanced by a pair of golden-rimmed glasses, resembling a character straight out of a comic book. No embellishments needed. Wow, Meng Rue gazed at Chu Chen, tilting her head and whispering to her friend beside her, Girl, I've always admired your taste. This guy is almost unrealistically handsome, of course. When have I ever been wrong? Jiang Yuhan was also somewhat taken aback, unconsciously voicing her thoughts before quickly correcting herself. He looked all right back then. After spending so long in the entertainment industry, I've become somewhat desensitized. Haha, I really thought you meant it. Meng Rue smiled at her, her eyes glinting with mischief. Apologies for keeping everyone waiting. The traffic was quite terrible. Chu Chen stood at the entrance, neither overly humble nor arrogant, smiling at his old classmates. And the familiar faces melted away his initial resistance. It's not too late. We've only just begun. As long as you're here, we'll wait no matter how late it is. Exactly. Had I known it was you, I would have taken more time to beautify myself. A female classmate, seizing the opportunity, joked, elevating the atmosphere to a new high. All right, let us take our seats. We have plenty of time to chat. Chen Lu, as the initiator, set the tone with a single statement, and everyone graciously began to offer their seats. Chu Chen pulled out a chair near the entrance, but Chen Lu swiftly grabbed his arm, tugging him towards an empty seat beside Jiang Yuhan, winking conspiratorially. You're the distinguished guest today. After all these years, how could you sit by the entrance? Sit, sit, sit. We've saved you a spot. Though Chen Lu's actions made Chu Chen feel a bit awkward, he could accept it. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuhan was utterly flabbergasted, her mind blank as she fiddled with her phone, repeatedly unlocking it, appearing somewhat flustered. Although she had anticipated this outcome beforehand, the actual encounter felt entirely different. Chen Lu, noticing her demeanor, felt a surge of satisfaction. As a seasoned player in the realm of romance, he understood a girl's sentiments all too well. He slipped behind Jiang Yuhan and gently patted her shoulder, advising, Yuhan, today you're in charge of Chu Chen. He can't drink, so please look after him. Okay, I'll try my best. Jiang Yuhan glanced back at him, her eyes suddenly clear, casually nodding in agreement. Once Chen Lu was reassured that they were settled, he cheerfully mingled with the others. The objective of today's gathering had been achieved, and he felt elated, knowing he could report back to his godmother without worry. At the table, the group had been chatting for quite some time. The initial excitement of meeting a star had faded, and since Jiang Yuhan wasn't particularly talkative, they soon abandoned her to focus on their host, Chen Lu. This gentleman was a prominent tycoon in Xinjiang, and cultivating a good relationship with him could be immensely beneficial for their future endeavors. Exquisite dishes continued to arrive one after another, but Chu Chen showed no interest in conversation, leisurely focusing on his plate. After several nudges from Meng Rue, who had been trying to engage Jiang Yuhan without success, she finally stepped in herself. Chu Shueshen, do you remember me? Meng Rue. Chu Chen put down his chopsticks, pondering for a couple of seconds before uncertainly replying, You were the literary committee member of our grade, right? Haha, yes, I can't believe you actually remember me. Meng Rue beamed, seizing the moment to nudge her friend forward. Jiang Yuhan wouldn't he have forgotten, would she? She is incredibly famous now. Her posters are everywhere, and she's a renowned actress with zero scandals. As she spoke, Meng Rue intentionally lowered her voice, adding, unmarried, hey? Jiang Yuhan shot her a glare, pushing her away, then raised her glass to clink with Chu Chen's. Long time no see, old classmate. In that moment, those words, along with her smile, seemed to freeze time, instantly transporting Chu Chen back to their student days. Memories of the youthful Jiang Yuhan surfaced unbidden. Despite their limited interactions back then, the titles of school beauty and heartthrob had undeniably belonged to them. Out of curiosity, Chu Chen had observed this exceptional girl from a distance, and the once aloof and proud young man had merely thought, not be it has indeed been a long time. You've matured quite a bit. Congratulations on becoming a highly sought-after idol. Chu Chen raised his glass, taking a sip, his expression largely unchanged. Oh please, what idol? I'm just an actress, just like a chef or a driver. It's merely a profession. Jiang Yuhan felt quite pleased upon receiving the compliment, her smile unwavering. What are you up to these days? Nearby, Chen Lu, seemingly engaged in conversation, was actually keeping a close watch on their interaction. The moment he heard this topic, he quickly interjected, he's serving in the military. He's back for a family visit, on a month-long leave. Oh, a family visit. Before Jiang Yuhan could respond, a female classmate across the table eagerly chimed in. After you were granted admission, we all thought your family had moved away. I didn't expect you to still be living in Xinjiang. Military service is great. With Chu Shueshen's capabilities, you must be an officer by now. He's just raising pigs in the army, not some officer. Chen Lu waved his hand, chuckling, not wanting to delve too deeply into that topic. He stood up, raising his glass and declared, since we gathered here today, let us all raise a toast. Yes, let us drink to our heart's content today. Chen Lu led the charge, and several male classmates quickly followed suit, raising their glasses in agreement. The others joined in, lifting their glasses with cheerful laughter. The dining event continued. After Chen Lu's interjection, Jiang Yuhan found herself at a loss for words, occasionally sipping water to ease her discomfort. I heard that acting involves a lot of green screen work. Is that true for you as well? Chu Chen, having finished his meal, sought a conversation topic out of boredom. Although he was capable in many areas, he still lacked finesse when conversing with the opposite sex. There is some, but that's not my case. Jiang Yuhan explained with precision when the discussion turned to professional matters. The green screen indeed compensates for numerous technical shortcomings, yet its efficacy is confined to the realm of special effects. As an actor, relying solely on chroma keying is tantamount to hastening one's exit from the industry. Acting is a passion, not a mere obligation. I wholeheartedly concur with this sentiment. Chu Chen resonates profoundly with this perspective. Akin to his initial choice of becoming a pilot, passion is the finest teacher. You two should simply exchange WeChat contacts and have a proper chat later. Today is a class reunion. Let's not neglect the others. Meng Rue, acting as the ultimate facilitator, snatched Jiang Yuhan's phone and presented it to Chu Chen. She was confident that, in front of so many people, Chu Chen would not decline. And indeed, Chu Chen took out his phone, scanned, and sent a friend request. This sparked a frenzy, with the unmarried female classmates behaving like famished wolves, each whipping out their phones clamoring to connect. We can't play favorites. I want to add Chu Shueshen too. Yes, I didn't perform well in school, and now in the workplace, there are many concepts I don't grasp. Chu Shueshen, let us exchange contacts so I can learn from you in the future. Well, if you all insist, I must speak up. Zhang Nushan, I am your loyal fan. Let us exchange contact information so I can admire your social media from time to time. The dinner table. Not just the women but the men joined in the ruckus, turning the atmosphere into something akin to a bustling market. Chu Chen and Jiang Yuhan were left feeling quite awkward. Come now. It's not such a big deal. Let us not delay the drinking, shall we? Just then, Chen Lu stepped forward, raising his hand to signal for silence and pacifying the chaotic scene. I'll create a group chat shortly, and we can converse there, all right? Let us drink. We have another round to look forward to. With that, the others, even those eager to connect, felt too embarrassed to pursue it further and reluctantly returned to their seats. Jiang Yuhan cast a grateful glance at Chen Yu. It wasn't that she didn't want to connect, but rather that the number of people made her uneasy. WeChat is a relatively private space. And as a female celebrity, she had to exercise caution. An hour later, the dinner party concluded. Many classmates were flushed, having imbibed to excess, and the initiator, Chen Lu, fared worse, rushing to the restroom to vomit, yet he insisted on dragging everyone along for the next round. Xiao Lu, I'm heading back. It's getting late. Chu Chen noted the time, realizing it was already past 10, and presumed his parents had retired for the night. All right, you head back. We'll continue to enjoy ourselves. Chen Lu, inebriated, took the opportunity to drape his arm around Ming Rue's neck, waving at her. Yuhan, have Chu Chun see you home. I'm off to the next venue. Ming Rue, ever perceptive, understood that her best friend couldn't appear in a bar and promptly pushed her towards the sober Chu Chen. Chapter 7. The excited Jiang Yuhan appeared somewhat flustered, donning a mask and stammering, I'll just take a taxi. You carry on with your business. Chu Chen gazed at the desolate street, then at her flowing dress, ultimately deciding against leaving her to her own devices. How about I give you a ride? It won't take much longer. All right, I appreciate it. Jiang Yuhan intertwined her fingers, beads of sweat forming in her palms, yet she nodded without hesitation. The two walked side by side to the parking lot, where an old domestic car awaited them. This won't be too uncomfortable. Will it? Hee hee. Jiang Yuhan chuckled softly, her large eyes sparkling like the moon under the dim light. What are you saying? We're all old friends. Do I really care about that? With that, she boldly opened the passenger door and slid into the seat without any hesitation. Chu Chun smiled down, opened the trunk, and handed her a bottle of mineral water, kindly advising, the air conditioning isn't very cool. You should drink some water. Thank you. Jiang Yuhan grasped the water bottle, a sweet smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Jang family's doorstep. Due to the car not being registered, Chu Chun decided to get out and escort her to the entrance. Would you like to come in for a bit? Jiang Yuhan hesitated momentarily, glancing at her toes before inviting him. No, it's getting late for my family. I should head back, and we can gather again another time. Chu Chun waved as he prepared to depart. Coincidentally, just as he turned, the villa door swung open, revealing a group of rosy-cheeked individuals stumbling out, clearly having indulged in drink. Yuhan, why aren't you coming in? Jiang Ma immediately spotted her daughter, her peripheral vision locking onto Chu Chun. Mom, I just got home and didn't have the chance to. Jiang Yuhan never anticipated such a situation. As she spoke, she reached for her mother's hand, preparing to enter the house. Wait. Her mother broke free from her grasp, stepping closer to Chu Chun. And who might you be? Hello auntie, I'm Chu Chun, Yuhan's classmate. We had a class reunion today, and the others have gone off to have fun. I just brought her back. Chu Chun had not given it much thought, turning to greet her politely, as they were classmates. After all, and it was important to show respect to elders. However, reality proved to be vastly different from his expectations. That moment, as he turned, Jiang Ma was taken aback, her previously clear gaze now brimming with delight. She stepped forward, grasping Chu Chen's hand and scrutinizing him from head to toe, nodding in approval. This young man is incredibly handsome. His demeanor rivals that of Yuhan. Even after years in the entertainment industry, Jiang Yuhan had never felt such acute embarrassment. Had there not been relatives and friends present, she would have longed to find a hole to burrow into. Oh dear, Mom, it's quite late. Let us allow Chu Chun to head back. We should also hurry home to rest, and oh hurry, what is the rush? Don't you young people usually stay up late? Come in for some water. Jiang Ma clung to Chu Chun's hand, her gaze unwavering as she inquired warmly about him. Child, where do you work? The current situation had surpassed Chu Chen's intentions. As an academic achiever, he sensed the awkwardness of the moment. He quickly withdrew his tightly held right hand, apologetically nodding, Auntie, it's rather late. I should head back. I will visit you all when I have time. With that, Chu Chun turned to leave, not daring to glance back. This auntie is far too enthusiastic. Most people can't handle such warmth. Be sure to come visit me. Jiang Ma called out to his retreating figure, hastening Chu Chen's departure. Mom, Jiang Yuhan elongated her tone, nearly on the verge of tears, furiously tossing her arms as she stepped inside. For nearly 30 years of her life, she had never felt such embarrassment brought on by her mother. You scared that young man away. How utterly mortifying. The following day, Chu Chun rose early as usual, running 10 kilometers in a nearby park. Although he was no longer in training mode, possessing good physical fitness remained crucial for someone in his position. Mom, I'm back. What as for breakfast? Chu Chun entered the house, towel in hand, wiping the sweat from his brow. Son, breakfast will be ready shortly. Please bring the clay pot from the table. His mother peeked out from the kitchen. Pointing at the cleaned utensils on the dining table, Chu Chun relished this motherly task, reminiscent of his childhood when he helped her buy soy sauce. Feeling a sense of involvement, he placed the pot on the stove. And before he could step out, his mother stirred the pot while asking, I heard you had a class reunion yesterday. Several girls are still unmarried. Did you find anyone appealing? As expected, her question solidified Chu Chen's resolve. After returning home last night, he had tossed and turned in bed, contemplating for half the night, ultimately reaching a conclusion. This class reunion and long-awaited gathering were likely orchestrated by his mother as a matchmaking scheme. Mom, we're all classmates. If there were a possibility, we would have been together long ago. Yesterday was simply a casual gathering. Is that so? His mother shot him a glance, her tone indifferent. I heard you even escorted someone home. Son, my intention isn't to pressure you into marriage. If you encounter someone suitable, perhaps consider dating. The familiar routine had returned, and Chen merely pouted, refraining from arguing. He placed a reassuring hand on his mother's shoulder, affirming, all right, Mom, I will. You continue cooking. I'll head upstairs for a shower. Keep this in mind. Don't take things lightly. Understood. Chen waved and hastened his exit. Meanwhile, since arriving home the previous evening, Jiang had incessantly inquired about Chen, nearly driving her daughter to madness. Mom, I'll say this one last time. We are merely friends, the most ordinary kind of friendship. We weren't even in the same class before. That was then. This is now. Back then, you were young and focused on your studies. I didn't allow you to date. Jiang snatched the bowl from her daughter's hands, not allowing her a moment's distraction. Things are different now. Both of you are well matched in age and education, and you are both unmarried. How wonderful. Just think, with your looks, your children would be extraordinary. I can hardly contain my excitement at the thought of holding my grandchild. Dreaming of her future grandchildren, the elderly lady found herself lost in her daydreams, her joy palpable. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yuhan stealthily retrieved her coat from the back of the chair, inching towards the door. She could no longer bear being in the house. Hey, where are you off to? You think you can just run away after I say a few words? Her mother snapped back to reality, calling out, Mom, I have training for physical fitness and will be staying at the house in the eastern suburbs. I want to be coming back. Jiang Yuhan shrank her head, too afraid to look back, and bolted away as if pursued. Chapter 8. Classified Information. As she exited the community gate, her agent, Sister Fei, had been waiting for quite some time. Jiang Yuhan dove into the car as if fleeing for her life. Barely able to catch her breath. Driver, let's go. We need to leave this place. Sister Fei set down the magazine in her hand, her curiosity piqued by Jiang Yuhan's panicked demeanor. What's wrong? Are there paparazzi? Ha! Jiang Yuhan tossed aside the mask covering her face, collapsing despondently into the seat, her eyes vacant and filled with worry. Far more terrifying than paparazzi. Ha ha ha! Sister Fei instantly grasped the situation, doubling over with laughter as she playfully ruffled Jiang Yuhan's hair. So, has life at home been quite eventful these past few days? Don't even mention it. It was akin to a grand-scale social death scene. I nearly perished from the embarrassment. Jiang Yuhan lamented, as if life had lost its meaning. Gazing up at the car's ceiling, even now, she dared not recall the events of last night, which would forever remain the greatest blemish on her life. All right, stop being so morose. I've arranged for a professional trainer. We can commence training right away. Sister Fei had been her agent since debut, well aware of Jiang Yuhan's mother's formidable nature. However, matters concerning the artist's family were beyond her purview. Fine, as long as I don't have to face my mother. I can brave any hardship. Jiang Yuhan rallied her spirits, speaking with newfound confidence. And one more thing, this role is that of a female pilot. You may need to undergo some physical training, Sister Fei. Wary that Jiang Yuhan might give up midway, sought to prepare her in advance, and no problem, isn't it just military training? Who hasn't experienced that during school? Jiang Yuhan, still oblivious to the severity of the situation, waved her hand dismissively. 2 days later, at the east suburb villa, Jiang Yuhan lay on the sofa, her face pale as if suffering from malnutrition, refusing to budge no matter how she was coaxed. Hey, girl, you weren't saying this before. Sister Fei, exasperated by her utterly deflated demeanor, felt her teeth grind in frustration. Did you actually hire a trainer? Is he trying to kill me through training? I can't do this anymore. At that moment, Jiang Yuhan felt as if she had just run a marathon, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. All right, I'll trust you one more time. I'll rest for 2 days, and then I'll find another trainer. This one is indeed a bit ruthless. Sister Fei, out of options, expressed her dissatisfaction, but she recognized the grueling nature of the training Jiang Yuhan had endured over the past 2 days. Although Jiang Yuhan was her artist, after years of working together, she understood that this girl was not inherently lazy. Okay then, thank you, Sister Fei, for sparing my life. Jiang Yuhan lay on the sofa, clasping her hands in a gesture of heartfelt gratitude. But don't think about playing these next 2 days. I've obtained some video materials from the director. You should watch them so that you aren't completely in the dark later. Sister Fei pulled a USB drive from her bag and tossed it to her, reiterating her warning. Understood. I'll watch it. And one more thing. It can only be viewed on the television and not connected to the internet to prevent any leaks. This is classified information. Yes, I will remember. Jiang Yuhan replied, her expression turning serious. Since accepting the role in this film, the term classified had echoed in her ears countless times. With everything conveyed, Sister Fei hurriedly departed in her high heels. As a manager of a popular actress, her daily schedule was exceedingly demanding, sometimes leaving no time even to eat. After lunch, with nothing to do, Jiang Yuhan switched on the television and located the classified USB to play it. On the enormous screen, a line of blood-red characters emerged, Air Force Classified Flight Records. Wow, this is something else. She had initially anticipated a mechanical explanation, but instead, she was captivated by flight records. Jiang Yuhan perked up, scampering to the snack cabinet to gather an array of treats, brimming with excitement as if she were about to watch a movie. As the scene shifted, a large towing vehicle appeared first on screen, towing a silver-gray fighter jet that instantly captured Jiang Yuhan's attention with its dazzling, futuristic design. Although she couldn't identify the model, its imposing, high-tech silhouette filled her with exhilaration. She recognized the significance of this material. Had it not been for this film, she would likely never have the chance to witness such vivid imagery. Boom. A brilliant blue flame erupted from the tail, and the fighter jet shot forth like an arrow, soaring into the sky and disappearing into a mere speck within seconds. The camera transitioned again, revealing 5 fighter jets hovering in the air, engaged in tactical maneuvers. Though she couldn't discern the intricacies of the operations, the breathtaking feats beyond her comprehension left her utterly awestruck, her gaze glued to the screen as she watched with the same intensity as when she was a child watching cartoons, even letting out excited squeals at thrilling moments. Indeed, such formidable weapons captivated not only men but also women. Boom! The screen erupted with a deafening explosion, startling the engrossed Jiang Yuhan. Huanqing, respond if you hear me. Report your status. A man's voice abruptly cut through the tension, shifting the perspective to that of the pilot. The azure sky was dotted with fluffy white clouds, accompanied by the sonic booms of high-speed flight. Huanqing received. Command Center, I have 40 fuel remaining. The left wing has sustained damage, but it is not severe, and I can continue the mission. The response was devoid of gender cues, resembling an electronic synthesized voice, cold and emotionless. Huanqing, safety first. The fighter jet is important, but you are even more so. Eject if necessary. Clearly, the situation was dire, as the command center's personnel spoke with a mix of anger and urgency. Received. The pilot offered no further commentary as the sound of sonic booms intensified, indicating an increase in speed. Approximately 10 seconds later, they broke through a cloud layer, revealing 2 different models of fighter jets in the distance, appearing like a defeated army desperately fleeing across the sea. Huanqing, do not pursue any longer. It's too late. The command staff urged the pilot to abandon the chase. This is the last shot. They have no countermeasures left, and I am confident I can take one down. The pilot responded coolly, evidently having just emerged from a fierce battle. With the supersonic speed of the fighter jet, the distance closed in the blink of an eye. The enemy had already reached international waters. Clearly taken aback by the pursuit. Kid, do you really want to fight to the death? Wrong. It's you who will perish. Huanqing scoffed, resolute in pressing the missile launch button. The last missile mounted on the fighter jet, trailing white smoke, hurtled toward the 2 enemy aircraft. At such close range, evasion was impossible, Accompanied by a scream from the channel, one of the fighter jets erupted into a brilliant fireball as it plummeted into the sea, while the other fled in panic, not daring to linger. Warning, fuel remaining below 10. Please return immediately. An electronic voice resonated as the screen plunged into darkness. Jiang Yuhan sat on the sofa, utterly dazed. This is the material I get to see. Chapter 9. Meng Rui's Encouragement. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks jolted Jiang Yuhan from her stupor. She hastily stowed away the USB and rushed to the door. Big sister, are you hatching eggs at home? Why are you so slow? Meng Rui complained, laden with a large bag of fruits and vegetables. It was so much better at your parents'. The east suburb is 2 far. It takes me over an hour to get here by taxi. Jiang Yuhan took the food bag from her friend and draped an arm over her shoulder, attempting to placate her. I chose this place to have a little distance and my own space. You, a single lady, why not stay over? Ha, I really have no words to refute that. Meng Rui rolled her eyes, pouting in discontent. All right, I'll treat you to some fine wine later. It just arrived from abroad. Knowing her friend was joking, Jiang Yuhan took a seat on the sofa, eager to gossip. So, what happened the other day between you and Chen Lu? Meng Rui, munching on an apple, turned to her with a serious expression. Am I the kind of person who just goes with the flow? Besides, I wouldn't know without interacting. Chen Lu is no ordinary heartbreaker. He has more girlfriends than you have outfits. Do you think I would allow myself to wear a green hat? Right, you have the best judgment. I know that much. Jiang Yuhan sat cross-legged on the sofa, tidying her disheveled hair, appearing somewhat dejected. What about you? Any progress with Chu Shueshan? Worse than you. I haven't even decided whether to pursue it. TSK, you have a flaw. Meng Rui faced her, expressing her disdain. Clearly, there is something there, but out of a sense of pride, you refuse to take the initiative. In the end, all the good ones get snatched away. And you're left alone at night, lamenting the absence of good men. Can't you be proactive just once? Chu Chun is not just any catch. He is a top-tier actor. Jiang Yuhan's expression fell. Her spirits dampened as she fidgeted, pouting, I'm just afraid of rejection. After all, he is a somewhat well-known actor. Meng Rui cupped Jiang Yuhan's face in her hands, her expression filled with concern. Your exquisite visage and graceful figure evoke a sense of trepidation within me, as I fear you might end up marrying a complete fool. Therefore, in pursuit of your own happiness, it is imperative to strive earnestly. If you encounter rejection, then so be it. Chu Qian is not one to gossip indiscriminately. So you need not worry about her broadcasting your affairs. Is this truly feasible? Jiang Yuhan's heart wavered, her gaze fixed longingly upon her best friend, yearning for a reassuring reply. Certainly, you have no shortcomings. If you were lacking, it would imply that Chu Chun harbors no affection for women at all. Meng Rui's words served to bolster their spirits immensely. Very well, let us give it a try. What is there to lose? Sisters have faced worse challenges. Jiang Yuhan felt invigorated, raising her delicate fists in encouragement. Let us take action, go. Invite him out for dinner tonight, Now, what other option is there? Meng Rui stared at her in disbelief. Fine, it is merely a dinner invitation, so let us proceed. Jiang Yuhan hesitated, rising with effort to grasp the phone from the coffee table, searching for Chu Chen's WeChat. After staring at it for an eternity, she still could not bring herself to send the message. What are you doing? Does sending a message require such deliberation? Meng Rui inquired, puzzled. Oh dear. Jiang Yuhan tossed the phone aside, collapsing onto the sofa in anguish, exclaiming, I cannot do it. As evening fell, a grand personal villa loomed along the streets of Qinjiang City. Once serving as the sales office for a top-tier mansion, it was later acquired and transformed into a residence by the Chen family. In his youth, when Chen Lu was merely in his 20s, he had the audacity to hang a sign reading Chen Mansion at the entrance, nearly incurring the wrath of his father, who chastised him for his overreaching ambition. In the nearby parking lot, Chu Chun approached leisurely, carrying 2 boxes of precious tea. Each time he beheld such an opulent residence, he could not help but mutter, what a wealthy household. He pressed the doorbell lightly, and a middle-aged man's face appeared on the screen at the entrance. Who is it? Uncle Chen, it is I, Chu Chun. You rascal, come in. The man chuckled, and with a click, the electronic lock on the door opened automatically along its designated track. Within 10 seconds, a young man clad in a black suit appeared, presumably the old gentleman's bodyguard. Mr. Chu, please come in. The chairman is waiting for you in the living room. Thank you for your assistance. Chu Chan handed over the tea he was carrying and strode in behind him as they traversed the fragrant front yard. They soon spotted Chen Lu standing idly at the entrance, his legs trembling incessantly as if he were perched upon a sewing machine, giving off an untrustworthy aura. I told you not to come. Why the formalities? Chen Lu leaned against the column at the door, yawning. Nonsense. I came to see Uncle Chun. Having returned, I must adhere to certain customs. Or else how will I manage in the future? Chu Chun playfully kicked him, tugging him by the collar into the house. Upon entering the living room, several servants were tidying up, and upon seeing Chen Lu, they greeted him in unison, young master. The unexpected greeting startled Chu Chun. Goodness, years have passed, and the household has truly transformed. It seems you have ascended to the ranks of the affluent, top 100? Chen Lu paused, momentarily perplexed by his words. Upon seeing the servants, he chuckled. This is all the old man's doing. He insists on cultivating my aristocratic demeanor. In truth, I have no desire to be an aristocrat. I would much prefer to enjoy skewers by the roadside while sipping beer. That is truly delightful. Chu Chan assessed him from head to toe, nodding in agreement. It appears you are not entirely devoid of merit. At the very least, you possess a clear self-awareness. Curse you. Chen Lu kicked him playfully, leading the way with a grin. The tea table. Old Chen had already begun brewing tea. As they approached, the two brothers moderated their demeanor. And Chu Chun respectfully inquired, Uncle Chun, it has been years. How is your health? Ha ha ha, I am quite well. I can still devour 3 bowls of rice in one sitting. Chen Jiangwo laughed heartily, his hair now half gray at the age of over 50. Yet his complexion remained vibrant, marked only by a few more wrinkles. Well, being able to eat is indeed a good sign, Chu Chen replied, stifling a laugh. The two shared a similar manner of speaking, indicating that the aristocratic demeanor was not easily instilled. Little Chen, you have been away for several years. How long do you plan to stay this time? Chen Jiangwo inquired, fondly twisting the teacup in his hands. He held a certain affection for Chu Chun, having played together since childhood. Had it not been for Chu Chen's guidance, Chen Lu might not have even managed to attend a respectable university. About a month. The military is rather busy, so I cannot stay long. Chu Chun sat upright, answering each question dutifully. He and Chen Lu were polar opposites. One thrived on excitement, while the other preferred tranquility. A month sounds reasonable. Given the nation's current development, you young ones have become the backbone of the military. The future relies on your shoulders. If conditions permitted, I would have sent Xiao Lu to the military for some training. Old Chun took a sip of tea, gesturing towards his son with mild discontent. Oh, Dad, I refuse to go. The military has such strict management. I cannot endure the hardships. Before anything was confirmed, he had already begun to complain. They wouldn't want a slacker like you anyway. Better to remain a prodigal son. The old gentleman had come to terms with his son's disposition, allowing him to live freely. After dinner, Chen Lu, as the host, naturally took it upon himself to see off his guest. The two brothers strolled side by side to the riverbank, gazing silently at the boats gliding across the water. Say, why did we used to come here? The boat seems utterly unremarkable. Chen Lu pointed at the brightly lit vessel, initiating the conversation. As the night air wafted coolly, Chu Chun smiled softly and murmured, do you wish to know why? Because back then, your mind was still quite innocent. Hey, Chen Lu protested, sitting on the railing in defiance, I am still innocent. My interests have simply shifted. Indeed, now you are only interested in girls. When will you consider your father's wishes and visit the company? Chu Chun savored the river breeze, his gaze clear as he looked towards the dark expanse of the river. Upon hearing this, Chen Lu fell silent. He was not foolish and did not wish to continue living in such a manner. His father doubted him, always believing him to be a wastrel, convinced that if he were to join the corporation, he would squander it all within a year. This was his genuine sentiment. Then start from the grassroots and prove yourself to him. Had you not been so high-minded upon graduation, you would have already been in a mid-level position by now, Chu Chun advised earnestly, patting his shoulder. Uncle Chun is aging. Think it over. There is still time. Chen Lu retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag, the wisps of smoke drifting away in the breeze. After a moment, he replied, I understand. I will give it serious thought. But enough about me. What about you? Do you intend to never return? Is that even a question? Chu Chen looked at him, bewildered. My dream has never wavered since childhood. You know this better than anyone. If I had wanted to back out, I would have returned last year when the flights were suspended. I do not wish to leave, even if it means working on the ground crew or as a mechanic. I find joy in it. I love the roar of the aircraft. Chen Lu gazed at him, envious of his fervor. To have one's passion align with their profession is truly a blessing. Hey, help me remember my old dreams. You have too many dreams. You change them every few days. Who can keep track? Not quite. I recall wanting to be Santa Claus when I was 7. That reminds me. When I was 8, I said mooncakes were delightful and wanted to be the moon. So I could have round mooncakes every day. Goodness, did I ever have such foolish dreams? Which of your dreams has ever been realistic? Later that night, at the East Suburb Villa, Jiang Yuhan and her friend were both tipsy, their eyes nearly closing. Rue, I want to fall in love. Jiang Yuhan blushed, seated on the carpet, leaning on her best friend's shoulder, grinning foolishly. Meng Rue was no better off, draped over the edge of the sofa, unable to lift her head, waving her hand and shouting, go ahead, pursue it. No one is stopping you. But weren't you rather resistant to this before? Why the sudden eagerness now? Don't tell me it's not because of Chu Chun. You're a liar. Go. Jiang Yuhan gave her a firm shove, nearly toppling herself in the process. Then, discarding the empty bottle, she forcefully turned her friend to face her, speaking earnestly. I want a date not because of Chu Chun. Then why? Feeling old and unable to resist? Is it lonely to sleep alone at night? Meng Rue teased her, eyes still closed. Nonsense. Jiang Yuhan reclined against the sofa, her gaze distant, her tone somber. When I returned, I encountered a plane crash. My parents never told you about it, so you must keep it confidential. At that moment, death was merely a breath away. No one knew if they would be able to breathe freely in the next second. At that moment, I unearthed the most authentic thoughts within my heart. After all, my dear friend is a paragon of beauty with an enviable figure, and if I do not indulge in the experience of love, wouldn't it be a grave misfortune if I were to meet my end one day? Don't you agree? Glancing over, I noticed that Ming Rue had already succumbed to slumber, sprawled across the sofa like a rider on horseback, poised to tumble off at any given moment, with such a drinking capacity. Claiming to party until dawn? Ridiculous. Jiang Yuhan propped herself on a bottle of alcohol, making several attempts before finally managing to rise. She reached for the blanket beside her, intending to cover her friend. But despite her efforts, she could not grasp it. Ultimately, she decided to abandon the endeavor, picked up her phone from the table, and retreated to her bedroom. Unlocking the screen, she opened WeChat and located Chen. The entire process was executed with remarkable familiarity. Hey, old classmate, I've landed a role and need to train my physical fitness. You've come from the military, so you must be well-versed in training methods. Could you lend me a hand? Whoosh, a voice message was dispatched, and Jiang Yuhan, as if drained of all her energy, collapsed into sleep, clearly feeling the effects of the alcohol. On the other end, Chen had just finished his shower and was towel-drying his hair when his phone chimed. He picked it up and glanced at the screen. Hey, old classmate, I've landed a role and need to train my physical fitness. You've come from the military, so you must be well-versed in training methods. Could you lend me a hand? Jiang Yuhan's somewhat foolish voice resonated through the call. It was evident she had indulged a bit too much. Her tongue tangled. Chen hesitated for a moment before deciding to reply with a message. Drink less. Let us discuss the training when we meet tomorrow. I'll draft a plan for you. For him, creating a training plan was merely a trivial task. After all, they were classmates, and having seen each other just a couple of days prior, it would seem rather inconsiderate to refuse. Chapter 11. The Training Plan. In the early morning, a shrill scream pierced through the tranquility of the bedroom, startling Ming Rue, who tumbled off the sofa in a flurry, not even stopping to slip on her shoes before darting into the room. What's wrong? What happened, darling? As she glanced over, she found Jiang Yuhan's hair in utter disarray, clutching her phone as if her spirit had been stolen, her face buried in her hands, silent. This panicked Ming Rue, who feared a significant crisis had unfolded. She hurriedly approached her friend, whispering, What's the matter? Speak up, don't be afraid. Whatever it is, I'm here for you. Even if you decide to leave the entertainment industry, I'll always have your back. Just look at this. I feel like living has lost its meaning. Jiang Yuhan handed her the phone and burrowed into the blankets, mortified and embarrassed. Confused, Ming Rue took the phone and, upon seeing the chat history, could no longer contain herself, erupting into laughter akin to that of a pig squealing. Ha ha, girl, you're brilliant. Your reasoning is entirely sound. Why on earth would you feel embarrassed? This is great. It seems drinking a bit was indeed the right choice. Under the covers, Jiang Yuhan rolled around like a little worm, expressing her dissatisfaction with herself. You still say that? I've utterly humiliated myself. The intention was far too obvious. Ha ha ha, it's all good, you've already sent it, and it's too late to say anything now. Let it be. While comforting her, Ming Rue sent Jiang Yuhan's current location, reasoning that since it had already been said, what difference would it make? I'm off now. I didn't sleep well last night and need to catch up on some rest. Having completed her task, Ming Rue hastily discarded her phone and fled, fearing that her dear friend might inadvertently endanger her own life, leading to a regrettable outcome. 10 minutes later, once Jiang Yuhan had regained her composure, she picked up her phone, intending to salvage the situation, only to be met with a sight that nearly caused her to faint. Ming Rue, I'm going to kill you. At 9 in the morning, Chen arrived at Jiang Yuhan's current residence, having followed the location sent to him. Hey, I've arrived. Could you come down to meet me? All right, I'll be right there. Just a moment. Knowing the outcome was already determined, Jiang Yuhan didn't bother with breakfast and hastily applied her makeup. That moment, she donned a loose white t-shirt that cleverly concealed her alluring figure, paired with fitted light blue jeans and sneakers, embodying the essence of a youthful beauty. With this appearance, she could effortlessly portray a high school student. Grabbing a baseball cap, Jiang Yuhan rushed outside, anxious not to keep Chen waiting. 5 minutes later, at the entrance of the community, Chen stood idly, scanning the area. He looked up just in time to see a tall girl in a mask bouncing towards him. Her elegant curves and lively movements, complemented by her slightly curled long hair, unintentionally brought a smile to his lips. Beep, with a gentle sound, the gate opened, and Jiang Yuhan, like a child, leapt in front of Chen, whispering with a smile. "Were you waiting long?" "No, you're actually the fastest girl to come down," Chen replied, his gaze meeting hers. "Really? Who else have you waited for?" Jiang Yuhan, elated by the compliment, pressed for more. It was too late to recognize the slip-up, so she quickly adjusted her mask, attempting to feign nonchalance and divert her gaze. "I read it in a book." "Where would a girl from the military come from?" Chen replied bluntly, shaking his head. Though this answer wasn't perfect, it fit his character well enough, leaving Jiang Yuhan quite satisfied. With a casual toss of her head, she declared, "Hee hee, just kidding, let us go." Chen, oblivious to her cheerful grin, sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere and shook his head, following her closely. Back home, Jiang Yuhan laid out a lavish breakfast of fruits that she had meticulously selected amidst her makeup preparations. "Having spent a considerable time picking the best vendor, thank you for coming so early. Let us eat first." "No need, I've already eaten. You go ahead. I'll wait for you over here." Chen glanced around the living room, pointing to a book on the table. "May I take a look?" "Of course, feel free." Jiang Yuhan, in her haste, stuffed her cheeks full, resembling an adorable little hamster. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow across the living room. Chen sat upright on the sofa, engrossed in a casual book about acting, exuding an elegance and charm reminiscent of a prince from a comic. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuhan, occupied in the dining room, found her mind wandering, her eyes frequently darting toward the living area, her lips betraying a silly smile. Click. As the shutter clicked, Jiang Yuhan, akin to a thief, hastily ducked down on the table, refusing to look back, realizing she had forgotten to silence her phone and narrowly escaped another social faux pas. Half an hour later, as breakfast drew to a close, Jiang Yuhan brought 2 cups of tea into the living room. "Apologies for keeping you waiting so long. Please enjoy some tea." Chen set aside his book, lifted his teacup, and gently blew on it before inquiring, "Are there any specific areas you need to focus on for training?" "Huh." Jiang Yuhan, momentarily lost in thought, took a second to respond. Upon meeting Chen's gaze, she fumbled with her fingers, awkwardly scratching her head. "I've landed a role as a female pilot. The director mentioned I should train in advance, but didn't he elaborate further?" "A female pilot?" Chen's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing as they scrutinized her intensely. He feared that Chen Lu's loose tongue had inadvertently revealed her identity. "So, why did you seek me out?" Jiang Yuhan, sensing the peculiar emotion in his gaze, felt a wave of displeasure wash over her as she quietly muttered, "Didn't we discuss this last night? You are from the military, so you should have a better understanding." Seeing her flustered demeanor, Chen exhaled, realizing he had been overly anxious. "Yes, while our tasks differ, the fundamental training remains quite similar. I'll draft a plan for you. Take a look." With that, he rummaged through the table for a blank sheet of paper and began writing furiously. Although Jiang Yuhan remained uncertain of the meaning behind his earlier expression, it did not deter her from observing him closely. Seizing the opportunity while Chen worked on the plan, she quietly leaned in. The close proximity allowed her to scrutinize the man before her more clearly. His slender, immaculate fingers drew envy from countless women, and his long, thick eyelashes accentuated his already captivating eyes. Particularly striking was his flawlessly smooth skin, which drove her to the brink of madness. She had spent a fortune to maintain her own complexion. Yet, this man achieved his effortlessly, merely washing his face with water. It was infuriating to see someone so effortlessly handsome. The more she gazed, the more entranced Jiang Yuhan became, but at the moment their shoulders brushed, she snapped back to reality, hurriedly shifting her body, holding her breath for fear of being discovered by Chen. Chapter 12. This work is not in vain. Half an hour later, Jiang Yuhan felt as though she might doze off, resting her chin on her palm and struggling to stay awake. "All right, take a look and see what you think." Chen handed her a fully written A4 sheet, shaking his slightly sore wrist. "I haven't written this much in ages. It's quite a change." Instantly alert, Jiang Yuhan accepted the paper, her eyes widening in disbelief. The sheet was filled with a comprehensive plan, detailing tasks from 6 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon, with even meal times meticulously scheduled. If there was one aspect she appreciated about the plan, it was Chen's beautiful handwriting. I see this a bit excessive." After much hesitation, Jiang Yuhan finally voiced her thoughts. "If I were to adhere to this plan, I might as well hire a coach." "Not at all. This is merely the foundation for a pilot's training." Chen took a sip of tea, casually responding, "As the Chief Air Operations Officer, No one understood a pilot's training regimen better than he did. All right, let me give it a try. Starting from the basics, at this point, I must endure the consequences of my own actions, gritting my teeth and persevering. Well, let's begin with standing at attention. You can try, and I will correct you from the side. Chen rose and stepped to the center of the living room, signaling Jiang Yuhan to commence immediately. Very well, at this moment, for the sake of her pride, Jiang Yuhan reluctantly agreed to proceed. She straightened her body, aligning her fingertips with the seam of her pants, lifting her chin and puffing out her chest. Chen, much like a drill sergeant during military training, adhered strictly to the standards expected in the military. In truth, he had his own reasons for doing so. After all, Jiang Yuhan was portraying a pilot, and should she appear too casual on screen, it could lead to misunderstandings about the profession. How long do we stand? At the onset, Jiang Yuhan felt her rigid body protesting, and she pitifully inquired. Let us start with half an hour. Haven't you practiced this during military training? Chen casually crossed his legs while holding a teacup, his eyes sharp like those of a hawk, causing Jiang Yuhan to feel too intimidated to move. Half an hour? The girl pouted, tears nearly welling up. Wasn't this just self-inflicted torment? Just hold on. It's only half an hour. It will pass swiftly. Don't all of you actors endure hardships? Chen jested, a rare moment of levity. 5 minutes later, Jiang Yuhan felt as though insects were crawling on her legs, a tingling sensation spreading, and the palms of her hands began to sweat against her trousers. Hang in there, just 25 minutes left. You can do it. Chen resumed reading his book, his gaze unwavering. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yuhan repeatedly encouraged herself in her mind. It was merely half an hour. Nothing too daunting. She had faced greater storms before. Another 5 minutes passed. The girl's forehead was now beaded with sweat, her heels gradually losing sensation, the earlier tingling now replaced by stiffness, and her arms began to ache and feel uncontrollable. Stay strong. This is just the beginning. The key to standing at attention is to remain as immovable as a mountain, quite different from your usual red carpet stroll. Humph, I will certainly manage, Jiang Yuhan retorted defiantly, her stubbornness flaring up. In truth, she would have preferred to faint at that moment. 20 minutes, beads of sweat, resembling pearls, trickled down her fair chin, dampening a small patch of her short sleeves. The numbness and stiffness spread to her thighs, and her arms had lost all feeling, trembling uncontrollably. She felt that if she moved even slightly now, she might crash to the ground. Chen glanced at his watch, then set his book aside with a chuckle. Only 8 minutes left. Would you like to take a break? This is just the first time I won tea. Jiang Yuhan protested stubbornly, tilting her head and widening her eyes defiantly. I've endured for 20 minutes. What, 8 more? Very well. I admire your spirit. Chen gave her a thumbs up and resumed reading. 29 minutes. Jiang Yuhan's breathing became noticeably rapid, her chest rising and falling, the tips of her hair soaked with perspiration, clearly reaching her limit. Chen regarded her with approval. Typically, most girls would struggle to stand for even 20 minutes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As he completed the countdown, Jiang Yuhan attempted to leap onto the sofa to rest. However, disaster struck. Her numb legs did not respond to her brain's commands, and she leaned forward abruptly, about to collide with the table's edge. If she were to injure herself, it would likely mean a permanent farewell to the entertainment industry. Just as she closed her eyes, preparing to accept her fate, a powerful arm caught her. Instantly, a familiar yet foreign sense of security enveloped her. Slowly opening her eyes, she found Chen's handsome face before her. Bathed in the light streaming through the window, his profile glowed with a golden hue, causing her heart to flutter. Don't rush. You're currently in a state of insufficient blood supply to your legs. Rendering you immobile, he carefully supported her, bending slightly as he passed an arm beneath her legs and lifted her effortlessly. Any lingering annoyance Jiang Yuhan may have felt evaporated in an instant, as she clung tightly to his neck, burying her head in his embrace. What a nice perk for standing for half an hour. I could stand for another half hour. No, from now on, no other exercises. Just standing at attention. However, happiness is often fleeting. After placing her on the sofa, Chen realized she was still clinging to his neck and could only helplessly say, "You can let go now." Huh? Oh, all right. Jiang Yuhan, coming to her senses, felt her face flush crimson, hastily grabbing a cushion to cover her forehead. How embarrassing. Just as she mentally berated herself for her lack of composure, a warm hand squeezed her thigh. Just to clarify, I'm not taking advantage of you. This is merely a massage to relieve your muscle tension. So you want to feel pain while sleeping tonight? Chu Chan, through her denim pants, earnestly massaged her calves, explaining his intentions, mindful of her status as a celebrity. It's fine. I understand. Jiang Yuhan, her head covered, spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, her eyes crinkled with suppressed laughter. I may need to apply some pressure. It might hurt a bit, so bear with me. Chu Chun completed the preliminary massage and gradually increased the pressure of his hands. Hiss, Jiang Yuhan inhaled sharply, acutely aware of the muscle pain radiating from her calves. Yet, to avoid interrupting Chu Chen, she gritted her teeth to endure. After all, she feared that if she cried out in pain, he might stop, rendering her efforts futile. Chapter 13. The ambitious Fei Jia. As the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, the door swung open without warning. Han Han, I brought you some fruit. Come and eat. Her manager, Fei Jia, called out while engrossed in her phone, utterly oblivious to the scene unfolding in the living room. Don't know. Jiang Yuhan's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts, nearly suffocating in her panic. What a day this was turning out to be. Struggling to rise, before she could even sit up, Chu Chen pressed down on her shoulder. Wait, you can't move yet. Huh? Fei Jia, hearing the man's voice, immediately raised her head. Upon seeing a man caressing Jiang Yuhan's thigh on the sofa, she froze. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she confirmed the scene before her was indeed real. She flung the fruit bag aside and dashed forward at lightning speed. Who is he? What is going on here? If you want a date, I have no objections, but you should at least inform me. Listening to her furious outburst, Jiang Yuhan could no longer hide the truth. To prevent Chu Chen from having to explain himself, she decided to step in first. Fei Jia, this is my old classmate Chu Chen. Today is not what you think. What do you think I think? Fei Jia, her hair disheveled, glared at Jiang Yuhan, her chest heaving with indignation. I am listening to your explanation. Go ahead. Jiang Yuhan tossed aside the cushion, her pretty face serious as she met Fei Jia's gaze. Fei Jia, Chu Chen is my high school classmate, currently serving in the military. Since my previous trainer has left, I asked him to help me create a new training plan. I just finished standing at attention, and he was helping me relieve muscle fatigue. Fei Jia remained silent, eyes narrowed in skepticism as she scrutinized Jiang Yuhan, cautioning her. Han Han, remember, I'm your manager, responsible for your public persona. If you wish to date, that's fine, but I must have the right to know. Jiang Yuhan immediately raised her hand, nodding earnestly. Rest assured, Fei Jia, I will definitely not keep anything from you. Humph. Fei Jia shot her a glance, a smile returning to her face. That's more like it. Hee hee. Jiang Yuhan chuckled foolishly, only then remembering Chu Chen was still nearby, and hastily introduced him. Fei Jia, let me formally introduce you. This is my high school classmate, Chu Chen, who was exceptionally talented and was directly offered admission. At that moment, Fei Jia finally had time to assess the young man before her. As she turned her head, her eyes seemed to be glued to Chu Chen's face, not blinking once. Hello, I'm Chu Chen. Chu Chen politely stood and extended his right hand, only to realize that the older woman was completely still, seemingly still angry. Fei Jia, what's wrong? Having endured the earlier awkwardness, Jiang Yuhan dared not speak loudly, merely tugging at the hem of Fei Jia's pants. Oh, okay, Chu Chen, nice to meet you. Your name is pleasant and you're quite handsome. It's wonderful. I'm Chi Fei, Han Han's manager. Fei Jia regained her composure, her eyes sparkling with warmth as she grasped Chu Chen's hand, enthusiastically introducing herself. If she weren't already married, Jiang Yuhan might have thought she was trying to steal her treasure. Hello, Fei Jia. Chu Chen nodded in acknowledgement, forcefully withdrawing his hand and retreating to the far side of the sofa, picking up a book to mask the awkwardness. The people around Jiang Yuhan were all so peculiar. Their gazes were more terrifying than that of a ravenous wolf. With a sudden movement, Fei Jia turned sharply, knocking over a paper cup on the table, spilling water that soaked the pristine carpet. At that moment, she paid no mind to the mess, her expression filled with mischievous intent. Jiang Yuhan struggled to prop herself up, creating some distance between them, feeling like a trapped beauty in a narrow alley, helpless and fearful. Sister Fei, if you have something to say, please do so without being so intimidating. Very well, I shall speak as you wish. Chi Fei leaned forward, sitting close to her, casting a furtive glance at Chu Chen, and chuckled softly. As this fellow truly your classmate? Would he be interested in venturing into the entertainment industry? I assure you, I can make him a star. What do you say? Alas, Jiang Yuhan already anticipated this line of conversation, covering her head in exasperation and sighing. Sister, please don't entertain such thoughts. Chu Chen won't be coming. Let us put this topic to rest. Shall we? Oh. Chi Fei leaned forward, her voice involuntarily rising as she turned to Chu Chun. Noticing his silence, she lowered her tone and threatened. How can you be so sure he wouldn't want to? I am one of the highest paid agents in the country. Many have cried out for a chance, but have yet to receive one. Just think about it. You're single, he is single. You're beautiful, and he is handsome. If we were to promote a pairing, you could be an international sensation by next year. At that point, I would be the manager of the film Emperor and Empress. You two would be my trump cards. And the entire entertainment industry would have to bow to my whims. Just the thought of it excites me. Jiang Yuhan was utterly speechless, feeling as though she was seated before a delusional individual lost in a fantasy. How about this? You ask him yourself, and I shall remain silent. Very well, I shall ask at that moment. Sister Fei was resolute. Facing such a perfect specimen, any talent scout would surely hesitate no longer. Striding confidently, Chi Fei approached Chu Chun, donning her most charming and amiable smile. Just as she was about to speak, a voice that pierced her heart rang out. Sister Fei, I have no desire to enter the entertainment industry. I am quite content with my current life and will not consider the entertainment world in the future. Thank you for your kindness. The thunderous response instantly drained the joy from her expression, leaving her seated on the sofa, pouting like a petulant child, dissatisfied. You heard that, and didn't he say anything sooner? You've turned my mood into a roller coaster. It's utterly disheartening. Hee, my apologies. I overheard inadvertently. Chu Chen chuckled helplessly. Setting his book aside, he stood, picked up his jacket, and waved goodbye to the Tude Its noon. I'll head back now. If you have any questions about the plan, feel free to call me. Oh, have lunch before you leave, Jiang Yuhan, in a rush, tried to get up, supporting herself on the sofa and no need. You should rest for now. I'll head back first, Chu Chan said simply, pulling open the door and striding out. Jiang Yuhan gazed at his retreating figure as if she had lost her soul, her expression downcast. Humph, you say he is not your boyfriend, yet look at you. You'd follow him anywhere. Sister Fei crossed her arms, expressing her dissatisfaction in a teasing manner. She believed Chu Chen's reluctance to sign with her was undoubtedly due to Jiang Yuhan's influence. Chapter 14. The Best Life for a Spoiled Woman in the week that followed. Chu Chun adhered to a disciplined routine as if he were at work, arriving each morning and leaving each evening, rigorously following his training schedule. It was too long before Jiang Yuhan's calls began pouring in, filled with queries about this and that, riddled with confusion. How long does it take to run 5 kilometers now? Chu Chen, resembling a teacher checking homework, peered at Jiang Yuhan through his glasses. In truth, he didn't need glasses. He wore them merely to protect his eyes, for nothing is more crucial for a pilot than their vision. About 40 minutes, I suppose. Jiang Yuhan mumbled, her head bowed, unable to meet his gaze, her voice tinged with guilt. These past few days, whenever Chu Chen left, she would collapse onto the sofa in a state of disarray, too exhausted from the day's training to run anymore. If you continue like this, your physical fitness won't improve significantly, and the training will lose its meaning, Chu Chen stated calmly, his expression inscrutable. It's still meaningful. Isn't it? Sister Fei interjected quickly, approaching with an ingratiating smile. For an ordinary person, Yuhan's performance is already commendable. We are actors. The essence lies in the performance itself. You cannot measure her by the standards of soldiers, can you? A few days prior, Jiang Yuhan had laid bare her thoughts to Sister Fei, revealing her innermost feelings. To her surprise, Sister Fei was not only unperturbed but positively gleeful. For her, Jiang Yuhan had reached a plateau. No matter how outstanding she was, her fame would not see a significant rise. Thus, she required a sensational event to stir the waters. For female celebrities in the entertainment industry, nothing is more explosive than the revelation of a romantic relationship. Moreover, with no rumors surrounding Jiang Yuhan in recent years, the announcement of a boyfriend would undoubtedly dominate the trending searches. At that point, a suitable opportunity to unveil Chu Chen's picture could be seized. With his looks, he would quickly amass a wave of fans, effectively paving a unique path to fame. Sister Fei's logic was sound. Let us do this. We'll pause the training for now. You've exerted quite a bit of effort lately. We can resume tomorrow. Chu Chen pondered the past few days. Indeed, the training was not something an average girl could withstand. The fact that Jiang Yuhan had managed to persevere was already commendable. Little did he know that if not for the promise of a massage at the end, she would have given up long ago. Really? Yay, I'm so happy, Jiang Yuhan exclaimed, rolling on the sofa in delight. Her excitement akin to that of a child during the new year, in stark contrast to her earlier sulky demeanor. Even Chu Chun couldn't help but smile. Chu Chun, since we're not training, let us go out to eat. I found a highly rated Western restaurant online that I've wanted to try, but Haven Tea had the time. Jiang Yuhan bounced up from the sofa, eagerly standing before him, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation as she awaited his response. "You." Chu Qian hesitated, about to decline when she tugged at his sleeve, employing her most endearing tactics. "Oh, come on. I beg you, please accompany me. Today is a perfect day without training, and there's still plenty of time." Faced with her charming demeanor, even a heart of stone would relent. "Very well, let us go." "Yay, I'll go get ready. Wait for me a moment." Jiang Yuhan beamed, her long legs carrying her swiftly to the bedroom. After several days of interaction, she had practically deciphered Chu Chen's character. As long as she could muster the courage to be cute, he would hardly refuse her. Thus, she transformed from a blushing mess to a skilled practitioner of charm in just 3 days. It seems the art of being adorable is an innate skill for every woman, easily refined to perfection with a bit of practice. An hour later, near the city center, at a trendy restaurant, Jiang Yuhan donned a light yellow skirt and crystal high heels, her long, fair legs exposed to the air. Even with a mask on, her figure alone could entice countless admirers. Yet, upon noticing Chu Qian beside her, the onlookers felt a sense of equilibrium, realizing he was a handsome scion of wealth. No wonder he could accompany such a beautiful girl. "Oh, I counted about a dozen men glancing at you during our walk." Chu Qian walked on her left, his eyes scanning the passers-by, a habit acquired from his flying days. Hee. Behind her mask, Jiang Yuhan stifled a giggle, grasping his arm to halt him, lifting her skirt to twirl around playfully as she asked, "Am I not beautiful today?" Chu Chen nodded, generously offering praise. "You are indeed beautiful. However, it's overcast today, with a low temperature of 8 degrees. Aren't you worried about developing cold legs in the future?" "Oh, stop it," Jiang Yuhan playfully scolded, playfully swatting his shoulder. He had a knack for disarming her with just a few words. Unbeknownst to them, their playful banter was being secretly recorded. Upon entering the restaurant, soothing music greeted them, and the grandly decorated hall was occupied by a few couples who had arrived early. "Hello, do you have a reservation?" the waiter inquired warmly, taking in the sight of the handsome man and beautiful woman before him. In their line of work, keen observation is crucial. Though the woman wore a simple skirt, the limited edition handbag she carried likely cost more than a year's salary. As for the man, his attire seemed ordinary, but his innate aura suggested he was no ordinary individual. "Hello, I have a reservation for a private room under the surname Jang." Jiang Yuhan nodded slightly, instinctively leaning closer to Chu Qian. "Certainly, Miss Jiang. Please follow me." The waiter quickly located the information and bowed slightly, leading the way. "This place seems to be a couple's restaurant," Chu Qian noted, observing the predominantly young couple seated around them, a slight frown creasing his brow. "Is that so? I had no idea." Jiang Yuhan lowered her head, a triumphant smile creeping across her face as she hurriedly urged him forward. "Let us go. Since we're here, who cares what kind of restaurant it is? Eating is the most important thing." Passing through the hall, they followed the waiter down a long corridor. The private rooms along the way weren't fully enclosed, merely draped with a sheer black veil for decoration. Lacking in privacy, Chu Qian even spotted a couple inside sharing a passionate kiss, instantly enveloping the atmosphere in a hint of intimacy. "Good day, sir. Your private room is ready." The waiter halted, pushing open a wooden door. "Thank you." Jiang Yuhan expressed her gratitude, pulling Chu Qian into the room. The moment they settled into their seats, the overhead lights dimmed, leaving only the subdued wall sconces to illuminate the space, transforming the ambience dramatically. Chapter 15. The clumsy acting of a female star. The atmosphere feels somewhat eerie. Chu Qian lifted his water glass, taking a sip and jesting. He is not a conventional person. In his leisure time, he occasionally indulges in flirtatious banter, though lately, it seems to have increased somewhat. "Brother, this is called charm." Jiang Yuhan removed her mask and retrieved a compact mirror from her bag to check her makeup. Once satisfied that her appearance was impeccable, she whispered, "I read online reviews that if couples dine at his establishment, they can enjoy a 20% discount. Do you really need to save that little amount? Are you not afraid of rumors for the sake of a discount?" Chu Chen chuckled at her frugality, shaking his head in amusement. "Why not take advantage of a good deal? Besides, Sister Fei is probably hoping for some gossip about me. Otherwise, she'll soon lose her relevance." Jiang Yuhan stuck out her tongue playfully, her antics tugging at the heartstrings. Even Chu Chen found himself unconsciously accustomed to her behavior. "Do as you wish. After all, it's your treat." "Hee, thank you, my dear old classmate, for helping me save money." Jiang Yuhan beamed with satisfaction, lifting her cup to feign a sip while her legs beneath the table danced excitedly. Recently, she had altered her usual demeanor, embracing Chi Fei's romantic training, thus transforming her approach. At first glance, one might think she had morphed from a shy girl into a carefree spirit, but in reality, she was subtly permeating Chu Chen's heart, allowing him to accept her without even realizing it. As it stands, the methods of a married individual seem to work effectively. 10 minutes later, the waiter arrived with a cart, bringing their pre-ordered steak. Perfectly grilled. Sir, madam, would you like some wine? The server immediately recognized Jiang Yuhan. Yet, constrained by his professional duties, he stifled his excitement and continued to serve. All right, a bottle of red wine, please. Without waiting for Chu Chan to decline, Jiang Yuhan pointed at the wine list, having already made her decision. Certainly, please hold on. The waiter bowed politely, smiling as he left, though his steps were a tad hurried. What's this? You want to drink more? Chu Chan, earnestly slicing his steak, moved with a grace akin to that of a prince. Drink less. It will be more comfortable for you to sleep tonight. Jiang Yuhan rested her chin on her palm, squinting at him, showing no interest in the steak on the table. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and this time, the waiter came swiftly, holding a wine bottle ready to pour. No need. We'll handle it ourselves. You may step outside. Jiang Yuhan halted his movement, her charming smile leaving the young man momentarily stunned. After a brief hesitation, he blushed and timidly asked, Goddess Jiang, could I get your autograph? Is that all? I thought you had something more significant in mind. Sure, sure. Jiang Yuhan giggled softly, taking the pen from his hand and swiftly scribbling a long string of characters on a piece of white paper. Thank you, truly, thank you so much. Apologies, I'm just a bit excited. I never expected to meet you in person. The waiter's eyes widened with excitement, cradling the autograph as if it were a precious treasure. Before turning to leave the room, he had already violated work regulations by asking for an autograph, and lingering any longer would jeopardize his job. How adorable, Jiang Yuhan remarked, a look of contentment gracing her face. All right, let's eat before it gets cold. That Chu Chun swapped his cut steak with hers and gently reminded her. Wow, is this for me? Jiang Yuhan's heart soared at the sight of the evenly cut meat before her. She never imagined Chu Chun could be so warm-hearted. What else could it be? I couldn't possibly serve dog food when it's right in front of you. Eat up, let your arms rest. I fear you might cut yourself. Chu Chun teased with a mischievous smile. Jiang Yuhan, initially moved, suddenly pouted and lifted her fork to give him a playful jab. Hey, if you don't eat, I'll take it away. Chu Chun pretended to reach for the plate, but she was quicker, snatching it off the table and glaring at him fiercely. Woof! Jiang Yuhan scrunched her nose and barked like a dog, then forked a generous piece of meat into her mouth, chewing vigorously as if savaging Chu Chen himself. Hee, hurry and eat. Faced with such a delightful girl, Chu Chun felt his spirits lifted. Half an hour later, Jiang Yuhan had devoured her steak entirely, even finishing half the bottle of red wine. At that moment, she blushed and swayed her wine glass, her inner walls slowly beginning to crumble. Old Chu, where did you get your guaranteed admission back then? The teacher never clarified. Does it matter? We are both here now. Chasing our dreams or hustling for a living. Chu Chun was reluctant to delve into that topic and sought a more profound direction to expand upon. Don't give me that nonsense. It's just the two of us today. Just be honest. Where did you study? Jiang Yuhan feigned drunkenness, pressing for the truth. She wanted to ascertain her place in Chu Chen's heart. Tsinghua and Peking University. Chu Chen hesitated, meeting her dazed gaze. Tsinghua and Peking University? No way. I was also studying in Yindu. How come I never heard any news about you? Jiang Yuhan looked at him in confusion, her mind racing to find any acquaintances from Tsinghua or Peking University. Determined to confirm this revelation, I was guaranteed admission, but there's something the teacher might not have mentioned. Chu Chun handed her a tissue, his expression tinged with pride as he continued. I completed my bachelor's, master's, and doctoral studies consecutively, so I've been quite busy and hardly kept in touch with former classmates. While this was indeed true, it was merely not from Tsinghua or Peking University. Consecutive bachelor's, master's, and doctorate? Jiang Yuhan's mouth fell open in shock, unsure of how to respond. Surely, even a scholar should not be so cruel. After a pause, she propped her head on her hand and sighed. Your mere existence shatters the tranquility of the surrounding 10 miles. Your neighbor's children must be quite unfortunate. Haha, it's not too bad. I've always been among the top tier, Chu Chen replied, never one to feign humility on this matter. Just like in aviation, every risk he took stemmed from a profound confidence. I initially thought that even if I wasn't a genius, I would at least qualify as a top student, yet you, this freak, have shattered my 30-year-old aspirations," Jiang Yuhan self-deprecatingly remarked, finishing her wine and casually pouring another glass. Continuing to feign intoxication. "You must have been quite the figure in school. I bet you've had your fair share of romances over the years." Chu Chen's expression remained unchanged at this question. He seized her wine glass, his gaze steady yet gentle as he replied, "Why beat around the bush? Why drink so much wine? Back then, I was too busy studying to have time for romance. As for now, I'm even busier." Jiang Yuhan was momentarily flustered by his unexpected response, gripping the table tightly and forcing herself to maintain composure. "I suppose my poor acting skills have been exposed." It was indeed ironic for such words to come from a renowned actor. Chapter 16. Taking quite a big step, all right, that's enough. Let us go. Chu Chen chuckled, shaking his head, a hint of affection sparkling in his eyes. He gently pressed the service bell on the table, and the waiter hurriedly arrived at the room. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" "Nothing more. Just the bill," Chu Chen stated, pulling out his wallet to pay. Wait, today it's my treat." Jiang Yuhan pressed down on his arm, fervently trying to stop him. "It doesn't matter whose treat it is. I'm a grown man, and it feels inappropriate for you to spend your money." Chu Chen shrugged off her hand and handed his card to the waiter. If there was one downside to their meal, it was that the bottle of wine Jiang Yuhan ordered had cost a fortune. Consuming more than half a month's salary for Chu Chen, as they left the restaurant together, Jiang Yuhan instinctively donned her mask and glanced toward the nearby shopping mall, a mischievous idea bubbling to the surface. "It's still early. Let us go watch a movie now?" Chu Chen exclaimed, somewhat reluctant. "Oh, come on, please." Jiang Yuhan, now adept at the art of persuasion, clung to his arm, darting toward the mall before he could respond. "You're putting me in a difficult position," Chu Chen lamented, eyeing the movie ticket in his hand with a look of despair. "Watching a movie is one thing, but it's a romantic film. Don't you want to watch it?" Jiang Yuhan tilted her head back, her eyes wide as she locked gazes with him, their faces nearly touching, even feeling each other's breath. Even a strategist like Chu Chen found it hard to withstand such intimacy. His cheeks flushing as he turned to flee. He. Jiang Yuhan felt a surge of joy. For the first time in many days, she savored the taste of victory. Teasing her boyfriend was far more amusing than she had ever imagined. No wonder couples often stayed indoors. Of course, this was merely the naive perspective of a love novice. She would have to experience the reasons for staying in herself. "Let us go. I bought popcorn and drinks." It's about to start. Though Chu Chen was not particularly keen on watching, given the current situation, he felt that dragging it out would not be very manly. "Well then, let today be a day to entertain the child." He. Jiang Yuhan giggled, stepping closer and naturally wrapping her arms around his, adding with faux seriousness, "Just in case you try to escape, let us hurry." Chu Chen did not refuse, and surprisingly, he felt a flicker of excitement within. Following the ticket line, they quickly found their seats in the back row. After surveying the surroundings and noticing the sparse crowd, Jiang Yuhan boldly removed her mask and leaned closer to Chu Chen. Clutching the popcorn in her arms, while feigning to fix her gaze on the screen, as the film commenced, a campus drama, Chu Chen deduced the ending within the first 3 minutes and instantly lost interest. Quietly pulling out his phone to browse the news, such romantic scripts lacked substance. He believed most boys attended merely for the girl in their arms. Of course, his girl was not beside him, but rather in the neighboring seat. "Oh dear, Chu Chen. Look at that person. How despicable. They're clearly a couple, yet he insists on butting in. Truly outrageous." Jiang Yuhan complained to Chu Chen while watching the film. Her expression, particularly that of indignation, more animated than if her own boyfriend were being stolen away. As a professional actor, "It's a tad inappropriate for you to say that," Chu Chen teased. Observing her vexation, "I would never take on such a role. A third party disrupting someone's family is utterly despicable." The girl stuffed her mouth with popcorn, her expression one of fierce disdain, as if wishing to obliterate the character on screen. "Haha, well, not being a third party is a baseline principle that must be upheld," Chu Chen replied, handing her a drink and casually following her train of thought. Little did he know that his comment would irk her. Her pretty face was now a canvas of fury. "Am I someone who would play the role of a third party? What kind of baseline is that? It doesn't even concern me. Even if I remained single for life, I would never be a third party." Chu Chen was taken aback, surprised by her intense reaction. Noticing the couple next to them glancing over, he hurriedly draped his coat over Jiang Yuhan's head, fearing they might be photographed. All right, I was wrong. Is that enough? Must you be so loud? It would lead others to think we're sneaking around." Why are you covering my head?" Jiang Yuhan raised her hand, attempting to lift the coat. Chu Chun quickly stopped her, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. Just hold on a moment. Others are starting to notice us. You wouldn't want to make tomorrow's entertainment headlines, would you? The previously irked Jiang Yuhan calmed down upon hearing this. However, with the coat shrouding her head, she could no longer watch the film. And sitting still like a fool was hardly an option. After some contemplation, she boldly closed her eyes and made a daring decision, wrapping her arms around Chu Chen's waist and burying her head in his embrace. Pretending to doze off, after all, she was now a masked figure. With her face hidden, what did she have to lose? Perfect. This unexpected move left Chu Chen, who was already on the defensive, nearly breathless, sitting foolishly with his arms suspended. Afraid to move, feeling the softness of her body and the intoxicating scent enveloping him, his heart began to race. This was more thrilling than flying a plane. He was slightly overwhelmed. Isn't it about time? Aren't you here to watch a movie? What is there to watch? My mood has soured, Jiang Yuhan replied, taking advantage of the excuse to remain nestled against him, even tugging on his arm to compel him to hold her. Chu Chen realized he had misspoken. Despite feeling somewhat awkward, he couldn't push her away. Instead, he sat there, staring blankly at the screen, wishing the movie would end sooner. At that moment, Jiang Yuhan adjusted her seating position. Unable to suppress her emotions beneath the coat, fearing she might burst into laughter, I knew I was an exceptionally clever girl. As the saying goes, a woman chasing a man is like a veil between them. With my attributes, I will definitely win over Xiao Chenzi. The more she thought about it, the happier she became, tightening her grip on Chu Chen's arm and leaning her head further into him. Even amidst the loud sounds from the film, she could hear Chu Chen's heartbeat. Taking a deep breath, she inhaled the scent that was entirely his. This brought an overwhelming sense of happiness to Jiang Yuhan. Of course, that is how society works. For someone to feel comfortable, another must exert effort. At this moment, Chu Chen felt as if he were a rigid puppet, utterly immobilized. He wanted to shift positions but feared upsetting her. Remaining still, however, was uncomfortable. Just as he hesitated to express his needs, Jiang Yuhan emerged from his embrace, tidying her disheveled hair while continuing to munch on popcorn as if nothing had transpired, her demeanor entirely natural. When the plot reached its climax, she even pulled Chu Chen into a discussion. It was clear this girl had the potential for fame. At the very least, she had a thick skin. At 10 o'clock, the film concluded and Chu Chen drove her back to the east suburb. Throughout the journey, they exchanged little conversation, until they reached the entrance of the community, when she timidly reminded him, "Don't forget to come over tomorrow." Chu Chen, feeling mentally disoriented, nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing as he turned to the parking lot. This left Jiang Yuhan somewhat anxious. She feared she had exerted too much effort today, becoming overly eager for results. Chapter 17. A near sacrifice in the dim light of the underground garage, with hardly anyone around, Chu Chen strolled towards his parking space, his mind swirling with the earlier events. He felt a sense of confusion, an unfamiliar feeling of uncertainty enveloping him for the first time in his life. Approaching his car, just as he was about to open the door, something felt off. He swiftly pulled the door closed instead and ducked behind a column. About 10 seconds later, a man wearing a baseball cap stealthily approached the back of his car, holding a phone and snapping pictures. Something was amiss. Why was he still lingering alone? The man crouched behind the column, scratching his head in confusion, oblivious to the fact that Chu Chen was merely a meter away, watching him. "Because I'm waiting for you." A familiar voice rang out beside him. The man jerked his head up, only to be met with a massive fist aimed at his face. Before he could react, a sharp crack echoed as his nose was struck, rendering him stunned. He felt as if he had consumed 2 bottles of liquor. Swaying unsteadily, his vision blurred. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Chen stepped forward, kicking the man's knee to bring him down, while drawing a pistol from his waist and pressing it against the back of the man's head. "Tell me, who sent you? Who's your superior?" Faced with the gun's muzzle, the man completely broke down, collapsing to the ground, howling in distress. "What the hell? Are you trying to kill me? My nose must be broken. Xiao Chenzi, just wait until I get back to complain to my godmother." "Chenlu?" Chu Chen instantly recognized the voice and hastily holstered his weapon, flipping the man over. "Well, look who it is, the unfortunate soul himself." The man was now sobbing, his face a mess of tears and snot, hardly resembling a human. His once handsome visage was distorted from the punch, blood streaming from his nose and staining his chin. "Are you all right? Come on, let us get you to the hospital." "Why the hell were you stalking me? I almost shot you." Wah. Chen Lu, supported by Chu Chen, stood up, tears streaming down his face. And my godmother said you've been coming and going at odd hours lately, as if hiding something from them, so I volunteered to investigate. Who would have thought you'd be so ruthless, even hitting your own brother and nearly taking me out? As he spoke, the realization struck him, and he pushed Chen away, his eyes wide with terror. Where did you get that gun? Brother, listen, let us be honest here. We can negotiate for leniency. Get lost? Chen crossed his arms, feigning anger, but seeing Chen Lu's pitiful state made him want to laugh. You don't know my rank? Is it strange to have a gun for self-defense? Do you have any idea how dangerous it was just now? In a situation like that, if I had shot you, all I'd have to do is write a report. Even if it were deemed accidental homicide, it would just be your misfortune. Chen Lu was scared into silence, gently patting his chest in relief. Damn, I really was flirting with death. If you had just mentioned the gun, who would have been bored enough to follow you? Crap, how did this become my fault? Chen felt himself slipping, his frustration boiling with no outlet. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he stepped forward, supporting Chen Lu's arm. Let us go. I'll take you to the hospital. Damn, I'm going to bleed out. Chen Lu suddenly realized, scrambling into the car. Terrified that he'd become a corpse if he delayed even a moment, Chen glanced around to ensure nothing was overlooked, committing the parking spot to memory to avoid any future mishaps. Hey, you need to find a way to delete the surveillance footage. All right, I'll delete it. Tomorrow I'll come and remove it. This is a project developed by my family. Don't worry about deleting the footage. I could blow up the parking lot if needed. Let us hurry. I already feel weak. Chen Lu sat in the passenger seat, pressing his hands firmly against his nose, urging Chen to drive faster. You being dramatic. A nosebleed isn't life-threatening. Chen started the engine, turning the steering wheel while teasing him, confident the punch wouldn't leave any serious damage. Chapter 18. The missing Chen Lu at 3 in the morning. After completing Chen Lu's hospitalization paperwork, Chen finally returned home. As he stepped through the door, the living room lights illuminated, revealing his parents seated in a row, their expressions grave as they regarded him. Come here, let us have a chat. His mother gestured to the small stool opposite her, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. All right, coming right now. Chen hung his coat on a rack, turned, and approached the living room. Just as he was about to take a seat beside them, his mother's sharp reprimand startled him into standing again. Sit opposite. Is this where you're supposed to be? Okay. Chen waved his hands in surrender. Not wanting to argue at this point, he had a fair idea of what tonight's discussion would entail. Bending down to sit on the small stool, his tall frame of 1.80 meters appeared somewhat constrained. His legs unable to stretch out comfortably. Mom, can we have a little bit of human rights here? Where did you even get this thing? It's unbearable. Sit properly and stop with the nonsense. His mother shot him a glare, picked up a notebook from the coffee table, and her serious expression took on a comical air. Answer me when I ask you something, and do not hide anything. Chen nodded helplessly. Speak up, his mother insisted. Didn't you just say I shouldn't ramble? Chen felt like a captured soldier at this moment. No, even worse than a prisoner of war. If only his mother treated him according to the Geneva Conventions, she wouldn't have resorted to this small stool. Adjusting her glasses, his mother solemnly handed the notebook to Lao Jiang, signaling him to take minutes for the meeting. She then lifted her teacup, taking a sip, projecting an air of authority. Where have you been these past few days? You need to clearly account for whom you've seen and what you've done. You take vacation once every few years, yet you're out every day. Is that appropriate? Chen quickly raised his hand, responding loudly like a primary school student addressing a teacher. Report, teacher, you can ask Chen Lu. Isn't he your informant? Sure enough, upon hearing Chen Lu's name, his mother froze, sitting there as if stuck in a glitch, and if one observed closely, they would notice her face twitching slightly, caught tracking her son. How embarrassing, Mom. Don't arrange anything for today. Chen Lu nearly died. Chen moved closer, resting a hand on his mother's knee, advising, my situation is quite special. If I hadn't recognized him, it could have escalated. What? His mother trembled, her face filled with concern, quickly inquiring, where is Xiao Lu now? Is he okay? Nothing serious, just a punch to his nose. It's fractured. Chen lowered his head to mask his embarrassment, realizing it was somewhat unfair to have hit his friend in a moment of excitement. Fractured, and you say it's not serious? His mother, momentarily too concerned to scold him, immediately stood up to head to the hospital to see her godson. After all, he was working for her, and it would be unacceptable not to check on him. Wait, Mom. Chen stepped forward, grasping her arm, his expression weary as he advised, it's already late at night. He must be resting. Can't you go tomorrow? Yes, I'll accompany you tomorrow. Let us rest for now, Chu Zhengshan interjected, waving his hand to signal his son to enter the house. The events of the day had been utterly absurd. Simply outrageous. Hey, don't leave! His mother called out to Chu Chen's retreating figure, her words trailing off as he exited. All right, son, you have enough on your plate. Don't cause any more trouble. Lao Chue's face darkened, asserting his authority as the head of the family, effectively silencing the elderly lady. Back in his room, Chu Qian didn't immediately sleep. He bent down to retrieve a locked small box from under the bed and secured his firearm inside. Only then did he approach his desk to collect his thoughts. The sudden appearance of Chen Lu today required a report, as per regulations that must be adhered to. Every pilot consumes a significant amount of national resources. Thus they are particularly precious, one might even say invaluable. Each outing necessitates carrying a firearm, even when visiting family. Any potentially threatening incidents must be reported immediately, such is the rule. After much hesitation, Chu Chen found himself unable to put pen to paper. Writing this report would signify the end of his vacation, with the next one likely years away. Looking down at the photograph on his desk, one taken at their elementary school graduation with Chen Lu, he recalled how that boy had always dressed in designer clothes, exuding the air of a wealthy family. Damn, this is all just family banter. Why write a report? Chu Chen muttered, crumpling the paper and tossing it into the trash. After contemplating for a while, he finally found a justification for himself, a reason to remain above board. At 5 in the morning. Just as he lay down, Chu Chen opened his eyes, quickly dressing and hurrying downstairs straight to the hospital. After all, his friend had been injured because of him, and ignoring that would be rather inappropriate. Arriving at the hospital, he found it had just opened. Holding the breakfast he had bought, he gently pushed open the door to the room, careful not to disturb his friend's rest. However, the sight before him left him bewildered. The bed was empty, the blankets neatly arranged without a single disturbance. Hello, nurse. Where's the guy who came in last night with a fracture? The young nurse, who had been resting, looked up with a sleepy expression, clearly annoyed at being woken so early. Upon seeing Chu Chen, her eyes widened, her heart racing uncontrollably. Wasn't he the handsome guy from last night? She had been on duty when he brought Chen Lu in and had wanted to add him on WeChat, but hadn't he expected him to leave so quickly? He left. He left right after you did. The nurse shyly lowered her gaze. Left? Chu Chen stomped his foot, his teeth grinding in frustration. This rascal was truly troublesome. Thanks, I'll treat you to breakfast. He placed the breakfast he had bought on the table in front of her and began bombarding Chen Lu with messages. This guy was truly treating his fracture lightly. Hello, the number you dialed is currently busy. An electronic voice confirmed the reality of being blocked. The monk can run, but the temple cannot escape. Chu Chen gritted his teeth, deciding to pay a visit to the Chen household. Just as he was about to leave, he reconsidered. Given Chen Lu's character, he certainly wouldn't return home with an injury. So, he was likely staying at a hotel or with some drinking buddies. This made the search significantly more complicated. Just then, the phone rang. Mom, what's wrong? Chu Chen answered the call, feeling somewhat restless. Come back? Xiao Lu is home now, just arrived. His mother's tone was calm, clearly relieved after seeing her godson was all right. Okay, I'll head back immediately. Chu Chen sighed in relief. The guy hadn't acted recklessly, indicating he still had some sense. But why was he going home at this time? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, prompting him to quicken his pace. He needed to return before this rascal started spilling secrets like a loose cannon. Chapter 19. The birth of a traitor at 7 o'clock. Under normal circumstances, training should have commenced half an hour ago. Yet today was an exception. Chu Chen was late. At the villa entrance, Jiang Yuhan, clad in sportswear and a baseball cap, eagerly awaited. And no need to look further. If he hadn't arrived by now, he probably wasn't coming at all. Hey, do you think I was too forceful last night and now he is shy? Jiang Yuhan speculated, unable to think of any other reason. Not necessarily. Most men wouldn't care about such things. He might even be secretly pleased. After all, you're so beautiful. Any normal person wouldn't be upset. Fei Jia, peering from the second-floor balcony, analyzed the situation seriously. But our Chu Shueshan is not just any ordinary person, Jiang Yuhan said, her eyes gleaming with delight as she proudly lifted her chin. She had been so excited upon returning last night that she couldn't sleep, tossing and turning, filled with the scent of Chu Qian, leading her to think she might be suffering from delusions. You all, the matter hasn't even happened yet. Don't speak as if it's a done deal. Fei Jia shot her a look, suddenly dousing her with cold water, concerned that this girl might fall too deep. If there were no outcome, it would be disastrous. Don't talk nonsense. I will definitely succeed. All right, you're amazing, you'll succeed. I'm heading back to catch a few more winks. You can run along slowly? Fei Jie yawned repeatedly, turning to head back to her room, as she had no plans for the next few days and could use the rest. Ding! The phone on the coffee table lit up, signaling a new message. Chu Chun sat obediently on the small stool, not daring to check his phone, while across from him, Chen Lu, his mother, and father formed a three-pronged interrogation. Are you dating that celebrity? After a long silence, his mother couldn't contain her excitement, her face glowing as she spoke. Mom, what do you mean by dating? We're just classmates. There's really nothing else, Chu Chen answered honestly, feeling there was no need to hide anything from his family. However, life is rarely so simple, and there's always one or two troublesome friends who become stumbling blocks. Chen Lu, bandaged on the nose and with bloodshot eyes, excitedly slammed the table, declaring, "And you say you're not dating? Last night you were dining and watching movies together. It's definitely a date." And he went to Jiang Yuhan's house a few days ago. A man and a woman cooped up in a room. What good could come of that? Oh, his mother listened, feeling something was amiss, yet her eyes sparkled with delight as she turned to Chen Lu. Correcting him, what do you mean by what good could come of it? Both are unmarried. If something were to happen, it wouldn't be embarrassing at all. Exactly, godmother, I was just a bit too hasty in my words. It's definitely not what you think. Chen Lu, behaving like a sycophant in front of the elders, wore a flattering expression that would have been suitable for a stylish middle parting in the past. All right, I understand now. Is that all there is to it? Chu Chan felt his head about to explode and decided it was best to clarify everything today, thus freeing himself from the chaos. We indeed share a classmate relationship, and in recent days, I have been helping her train by leaving early and returning late. As for romance, I have not given it much thought for the time being. However, after spending these past few days together, it is evident that Jiang Yuhan is truly a remarkable young lady. Of course, these words are entirely sincere, but there is one thing that Chu Chun has not mentioned. During this time, he has found himself captivated by her more than once. Classmates really snuggle into each other's arms while watching a movie. At a critical moment, Chen Lu delivered a sharp jab to Chu Chen's lower back, proving himself to be a true brother. As those words escaped his lips, the gaze of every family member turned toward Chu Chun, awaiting a convincing response from him. Well, even a scholarly genius with an IQ exceeding 150 can experience a momentary lapse. If looks could kill, Chen Lu might have already entered the cycle of reincarnation. That scoundrel has betrayed me. Taking a deep breath, Chu Chun resolved to unleash his final trump card. Mom and Dad. My situation is rather special, so please refrain from asking. I will consider dating and marriage. Even if I do not seek it myself, the organization will not allow me to remain single at this juncture. He could only delay the matter. What else could he say? To admit he harbors feelings for her. If things do not work out, it would only lead to his family being left in vain anticipation. And he feared his remaining holiday would turn into a public critique session. That should suffice. Chu Chun is no longer a mere child. I believe he can handle this matter adeptly. Ultimately, it was old Chu who decisively concluded this family meeting. Chen Lu, do not return home. Just sleep in Chu Chen's room. As for everyone else, go about your business. The meeting is adjourned. With Chu Jingshan's gesture, Chen Lu dashed into Chu Chen's room like a wild dog unleashed, swiftly locking the door to prevent any further pursuit. Today, he had indeed betrayed the bonds of brotherhood, a transgression that would have warranted punishment in ancient times. In the living room, everyone departed. As his mother left, she waved her fist in encouragement for Chu Chun, urging him to persevere. At her age, she no longer cared about wealth or fame. What she yearned for most was for her son to marry and bear a son or daughter. Regarding Jiang Yuhan, she had gathered a simple understanding. She is quite lovely, possessing both beauty and grace. Although she is in the entertainment industry, her lack of scandals over the years indicates that she is a woman who cherishes her reputation and does not engage in frivolity. What are you still standing there for? Go on and do what you need to do. Chu Jingshan confined his wife in the room and returned to the living room to urge his son. This foolish boy needs to put in more effort. When will he ever have a grandchild? Dad, I'm tired. Let's go tomorrow. Chu Chen yawned, feigning a semblance of sincerity. Tomorrow? Your room has been taken over by Chen Lu. How can you sleep? Get moving with that. Old Chu pushed his son out the door. Best not to come back tonight. Give it your all. At last, the old man displayed a knowing smile at the door, leaving Chu Chen momentarily stunned. Has the old man's mindset become so progressive? An hour later, at Jiang Yuhan's doorstep, Chu Chun parked his car and, just a few steps away, spotted a figure squatting at the entrance. This girl had not yet entered the house, squatting in the sweltering heat like a lost child awaiting her family. appearing simultaneously pitiful and adorable. "Aren't you hot?" The voice, hauntingly familiar, pierced the air. Jiang Yuhan looked up abruptly, her familiar figure materializing before her. Today, Chen donned a white casual outfit, his athletic physique filling out the fabric, perfectly complementing his handsome features, utterly captivating. "I thought you wouldn't come." Jiang Yuhan did not rush towards him as usual. Instead, she continued to squat before him, speaking in a low, gloomy tone. Her bright eyes had lost their luster, and she seemed to be gradually consumed by a wave of disappointment. "I had some matters at home that delayed me. It won't happen again." After much deliberation, Chen finally settled on an excuse. "It won't happen again." Those words acted like a potent remedy, instantly reviving Jiang Yuhan. She sprang up, her entire being clinging to Chen like a sloth, playfully whispering in his ear, "You promised? You can't make me wait this long again, and you must respond to my messages and calls." Having learned from the previous night's experience, Chen was noticeably more accustomed to her antics. Wrapping his arms around her slender waist, a smile gracing his lips. "Just a moment ago, you seemed rather upset." "Humph." Jiang Yuhan tightened her embrace around his neck, speaking with utmost sincerity, "Because I trust you. I believe every word you say and every action you take. Your words are a promise to me." Such near-confessional words left Chen somewhat at a loss. He indeed harbored feelings, but the pace of their progression was overwhelming. Moreover, there remained an insurmountable gap between them, and he needed time to contemplate these matters. "All right, you haven't run your 5 kilometers today, have you? Let's get started now." Chen forcibly peeled her off him, adopting a stern expression to conceal his inner turmoil. "Oh, come on. Why do you always have to look so serious? With such good looks, why act so stiff?" Jiang Yuhan finally released him, playfully cupping Chen's face and kneading it incessantly. During the waiting period just now, she had envisioned countless possibilities, even imagining that Chen might never arrive. Yet, the moment he appeared before her, Jiang Yuhan made a resolute decision to abandon the slow approach and opt for a bold assault. Life is fleeting, and loving someone is not easy. Regardless of the other person's response, one must take a chance. "All right, stop messing around." Ultimately, Chen could not withstand her charm, a smile of affection breaking through his facade as he grasped her delicate hand in his. "Let's begin. Otherwise, I might end up scolding you again." "Hee, don't move," Jiang Yuhan chuckled, dashing toward the door, her feet racing like the wind. "Let me have a 200-meter head start." Watching her sprinting figure in the distance, Chen wore a smile, his heart suddenly tranquil, filled with an impulse to grow old together. "This is intriguing." After murmuring softly, Chen set off in pursuit, the distance between them rapidly diminishing before the naked eye. An hour later, drenched in sweat, Jiang Yuhan joyfully returned to the villa, hand in hand with Chen. Seeing her progress, Sister Fei, who was engrossed in her materials in the living room, raised her thumb in surprise. "I'm heading to my room. I feel like I'm intruding here." Chen glanced down at their entwined hands, then at Jiang Yuhan, his eyes brimming with helplessness. "Ha." Jiang Yuhan bit her rosy lip, unable to contain her laughter. She rushed over to Sister Fei, whispering something in her ear, and the two exchanged knowing smiles. "You two should at least avoid discussing me in front of others." Chen crossed his arms. Knowing full well what they were talking about without needing to listen, these two truly resonate with each other. "Well, that can't be said. We are discussing other matters." Sister Fei stubbornly denied it, then checked the time and stated seriously, "It's about time that I've ordered a hot pot takeout that will arrive shortly. Xiaoqing will join us later. Let's have a gathering." She's on vacation now. Why invite her over?" Jiang Yuhan inquired, her large eyes filled with confusion. "Oh dear, I got so busy that I forgot to mention it." Sister Fei rubbed her neck in self-reproach. "There's an event the day after tomorrow that requires your attendance, so I called her over." "No way." Jiang Yuhan felt despair creeping in as she collapsed onto the sofa, exclaiming helplessly, "Sister, I'm currently on vacation. What event could there possibly be? Why didn't you tell me?" All right, this is different. It will benefit your personal image." Having mentored Jiang Yuhan for many years, Sister Fei had mastered the art of soothing her. Jiang Yuhan was a person who responded well to gentle persuasion, as long as discussions were conducted amicably. She understood. However, if contracts were brought into the conversation, she would become irate. "The day after tomorrow afternoon, there's an event for Eternal Jewelry at the convention center. You only need to attend for a while. After all, we just signed a contract with them this year, and we need to maintain our image. Working folks never see a glimmer of hope." Jiang Yuhan lamented dramatically, sprawled on the sofa with an air of despondency. "Ha, you two continue your conversation. I'm heading back. Chu Chen noticed it was already noon and stood up to leave. The matter had been made clear, and staying any longer would only complicate explanations. Just as he rose, Sister Fei dashed over, blocking the door and pleading, "Don't go. Stay for lunch. I specifically ordered several portions of beef. We're all friends here, so there's nothing to worry about." Chu Chen chuckled lightly, draping his coat over his arm and politely declining, "No, you all enjoy your gathering. I wouldn't want to intrude. I don't know. That's not acceptable. You can't leave." Jiang Yuhan scrambled off the sofa, wrapping her arms around his, resuming her playful demeanor. "You are my personal trainer now. Part of our team. It would be perfect for you to meet Xiaoqing when she arrives. It saves the awkwardness of being strangers." After a moment's hesitation, Chu Chen ultimately decided to stay, but he took an additional step by turning to the balcony to call home. Jiang Yuhan observed his retreating figure, lost in thought, muttering to herself, "It never took this much effort before. Does his family know about my existence now? Haha, wouldn't that be even better?" Sister Fei's eyes twinkled with a mischievous smile. An hour later, the takeout arrived punctually. An array of fresh ingredients spread across the table, including 2 lively lobsters thrashing in a basin. "Wow, Sister Fei, you truly have no qualms about spending my money," exclaimed Jiang Yuhan, her mouth agape in feigned astonishment. "Hey, speak with a clear conscience," Sister Fei retorted from the kitchen, busying herself with other ingredients. "We usually can't eat this much. I ordered all this because I feared it wouldn't be enough with Chu Chen here. Is it appropriate to be stingy when hosting him for a meal? Oh, I'm just worried about waste. Besides, why should we be so formal? What's yours is mine. I assent it." Jiang Yuhan waved her hand dismissively, indicating that she was not concerned about money. One could see why she was a professional actress. Having just claimed the food was for Chu Chen, her expression shifted faster than turning a page in a book. A sight worthy of being included in a film studies textbook. Chapter 21. Home knock, knock, the sound of the door echoed. "Coming." Jiang Yuhan, barefoot and sneaking a snack from the kitchen, scurried to answer, her mouth still full. Upon opening the door, a girl in her 20s stood before her, clad in a fitted casual outfit and sporting a bun, her delicate, round face framed by a pair of glasses. "Hi, Sister Han. Long time no see. Xiaoqing, come in quickly. Everyone's starving." Jiang Yuhan, too hungry to engage in idle chit-chat, tugged the girl's arm and rushed inside. Just as they entered, Chu Chen emerged from the dining area with a plate, his aloof demeanor instantly capturing Xiaoqing's attention. The girl covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Sister Han, is this your relative? Does he have a girlfriend?" It was no wonder Xiaoqing was smitten. Chu Chen's allure was undeniable, drawing the attention of not just young girls like her, but even older women. Smack! Jiang Yuhan playfully swatted the back of Xiaoqing's head, her eyes narrowing menacingly. "This is my prize. You can only look, understand?" "Ugh," Xiaoqing rubbed her head, her face a picture of innocent grievance. "I was just asking. Why so harsh?" "Humph. This is my ultimate goal. I won't allow anyone else to interfere." Jiang Yuhan crossed her arms, gazing at Chu Chen with a determined expression. "Isn't your ultimate goal to be a movie queen?" Xiaoqing countered, unwilling to let Jiang Yuhan bask in her triumph. However, Jiang Yuhan paid her little mind. Her gaze fixed on the man ahead as she chuckled softly. "That's a career goal. He's my life goal. They're not the same. At this moment, I'd marry him on the spot and have 10 or 8 children. Well, here's another lovesick fool. I should go check on Sister Fei," Xiaoqing thought, shaking her head in resignation as she dropped her luggage and headed to the kitchen. "Xiaoqing, since you're back, let us visit your grandfather together." After dinner, Chu Jingshan entered his son's room, softly suggesting, "Let us go see your grandfather." Chu Chen paused his reading, recalling the cheerful old man, and replied without hesitation, "Sure, I haven't seen Grandpa in ages. I miss him. How about we set off tomorrow?" "Tomorrow?" Chu Jingshan was momentarily taken aback, surprised by his son's eagerness. "Don't you have training tomorrow?" This old man takes training seriously. Chu Chen thought, "Dad, I've prepared a training plan for her. It's the same whether I'm there or not." He chuckled softly, his gaze warm. "All right then, tomorrow it is. Get some rest. We'll set off in the morning." Chu Jingshan refrained from pressing further, leaving the room after a few parting words. Although he cared about his son's romantic endeavors, he was not as insistent as his wife. He believed that if Chu Chen could navigate competitive opportunities with ease, handling a relationship would be manageable too. Parents being overly pushy was not conducive to good outcomes. In his room, Chu Chen glanced at the time. Almost 11 o'clock. He shut his laptop and, after a moment's contemplation, sent a message. "You can practice by yourself tomorrow. I'm going back home to see Grandpa. I'll be back in 2 or 3 days. Just as he set his phone down, a notification chimed. Home? Aren't you from Xinjiang? Jiang Yuhan, unfamiliar with Chu Chen's past, had always assumed they were locals. No, my hometown is in Qingshui County, not far from here. Chu Chen smiled, envisioning Jiang Yuhan's adorably bewildered expression even from a distance. All right then, go early and return safely. If you find anything interesting, be sure to take pictures for me. Jiang Yuhan, sprawled on her bed, grinned at her phone, fully enveloped in the throes of young love. Okay, sleep early. After replying, Chu Chen undressed and headed for a shower. Although the weather was still relatively mild, the habit of daily showers had solidified during his time in the military, persisting even through winter. The next morning, just past 6 o'clock, Chu Jingshan returned from the market, arms laden with a plethora of goods, including plenty of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Dad, why are we bringing all this home? Chu Chen, having just finished breakfast, asked, puzzled by his father's sweat-drenched brow. You wouldn't understand, Chu Jingshan said, dropping the lively chickens and ducks with a flourish. These are authentic free-range chickens, hard to come by even in our hometown. Your grandparents are getting older and don't go out much. I thought they'd enjoy a taste. All right, as long as you're happy, Chu Chen replied, understanding his father's sentiments. He would likely do the same in his position. Old man, did you buy the ginseng I asked for? His mother emerged from her room, having dressed up in a custom qipao that elevated her demeanor. Of course, how could I forget? Chu Jingshan rummaged through the items, producing an exquisitely packaged gift box. Your grandmother has been aging and her health is declining. I heard this ginseng is beneficial. Don't forget to bring it when you visit. Got it, Dad. I'll remember. Chu Chen nodded solemnly, committing it to memory. Let us go then. We shouldn't waste any more time. It's over 200 kilometers to travel. His mother, seeing that they were nearly packed, hurried them along. They typically made 2 or 3 trips home each week. Initially, Chu Jingshan had intended to bring the elderly couple to live with them, considering they had only one son and deserved to enjoy their children's filial piety in their old age. However, they were reluctant, preferring the familiarity of their home and the company of old neighbors. Unable to sway the old man, they settled for visiting frequently and relying on friends and neighbors for support. Chapter 22. A special gift. Around 9 o'clock. Having exited the highway, Chu Chen eased his vehicle into the flow of traffic. After more than 3 hours on the road, they finally returned to their hometown. The sight of familiar streets stirred a wave of joy within him. Son, do you remember this department store? Your mother used to work here, his mother recalled, pointing excitedly at her former workplace as they passed through the old town. Of course, I remember. I was only 5 or 6 years old then. There was a time you forgot me after work, and if it weren't for the grandfather at the gate who found me, I would have spent the night here. Chu Chen adjusted his glasses, a broad smile lighting his face. Though times were tough, we were so happy every day. As they spoke, they hit a stretch of pothole-ridden road, causing the vehicle to jolt violently. This road still isn't repaired? It's been years. Chu Chen couldn't help but complain, recalling how it had been the same way over a decade ago. Despite the city expanding towards the metropolitan area, with everything well taken care of there, the old neighborhoods were neglected, where only the elderly remained. These issues aren't new. They've just been consistently dismissed. Discussions have gone on for over a decade with no resolution. Chu Jingshan gripped the passenger handle, his dissatisfaction evident. Turning the final corner, they entered a quaint, aging community. The place felt familiar, the scent unmistakable. Even the ginkgo tree at the entrance appeared unchanged. At the gate, 2 elderly figures leaned on each other, gazing outward with eyes full of anticipation. Dad, look, Grandpa and Grandma are waiting for us. Chu Chen instantly recognized them. Halting the car and rushing towards them as he approached, he scrutinized their features closely. His grandparents had aged significantly. Their backs were more stooped, their hair grayer, and age spots appeared on their faces. In that moment, Chu Chen truly grasped the passage of time. He recalled the last year he had left, when his grandfather was still sprightly, jogging every morning with great vigor. Although he frequently called home, the change in their voices paled in comparison to the visual impact. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back, Chu Chen called out, adjusting his demeanor and raising his voice enthusiastically as he drew near. Good. Welcome back. The venerable elder stepped forward, straightened his back with effort, yearning to meet his grandson's gaze. Unfortunately, his body would not comply, so he could only tilt his head slightly, scrutinizing the changes in his grandson with eyes brimming with gratification, accompanied by a hint of tears. My child, you have finally returned. The elderly lady beside him could no longer contain herself, advancing to grasp Chu Chen's hand, tears streaming down her face as she cried out, "Grandma has nearly missed you to death these past few years. Can't you be a good child and come back more often?" Her tears provided a release for her pent-up emotions, and she flung herself into Chu Chen's embrace, a tea over 80 years of age. How could she withstand such emotional turmoil? "Grandma, blame me. I should have returned sooner," Chu Chen apologized, holding the elderly woman tightly, his eyes glistening with tears. He longed to return, but the duty of a soldier is to obey orders, adhering to the arrangements of the organization, leaving him powerless. "Mom, why are you still crying? Isn't it a good thing that the child is back? What is there to cry about?" Chu Jingshan hurried over, carrying numerous bags, pulling at his mother's arm to showcase his bounty. "Look, this is all freshly bought chicken for stewing. Your grandson said he craved the big plate chicken you make. Let us go home and cook." "Indeed, Mom, it's rare for our family to gather so completely today. You should be happy," his mother chimed in, unaware that she had already discreetly wiped away her tears. "Enough now, why cry on such a joyous occasion? Your grandson is serving in the military to protect our homeland. You ought to feel proud." Eventually, even the elder could no longer bear it, reprimanding her. "All right, no more tears." The elderly lady lifted her head, dabbed her eyes, and clung tightly to Chu Chen, her gaze fixed on him as she praised, "My eldest grandson is truly a fine young man. I wonder which lucky girl will benefit from him. Come, let us return home and prepare your favorite big plate chicken," she added. Upon arriving home, everything seemed unchanged. The elder resided in a 3-bedroom apartment, allocated during his years of service, and the building had likely aged over 40 years. A few years prior, Chu Jingshan had attempted to move the elder to Qingjiang, but he adamantly refused. With no other options, they renovated the old house, cultivating a vegetable patch at the entrance to give them something to tend to in their leisure time. "Grandpa, it's no wonder you refuse to leave. I do the same in your place," Chu Chen remarked, seated under the pavilion in the small courtyard, gazing at the nearby vegetable garden, which felt like a paradise. Though situated within a community, the ground-floor residents each had small plots of land, and it was rumored that the elder had once pulled strings to secure this apartment. "Ah, it's good here. Everything is familiar, even the dog," he mused. The elder smiled, his spirits lifted, and even dared to make a joke. "As long as you and your mother are happy, that's all that matters." Chu Jingshan busied himself sorting through the items they had brought, meticulously writing down the consumption methods for the nutritional supplements. "Xiao Qian, when are you leaving this time?" the elder inquired, puffing on his cigarette beneath the pavilion. This old man had no other hobby in life apart from smoking, a habit he found impossible to shake. Eventually, people came to terms with it. At his age, he might as well do what brings him comfort. "Grandpa, I've been back for a few days. I probably still have another half-month of leave." Chu Chen calculated while brewing tea. "Good, that's plenty of time. Stay a few days and keep me company." The elder nodded, saying little, merely wishing for his grandson to linger longer. "Of course, I originally planned to stay for a few days. Did you not see that I brought my suitcase?" Chu Chen smiled, echoing the elder's sentiment. After all these years away, his greatest concern had always been the elderly couple. Initially, during training, every opportunity to call home felt precious, and he would always choose to contact his grandparents. It wasn't until he stepped down from the combat readiness roster and gained the freedom to use his phone that he began to casually check in on his family. "By the way, the leader who visited last time mentioned you are no longer flying. What position are you in now?" The elder recalled hearing about this and quickly pressed for details. As a former soldier, he was deeply interested in his grandson's career, especially since Chu Chen had distinguished himself in service, earning numerous medals that brought great pride to the elder among his old comrades. "Yes, Grandpa, I am no longer flying. I now serve as the chief of staff at the command center, and my daily duties involve." Chu Chen began to explain, but was interrupted as he handed the elder a cup of tea, only to be cut off. "Let us not discuss work. You know the confidentiality regulations." The elder gestured for him to change the subject. Chu Chen complied, rising to straighten his clothes as he declared, "Grandpa, I also brought you a gift this time." The elder waved dismissively. "Don't spend money recklessly. Your return is gift enough. No, this is different. You can't buy this with money." As he spoke, Chu Chen retrieved a red box from his pocket, emblazoned with 5 golden characters, "First-class merit medal." The elder's expression shifted, and he hurriedly donned his reading glasses, supporting himself on the table as he rose, his eyes fixed on the box, hands trembling slightly. "This, Grandpa, please accept it. This is your grandson's report card, and it is my first-class merit in my flying career," Chu Chen said solemnly, presenting the box with both hands, his gaze reflecting fervent admiration and uncontainable pride. Much like a child yearning for parental praise after achieving a perfect score. Good, very good. At that moment, the elder found himself at a loss for words, accepting the box and continually caressing the golden medal. Tears welling in his eyes. Having served in the military for over a decade, he held a profound affection for the army. Now that his grandson was also serving, and as an exemplary soldier willing to sacrifice for the nation, nothing could bring him greater joy. Pilot Chen from Yun City Air Force Base salutes you, old squad leader. Chen stood tall, saluting the elder, tears also slipping from his eyes. The year he left, he had yet to reach 20 and was not qualified to salute. This time, although he held the rank of colonel, he chose to address the elder as old squad leader, honoring the sacrifices of the seasoned soldier. With a swift motion, the elder stood firm, even knocking over the chair behind him. Clutching the medal to his chest with his left hand, he raised his right in a perfectly executed salute. At that moment, decades of memories flooded back, and the scenes that had haunted his dreams returned vividly. Xiao Chun, I'll call some of my old comrades tonight and have a drink together. All right, Grandpa, whatever you wish, Chen agreed without hesitation. At his age, the elder's reasonable requests were not to be refused. Dinner is ready. Come and eat. The elderly lady called from the window, tying her apron. Today, with her grandson home, she had poured all her efforts into preparing the meal. Coming, Chen replied, stepping forward to assist the elder. However, the old man raised a hand, declining the offer, too absorbed in admiring the medal. Though he had earned accolades throughout his life, this was different. It was his grandson's medal, symbolizing that the next generation of the Chu family was equally exceptional, perhaps even surpassing him. How could he not feel elated? Observing the elder's delighted demeanor, Chen could only smile helplessly. As long as he was happy, that was all that mattered. Ding, the phone chimed, and Jiang Yuhan sent a timely message. Have you gone home to have fun? Can't you send a message first? Frustrated. Sorry, I've been chatting with Grandpa. It's been years since we've seen each other, and we had a lot to catch up on. Chen seemed to implicitly acknowledge their relationship, even his replies becoming more affectionate, though he appeared unaware of it. At that moment, Jiang Yuhan lay on her large bed, swinging her legs, and upon seeing his message, her eyes sparkled with laughter as she eagerly typed a new response. Have you eaten? It's rare for you to be home. There must be a lot of delicious food. Drooling. I'm just about to eat. Want me to show you? After sending the message, Chen raised his phone to snap a picture of the table laden with dishes and sent it off. The moment the image loaded, Jiang Yuhan felt so envious she nearly cried, tapping the screen with wide eyes. Oh my, is that my favorite big plate chicken? Did Grandma make it? How does it taste? We're eating now, let us chat later when you have time. Chen replied with a sly grin, then tucked his phone into his pocket. Having finally returned home, he felt that constantly clutching his phone would be disrespectful to his family. Come on. Xiao Chun, it's all your favorite food. Dig in. Grandma beckoned him over, piling chicken legs and breast meat onto his bowl, filling it to the brim. Oh dear, Grandma, I can't possibly eat this much. Chen protested, passing the chicken leg to his grandfather and sharing half the meat with Grandma, chuckling, you taught me to share as a child. I can't possibly eat all of this alone. Hee. The elderly lady gazed at the chicken in her bowl, her face radiating joy as she affectionately stroked Chen's head, exclaiming, my child has truly grown up. Grandmother hasn't doted on you in vain. Of course not. How could it be in vain? I still remember when I was little. I locked myself in the kitchen to avoid disturbing your cooking, which made me think no one was home. And I ended up crying all the way to the office to find my mother. I must have been around 4 or 5 at the time, Chen recalled, tilting his head to look at the old lady while savoring the meat. You rascal, that was so many years ago, and you still remember it. The old lady, flustered, playfully thumped Chen's shoulder. This mischievous child had caused trouble when she was steaming buns at home, ignoring his cries for fear of his antics. Who would have thought that this foolish boy would wander out alone, relying solely on memory to find his mother's workplace? Fortunately, the safety of the time spared him from encountering any ill-intentioned individuals. Otherwise, this handsome lad might have ended up in dire straits. Ha ha ha, I'm just teasing you. Why are you so flustered, Grandmother? That is not how we do things. Chen chuckled heartily, helping the elderly lady to sit down. Reflecting on how fortunate he was to have a grandmother at the age of 30. At the East Suburb Villa, with Chen absent, Jiang Yuhan naturally skipped training and was now resting her chin on her hands, awaiting a response to her messages. Han, could you please get up? What time is it? Aren't you going to eat? Sister Fei, resembling a housekeeper, urged impatiently while tying her apron, having called out for the fourth time. Eat what? Jiang Yuhan replied without turning her head, her eyes glued to her phone screen with a smile. Eat nothing. Right now, I could just eat you. Sister Fei retorted, exasperated. Oh, don't be so impatient, at your age. You re not far from menopause. You must learn to regulate your emotions, Jiang Yuhan said, shaking her legs defiantly. I'm craving a big plate of chicken. Eat, eat, eat. Do I look like a big plate of chicken to you? Just eat me instead. Sister Fei stood before her, brandishing a spatula, her fury palpable, as if ready to flatten Jiang Yuhan's little head with it. Chapter 24. Something seems off in the afternoon. Having just finished lunch, Chen hurried outside to contact the hotel. Since he had promised the old man to host his comrades, he naturally wanted to do it with flair. While he busied himself outside, causing quite a commotion, the old man was equally engaged, digging out an old telephone directory to make calls. Fortunately, his old comrades lived relatively nearby, just a 2 to 3 hour drive away. Hey, dear wife, where are my military uniforms? After confirming the timing, the old man's demeanor brightened, a smile spreading across his face as he tossed aside his cane in search of his clothes. You forgetful old fool, it's in the suitcase on the top shelf of the wardrobe. Did you put it there yourself, and now you can't find it? The elderly lady complained, somewhat discontented, as her grandson had just returned, and he was causing unnecessary fuss instead of behaving himself at home. That evening, at the top-floor private room of the Four Seasons Hotel in Qingshui, Chen stood at the door, impeccably dressed, serving as a doorman. Today, all the guests were his grandfather's old comrades, and as a junior, he felt it his duty to attend to them. Shortly after, he heard the elevator ding and hurried forward to greet them. The elevator doors opened to reveal a plump, silver-haired old man stepping out first. Standing at around 1.7 meters, he sported a round face lined with wrinkles, reminiscent of a Hong Kong star. Following closely behind him was a youthful and radiant young woman, her respectful demeanor suggesting she was a younger member of his family. Grandpa Huang, greetings. I am Chen, the grandson of Chu Tianming. Welcome to Qingshui. My grandfather is waiting for you in the private room. Chen said, having previously seen their photographs, able to recognize them despite the passage of decades. Oh, you must be Chen, Grandpa Huang exclaimed, looking him over with a smile. Indeed, you bear a resemblance to your grandfather in his prime. I've heard you are doing quite well in the military. Keep it up. The old man patted Chen's shoulder, offering words of encouragement. Thank you, Grandpa Huang. Please, step inside. I'll wait for the other guests. Chen guided the old man towards the private room. All right, I'll head in first. You hurry up too, Grandpa Huang replied, slowly advancing, his breath noticeably labored due to his weight. The girl beside him stayed close, subtly glancing at Chen, indicating she was also a single, unmarried young woman. 5 minutes later, the stairwell door swung open, revealing a sprightly old man in athletic gear, his face flushed as he stepped out. Given that it was the 16th floor, it was quite impressive for a man in his 70s or 80s to have climbed up. Oh, Grandpa Zhong, how did you manage to climb the stairs? Chen quickly approached, a wry smile on his face as he inquired. Oh, it's nothing. Don't let my age fool you. I'm still in great shape. The old man, though not tall, was quite robust, exuding a youthful vitality that rivaled that of younger folks. Very well, you're in good health, which is better than anything else. I am Chen, the grandson of Chu Tianming. Welcome to Qingshui. My grandfather is waiting for you in the private room. Chen repeated his greeting, albeit to a different guest. You must be Chen, Grandpa Zhong remarked in surprise, inspecting him from head to toe. Not bad at all. No wonder old Chu is so proud, bragging about how remarkable his grandson is. Just your looks alone could outshine a crowd. Haha, thank you, Grandpa Zhong. Both Grandpa Huang and Grandpa are here. Please head to the room and wait a moment. Once the other guests arrive, we will all gather together. Chen felt his face nearly stiffen from smiling, so much as he directed him to the door. All right, I'll head in first. You hurry up too. We must have a drink together today. Grandpa Zhong, in good spirits, ambled over casually. Half an hour later, the private room was filled with 5 old men joyfully gathering. This was a simple comrades' reunion, and aside from the accompanying caregivers, no family members were present. Chen, as the junior, seated himself at the corner of the table, serving tea while observing the lively discussions of the past, wondering if he too would experience such camaraderie in the future. Ah, old Chu, your grandson is truly impressive, Grandpa Zhong, his voice the loudest, raised his teacup with a cheerful tone. This remark irked the old man, who pointed accusingly at him, saying, You old rascal, don't take credit for my grandson. You re the one with a grandson. Ha ha ha, look at you. I'm praising your grandson, and I still end up making a mistake. Grandpa Zhong, in high spirits, reiterated with a double entendre, sending the table into fits of laughter, even causing the young girl next to Chu Chen to stifle her giggles behind her hand. Humph! The old man huffed, turning to gaze at his grandson at the table's edge, his face once again alight with pride. Our little Chen is now a colonel and chief of staff. Which of your grandchildren can compare? Wow! Grandpa Huang leaned back in his chair, looking surprised, admiration evident in his eyes. I've heard that little Chen is remarkable. But I didn't expect him to be a colonel at such a young age. This boy is exceptional. The Chu family is bound to produce a general someday. Indeed, he is only 30, and the future is bright. With a bit of luck, he could very well become a lieutenant general, chimed in an old man seated nearby, who was thinning on top and had lost a few teeth. His name was Lu Dajuan, also a veteran, who had not been in good health in recent years. Had it not been for the reunion, he likely wouldn't have come. Age takes its toll, making it hard to endure such gatherings. Dear grandfathers, please do not tease me. Titles are not important. We serve in the military not for promotions, right? Chu Chen smiled shyly, lowering his stance. Look at this child. He is not just aware but has a broad perspective, Grandpa Huang remarked while casting his gaze toward his granddaughter beside him. Has little Chen married yet? Not yet. He is far too busy to think about that. The old man interjected before Chu Chen could respond, clearly concerned about his grandson's marital status, feeling a pang of sorrow whenever he witnessed others becoming great-grandparents. Grandpa Huang sipped his tea. Introducing his granddaughter. This is my granddaughter, Huang Qingsheng. She is 25 today and studying for her Master's at Qingbei University. You two should get to know each other. Hearing her grandfather call her out, Huang Qingsheng turned crimson, unable to meet Chu Chen's gaze. The surrounding old men, understanding the implications, chuckled knowingly. They had all gone through such youthful infatuations. Little Chen, why not add each other as friends? Who knows? If it blossoms, I'd be related to your grandpa, the old man boldly suggested, beaming with delight. From the moment he entered, he had noticed how lovely the girl was, not just in appearance but also in her graceful demeanor. Clearly a well-educated young lady. Indeed, if you two hit it off, I will be your grandfather's in-law, Grandpa Huang added, unfazed, fully aware of the Chu family situation. Should it come to fruition, his granddaughter would be well cared for. Far better than if she were to navigate a relationship on her own. Chapter 25. The actor self-positioning. Why don't you? Huang Qingsheng, noticing his lack of response, shyly retrieved her phone from her pocket and held up the QR code in front of him. At this juncture, Chu Chen could only manage a wry smile as he added her as a friend. It wasn't that he was trying to be pretentious. Rather, this method was somewhat difficult for him to accept. How had this gathering of old comrades transformed into a matchmaking event? Ding, the screen illuminated, signaling a new message. What are you up to? What delicious food are we having tonight? Looking forward to it. Jiang Yuhan, having spent the afternoon shopping, flopped onto the couch at home and began messaging. The dinner will be rather light. I'm accompanying Grandpa for a gathering. Chu Chen took out his phone and recorded a short video, capturing the array of dishes on the table, along with the people in the room. Hearing the notification, Jiang Yuhan, who was busy unpacking her shopping bags, dropped everything and rushed over. Upon opening the video and seeing a table full of elderly men, she burst into laughter. However, in the next moment, she realized something was amiss. Although Chu Chen had scanned the room, he had overlooked the blind spot on his right, where a girl's phone and case were clearly visible, indicating it belonged to a young woman. This revelation ignited a fire of jealousy within her, and she muttered under her breath, "It's only been a day, and someone else already thinking about it. They better keep their distance from me." Indifferent. Not bad at all. Grandpa is quite fashionable, even his phone case is a limited edition. While eating, Chu Chen was momentarily taken aback by the message. Turning to see Huang Qingsheng's phone case, he quickly pieced it together, a mischievous grin crossing his face as he picked up his phone. And of course, you think this is just an ordinary gathering? Grandpa's comrade introduced his granddaughter to me. She is a graduate student from Tsinghua University, 25 years old. 25 years. Jiang Yuhan glared at her phone, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. That moment, a surge of unnameable fury coursed through her, and she felt an overwhelming urge to head to Qingshui County to confront this couple immediately. Wow, 25, how lovely! Applause. After spending so many days together, Chu Chen had seen through her facade and knew she was undoubtedly sulking, perhaps even crafting a paper doll in frustration. I can't just refuse an old man to his face. I merely added a friend, and I'll likely return in a couple of days. Upon receiving his confirmation, Jiang Yuhan instantly regained her composure, tossing her long hair and shaking her head with satisfaction. All right, it's only right to spend more time with the elderly. Just don't overindulge. I am going to take a shower and we'll talk later. After reading her message, a smile crept onto Chu Chen's lips, yet unbeknownst to him, the entire table had noticed his demeanor. Sensing the sudden hush around him, Chu Chen felt puzzled. Had the gathering concluded already? It seemed too soon. Looking up, he found 6 pairs of eyes fixed on him, as if everyone was awaiting his explanation. Apologies, just replying to a few messages, gentlemen. Please, continue. Continue. Let us keep chatting. The old man's eyes glimmered with delight, seemingly aware of the situation, and beckoned his old friends to resume their conversation. Only old Huang appeared somewhat displeased. Downing a full glass of baijiu, which prompted his granddaughter to rush over with cautionary advice. At their age, they should be mindful of lighter meals and limit alcohol consumption. That night, the gathering continued until past 10 o'clock. With the last few elderly men sufficiently inebriated, and it was Chu Chen who saw each of them off, thankfully, a room had been booked in advance. Otherwise, it would have been quite the hassle to search for a hotel in the dead of night with several elderly men in tow. Han Heng, we're off, Sister Fei, clad in a tailored suit that exuded elegance, particularly after tying her long hair into a ponytail, radiated the aura of a formidable urban professional, striding with purpose. Let us go. Sister Fei, the sooner we leave, the sooner we return. We still need to touch up before the event. Jiang Yuhan, with a bare face and a mask covering her features, prepared to set off after a quick tidy-up. After all, she would need to change and apply makeup upon arrival, so why waste time at home? At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Qingshui City Exhibition Center, Eternal Jewelry had booked an entire floor for the launch of their new products, inviting numerous media outlets and prominent figures from various fields to grace the occasion. This exhibition represented their most significant exposure opportunity of the day, hence their fervent desire for Jiang Yuhan to attend. Aiming to maximize their benefits, in the parking lot, a throng of eager fans and reporters had already gathered, hoping to capture unique moments before her entrance. Sister Han Heng, had I known there would be so many people. It would have been better if you'd put on some makeup. This is free advertising, Xiao Qing lamented, gazing at the reporters outside. Jiang Yuhan, donning a hat that concealed her face, scoffed, do I really need to rely on these for publicity? I am an actress, and ultimately, I must prove myself through my stage performances. This is merely icing on the cake. It doesn't matter. Head to the basement, notify the brand representatives to send someone for us. Sister Fei frowned, instructing the driver not to stop. If they halted now, they would likely be besieged by enthusiastic fans. Regardless of one's status, maintaining some distance from fans is generally advisable. 10 minutes later, in a discreet corner of the basement, Jiang Yuhan and her entourage successfully entered the venue with the protection of security personnel. Upon arriving backstage, the representative from Eternal Jewelry greeted them with a beaming smile. Thank you, Yuhan, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to join us. I apologize for interrupting your vacation, Mr. Chen. You're being too polite. We're all part of the same circle, and Qingshui is nearby. So it's only fitting that I come to see. Sister Fei, seasoned in such situations, quickly charmed the representative into a jovial mood. We have half an hour left. Makeup artist, please expedite the process. Jiang Yuhan glanced at the time, a hint of urgency crossing her countenance. Normally, she wouldn't concern herself with such details. It was always Sister Fei who urged her along. It's fine. There's no rush today. After all, we have nothing planned for the evening. You go ahead and get ready. I'll step out for a moment. Unperturbed by her demeanor, Sister Fei issued a few instructions before exiting the room. Today's event would attract many influential figures, and if she could engage in a few fruitful conversations, she might even secure a few endorsement deals. Chapter 26. Chi Fei's commanding presence to ensure a more comfortable and convenient experience. The venue's management had set up large conference and lounge rooms on each floor, allowing early arriving VIPs a place to rest. Upon pushing open the lounge door, Chi Fei entered with an elevated head. Her imposing presence undiminished even among a gathering of prominent business figures. President Qi, it's been such a long time. Hello, President Qi. It's been about half a year since our last encounter. Hasn't it? President Qi, when would you be free to discuss potential collaboration? As soon as she stepped inside, a throng of executives surrounded her, each vying for her attention. Their eagerness was not due to subservience to her popularity. It was simply that Chi Fei was a renowned figure in the agent industry. In just over a decade, She had propelled numerous stars to fame, particularly in recent years with Jiang Yuhan, whose every film and television series had achieved remarkable box office success. Had she not debuted later, she would likely have already ascended to the status of an award-winning actress. Thus, each of these fashion industry executives sought to establish a closer rapport with her, knowing that even if they had no immediate need, they would certainly benefit in the future. Esteemed bosses, you are all extraordinarily busy. Please don't mock me for merely being a worker. Chi Fei raised a glass of red wine to toast with them, skillfully engaging in conversation with the many dignitaries. In both demeanor and eloquence, she held her own, exuding an air of superiority. President Chi, you are being modest. We're all part of the same industry. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man with a face full of creases, wearing a forced smile, interjected, your agents focus on packaging talents and devising various promotional strategies. We in the jewelry business do the same, engaging in branding, design, and publicity with similar target demographics. Chi Fei interrupted him, clearly disapproving. This man's tone carried an air of condescension, and she would not hold back. Mr. Yu, we are not in the same industry. You profit from gimmicks, while we earn our living through genuine talent, crafted through countless performances. Though her words were truthful, they left the other executives momentarily speechless. The jewelry industry had long thrived on selling love, which was essentially a gimmick as well. Indeed, I can agree with that. Of course, when one possesses enough prowess to overshadow the room, there will always be those who nod in agreement. That moment. Another executive, perceptive enough, chimed in cheerfully. President Chi, your team is filled with exceptional talent. Each one has risen to the top tier through their abilities, especially Yuhan. There's no doubt she will become a superstar of award-winning caliber. Absolutely. I won't say anything else, but for our Yuhan, it's just a matter of 2 or 3 years before she claims that award. Chi Fei stood tall, her voice bold and confident. Despite her usual tendency to chatter incessantly, when it came to defending her own, she would not allow anyone to speak ill of her child. By the way, President Chi, our company has recently launched a new line aiming to penetrate the high-end market. Do you think Yuhan has any availability for collaboration? I'm afraid, Mr. Ren, that Yuhan's schedule is fully booked until the end of next year. I truly cannot find any time for her. If you're interested in collaboration, perhaps I could inquire about other artists for you. Without a moment's hesitation, Chi Fei outright declined. Although Jiang Yuhan's schedule wasn't fully booked, at her current standing, earning money was secondary. Maintaining her positioning was paramount. Accepting an endorsement for a second-tier brand, regardless of the compensation offered, was out of the question. It was a matter of face, and she could not afford to be careless. Amidst the casual chatter, the door to the lounge swung open once more, revealing an elderly couple who supported each other as they entered, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Professor Liu, what brings you here today? Chi Fei exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise as she hastily tossed her wine glass to a server and rushed over. This couple was remarkable. The gentleman, surnamed Liu, was a biology professor at Qingbei University. Having educated countless influential figures over decades, many magnates in business and politics would bow and respectfully address him as teacher upon meeting him. As for his wife, she was even more extraordinary, a top-tier jewelry designer in the country, whose creations fetched astronomical prices, often with many waiting in line for a chance to purchase. Xiao Fei, it's been a while. Are you attending an event here? Professor Liu, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, inquired at a measured pace. His complexion rosy and vibrant despite his advanced age. Yes, teacher. I have an event today, but I didn't expect to run into you and madam, Chi Fei replied, her previous air of arrogance dissipating, replaced by the respectful demeanor of a devoted child towards their parents. In truth, referring to them as parents was not entirely unfounded. Chi Fei's husband was a prize student of Professor Liu, and even years after graduation, they still frequently spoke on the phone. Thus, Chi Fei's reverence stemmed not from fame or fortune, but from genuine filial affection. What has Jiang Yuhan been up to lately? I haven't received a call from him in ages. As soon as they settled, Professor Liu eagerly inquired about his student, revealing his genuine concern for this prodigy. He's just as busy as ever, running around and hardly home. I'm constantly flying around with artists, and our home life feels anything but homey. I scold him over the phone once I finish work in the evening. Chi Fei lamented, her expression full of helplessness. Her husband was an esteemed figure in the biological sciences, running his own research lab, often submerged in his work, oblivious to what he was studying, sometimes leaving them months without seeing each other. Thankfully, they had no children yet. Otherwise, their lives would be even more chaotic. No worries. I was just curious. It's good for young people to be busy. I wish I could be, but my health won't allow it. Professor Lu said, gesturing to his heart with a wry smile. Teacher, your health should be your top priority. Have you had any recent checkups? Chi Fei, aware of his heart condition, often checked in on him. Yes, the doctor said there's nothing serious, just no late nights or stress. Otherwise, all is well, Madame Lu, holding Chi Fei's hand, wore a gentle smile that was soothing to the soul. Fei Jia, it's about time. Shall we head to the backstage? At that moment, Xiao Qing rushed over, whispering in her ear. All right, I understand. You go ahead, Chi Fei said apologetically as she sent the young girl off. Teacher, madam, my event is about to start. So please make yourselves comfortable. Of course, go ahead. We'll sit for a bit, and then leave. We just came to Xinjiang for a stroll. We'll be heading back to Yindu tomorrow. Professor Lu waved her off. Signaling that she should attend to her duties, Chi Fei nodded, turning to leave, but suddenly recalled an important question and turned back to quietly ask, Teacher, may I inquire if our school has a student named Chu Chen? I heard he has a direct admit for a combined Bachelor S, Master S, and doctoral program. You must have heard of such talent. Chapter 27. A thorny question. Chu Chen? Professor Lu adjusted his glasses, furrowing his brow as he pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He shouldn't be from our school. While I can't be certain about those directly admitted, I do recall that there are hardly any students in a combined program throughout the year. All right, I was just asking. Please continue sitting. I'll be back shortly. Chi Fei maintained a calm demeanor, nodding with a smile as she departed quickly. This query was a spur-of-the-moment thought. Whether or not Chu Chen was from Qingbei University wouldn't deter Jiang Yuhan's admiration, as he might simply be low-key in school. The press conference venue, the host had begun warming up the crowd, with numerous fashion industry elites gradually taking the stage to sign in and take photographs, while new jewelry pieces gleamed under the spotlight. Now, let us welcome today's star, the spokesperson for Eternal Jewelry, Miss Jiang Yuhan, to make her dazzling entrance. As the time approached, the host smiled at the throng of reporters and fans below, calling out. Suddenly, all eyes turned towards the end of the red carpet, eagerly anticipating the goddess's appearance. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed. Following the beam of light, a figure clad in a black dress came into view. Jiang Yuhan, with her long hair cascading in glamorous waves, radiated a captivating smile from her exquisite face, adorned in a black evening gown embellished with countless sparkling diamonds, making her appear ethereal and breathtaking. Her long legs peeked out from beneath the hem of her dress, driving the reporters into a frenzy as they clicked their cameras, desperate not to miss a single frame. Henin, you're so beautiful. I love you, one enthusiastic fan shouted, breaking the spell cast over the captivated audience. In an instant, the venue erupted, with fans rushing forward, yearning for a close encounter with their idol. This caused quite a fright for security personnel, who quickly formed a barrier to ensure the artist's safety from the surging crowd. Thank you for your love and support. There are quite a few of you here today. Please line up orderly and refrain from causing chaos. Jiang Yuhan maintained her smile, her dimple serving as a charm that sent male fans into ecstatic shouts. Jiang Yuhan, I love you. I want to marry you. Henin, you're the best, the most beautiful goddess in the world. Thank you, everyone. Please, do take care of your safety. I won't be leaving just yet. We can chat shortly. Jiang Yuhan calmed her excited fans before stepping onto the stage, playfully scribbling on the signing wall before turning to face the media and the public. Welcome, welcome. It's truly a delight to see Goddess Jiang here today. The host exaggeratedly placed a hand over his heart, regaining control of the situation. Thank you all, and I appreciate the support from our media friends. As the spokesperson for Eternal Jewelry, I certainly had to be present at such an important occasion. Jiang Yuhan took the microphone, her tone measured and humble as she greeted everyone while showcasing the necklace adorning her neck. It was a spectacular 10-carat colored diamond. Without even considering the design, the value of the raw stone alone was in the tens of millions. This was the crown jewel of Eternal Jewelry, rarely displayed for public viewing, so having it worn by Jiang Yuhan was indeed a significant honor. Miss Jiang, there are rumors in the industry that you and President Zhao from Eternal Jewelry are in a romantic relationship. Is this true? Just as the event commenced, an ill-timed question was posed by an unknown reporter, drawing the gaze of everyone in the room towards Jiang Yuhan, awaiting her response. Which reporter is this? Dare to disrupt my event? Clearly, you're in for trouble. Chi Fei fumed, hands on her hips, ready to confront the reporter had Xiao Qing not pulled her back. After all, Jiang Yuhan had carefully cultivated her pure and innocent image over the years. Free from scandals, a persona meticulously crafted by her agency. Esteemed media friend, I believe you've misunderstood why relationship with President Zhao is strictly professional, stemming from our limited work-related interactions, Jiang Yuhan replied, her expression unflinching. Her smile unwavering. As a veteran in the industry, she had faced such questions countless times before. Then how were you able to surpass Wei Tingting to become the spokesperson for Eternal Jewelry? Her notoriety and status are not lesser than yours. Is it because your fees were more affordable? The reporter pressed on, refusing to relent. This prompted not only Qi Fei but also the representatives from Eternal Jewelry to become agitated. Cursing vehemently, who invited this reporter? Where is the PR department? Are you all blind? If you can't handle this, get out. The situation escalated into chaos at what was supposed to be a new product launch event. Not only were the staff frustrated, but the fans began to voice their discontent as well. You're talking nonsense. In terms of looks and talent, our Hanin is light years ahead of Waitingting. You just looking for trouble. I swear I'll knock you out. Some male fans rolled up their sleeves, ready to confront the reporter. The journalist, frightened, attempted to blend back into the crowd, and had it not been for the ample security present, he would have surely found himself in quite a predicament. Everyone, please calm down. Jiang Yuhan raised her voice, urging the crowd to avoid further friction, then turned her gaze firmly towards the camera, stating seriously, "Today is the launch event for Eternal Jewelry. I would prefer if you could refrain from personal inquiries about me. Regarding the question posed by that media friend, I would like to respond directly. First, my endorsement fee is significantly higher than that of certain individuals. This can be verified within the industry. As for the reasons, I believe everyone can see that the products I endorse have never encountered any quality or pricing issues, which is evident to all. Secondly, regarding the issue of popularity, I am an actress, not a mere jester on screen, nor am I akin to those who lack significant works and spend their days mingling on variety show stages. Of course, I do not intend to direct my words at anyone in particular, as I too participate in variety programs." "Splendid." Qi Fei clapped her thigh, bursting into laughter. In the face of such purposeful inquiries, one must respond with fervor. Is this not the scene you all wish to witness? It matters not, for the fan base is hardly interconnected, and there is no real competition for followers. Naturally, this response delighted the reporters present, prompting them to wonder if Jiang Yuhan was declaring open war. It seems tonight's headlines are secured. The visit was not in vain. Now, let us allow the goddess Jang a brief respite. The host, in a state of mild panic, quickly shifted the topic to regain the audience's attention. Next up, we have the grand unveiling of this year's new collection from Eternal Jewelry. Chapter 28. Surprise inspection in the dressing room. Jiang Yuhan was undeterred by the earlier commotion, busily changing outfits. "Yuhan, that reporter was definitely sent by Wei Tingting." Desperate for a bit of attention, Qi Fei complained as she pushed open the door, her dissatisfaction evident before she even entered. "Let them cling. Such fans lack genuine loyalty, so it matters little," Jiang Yuhan replied with magnanimity, adjusting her attire and admiring herself in the mirror. "Humph, if you had that mindset, you would have already broken through to the A-list," Qi Fei lamented, exasperated by her friend's lack of ambition. While others vie for the attention of high-profile stars, this girl seems to shy away, even from seniors within the same company. "Why are you in such a hurry? We have a celebration banquet coming up," Qi Fei questioned, puzzled by her urgency. "I have my own plans. Don't worry about it." "See you tomorrow," Jiang Yuhan stated, slipping on her mask and preparing to make her exit. Quick as a flash, Qi Fei grasped her arm, her expression serious as she demanded, "Where do you think you're going? Have you forgotten your identity? You can't just wander off alone." "Oh dear." Jiang Yuhan's expression fell, and she pouted, resorting to her usual charm. "Sister Fei, I'm going to Qingshui County to find Chu Chan. It will be fine. I've already arranged for transportation." "What? You're going to Qingshui? Alone?" Qi Fei felt her head might explode, gripping Jiang Yuhan's ear as she nearly shouted in exasperation. "Have you lost your mind? Qingshui is over 200 kilometers away." The girl recoiled, her face contorted in pain as she pleaded, "Sister Fei, this concerns my happiness. Chu Chen's grandfather introduced him to someone last night. If I don't go, my boyfriend might be taken away." "You." Qi Fei was nearly beside herself with frustration, staring at the seemingly brainless girl before her. She wanted to scold her but couldn't bear to, repeatedly reminding herself that this was her own familial burden. "Fine, I'll arrange for Master Sun to take you, and bring Xiaoqing along. You must return tomorrow. Can I go by myself?" Jiang Yuhan, unwilling to give up, asked tentatively, lowering her head. "Absolutely not," Qi Fei shouted into her ear. Startling her into submission, Jiang Yuhan sulked as she retreated, grumbling about Qi Fei's overreaction. 7 in the evening. Darkness had fallen. After dinner, Chu Chun lay alone on a bench in the pavilion, gazing up at the fading twilight. He pulled out his phone, finding nothing but a few notifications from apps. He had not heard from Jiang Yuhan all day, and his mind began to race with possibilities. Could she be upset over yesterday's joke? After some contemplation, he concluded that this was the only plausible explanation. Has the event ended? After a moment of hesitation, Chen decided to test the waters, crafting a message and sending it off, awaiting a reply. Yet, where he would typically receive a response within a minute, now over a minute had passed with no reaction. Could she really be angry? Muttering to himself, he rose from the bench, contemplating whether to call her. Did you have training today? He added another message, reasoning that perhaps she was simply preoccupied. Suddenly, a notification chimed. A smile spread across his face, but upon checking his phone, he found nothing. His screen was as barren as his pocket. Looking around, he realized he was alone, and confusion washed over him. Had his phone broken? Chen frowned in perplexity. No, it wasn't the phone ringing. It was your heart speaking. That crisp, melodic voice rang out beside him, causing Chen to snap his head towards the entrance. There stood Jiang Yuhan, beaming and waving at him in the dimming light. Her exquisite features made his heart race. Clad in a simple t-shirt that accentuated her flawless figure and vintage denim shorts that showcased her long, smooth legs, she appeared utterly captivating. You? What are you doing here? Chen, usually composed, stumbled over his words, his eyes wide with disbelief. Why can't I come? Someone started matchmaking yesterday, and I'm here to help him out, Jiang Yuhan replied playfully, her hands clasped behind her back. Though she said that, her gaze remained glued to Chen. He smiled softly, his eyes filled with affectionate warmth, as he rose to open the door for her. Come in, you're late, they left this morning. It's fine. There will be plenty of opportunities today. I'm here to deal with you, Jiang Yuhan declared, tilting her head and playfully shaking her fist before tugging at his arm, pointing to a large pile of gifts by the door. You wouldn't make me, a delicate girl, carry all this, would you? She fluttered her sparkling eyes, embodying the essence of a damsel in distress, showcasing her skills as a professional actress. Come on now, just being here is enough. You don't need to bring anything, Chen replied, shaking his head. We have everything at home. Buying more is just wasteful. Before he could finish, Jiang Yuhan interjected, seemingly anticipating his response. I know you would say that. Chen shot her an exasperated glance, though his smile remained intact. Oh, but this is different. It's my heartfelt gesture, unrelated to material things. Now, hurry inside. Jiang Yuhan urged him on, pulling out a makeup mirror to check if she needed to retouch her makeup. After all, it was her first time meeting his family, and showing up with a smudged face would be quite disrespectful. All right, you look beautiful. Let us go, Chen said, ruffling her hair affectionately as he turned to lead the way. This gesture brought immense joy to Jiang Yuhan, as such intimacy was something Chen had not shown before. It seemed she had indeed made the right decision in coming. Upon entering the house, Chen's family was engrossed in a television show. When they saw him walk in with bags in hand, they looked puzzled. Chen, where have you been? We already have plenty at home. Why did you buy more? Chen glanced at his grandmother, a hint of pride in his voice as he replied, Grandma, I brought a friend. These are her gifts. He then turned to the entrance and called out, You've come all this way. Don't just stand there. The four family members exchanged bewildered looks, unable to comprehend who Chen was addressing, as they assumed his friends would not be so shy. However, one astute family member quickly caught on. Zhengshan, after a brief moment of confusion, realized what was happening and promptly headed to the kitchen to wash some fruit. After all, it was only right to treat his daughter-in-law-to-be with the utmost hospitality. Chapter 29. Generosity of Little Jang. At the entrance, Jiang Yuhan shot an exasperated glance at the smug Chen before taking a deep breath and stepping inside. Hello, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle and Aunt. My name is Jiang Yuhan. And I am Chen's. She glanced sideways at the grinning Chen, feeling a bit shy as she lowered her head. Friend? Her entrance shocked everyone in the room. The elderly gentleman, holding a teacup, was momentarily speechless, while the grandmother and mother gazed at Jiang Yuhan with wide eyes, filled with surprise and delight. Ahem. Zhengshan coughed from the kitchen, reminding everyone to snap out of their daze. While he warmly welcomed their guest. Hello, little Jiang, please sit down. Uncle will wash some fruit for you. Make yourself comfortable. There's no need to fuss, Uncle. Jiang Yuhan waved her hand, smiling shyly. It was evident that regardless of one's status as a superstar or an ordinary person, the nerves of meeting the parents were universal. Oh, little Jiang, just ignore him, Chen's mother said, her excitement bubbling over as she rushed to take Jiang Yuhan's hand, examining her closely. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that this girl was stunning, tall, with a great figure and large, expressive eyes that sparkled with charm. With only a touch of light makeup, she looked like a celestial being descended to earth. Come, come, let us sit over here. Have you eaten yet? Chu Chen's mother led Jiang Yuhan to the living room, casting a satisfied glance at Chu Chen. Her pride palpable. It seemed her son had impeccable taste, for he had not only chosen to remain single, but had also brought home such a remarkable girl, truly a perfect match. Aunt, I've already eaten, Jiang Yuhan replied bashfully, settling between the grandmother and mother as they engaged in casual conversation. As Chu Chen observed that he had little to occupy himself with, he plunged headfirst into the kitchen. Upon entering, he was immediately cornered by his father. Son, why didn't you inform me beforehand that a young lady was coming over? This is quite impolite, Dad. I had no idea she would come. It must have been Chen Lu who shared the address with her. Chu Chen replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly pinpointed the crux of the issue. Chu Zhengshan peeked in, his curiosity piqued, and eagerly inquired, is she the starlet from the training program? Yes, Dad, that's her. Chu Chen honestly nodded. At this stage, there was no longer any need for concealment. However, the notion of someone from the entertainment industry seemed rather inappropriate. Upon receiving a definitive answer, Chu Zhengshan furrowed his brow, harboring some reservations. After all, the confidentiality surrounding his son's career was quite stringent, and a relationship with someone from the entertainment realm could potentially hinder future promotions. Dad, Yuhan's social circle is quite pristine. There have never been any scandals associated with her. Besides, we've known each other since childhood. There's nothing to worry about. We need not fear scrutiny. Chu Chen had indeed pondered this dilemma. If their relationship were to progress, he would proactively request an investigation from the organization. As long as you're aware, I won't impose my thoughts on this matter, replied old Chu, who was rather open-minded regarding his son's marital affairs. After tidying up the fruits, he exited the kitchen, where Jiang Yuhan was distributing gifts to everyone. Grandpa, since this is our first meeting, I wasn't sure what you would like, but I hope you enjoy this pipe. Jiang Yuhan produced an exquisite wooden box, revealing a white jade pipe within, an item of considerable worth. This girl certainly isn't shy about spending, old Master Chu exclaimed in astonishment as he picked up the pipe to examine it. Little Jiang, this is far too precious. I cannot accept such a gift. Oh, Grandpa, what does value matter? We are speaking of sentiment here. It's not about money. What matters is that you like it. Jiang Yuhan cheerfully diverted the subject. She then rummaged through another gift bag and produced 2 red boxes. Upon opening them, 2 pairs of jade bangles of impressive quality were revealed. Auntie, Grandma, these are gifts for you. I hope you will like them. This left both women utterly astonished. Women, more than men, are often acutely aware of the value of jade. The 2 pairs of bracelets shimmered with clarity and uniform color, likely worth a sum exceeding 6 figures. To arrive for a first meeting without a gift for the child was one thing. Accepting such lavish presents was truly inappropriate. No, little Jiang, your kind intention is sufficient. Auntie and Grandma cannot accept such extravagant gifts. Mother promptly declined her goodwill, even though she secretly adored the offering. After all, they weren't married yet, and accepting such gifts would appear overly materialistic. Indeed, we cannot accept. Keep them for yourself, who knows when they may come in handy. Although the elderly lady was quite pleased with the prospect of her future granddaughter-in-law, she maintained a sense of propriety and thus firmly rejected the gifts. Auntie, Grandma, I traveled a long way to bring these. Are you refusing them because you do not like me? Jiang Yuhan skillfully employed her strengths, lowering her head and reddening her eyes, expressing her dismay. Mother, taken aback by this display, quickly embraced her, softly reassuring her, silly child. Of course, Auntie and Grandma like you. Our entire family welcomes your presence. Whoa. The girl became even more animated, burying her face in Mother's embrace and weeping, if you like me, why won't you accept my gifts? Chu Chen rolled his eyes at her antics, exclaiming internally, goodness, she is putting on quite the performance for us. Given her professional prowess, it was likely she could effortlessly win over both his mother and grandmother. Indeed, the elderly lady soon succumbed to her emotions, donning one of the bangles on her wrist and proudly displaying it. Little Jiang, Grandma truly likes you, and I also adore your gift. Please stop crying. If your eyes swell up, you won't look as lovely. Really, Grandma, I like you too. Upon seeing the bangle on the elderly lady's wrist, Jiang Yuhan's expression brightened, and she eagerly slipped the remaining pair onto Mother's wrist, admiring them for a while before flattering, Auntie, Grandma, these bangles were simply made for you. They are stunning. Hee, is that so? I quite like them too, Mother responded, momentarily forgetting her reservations, lost in joy on the sofa. At that moment, only Chen and his father remained without gifts. Jiang Yuhan bounded over to old Chu with the final gift box, and upon opening it, a limited edition watch lay quietly inside. "Uncle, this is a gift for you. I hope you enjoy it." Chu Jingshan glanced at the watch, pointed at himself, and hesitated to refuse, but recalling the earlier emotional scene, he graciously accepted it, smiling. "Little Jiang, I truly appreciate your gift." "Thank you. You're welcome, uncle. I'm glad you like it." Jiang Yuhan beamed, casting a triumphant smile at Chu Chen. "See? I've effortlessly won over everyone in the family." Chapter 30. The Beauty Beneath the Fireworks. At 10 o'clock in the evening, after several nudges from Chu Chen, mother reluctantly released Jiang Yuhan's small hand. "Mom, I'm taking Yuhan home. You all should get some rest. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Auntie, please rest early. I will come to see you again tomorrow." Jiang Yuhan waved to everyone at the door, feeling elated after the delightful visit, now confident in her position. "Little Jiang, remember, you must come tomorrow," mother reminded as she watched them leave. "Of course, Auntie. I will be here." Jiang Yuhan replied, lowering the car window and waving cheerfully, as the vehicle drove away. Growing ever distant, the elderly lady stood at the door, her heart filled with sentiment. "Finally, my wish has been fulfilled. But this child seems somewhat familiar. I feel as though I have seen her somewhere before." "Mom, you must have seen her. Little Jiang is a big star, and many of her dramas are currently airing on television." Chu Jingshan explained, supporting his mother's arm while revealing Jiang Yuhan's identity. "And no wonder. She's a movie star. It explains her lavish gifts," the elderly lady murmured, only to quickly become apprehensive. "I've heard the entertainment industry can be quite chaotic. Although our Chu family isn't a prestigious clan, we certainly cannot accept a girl who does not adhere to propriety. Mom, rest assured. Chu Chen and little Jiang are high school classmates, and she has a clean reputation with no scandals whatsoever. Trust in Chu Chen's judgment," Chu Jingshan reassured his mother, finally guiding her inside to rest. On their way back to the hotel, Jiang Yuhan turned to gaze out the window, chuckling from time to time. "That was unexpected. You caught me off guard today. I didn't mean to. Chen Lu provided me with the address, and I didn't know it was your home." This girl was still trying to shift the blame onto Chen Lu. "Ah, that traitor. I shall make him pay for this," Chu Chen thought angrily, realizing that Chen Lu was indeed a member of the mischief-making brigade. As they drove past the riverbank, a dazzling firework display erupted, capturing Jiang Yuhan's attention. "Wow, they can set off fireworks here. Stop the car. I want to see." Seeing her eager demeanor, Chu Chen could only shake his head and chuckle in resignation. Fortunately, it was already past 10, and the number of pedestrians along the riverside had dwindled, making it easy to find a parking spot. Qingshui County is famous for its fireworks. They never prohibit them, and every month, there are firework displays by the river. "You're quite lucky to witness one today," Chu Chen explained as he pointed to the opposite launching site. Jiang Yuhan paid little heed to his words, resting her chin on the railing as she intently watched the fireworks. Her focus akin to that of an actress auditioning for a role. "This place is wonderful. I must buy a house here so I can watch fireworks every day." "What is so interesting about that?" "It just pollutes the air," Chu Chen remarked, somewhat perplexed. "What is the use of gunpowder except for environmental damage?" "You truly lack a sense of romance," Jiang Yuhan retorted, casting him a disdainful glance before pulling out her phone to capture the fireworks. She bounced around, searching for the perfect angle and, in her excitement, removed her mask to snap a few selfies. After 10 minutes, as the fireworks ceased, she was left panting, leaning against Chu Chen while gazing out at the pitch-black river. "Do you think I performed well today?" What do you mean?" Chu Chen feigned ignorance, turning to look at her. "Stop pretending." Jiang Yuhan boldly grasped his collar, pulling him closer, their bright eyes meeting. "I gave it my all." "I understand. I've considered this for quite some time." Chu Chen leaned in closer, their faces nearly touching, their breaths mingling. "That's so? I want a resolution." Jiang Yuhan's cheeks flushed, biting her lip as she pressed for an answer. "I want—" Chu Chen's gaze brimmed with affection, but before he could finish, his lips were captured by hers as she leaned in, breathless and softly murmuring, "Tell me your answer tomorrow. I fear I won't be able to sleep tonight." Chu Chen chuckled, gently holding her head, passionately kissing the enchanting girl before him. Boom. The fireworks were reloaded, erupting once more into a splendid display in the sky. Beside the riverbank railing, the two indulged in their fervent kiss. "Wow, this scene is absolutely spectacular." In the distance, two female students strolling leisurely observed a couple locked in an embrace beneath the fireworks, and without hesitation, they produced their phones to record a video. Oh no, my heart, which I had long since resigned, began to race once more. How I long for a boyfriend. That man appears rather handsome. If I could have such a partner, I would slap myself for any quarrels we might have. The two girls chatted as they walked, their words dripping with envy. Why not post it on Douyin? Who knows, it might just go viral, and if you become an internet sensation, you can choose any boyfriend you want. Ah, indeed. That's a splendid idea. Once I become famous, I shall reward you with a Wang Erbois. They laughed. The pair indulged in their whimsical daydreams, casually sending out the video they had just recorded. An hour later, at the hotel entrance, Jiang Yuhan grasped Chu Chen's hand, swaying it back and forth, reluctant to go inside. All right, it's nearly midnight. Let us head back. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning. I am not sleepy. This girl, with bloodshot eyes, stubbornly refused to admit her fatigue, wishing to linger a little longer with Chu Chen. Be good. I'll take you out for a delightful meal tomorrow. Chu Chen gently patted her head, akin to soothing a child. Fine. See you tomorrow. Jiang Yuhan reluctantly released his hand but, after taking a few steps, dashed back. What is the matter? Did you forget something? Chu Chen inquired. Checking his pockets. Come here. Jiang Yuhan beckoned him forward with a playful gesture. Oh, quite the tease, aren't you? Chu Chen complied, slightly bending down. After ensuring no one was watching, she swiftly removed her mask and pecked him on the cheek before scampering back to the hotel. Don't forget to pick me up tomorrow. All right, I won tea, Chu Chen replied, touching the spot on his face where her lips had just landed, waving goodbye to her retreating figure. At midnight, night owls lay cocooned in their blankets. Scrolling through short videos, suddenly, a video with an exceptionally simple background appeared before them. In the clip, a man and woman shared a passionate kiss, fireworks bursting overhead, crafting a breathtaking scene. Wow, this moment is simply exquisite. Where is this? I want to visit with my boyfriend. The gentle evening breeze, the embrace of a loved one. How enviable. Isn't the focus supposed to be on this handsome young man? Just look at his profile. He outshines half the stars in the entertainment industry. As comments poured in, the video gained traction, quickly trending. Chapter 31. Exposed in a room, Jiang Yuhan sprawled on the bed like a lazy cat. Unable to contain her laughter, she scrolled through the photos on her phone, the memories of the earlier scene flooding back. Wow, I'm amazing. Jiang Yuhan buried her face in the sheets, joyfully rolling around. Reflecting on her own audacity, she began to admire herself. How could she be so bold? It had been ages since she last posted on Weibo. It was time to flaunt her happiness. Without delay, she suppressed the drowsiness creeping in, made some simple edits to the photos, and selected 9 of them. Never before have I felt this happy and relaxed. At this moment, I am the happiest little girl, smiley face. After checking to ensure everything was in order, she eagerly hit send. Ding! In the early hours, every fan who followed Jiang Yuhan felt their phones vibrate. Wow, the goddess has finally remembered her Weibo password. The long-lost person has returned. I want to marry Jiang Yuhan. Who's in favor? Who's against? Today, it was all about 3 things on Weibo. Likes, and more likes. Netizens flooded the comments section with a plethora of amusing remarks. Enjoying the spectacle. Didn't anyone notice how perfect this scene is? Yes, I was just thinking that this place is stunning. I haven't seen fireworks in years. Please, share the location, goddess, dare you reveal the address? ILL order tickets right now. Jiang Yuhan sifted through the comments, her smile unwavering. Her fans were quite amusing and adorable, just as everyone was immersed in the beauty of the scene and the goddess. A comment suddenly gained traction. This scene looks a bit familiar, doesn't it seem like the same place? Accompanying the comment was a screenshot, clearly showing the viral video thumbnail of Chu Chen and Jiang Yuhan locked in a passionate kiss. Oh my gosh, what is happening? Goddess, tell me this image is fake. You can't abandon me. The comments section erupted, with netizens eager to magnify the image for comparison. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuhan had put her phone down to take a shower. Unaware of the commotion unfolding in the comments. 5 minutes later, someone claiming to be a photo editing expert emerged, asserting the image was genuine and providing a link to the video below. Instantly, everyone flocked to Douyin, once again overwhelming the original video's comment section. Oh no. While you can't see their faces, it's undoubtedly the goddess. What a thrilling turn of events. I declare today the beginning of my shattered dreams. While you all focus on the goddess, haven't you noticed how handsome that guy is? Many female fans shifted their attention to Chu Chen, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they typed away. Who is this pretty boy? Someone. I need his address in 1 minute. Several fans began to track down Chu Chen, even initiating a search for his personal information. At 1 o'clock in the morning. In a secret office in Yun City, A piercing red alarm blared, rousing the sleepy staff from their drowsiness. In a small office, barely 10 square meters in size, a young man was fast asleep. Bang! The door was violently pushed open, and a young man burst in, breathless. "Boss, we have a serious situation. Wake up, gracious, I just closed my eyes. What on earth is going on?" The young man, clearly irritable from being roused, rubbed his face in annoyance. "A level 1 alert has been triggered. A confidential individual has been compromised with that." The young man sprang up, his eyes wide as he barked, "Then stop wasting time. Handle this immediately. If irreversible damage occurs, we will both be held accountable." Yes, I'll get right on it." The young man, drenched in sweat from fear, raced back to his workstation. The young man showed no signs of wanting to sleep, loosening his shirt collar as he stormed toward the office area. "Find out who dares touch the tiger's tail. I'll make them regret it. Yes, boss." Everyone in the office perked up, fingers flying over keyboards as they searched for the source of the video. 10 seconds later, "Boss, we found it. The video originated from Douyin, and we're currently checking the account holder's personal information. First, notify Douyin to take the video down and suspend the account. We cannot afford any delays. Get me the target's information." The young man's expression was as cold as ice as he stared at the massive display screen. It was critical to note that a level 1 alert indicated a high degree of confidentiality, undoubtedly involving a significant figure in a particular field. Should this situation be mishandled, rival agents could exploit the opportunity, rendering any subsequent accountability meaningless. "Boss, here is the target's information." The urgency of the situation propelled the staff into action, and they swiftly acquired Chen's details. Upon seeing his record on the display, the young man's jaw dropped in astonishment. Chief of Staff at the Yun City Air Force Command Center. A 30-year-old colonel and an ace pilot. Goodness, this matter seems beyond our handling. While they had encountered high-profile individuals before, they were often seasoned scholars from various research institutes. This was the first time they had seen such a young and confidential file. Not to mention, the lengthy record of achievements in his dossier attested to his significant status, and being the third-ranking figure at the base at such a young age indicated that higher-ups were grooming him for greater responsibilities. Within 10 minutes, erase all traces of the target online, and investigate the photographer and that actress thoroughly. If there is even a hint of a blemish on their records, even if they stole an eraser in school, immediately notify the relevant departments for questioning and apprehension. Having issued these orders, the young man wasted no time and returned to his office to report. If this matter could not be resolved swiftly, the higher-ups would undoubtedly storm into their boss's office. Furious. At 1 o'clock, just as Chen lay down in bed, he received an encrypted call. "Hello, this is Chen.3. What on earth are you doing? The internet is ablaze with criticism about you. Even one, nearly 60, is up in the middle of the night cleaning up your mess." The voice on the other end scolded him without explanation, leaving Chen baffled. Point 2. "Could you provide some context? I was just about to sleep when you launched into a tirade. And I have no idea what is happening." In the Yun City Air Force duty room, a man in his 40s stood with his hands on his hips, exasperated. "Did you take photos by the river today? Or were you with an actress?" "Yes. Has someone exposed it?" Chen immediately connected the dots, asking for clarification. "Indeed, having ascended to the trending ranks on Douyin, you have unexpectedly become an internet sensation within just over an hour. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the relevant authorities, you might still be basking in the limelight of those charts. You truly have a knack for attracting attention, taking a half-month vacation and causing such a stir. Perhaps you should consider a career in the entertainment industry. It would certainly do justice to your striking appearance." Number 2, visibly irate, spoke with a sardonic tone, lacing his words with disdain. Chapter 32. Emergency Response Plan I. Chen opened his mouth, ready to utter a phrase steeped in cultural significance, but thought better of it upon noticing the individual across from him, and managed to hold his tongue. This is truly unfortunate. To incite such chaos merely by sharing a kiss by the riverside. What now? What does number 1 mean? At this juncture, it was too late for any words to make a difference. Chen could only resign himself to his fate, hoping fervently that the repercussions would not escalate further. "You know what to do. Hurry back without delay." "Now?" Chen confirmed, somewhat taken aback. "Yes, now. Shortly, a representative from the relevant department will come to escort you. Inform your family to await your return with patience." Number 2's demeanor was resolute, offering no room for negotiation. "All right, I understand." Chen reluctantly ended the call, rubbing his delicately featured face, and began to dress. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. This is not merely a saying. Bending down, he retrieved his suitcase from the wardrobe, a sudden smile breaking across his face. I truly should not have brought you along. As if we had conspired in advance. His words rang true. All his belongings were packed within the suitcase, leaving him without even an excuse to return home and tidy up. It certainly seems that one's destiny is preordained. Pushing open the door, he found the living room cloaked in darkness. The elder members of the household had long since succumbed to slumber. Chen had intended to bid farewell to his grandfather. But he feared that uttering such words would keep him awake through the night. Perhaps it would be better to let his father convey the message come morning. Knock, knock, he gently rapped on his parents' door. A moment later, the lights flickered on, and his father, Jiang Yuhan, emerged, rubbing his eyes, a look of bewilderment etched upon his face. Son, why are you still awake? Chen gazed at his father's countenance, momentarily at a loss for words. What's the matter, Lao Chu? His mother, roused from her slumber, turned her head to inquire. It's nothing. I just need to use the restroom. Jiang Yuhan, sensing his son's unusual demeanor, urged him towards the living room. Firmly shutting the door behind them as they reached the living room, he quickly sensed something amiss. His son was fully dressed and had pulled out his suitcase. This suggested he intended to leave. What is going on, son? Are you heading off to war? Given his son's profession, Jiang Yuhan's mind immediately leapt to that possibility, his expression tightening with worry. Dad, what are you thinking? Chen, initially feeling a twinge of sadness, was suddenly amused by his father's concern and hurried to clarify. My photos with Yuhan have been leaked. This incident has alerted the military. You know the confidentiality protocols. I must return immediately. Oh, that matter. Jiang Yuhan breathed a sigh of relief, thankful it wasn't a call to arms. He had nearly been terrified. No worries. I understand your work. Just explain the situation clearly when you return. Dating is hardly a breach of protocol. By the way, this won't affect Xiaojiang, will it? His father asked, a hint of concern in his voice. There will likely be an investigation by the relevant authorities. But Yuhan should be fine. I trust she will understand, Chen replied confidently. Then go, and I will inform the family tomorrow. Jiang Yuhan placed his hands on his son's shoulders, his gaze filled with reluctance. They had planned to go fishing the next day, but it seemed that would have to wait. Dad, I'm sorry. Chen noticed the look of disappointment on his father's face, feeling a pang of guilt as he reflected on how rarely he was home. Enough, I know you're a good son, go ahead. Your mother and I are still young and can manage. Just fly forward. Whenever you feel weary, you can always return. Our home will always be your sanctuary. Lao Chu forced a smile, attempting to reassure his son. He too wished for his child to be by his side, but he realized he could no longer support him as he once could, and he was determined not to hinder his progress. Thank you, Dad. Ultimately, Chen could not contain himself. A single tear fell in the dimly lit living room. He chuckled softly, saying, What's with the thanks between us? Now go, I want to see you off. If your mother finds out, she'll surely break down in tears. Jiang Yuhan urged his son on, feigning a nonchalant demeanor. Glancing at the time, it had already been several minutes. The arrival of his escort should be imminent. Chen nodded at his father, lifting his suitcase to prevent any noise, and quietly exited the home. As he reached the entrance, a black sedan pulled up, and two young men in suits approached, producing their credentials. Hello, sir. We are from the Shui County Confidentiality Bureau, here to escort you as per orders. Chen turned back to the living room, where he saw his father standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, waving goodbye. Let us go. Thank you for your assistance. It's our duty, sir. This way, please. One of the young men took the suitcase from Chen, while the other opened the car door with keen awareness. With a soft thud, the door closed behind him, and Chen shut his eyes, not wishing to gaze upon the familiar surroundings any longer. As the driver accelerated away, they would deliver him to the rendezvous point, completing their mission. Where are we headed now? Once they left the neighborhood, Chen inquired softly, gazing out at the nightscape. Sir, we are heading to the Four Seasons Hotel. The young man in the passenger seat responded candidly. The Four Seasons Hotel? What's the reason for that? Chen's pupils dilated, his tone turning sharp. Jiang Yuhan resided there. Would this incident truly implicate her? If so, he would undoubtedly confront the higher-ups about its like this, sir. The next flight from Qingjiang to Yuncheng departs in an hour and a half. We want to make it by car. So the higher-ups have dispatched a helicopter. Our county is lacking in resources, and the Four Seasons Hotel has a high enough floor with a designated helipad. All right, I understand. After hearing the explanation, Chen felt relieved. Going to the Four Seasons Hotel would indeed allow him to say goodbye to Jiang Yuhan. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the Four Seasons Hotel, the staff, already informed, were poised and prepared for their arrival. "Sir, please." The accompanying personnel took hold of his suitcase, hastening ahead to lead the way. When the staff pressed the button for the top floor of the elevator, Chen pressed the button for the next lower floor. "Is there something else, sir?" The young man appeared tense, his body rigid as he inquired. Their mission for the night was solely to escort Chen to the rooftop. They were unaware of the reason behind it, which naturally led to speculation. "I have a friend on that floor. Since I'm leaving, I ought to say farewell. 2 minutes should suffice for such a short distance." Chen, unaware of their thoughts, offered a cheerful explanation. Ding, the elevator chimed, and they reached the floor where Jiang Yuhan was staying. The accompanying security personnel peered out first, confirming the area was clear. They allowed Chen to exit. He chuckled softly. It seems these individuals view themselves as protectors from persecution. Chen smiled, but offered no explanation, knowing he would be leaving in mere minutes. Chapter 33. A hasty farewell knock. Knock, knock. Chen was well aware of Jiang Yuhan's room number, making it easy for him to locate her door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing no response, he knocked again. "Who is it?" A melodious voice came from within, tinged with a hint of annoyance. "It's me." Chen awkwardly smiled, scratching his nose. There was a certain embarrassment in knocking on a girl's door at such a late hour, especially in front of witnesses. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from within. The door swung open, revealing Jiang Yuhan in a Pikachu-themed nightgown, her drowsy face illuminated by a smile. "What is this? Can't sleep and missing me?" Cough, cough. Chen hastily cleared his throat, glancing at the accompanying personnel. This girl truly had no filter. Who are they? Jiang Yuhan's eyes widened in confusion as she noticed the men behind him. Sorry, something urgent has come up, and I have to leave." Chen hesitated for a few seconds, gritting his teeth to deliver the news. "Leave? Returning to Qingjiang?" Jiang Yuhan feigned ignorance, though her bright eyes began to glisten with tears. "You'll find out soon enough. Feijia should be calling any moment now." Glancing at the time, Chen offered a wry smile. The first to face scrutiny would undoubtedly be the agency, and Chi Fei would have a challenging night ahead. "What are you talking about? You rushed over in the middle of the night just to tell me you're leaving." Tears streaming down her face. Jiang Yuhan pouted, clearly upset. Her tears pierced Chen's heart like icy daggers, leaving him breathless. "Why, Yuhan? Please don't cry." Without thinking, Chen pulled her into an embrace, speaking softly. He had intended to share this tomorrow, but it was clear there was no time left. "What is going on?" Jiang Yuhan sobbed into his chest, innocently asking. Gently stroking her long hair, Chen leaned in closer, whispering in her ear, "I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Silence enveloped them, as if time itself had paused. It felt like an eternity before he heard her muffled cries. "Will." Jiang Yuhan could no longer contain her emotions, pouting and crying uncontrollably, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. "What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" Chen inquired anxiously, his hand resting on her shoulder. "I am willing, of course, but I had originally planned to find a picturesque and romantic place tomorrow to hear your words. I have been contemplating this for quite some time, yet who would have thought you would come to my doorstep in the middle of the night? I haven't even put on any makeup." Woo. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, her head held high, crying like a hurt child. Chen was amused by her reasoning, gently wiping away her tears and softly comforting her. "All right, consider today a rehearsal. The formal confession can wait until next time. Shall we?" Woo. "Really?" Jiang Yuhan cried heartily, pouting as she sought confirmation. "Truly, how could I deceive you?" Chen nodded earnestly, pouring all the tenderness he had into her. "Fine. I suppose you can pass for today." In an instant, the girl brightened, playfully hitting his chest and acting coy. "Well, it's almost time." The accompanying staff, unable to bear this display of affection any longer, awkwardly reminded them. "All right, I understand." Chen gently kissed Jiang Yuhan's small hand, reluctant to part. "Off you go, I will call you." "All right, you take care." In that moment, Jiang Yuhan resembled a young wife bidding farewell to her husband going off to war. Her eyes fixed on his face, hoping to engrave the memory in her heart forever. That moment, Chen, with his keen hearing, had already detected the sound of the helicopter's rotor blades from a wall away. Taking one last glance at his beloved, he turned and waved gracefully as he departed. Ultimately, he had to leave. Lingering would only exacerbate the sorrow. Wait. Jiang Yuhan suddenly recalled something important and, after calling out to Chen, hurried back to her room. Pushing aside a chaotic pile of gift bags, she rummaged and pulled out a black gift box. Without time to put on her shoes, Jiang Yuhan ran barefoot from the room, her tousled hair dancing in the wind, her eyes solely focused on her soon-to-be absent lover. Taking a deep breath, she presented the gift box before Chu Chun. Surprise. How could I forget your gift? What is it? Chu Chun took the box, ready to open it, only to be playfully stopped by her. You can open it once you arrive. Remember, you owe me a gift. With a cheeky wink, she twisted her body, like a child waiting for praise. All right, when we meet next, I shall make it up to you. Chu Chun nodded solemnly, tucking the gift box into his pocket before waving goodbye as he walked towards the elevator. Jiang Yuhan did not follow him but stood still, gazing at his retreating figure. Thud. The elevator doors closed. The girl slumped down, as if all her strength had been drained, collapsing onto the floor. Tears flowed like a spring. Appearing particularly desolate in the pitch-black night, on the rooftop, the helicopter was poised for takeoff. Chu Chun received a suitcase from his aides, expressing a hint of concern as he reminded them. Regarding last night's events, rest assured, Commander, we are well aware of the confidentiality protocols. The young man nodded earnestly, his understanding evident. If they had encountered the national goddess under normal circumstances, they might have rushed forward for an autograph. However, tonight, let alone seeking an autograph, they would have to force themselves to forget about it upon returning, never to mention it again. Thank you. You may return now. Chu Chun stepped into the helicopter with a determined stride, waving farewell to the crowd. The massive rotor blades stirred up a tempestuous wind as the helicopter ascended swiftly, disappearing into the distance before their eyes. Chapter 34. Ingenious thoughts at dawn, Chu Chun returned to the Yun City base. Stepping into the first rays of sunlight, upon seeing the rows of gleaming silver aircraft, his previously anxious heart found solace. Ahead, a middle-aged man with bloodshot eyes and a face lined with wrinkles beamed at him, a smile spreading across his features. You must feel quite comfortable now that I have brought you back. Chu Chun shot him a glance, pushing his suitcase beside him. How can you say that? The order came from number 1. I merely conveyed it, so why blame me? The man, whose real name was Qin Jian and code name was Zinchenwang, served as the political commissar of the Yun City base. Despite his constant jovial demeanor, he possessed a formidable ability to scold the mischievous youngsters until they wept. As per regulations, hand over your phone. You should go rest. Comrades will come to speak with you in the afternoon. After sternly delivering his orders, he winked and whispered, It's no big deal. You're young, and everyone understands. You? Chu Chun chuckled and shook his head, surrendering his phone while defending himself. I'm in a serious relationship. Not fooling around. This won't affect Yuhan, will it? Oh, still calling her Yuhan. Quite affectionate. You've done well, my friend. After half a month, you've snagged a big star. If the Pelican Gang found out, they would be envious to death. The second man teased him with a hint of bitterness before checking the time. You need not worry. The relevant authorities investigated last night, and your girlfriend should be fine. Once you finish your business here, you'll be able to communicate. All right, why didn't you say so earlier? I'm off to sleep now. Chu Chun finally relaxed, seizing his suitcase and heading straight for the dormitory. He usually stayed on base during duty, so a room was reserved for him year-round. At the Four Seasons Hotel. Just as dawn broke, Chi Fei rushed in from Qingjiang, bursting into the room and immediately confronting Jiang Yuhan. What on earth did you do? Last night at dawn, the chairman was dragged from his bed and had to spend the night at the police station. He is nearly 70 years old. The furious crowd nearly made him faint from the pressure. Jiang Yuhan sat on the windowsill, hugging her knees and gazing out at the morning light, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. I'm asking you, where's Chu Chun? Why did you suddenly trend last night? Only to drop off moments later? I still don't understand what happened to Chi Fei. Noticing her unusual demeanor, pressed on, focusing on the crucial details. He has gone. Jiang Yuhan finally spoke, her voice low and her spirit seemingly lost. Gone? Where did he go? This vague statement left Chi Fei utterly perplexed, her confusion evident. Jiang Yuhan shook her head, her eyes fixed on the outside world as she softly replied, I don't know. Last night, he came over in the middle of the night, accompanied by several men in black. He asked me if I wanted to be his girlfriend, and once I agreed, he left without saying where he was going. In the middle of the night? Men in black? No idea where he went. Chi Fei extracted several keywords, pacing the room with a furrowed brow. What were you two up to last night? Why did you trend? I don't know. Before I went to bed, I just posted a few photos on my Weibo. Jiang Yuhan shook her head, indicating her ignorance. Little did she know, her information had been scrutinized countless times during the night, and had there been any discrepancies, she would have been summoned for a conversation long ago. The only reason she remained unharmed was that the higher-ups considered Chu Chen's feelings and refrained from taking action. What Weibo? Let me see. Qi Fei snatched Jiang Yuhan's phone, effortlessly unlocking it. Upon entering the Weibo page, a message popped up. According to the network's security management protocol, your account has been temporarily suspended. What the heck? Your account is banned. Qi Fei felt a wave of confusion wash over her, staring blankly at the phone screen. Let it be. I don't use it much anyway. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Jiang Yuhan shrugged nonchalantly. It's amusing how this girl operates. While other stars are eager to treat Weibo like a social media platform, obsessing over gaining followers, she adopts a laid-back approach, posting only a handful of times a year, many of which are work-related promotions. Wait, let me think for a moment. Qi Fei rubbed her temples, sensing something was off. Now, there's just one crucial piece missing. If found, it could unravel the mystery. The chairman was invited for tea due to the trending topic. Chu Chen came to confess in the middle of the night with men in black, and he didn't reveal where he was going. This doesn't add up. Didn't he say he was in the military? Why can't he mention the base? Could he be a covert operative? Is there a confidentiality agreement? That shouldn't be the case. This guy has delicate skin, smoother than mine, hardly resembling a rugged soldier who rolls in the mud. At that moment, Qi Fei's mind was racing, pacing the room. A minute later, holy crap! A sudden realization struck her, and she spun around to face Jiang Yuhan, her eyes wide with suspicion. Could it be that he's a fugitive? Are we going to be labeled as accomplices? Fei Jia, don't say such nonsense. Jiang Yuhan lifted her head, her eyes blazing with anger as she chastised her sternly. What nonsense? Haven't you read detective novels? Eliminate all impossibilities, and the remaining truth, no matter how absurd, is the reality. Qi Fei disregarded her fierce expression, continuing, why not call him now? No doubt, he won't answer or his phone will be off. Call him? Fine. To refute her claims, Jiang Yuhan took the phone and began dialing, even switching to speakerphone. She had absolute faith in Chu Chen, convinced he was not a villain up to no good. 2 seconds later, hello, the number you have dialed is turned off. Please try again later. The familiar electronic voice emanated from the receiver, leaving Jiang Yuhan, who was filled with anticipation, utterly dumbfounded. See, I told you there was something off about this guy. You are too one-dimensional in your judgment, girl. Don't think that just because he is handsome, he is a good person. Qi Fei, still not appeased, recalled the conversation with Professor Liu 2 days prior and continued. He even claimed to be a direct admit to Qingbei University. During the event the other day, I had someone inquire about him, and they all said there was no such person as Chu Chen. Why didn't you say something back then? Jiang Yuhan's gaze was vacant, a cold sneer escaping her lips, as if mocking herself. Qi Fei realized she might have been a bit too forceful and softened her tone. I thought you liked him so much that perhaps others had mistaken his identity. Even if he isn't from Qingbei, as long as you like him, it wouldn't be impossible to be together. But who could have anticipated this outcome? Chapter 35. Confidential agreement. All right. Enough already. I don't believe he is a bad person. Your claims are simply too outrageous. Although Jiang Yuhan felt distressed and confused, she was unwilling to accept Qi Fei's words. Last night, Chu Chen didn't seem to be under any restrictions. Which fugitive gets to see their girlfriend before being captured? If you don't believe me, you know where he lives. Go ask his family, Qi Fei suggested, aiming to extinguish the last flicker of hope in Jiang Yuhan's heart. A man who leaves without a trace and is of unknown identity cannot be pursued. Whether for career or happiness, forget it. Jiang Yuhan promptly rejected this idea. Visiting the Chu family at this juncture would be absurd. If Chu Chen were truly involved in something nefarious, the old man would likely faint on the spot. I know who to find. The image of that unfortunate fellow, Chen Lu, flashed through her mind as she stood up to change clothes, preparing to return to Xinjiang. If Chu Chen were indeed problematic, this fellow would undoubtedly share in the blame, considering they were as close as peas in a pod. Without hesitation, the two of them roused the still-sleeping Shaoqing, hopped into the car, and sped towards Xinjiang City. 3 hours later, in Chen Lu's private villa, Jiang Yuhan appeared fatigued, her face bare of makeup, as she grasped his collar and cut straight to the chase. Where has Chu Chen gone? Chen Lu, clad in a robe and looking utterly dazed, had only just awakened after a night of revelry and was clueless about the situation. He blinked in confusion. That's not what he said. He is at his family home in Qingshui. I sent you the address. I'm asking where he is now. Didn't he say he was in the military? What branch? Where is he stationed? Jiang Yuhan interrogated him like a bandit, her gaze fixed intensely on Chen Lu. Judging by her demeanor, it was clear that if he dared utter a falsehood, she would not hesitate to take action. Gulp. Chen nervously swallowed, mentally cursing Chu Chun. Why on earth would he choose to become a pilot of all things? This matter is bound by confidentiality agreements. If I say anything, I'll be in deep trouble. Yuhan, calm down. He attempted to use a delaying tactic, hoping to cool her down. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll slap you. Jiang Yuhan had shed any semblance of femininity, one foot propped on the sofa, gripping Chen Lu's collar with a fierce demeanor that could rival even the mightiest of figures. Fine. I can only say this much. The rest is up to your imagination. Although Chen Lu had no idea what heinous act Chu Chun had committed, the fact that it drove Jiang Yuhan to such a frenzy was enough to indicate the seriousness of the matter. He is indeed in Yun City, serving in the military. That's all I can say. Why? Jiang Yuhan fixed her gaze on his eyes, attempting to discern whether he was lying. At that moment, Chen Lu found himself in an uncomfortable position on the sofa, forcefully breaking free from her grip, and stated in a serious tone, confidential agreement. You should understand what that means. The instant those 4 words left his mouth, Jiang Yuhan lit up as if she had grasped a lifeline, her excitement palpable as she shook Chen Lu and exclaimed. So that means he is a good person. Of course, who would doubt that? Chen Lu, taken aback by her volatile temperament, nodded in affirmation. If he were a bad person, his intelligence and character would be unimaginable. He. Jiang Yuhan was far more delighted by the praise of Chu Chen than by any compliment directed at herself, covering her mouth as she burst into laughter. Suddenly, she recalled Chi Fei's words and continued to press. Wait a minute, what's this about Qingbei University? He claimed to be from there. Was that a lie? As the saying goes, one issue does not trouble 2 masters. Since she had captured Chen Lu, she might as well extract as much information as possible. He is indeed not from Qingbei. As for which school, I cannot disclose that due to confidentiality agreements. Chen Lu loosened his collar, taking a breath of fresh air. It was already mid-morning, and the weather was beginning to warm up. However, Qingbei had indeed reached out to him, but he was a man of conviction. Once he made up his mind, he would brave any challenge, including turning down Qingbei without a second thought. I just love that arrogant yet confident demeanor of his. Remembering Chu Chun's usual nonchalant and self-assured attitude, Jiang Yuhan fell into a fit of giggles once more. Let us go. Your pajamas are quite alluring. With the confirmation of accurate information, Jiang Yuhan returned to her playful self, pointing at Chen Lu's pink pajamas and teasing him. Talk about decisiveness. Chen Lu watched her retreating figure, rebuttoning his open collar, and shouted, You still haven't told me what is going on with Chu Chun. It's better not to pry into matters of society, you spendthrift. Jiang Yuhan waved her hand and departed the villa with an air of nonchalance. Oh, for heaven's sake, Chu Chen's pajama waistband, spilling everything out. Chen Lu was infuriated, ready to storm into Yun City for a showdown, knowing that the title of spendthrift could only be attributed to 2 people. One was old Chen, and the other was Chu Chun. Clearly, old Chen would have no connection to Jiang Yuhan. It had to be that scoundrel who let it slip. Upon arriving at the parking garage, Jiang Yuhan strutted like a victorious general, her head held high as she swaggered back to the car. So, how did it go? It's not what I think, right? Chi Fei eagerly leaned out, questioning. Oh, some people only rely on their scant brain cells to think superficially. Jiang Yuhan twisted the lid off her teacup, taking a sip and casually crossing her legs, exuding confidence. This demeanor was a world apart from when she first arrived. Speak plainly. Stop being so pretentious. With no one else in the car, Chi Fei felt free to speak more bluntly. Hey, mind your attitude. Jiang Yuhan turned her head and shot her a glare, her expression serene as she swung her legs, joyfully stating, 4 words, confidentiality agreement. Chapter 36. An unexpected choice. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in a small conference room at the base, Chu Chun was dressed in a sharp military uniform, looking neat and tidy. Across from him, 2 staff members from the Confidentiality Bureau were diligently taking notes. Commander, do you believe the events of last night were deliberate? No, it was merely a coincidence. I trust your team has conducted thorough investigations. The individual who recorded the video was likely just an ordinary passerby. Chu Chun sat in his chair, his thumbs playfully tapping against each other. Then can you clarify your relationship with Miss Jiang? The staff member continued to inquire. Each question posed here would determine the course of events, so precision was paramount. Given the confession made before his departure last night, they should now be considered a couple. I will report this to my superiors once the investigation concludes. As a veteran pilot at the base, Chu Chun was well acquainted with the nuances of romance. Although he himself had never been in a relationship, one could observe even if one hadn't participated. During your courtship, did you disclose any personal identity information? The young man probed further. No. I only mentioned that I was in the military. I never disclosed my rank or station. I understand confidentiality agreements well enough. After so many years, Chen would never fall into such a basic trap. All right, Commander, what you've said aligns with the information we currently possess. This incident has gone viral, and its impact is vast. We will re-examine any suspicious matters and aim to provide results within 3 days. The lead officer spoke respectfully, clearly outlining the timeline for handling the situation. During this time, we kindly ask you to suspend your work and refrain from external contact. Understood. I'm fully compliant with the rules. Chen nodded in acknowledgement. One could not fault them for being overly cautious. His identity was too sensitive and caution was essential. All right, we shall take our leave then. We won't further intrude upon your time, Commander. As the 2 young men stood to depart, their task completed, the remaining responsibilities would be handed over to others. Ding! Just as they left, Chen hadn't even had a moment to catch his breath when the tactical tablet on the table lit up, an encrypted call coming through. Hello, this is Chen. We are looking for you. Get to my office immediately. A strong voice rang through the receiver, causing Chen's previously relaxed posture to tense up once more. He hurriedly responded, it's number 1. I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Chen couldn't help but let out a wry smile. That old man, what's meant to come will always come. 2 minutes later, at the entrance of the commanding officer's office, Chen adjusted his attire and gently rapped twice on the door. Come in. Pushing the door open, he entered a modestly decorated office of approximately 30 square meters, furnished with a sofa and a desk, where an elderly man in military uniform, his bald head shining, was intently scrutinizing documents under his glasses. The golden star on his shoulder gleamed brilliantly. This man, named Jiang Yuhan, was the head of the base. Judging by his appearance, he appeared to be around 50, with a fairly unremarkable face, save for his thick, dark eyebrows that almost fused together from the tension of his frown. Number 1. I'm back, Chen exclaimed as he stood before the desk. There was no avoiding it. He feared this man above all others in the base, as every encounter seemed to end with reprimands. So, what are we going to do about this situation, old Jang? Unusually composed, put away the documents and gestured toward a chair opposite him, inviting Chen to sit down and discuss the matter. Number 1. I was just about to seek you out. The developments leading to this point are primarily my fault. Chen briefly organized his thoughts, attempting to shoulder the blame. That's not what I meant. I was asking how you plan to handle things with that girl. Number 1 was not inclined to delve into matters of accountability. After all, Chen was his subordinate, and it was not his place to bear the burden of responsibility. This should fall to the personnel of the confidential bureau. Why people never err was old Jang's life motto. Before this matter arose, I had already resolved to submit a request for a romantic relationship. Chen stated without hesitation, meeting number 1's gaze with unwavering determination. He had made up his mind. If his superiors disapproved, he would request a transfer to a peripheral position. After 12 years of realizing his lofty dreams, he now wished to fight for his love. This was a resolution he had contemplated prior to meeting Jiang Yuhan the previous night. You must understand, she is unlike other girls. Her work places her in the spotlight, under the gaze of the public, which is in stark contrast to your profession. Number 1 cautioned earnestly. Deep down, he was reluctant to endorse this relationship, as fundamentally, the two were not suited for one another. At 59, he felt his body and energy waning, and he could not maintain his position for much longer. Chen was his chosen successor. The young man possessed the temperament and character befitting a leader, and with some honing, he would undoubtedly prove to be a competent military talent. Number 1, I've made up my mind, just as I resolutely chose to become a pilot. That will not change, Chen replied, his eyes clear and his tone serious. But what if you must choose between leaving the military and being with her? What then? Number 1 squinted his eyes and asked in a low voice. This question caught Chen off guard. He had only considered taking on peripheral roles, perhaps as a maintenance technician or logistics officer. He had not anticipated that the old man would suggest he leave entirely. Boom! Outside, a fighter jet ascended into the sky, its azure jet flames strikingly brilliant. After much hesitation, Chen ultimately found himself unable to make a decision, gazing at old Jang with a pleading expression, silently hoping for leniency. Why are you staring at me? Can't you make a decision on such a matter? The old man shot him an irritated glare. In truth, he had no intention of forcing Chen to leave. He merely wanted him to have a clear understanding and not let a woman cloud his aspirations and beliefs. Boss, it's easy for you to say, Chen mumbled, his head lowered, unable to meet his superior's gaze. This provoked a chuckle from old Jang, who lifted his teacup, blew gently on it, and asked with a smile, "What, you still disagree? How could I choose? Being a pilot is my dream, and Jiang Yuhan is my personal happiness. I refuse to choose. Only a child makes such decisions. I want both." Chen found himself unexpectedly bold, recalling a popular saying from the internet. "You little brat, wanting both? I see you're trying to rebel." Old Jung exclaimed, slamming his cup down on the table and rising to scold him. "Don't forget, I'm not just your superior. I'm your teacher, I know. Who else would endure your nonsense?" Chen retorted quietly, scratching his nose. "What did you say? Speak up." Jiang Yuhan, thinking he had misheard, inquired with a puzzled expression. "Nothing." Chen quickly straightened his back and enunciated clearly, "Teacher, please don't jest with me. If you truly disapproved, you wouldn't even have asked, would you?" Unfazed by being called out, old Jung coldly snorted and returned to his seat, fixing Chen with a warning stare. "Dating is permissible and I support it. However, always remember your identity. Know what can be said and what cannot." "All right, thank you, teacher. I will deliver the romance application report to you within an hour. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave," Chen replied cheerfully, nearly bowing in gratitude. "Get out of here." Jiang Yuhan chuckled internally at Chen's exuberance, finding it amusing. His prized student, usually so composed and unflappable, even in the face of enemy aircraft, had returned home transformed, filled with levity and cheer. "Goodbye, teacher." Chen waved like a child leaving school, eager to depart. "Wait a moment, don't let your excitement make you forget the important matters," Jiang Yuhan called out, rummaging through his drawer. "Weren't those just the important matters?" Chen turned back, his head filled with questions. "Ah, found it." After some searching, Jiang Yuhan produced a notebook from the corner of the drawer, revealing a check tucked inside. "Take this. It's for you." Chen, puzzled, accepted the check and glanced at it, his eyes widening at the long string of zeros. "Number 1, this is 5 million. Where did you get such a sum?" While pilots earned a decent salary, after personal and family expenses, little remained, making this check somewhat unsettling for him. "Are you out of your mind? Do you think I would give you that much money?" Old Jung shot him a look, indicating he was overestimating himself. "That is 5 million. Unless I emptied my entire fortune, I couldn't possibly gather that sum. This is a token of appreciation from Biling Airlines for saving over 100 passengers and their company. Since you were on leave at the time, I didn't disturb you. And don't forget to write up the incident report." Chen nodded, relieved. He had feared old Jung was trying to embroil him in something nefarious. He had even prepared to write a whistleblower letter. "Receiving money is meaningless. I prefer a first-class merit award." "Hey, you little rascal, that's a brilliant idea." Jiang Yuhan banged the table, his eyebrows knitting together in laughter. "The higher-ups have already decided to award you a first-class merit medal. It should arrive in a few days." "It's infuriating. Here you are, returning home with a partner and earning accolades. Think, at just 30 years old, you've already earned 3 first-class merits. Impressive, truly impressive." Only when merit was mentioned did old Jang's mood brighten, and he began to regard Chen with more fondness. The young man, though occasionally mischievous, had proven himself, accumulating numerous awards in just a few short years, granting old Jung a sense of pride when he was out and about. After all, he had a commendable disciple. "Still, this money feels inappropriate to accept," Chen cautiously suggested. Although he wasn't in dire need of funds, 5 million was no trifling matter, and he felt a sense of reluctance to accept it as a legitimate income. "Just take it. I've already returned it once, but they refused. They not only offered this gratitude fund but also established a scholarship of 100 million at the flight school. Their owner is quite visionary," Jiang Yuhan said with a satisfied smile, leaning back in his chair with his teacup, gently swaying it. In truth, Biling Airlines' gesture was not merely one of gratitude. They sought to leverage this opportunity to build connections with the higher-ups at the base. After all, their civil aviation flights operated daily, and encountering airspace restrictions was commonplace, as ultimately, this airspace still belonged to the Air Force. Thus, spending a little money to foster good relations was a wise move. "All right, if it's there for the taking, I want tea refuse. I'll bring you some fine tea next time," Chen promised, tucking the check into his pocket. "The tea is of little concern. You have no duties tonight, so come over for dinner. Your teacher's wife has been nagging about it for ages." Old Jung was indifferent to gifts. At his level, acquiring things was merely a matter of asking. However, he understood the importance of boundaries. "Not now. I believe I'm still in my probationary period." Chen scratched his head, feeling somewhat conflicted. "Probation? Just go. Listening to crickets won't help you sow crops." Those guys at the confidential bureau make a fuss over the slightest things, old Jang retorted, his eyes narrowing as he made the decision for Chu Chun, revealing a hint of resentment towards the bureau. All right, I'll go tonight, Chu Chun chuckled, acquiescing to old Jang's insistence. It has indeed been quite some time since I last visited my esteemed mentor's wife. It is high time I made the journey. Back in my school days, I frequently dined at my teacher's residence, and the braised pork prepared by his wife was nothing short of exquisite. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. During that period, Jiang Yuhan was recuperating in Yindu, and during his leisure hours, he would occasionally don the honorary title of instructor at the flight school, training the children in playful pursuits. It was during this time that he discovered the gem that is Chu Chan, guiding him step by step at the Yun City base to the heights he has attained today. One could assert that, without the tutelage of old Jiang, Chu Chun would have required an additional 3 to 5 years to reach his current stature. This is also the reason behind his reverence for the elder. It is not merely fear, but rather respect. Chapter 38. The birth of a scoundrel. As dusk fell, Chu Chun changed into a fresh outfit and drove away from the base. The Yun City base is quite unique. It is not situated in some desolate wilderness, but is, in fact, in close proximity to the city. On clear days, residents can even glimpse the aircraft traversing the clouds from their rooftops. After making a brief stop at a nearby shopping center to purchase some gifts, Chu Chun checked the time and turned the steering wheel, heading straight for the military district courtyard. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of the Yun City Air Force family quarters, 2 sentries stood rigidly, their gazes scanning the passers-by. Some personnel, unable to part with their wives and children, have brought them here to reside. As the rental prices are particularly low, less than 1/5 of the market rate. However, not everyone is qualified to lease. One must submit a report for approval. Upon the gate scanning Chu Chen's license plate, it slowly rose to grant him access. He, too, had a residence here and found great comfort in occasionally returning to experience the long-lost vibrancy of city life. Salute. The sentry at the entrance noticed his figure. Calling out sharply and raising his hand in salute, Chu Chun lowered his car window in return, smiling as he advised, "No need for formalities. This is not a military camp. You all have worked hard." "Yes, sir." The sentry, appearing to be in his early 20s and sporting a face dotted with youthful acne, displayed an eager and bright gaze. He had heard tales of a young commander at the Yun City base who was notably humble. This fellow had been stationed here for over 2 months without being seen until today, and it was indeed a sight to behold, truly deserving of the accolades. Driving straight ahead, 2 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of Villa Number 7, where a woman in her 40s, impeccably dressed, stood at the door, engrossed in her phone while occasionally glancing up. She was Zhou Jingxue, Jiang Qingyun's wife. Though she was in her 50s, she maintained an exceptionally youthful appearance. Her skin was firm, smooth, and delicate. As a middle school teacher, her profession imbued her with a serene elegance that greatly enhanced her charm. "Teacher, you weren't waiting for me, were you?" Chu Chun parked his car, retrieving the gifts from the trunk with a light-hearted smile. "Who else could it be but you? You've been absent for months. Don't you have any awareness of that?" Zhou Jingxue pouted playfully, resembling a young girl, her head tilted in mock reproach. The Zhang family had no sons, and from the moment she first met Chu Chun at their home a decade ago, she had been overjoyed, wishing to adopt him as her godson. Had it not been for Jiang Qingyun's intervention, her scheme might have succeeded. Although they did not formalize their godparent relationship, she still regarded Chu Chun as her own son. And the long absence had left her constantly concerned. "Teacher, I've been busy, but now that I have the time, here I am," Chu Chen responded, feigning innocence. "You look even more radiant than before. No wonder people thought you were my sister when we went shopping last time." Understanding the flattery directed at her, Zhou Jingxue blushed, her pride evident. "Really?" she beamed, her spirits lifted. Chu Chun, fully aware of how to please Zhou Jingxue, complimented her further while internally questioning, "Teacher, you are a middle school teacher. How can you speak without basis? What sort of face mask could possibly slim one's face? Perhaps it is made of glue." Upon entering the living room, they found his younger sister, a fashionable young woman clad in black stockings, engrossed in her phone, watching videos. "Xiaoying, your brother Chen is here. Shouldn't you greet him?" Zhou Jingxue had chastised her daughter. The girl, now graduated, seemed to spend her days either out with friends or glued to her phone, neglecting any semblance of responsibility. "Chen Gu, it's been a while. You're looking even more handsome. Do you have a girlfriend?" she exclaimed, rising to pull Chu Chun into a seat while eagerly showcasing her social media feed. "Look at my friends. They all have great backgrounds, absolutely no issues. They've been eyeing you for ages. Can you add them on WeChat?" Chu Chen chuckled softly, playfully tapping her on the back of the head. How much did you sell me for this time? His jest stemmed from a past encounter when she, in her freshman year, had used his photo to impress her friends, claiming he was her brother. Those Navi girls, upon seeing Chu Chen's handsome visage, had showered her with cosmetics and treated her to a week's worth of fast food. Later, when the agreed-upon time arrived, she had called him, claiming to be in trouble, prompting him to rush to the school, only to be besieged by a throng of girls clamoring for his attention, resulting in him adding numerous WeChat contacts just to escape. Don't say that. We're practically family. I wouldn't deceive you, Zheng Xiaoying retorted, her eyes averted, lacking conviction. Enough with the antics. Go fetch the face masks you sent me last time to show Chen. With his skin so good, he should be taking care of it even more, Zhou Jingxue urged, patting her daughter's thigh. Mom, how about another day? Brother Chen hasn't been here in ages. You should start cooking. He must be hungry, Zhang Xiaoying stammered, her large eyes darting about in an attempt to evade the request. At this moment, Chu Chen, sensing the situation, realized that the girl had likely tricked her mother into spending considerable money on counterfeit products. Fearing her ruse would be unveiled, teacher, let us save that for another day. I've been longing for your braised pork. Please, let us have dinner first. Despite their playful banter, Chu Chen ultimately decided to rescue her from the predicament. All right, I'll go prepare dinner first. We can look at it afterward. Zhou Jingxue rose and headed to the kitchen, blissfully unaware of any underlying tension, as they were family, and she could never suspect their motives. Phew! Zhang Xiaoying exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the sofa, and patted Chu Chen's shoulder in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Chen, for saving my skin. You've now reached the point of deceiving even your mother. That's simply one to do. Chu Chen chided, preparing to impart some wisdom upon the girl. Her antics were growing increasingly outrageous. Chapter 39. The candidate is chosen in office number 1. Zhang Qingyun meticulously perused a thick file, his demeanor unusually serious. The door creaked open, and Qianjin entered with a broad smile, rummaging for tea leaves without a hint of formality. Have you reviewed the information on Jiang Yuhan? Old Zhang inquired, removing his glasses and speaking in a low tone. At the tea table, Qianjin, hunched over and rummaging through the corner, had grown familiar with where old Zhang kept his prized goods. I have. There are no issues. I traced back through 3 generations. And he seems to be a fine young man. Very well. I trust you to handle this. It's time for Chu Chan to settle down, Zhang Qingyun declared, rising to approach Qianjin, snatching the tea leaves he had just found, and grumbling, I have so little of this. Must you rummage around like a mouse in a hole? Can't you just buy some yourself? Look, Qianjin pointed at him with a grin. I'm just tasting to see if it's good. I'll buy you some when I get back. Buy? Your family's financial situation is tighter than a drum. How many years have we known each other, and have you ever purchased tea? Old Zhang carefully locked the tea leaves in a cabinet, then retrieved a small iron box from a drawer and tossed it to him. Drink this. My eldest daughter sent it, and I hear it's not cheap. Ha ha! Qianjin opened the box, inhaling the aroma with a look of bliss, praising, our daughter is generous. I'll benefit from her kindness. Less chatter. Brew me a cup, Zhang Qingyun commanded, shooting him a look of mock reproach. His heart aching at the thought of wasting such precious leaves. 5 minutes later, the 2 old friends sat in the room, each holding a cup, savoring the tea with great satisfaction. Our eldest daughter is indeed filial. She works in Yindu and still sends you little gifts from time to time. Unlike my son, who only calls to ask for money, I truly owe him nothing, Qianjin remarked, blowing gently at the floating tea leaves. A hint of envy in his tone. Enough of the idle chatter. Let us discuss something of substance. Zhang Qingyun set down his cup and turned to retrieve a document stamped in red from his desk, handing it to Qianjin. The plan has been approved. You're sure you want to consider it? I want to, Qianjin replied decisively, tossing the document onto the tea table without even glancing at it. Rejecting the proposition outright, he is well aware of the contents within, as he even contributed ideas during its initial formulation. You should consider this carefully. The plan encompasses the latest training methodologies and presents a rare opportunity. You are already 45 this year. If you can participate in this initiative, a promotion in the next 2 years is assured. Lao Zhang's expression turned grave as he reiterated the significance of the matter. Declining is simply not an option. Why, now that you are older, do you still have so much to say? Qianjin turned to him, earnestly explaining, I am particularly satisfied with my current position and lifestyle. For the first 20 years, the weight of our family responsibilities rested solely on Xiao Li's shoulders, while I focused on myself and never helped her. Now that I have finally found a bit of leisure, I ought to shift my focus towards family. Therefore, Let this challenging yet honorable task be entrusted to the younger generation. Upon hearing this, Lao Zheng was at a loss for words, sighing in understanding. Chen Zhen's wife had been in poor health for the past few years, often requiring several days of hospital rest. His decision was indeed the right one. Very well, then let us entrust this matter to Chu Chan. That fellow has truly stumbled upon good fortune. According to the original holiday schedule, he would have missed this opportunity entirely. Yet, following a publicity incident, not only did he escape unscathed, but he also gained this advantage. If the plan proceeds smoothly, by this time next year, he will likely be carrying a star. Ha ha ha, isn't that wonderful? Your prized disciple carrying a star. Won't you be walking with your head held high in the future? Laughter echoed in the office, as the two concocted a bright future for Chu Chan in no time. Now, let us discuss something pertinent. What are you up to at the moment, at the Zhang family villa? With nothing else to do, Chu Chan snatched the little girl's phone, inquiring. Hey, I'm leveling up. Give it back. The cheerful little girl, who had been engrossed in her game, immediately exploded with indignation, kicking at Chu Chan with her long legs to vent her frustration. So you enjoy a bit of sunshine, do you? Are you asking for a beating? Chu Chan, unaccustomed to her antics, pinned down her nylon-clad legs and raised his fist in mock intimidation. This girl had received her fair share of beatings in her teenage years. And the memory lingered. Why so serious? Put your hands down. Those are hands suited for flying planes. I'm not worthy of your strikes. Zhang Xiaoying, quite perceptive, instantly transformed her expression into a smile upon sensing imminent trouble. There was no other choice. The situation compelled her. If Chu Chan truly did strike her, her parents would only applaud. Years of enduring beatings had taught her this lesson, and at times she even wondered if Chu Chan was her father's long-lost son. Why did he have such a fondness for him? Look, isn't this a fine example of friendly communication? Chu Chan chuckled, releasing her and clapping his hands lightly. How old are you? This sort of play is inappropriate. Shall I introduce you to someone? The earlier embarrassing scene reminded him of another unfortunate soul, Chen Lu. These two were indeed a perfect match, both being overlooked scraps at home. You? Introduce me to someone? Zhang Xiaoying, still rubbing her thighs, was taken aback by this proposal. The people from the base were one thing. They were all oddities and rarely seen, which was uninteresting. No, not from the base. He is from my hometown. Xinjiang. He is decent looking, and his family is wealthy. Once married, you can do as you please. The more Chu Chan thought about it, the more suitable he felt they were for each other, hastily detailing the situation of the Chen family. To his surprise, the girl exhibited some backbone, disdainfully retorting, What does money matter? Am I someone who bows down for wealth? $1 million for a meeting. Chu Chan extended his finger, locking eyes with her in a mock-serious promise. Brother Zhang Xiaoying instantly morphed into a soft, coy girl, clinging to Chu Chen's arm and rubbing against him incessantly. His broad chest was quite comforting. Whenever we meet is fine. Not for money. I simply want a date. We'll wait for the notification. I've been quite busy lately, just remember this. Chu Chen firmly pushed her head away. They were no longer kids, and such embraces were inappropriate now that they were both in their 20s. Yes, Commander, Zhang Xiaoying is always on standby. She quickly stood at attention, her silly demeanor surprisingly endearing. However, her next words made Chu Chen reconsider. Boss, could you pay half the deposit first? After all, my schedule is quite tight. Chapter 40. The event concludes perfectly 3 days later, in the early morning. Jiang Yuhan lay sprawled on her bed like a little pig, her light green nightgown revealing a pair of long, slender white legs. Her 10 toes were adorned with pale pink nail polish, as if meticulously crafted by a master, exuding elegance. Ding-dong. The doorbell rang. Still groggy, Jiang Yuhan pouted and slowly got up, her wavy long hair obscuring her striking features as she sleepily wandered towards the door. Who is it? Upon opening the door, 3 strangers stood in a neat line. The leading woman, dressed in a black suit, bore a somewhat decent expression devoid of emotion. Hello, Miss Jiang. We are from the Xinjiang Confidential Bureau and need to verify a few matters with you. The woman presented her credentials and solemnly explained the purpose of their visit. Oh, all right, please come in. Upon hearing the mention of the Confidential Bureau, Jiang Yuhan instantly awoke, quickly stepping aside to allow them entry. After several days without any news from Chu Chan, she surmised that these individuals must have come regarding that matter. The wave of excitement surged within her as she anticipated their conversation. Once inside the living room, Jiang Yuhan, as the host, hurriedly prepared tea and water, as she understood the importance of hospitality. Miss Jiang, there's no need for formality. We just have a few questions and we'll be on our way shortly. The woman nodded slightly, indicating that she should not fuss. It's no trouble. It's simply the way things should be. Once the tea was ready, Jiang Yuhan suddenly realized she was still in her nightgown. Tousling her disheveled hair with an embarrassed smile, Ms. Ding, may I change into some clothes first? Of course, please take your time, Miss Jiang. The woman, named Ding Qian, was a high-ranking official from the Xinjiang Confidential Bureau. Given the level of this discussion, she personally led the team to visit point 2 minutes later. After hastily changing into a different outfit, Jiang Yuhan rushed out, resembling a schoolgirl, hands clasped on her lap as she awaited their inquiries with rapt attention. Miss Jiang, our purpose for visiting is quite simple. We would like to understand your private life. Is that acceptable? Ding Qian pulled out a folder and began the formal questioning. No problem. I will be completely forthcoming. Jiang Yuhan had prepared for this day multiple times, so she nodded confidently without any hesitation. All right, 3 days ago in the early morning, you posted a dynamic on your personal Weibo, which coincidentally matched the scene and location of a trending video, with a figure that appeared to be you in it. May I ask, was that person you? This question, although seemingly unnecessary, was retained by the Confidential Bureau to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Yes, that was me. The scene was by the river in Qingshui County. Jiang Yuhan responded truthfully. Do you know the male figure in the video? What is your current relationship with him? I know him. His name is Chu Qian. And he is my boyfriend, as she answered. Jiang Yuhan clenched her hands, beads of sweat forming on her forehead without her noticing. She understood that the crucial questions were approaching. Could you elaborate on how you and Chu Chen met? Do you genuinely have feelings for him? The inquiries continued, with Ding Qian taking notes while also observing Jiang Yuhan's body language and micro-expressions. We are old classmates, as she recounted their reunion. A smile involuntarily spread across Jiang Yuhan's face, and she rambled on, even forgetting her earlier nervousness. After 10 minutes, all questions had been answered. Ding Qian closed her notebook, her previously stern expression softening into a slight smile. Miss Jiang, your responses largely align with Mr. Chu Chen's. There is just one final matter to address before we conclude this discussion. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Jiang Yuhan felt the weight upon her lift significantly. Ms. Ding, please proceed. I will cooperate fully. Haha, there is no need to be nervous. This is a good thing. With that, Ding Qian took a document from a nearby young man and handed it to Jiang Yuhan, explaining, Mr. Chu Chen's relationship application has been approved. This is a confidentiality agreement. Once you sign it, you may communicate normally. Buzz. The words fell like a heavy hammer on Jiang Yuhan's heart, leaving her momentarily stunned, enveloped in a state of disbelief. Relationship application. Normal communication. Haha, this guy sure moves quickly. Initially, she thought it would take at least a month or two before she could communicate, but happiness arrived sooner than expected. Miss Jiang, Ding Qian, noticing her daze, assumed she had reservations and gently called out. Oh, my apologies. I haven't been resting well recently and zoned out. Jiang Yuhan snapped back to reality, her face beaming with joy as she brushed aside her scattered hair, flipping to the last page of the document, ready to sign without even glancing at it. Miss Jiang, perhaps you should take a moment to read it. The contents within are quite serious. Ding Qian hurriedly interjected, concerned about her casual demeanor. It's important to understand that signing this agreement means you will be held legally responsible for any information leaks. No need. I am fully aware. With unwavering determination and without the slightest hesitation, the name Jiang Yuhan was signed beautifully and neatly in 3 strokes on the final page. Observing her efficient completion of the signing process, Ding Qian and the others ceased their lingering presence, promptly gathered the documents, and swiftly departed from the villa. Once they were sent off, Jiang Yuhan gleefully rolled about on the sofa like an ecstatic fool. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she sprang up and hurried back to her room, seizing her phone from beside the bed and cranking the ringer to its maximum volume. She had made up her mind. Today, she would not venture anywhere but remain at home awaiting a call. On the other side, Chu Chen was engaged in a similar event, albeit with his esteemed mentor, Zhang Qingyun, seated across from him. Kid, the alert has been lifted, and your application for a romantic endeavor has been approved. Aren't you thrilled? Old Zhang tossed the superior's approval document towards him, casting a sidelong glance at the foolish young man before him. Oh, thank you, sir. Why was it approved so swiftly this time? Doesn't it usually take half a month? Chu Chen mused, flipping through the document with glee, to the point where he could barely contain himself. You got lucky. An exposure incident led the Bureau of Secrets to conduct an uninterrupted investigation, tracing Jiang Yuhan's lineage back 5 generations. With such detailed information at hand, the approval was naturally expedited. Zhang Qingyun couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Sometimes, one couldn't help but admire the sheer luck of this young man. A brief return home earned him first-class merit, a chance to mingle at gatherings, and even a forced return due to exposure allowed him to catch the elite training program. Perhaps he had saved the galaxy in his past life, earning the heavens to bestow upon him such bountiful blessings. Chapter 41. A long-awaited smile. All right then. Thank you, teacher. The young man's attitude shifted remarkably fast. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from sir to teacher the moment his joy bubbled over. Glad to hear it. There's even more exciting news ahead. Jiang Yuhan straightened in his seat, retrieving a folder and tossing it to Chen, his demeanor turning notably serious, as if a different aura enveloped him. This is the elite training program prepared by the higher-ups. To be precise, it pertains to the joint operation exercise. Take a look. The mention of joint operation caused Chen's pupils to constrict, and his expression turned grave. He exchanged a silent nod with his mentor, tacitly acknowledging their shared understanding. As he opened the folder, he was met with a bold header. Approved by XXXXXX for review and researched. 1 page, 2 pages. 10 minutes later, he comprehended the entire plan, yet remained ensnared in astonishment. Teacher, what does this mean? Though he had a vague idea, Chen still sought a definitive answer. This time, you will represent the Yun City base in the operation, which involves a total of 6 bases collaborating on coastal strike responsibilities. Therefore, not only will you go, but a whole team will accompany you. Jiang Yuhan deliberated before continuing. Kid, this is a rare opportunity. You must be fully alert and perform admirably, as many leaders will be observing. Yes, teacher, I will, Chen responded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, and saluted as he closed the folder. All right, go ahead. For now, the base affairs will be in the hands of Xinping. You will lead the team out in 2 days. As Chen's mentor, Jiang Yuhan had faith in his capabilities. Understood, I will adjust my state of readiness in the next couple of days. With that, Chen set the folder down and prepared to leave. Your identity must remain confidential for the time being. We will discuss it once the plan is complete. Old Zhang's tone was still tinged with concern, a clear implication that he meant for Chen not to disclose anything to Jiang Yuhan. This joint operation was of utmost importance, and not a single misstep could be allowed. I understand. Teacher, Chen nodded solemnly, recognizing the critical nature of the moment. Hastily returning to the courtyard, Chen changed into a fresh outfit and retrieved his long-neglected phone, which his friends had thoughtfully charged for him. After a brief startup screen, the phone regained its signal. Ding, 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 ding. A cascade of messages flooded in, most of which were from Jiang Yuhan. This girl seemed anxious. He opened WeChat, clicked on her familiar avatar, and initiated a video call. Beep. As the connection tone echoed once, the video call was successfully established. On the screen, Jiang Yuhan pursed her lips in silence, her big watery eyes fixated on him, unblinking, to await his call. She had spent the day indoors, meticulously applying her makeup to enhance her already stunning features, rendering her even more alluring. Chen hesitated for a long while, momentarily at a loss for words. I have already signed the confidentiality agreement, so now I should be allowed to know what you do, right? Jiang Yuhan set her phone on a stand, elegantly crossing her long, shapely legs as she sat on the sofa, eagerly pressing for answers. Her curiosity wasn't so much about Chen's work, but rather the absurdity of not knowing what the other did, especially now that they had established a relationship. I am sorry, but I may need to wait a bit longer. I've just received an assignment, and I'm on the list, Chen replied, his expression heavy with guilt. Once I return, I can't tell you everything. When will you be back? Jiang Yuhan asked, disappointment lacing her voice as she twirled a strand of hair around her fingertip. Perhaps in about 2 months, Chen responded after a moment of contemplation. His uncertainty palpable. This operation involved too many personnel, requiring a period of coordination and training. All right, I'll wait. I've waited all these years. 2 months is nothing. As long as I know you're in Yun City, I'm content. Upon hearing that it was only 2 months, Jiang Yuhan's spirits lifted. Just 2 months, it will pass quickly. Yun City? How do you know I'm in Yun City? Chen was suddenly flustered. Normally, he wouldn't have asked such a seemingly foolish question. But considering who he was speaking to, he felt compelled to inquire about the source of her knowledge for fear of having inadvertently revealed his whereabouts. Chen Lu mentioned it, but he only said you were in Yun City and that you were in the military. He didn't elaborate further. As a top student, Jiang Yuhan quickly grasped his meaning and recounted the entire incident to him. A minute later, Chen couldn't help but smile. You unwittingly hit Chen Lu's sore spot. Aside from myself and old Chen, he despises being called a spendthrift. Really? That means I've offended him. Then, Jiang Yuhan shrank back, tentatively speculating. Being a clever woman, she understood the importance of maintaining good relationships within the circle, which would greatly benefit her future marriage, and no worries. He's quite easygoing and doesn't hold grudges. He might have even forgotten about it by now. Chu Chen was the most qualified to comment on this. Back in middle school, when Chen Lu was rejected by a girl he fancied, he had cried miserably that night, nearly considering jumping into a river. Yet, the very next day, he was back to his cheerful self, playing as if nothing had happened. For him, once he had vented his feelings, everything was behind him. That's good to know. Jiang Yuhan nodded, propping a cushion behind her waist. Suddenly, she turned back with a sense of urgency. Did you like the gift I sent you? I spent a long time picking it out. Chu Chen sat there, as if struck by lightning, momentarily dazed. Oh no. I completely forgot about it. I've been so preoccupied with resolving matters that it slipped my mind entirely. What do I do now? I forgot the gift for my girlfriend. He was quite anxious. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Jiang Yuhan, observing his bewildered expression, assumed he was displeased and furrowed her brow in concern. If I said I forgot to check it, would you be upset? Chu Chen lowered his gaze, unable to meet her eyes, as he rubbed his nose to mask his embarrassment. Ha ha ha. On the other side of the screen, Jiang Yuhan found his sheepish demeanor utterly delightful, leaning back on the sofa with a wide grin, her delicate features accentuated by her shallow dimples, rendering her irresistibly cute. How can you look so adorable when you're feeling guilty? I'm going to love you to death. After a moment, her cheeks flushed, she raised her phone closer, almost wishing to plant a kiss on the screen. The longer they interacted, the more she felt captivated by Chu Chen's charm. He was like a joyful little pill, utterly addictive. Chapter 42. A visit to the pigsty. The conversation continued, and in a bid to make amends for his oversight, Chu Chen rose and headed to his bedroom to retrieve the black gift box. What's inside? Can you give me a hint? That wouldn't be any fun. You'll have to discover it for yourself, Jiang Yuhan teased, her rosy lips wrapped around the straw of her milk tea, beaming with delight. With Chi Fei away for the past few days, she had completely indulged herself, relishing a variety of takeout milk teas, feeling as if she were floating on cloud nine. Chuckling, Chu Chen shook his head, placing the box on the table, untying the ribbon, and gently lifting the lid. The answer was unveiled. Within the box lay a coffee-colored small leather wallet, its tightly stitched seams and smooth texture exuding an air of sophistication. With a prominent logo on the upper left corner symbolizing its elevated social status, this little item appeared to be a limited edition. So, what do you think? Do you like it? I noticed your wallet was quite worn during our dinner, so I specifically chose this gift for you. Jiang Yuhan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she awaited his response. Reflecting on their first dinner together, Chu Chen broke into a warm smile. This girl truly possessed a delicate heart. I love it. I'm extremely fond of this gift. That's wonderful. Open it up and see. There might be more inside, Jiang Yuhan playfully urged, maintaining an air of mystery. Upon hearing the words, Chu Chen gently opened his wallet, revealing a playful photograph nestled within the identification pouch. With his keen observational skills, Chu Chen immediately discerned the details. In the picture, Jiang Yuhan wore a mask and a light yellow dress, her hands lifting the skirt as she smiled brightly at her other self beside her. Was this taken during our meal that day? How come I was unaware? I had no idea at the time either. It was later that Sister Fei gifted it to me. That rascal had it all planned out, arranging for someone to follow us that day, capturing numerous photographs to eventually send to a reporter for exposure. Jiang Yuhan was incensed by this revelation. Indeed, the ones who know you best can inflict the deepest wounds. She did not know your identity, so she sought to leverage this opportunity to generate some buzz for me. Her intentions were good, but once I stumbled upon her scheme, she abandoned the idea and handed the photograph over to me. So that's how it was. No wonder I felt something was off that day. Chu Chen's words trailed off abruptly. Poor Chen Lu, the real victim in this scenario, not only did he endure a beating but also nearly faced an even worse fate. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chu Chen silently apologized to the distant victim, thinking, you truly have a fate intertwined with this calamity. Where are you now? This background doesn't resemble a military camp. Having introduced the gift, Jiang Yuhan began to scrutinize the scene depicted in the image. She could only gather insights into Chu Chen's recent years from the immediate surroundings. This is my rented apartment. I occasionally return here when I have free time, taking leisurely strolls nearby to savor the essence of life. Chu Chen turned the camera to capture the interior, explaining, a rented apartment? You occasionally return to stay? The astute Jiang Yuhan quickly picked up on the keywords, displaying a cunning smile reminiscent of a little fox. It seems our scholarly Chu holds a significant position. Although she had never served in the military, she understood that ordinary soldiers could not casually leave their posts. May I take a look around? Jiang Yuhan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She had heard that a bachelor's abode often resembled a pigsty. Thus, she was keen to familiarize herself with what might be her future domain, of course. You may. Chen nodded without hesitation, willing to accommodate anything beyond the agreement. I reside in a roughly 200 square meter flat with 4 rooms and 2 halls. I barely return once a month, so only the study and bedroom see any use. In truth, given his rank, he could have been assigned a small villa, but this fellow was rather lazy and preferred not to navigate stairs, coupled with the fact that he seldom stayed there. Hence his choice of a flat. The simple furnishings, spotless floors, and fitness equipment piled in the corner of the living room all attested to the owner's indifference towards his living conditions. May I see your room? Jiang Yuhan showed no interest in the surroundings, her focus solely on Chen's bedroom. While she was somewhat taken aback by the living space, as a high-income individual, she was not one to shy away from city center villas. Well, it might be a bit messy, so please don't mind. Chen's magnetic voice resonated from off-screen as the camera began to shift. With a click, the door lock echoed, revealing the full view of the bedroom. The deep brown wooden floor creaked slightly underfoot, leading to a 2-meter-2 bed with neatly stacked bedding, the pristine white sheets devoid of any blemishes. On the bedside table lay a few foreign language books, likely something he indulged in during his free evenings. Further ahead, a large floor-to-ceiling window provided ample light. It was afternoon, and the sunlight streamed through the glass onto the table and chairs beside it, imparting a dreamlike ambience. Is this all? In the nearly 30-square-meter bedroom, there was nothing else, and Jiang Yuhan felt a twinge of disappointment. Shouldn't there be stinky socks and dirty clothes strewn about? This place was far too tidy, more so than her own. And there's a walk-in closet over here. Chen turned the camera towards a small door on the side. The closet connects to the bathroom, making changing and laundry convenient. Really? May I take a look? For a woman, nothing holds greater allure than a walk-in closet. If there were one larger, that would be even better. Just a moment. Let me tidy up a bit. Chen set down his phone and hurried inside. It wasn't that he was embarrassed by the mess. Rather, it was the military uniforms hanging inside that he wished to keep private. After 2 minutes of clearing away all traces, Chen finally returned with his phone. Oh, I truly adore the color of your wardrobe. As soon as she entered, Jiang Yuhan's gaze landed on the wooden cabinet. The pale golden veining of the cabinet exuding an air of nobility, while the genuine leather dressing stool in the center of the room resonated with her aesthetic. Everything felt tailor-made for her. Of course, this was merely Jiang Yuhan's inner thought. Having just confirmed their relationship, she felt shy discussing it too deeply. Most of the cabinets are empty. I hardly wear casual clothes throughout the year. The walk-in closet was the most expensive part of the renovation, yet it sees the least use, Chen remarked as he opened the empty cabinets with a hint of regret. You even spent your own money to renovate the rented apartment? Jiang Yuhan inquired, puzzled. The contract was signed for a lengthy term, and it's more comfortable to live in a space styled to my liking, Chen explained with a smile. Technically, it's not entirely untrue that it's rented. After all, his service time in the military wasn't complete yet, and he did pay a small fee each year, albeit a minimal one. Chapter 43. Chu Baobao, by the way, with a girlfriend as beautiful as you? How could you not have a larger walk-in closet? Chen leaned against the wardrobe, his eyes brimming with tenderness as he gazed at the girl before him. Jiang Yuhan was nearly bursting with joy. Yet she feigned reluctance to retort. Who said I'm living with you? You certainly have a vivid imagination. Hey, it's too late for regrets now. Signing the confidentiality agreement means you're mine. In front of the camera, Chen squinted his eyes and smiled incessantly. Ever since meeting this girl, he found himself smiling more in a day than he had in a year. Well then, since that's the case, I suppose I'll begrudgingly find some time to check it out. Jiang Yuhan turned her head to conceal her upturned lips, speaking nonchalantly. No way. I can feel your excitement even through the screen. Oh dear. How could you expose me? I was finally managing to maintain my composure for a brief moment. The following day, Jiang Yuhan, having stayed up late, was ruthlessly pulled from her slumber by her manager. Sister Fei, I don't even need to look to know it's you. The girl, her hair tousled and eyes still shut, extended a slender finger, mumbling. Yes, it's me. Chi Fei supported her arm, guiding her to confirm the direction. Her tone infused with glee. Girl, our Weibo account has been unlocked. Oh, is that all? Upon hearing it was such a trivial matter, Jiang Yuhan made no effort to lift her head, flopping back down as if to continue her slumber. She had chatted too late the previous night and now felt her mind was a blank slate, more exhausting than staying up late for filming. Huh? You knew about it? Chi Fei, seeing her so unfazed, climbed up to the head of the bed, puzzled that I guessed it. After signing the confidentiality agreement yesterday, My relationship with Chu Chen is set. I suppose I'm a military wife now. Mentioning this, Jiang Yuhan finally opened her tightly shut eyes, sitting up excitedly to shake Chi Fei's shoulders, sharing her joy. Oh, so quick. You really are blessed. My dear. Chi Fei pinched her pert nose with a smile. For most managers, their artists dating isn't typically a cause for celebration. However, Jiang Yuhan's situation was somewhat unique. When she initially signed the contract, there was a clear stipulation against dating, but after her rise to fame, the company had altered her contract multiple times, ultimately removing that clause after careful consideration. A mature management company possesses a comprehensive operational strategy, tailoring development pathways for each artist based on their individual circumstances. Take Jiang Yuhan, for example. She had consistently maintained a pristine and dedicated image, devoid of scandals. Supporting her romantic endeavors was also a strategic move in case she faced a developmental bottleneck later on. Such matters naturally generate significant media attention. After all, nothing ignites interest more than romantic entanglements, especially for someone like her, the pure-hearted queen free of rumors. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. It feels like a dream. Jiang Yuhan found herself ensnared in the whirlwind of love, reminiscing about the sweet nothings exchanged between them the previous night, unable to suppress her foolish smile. So now you know what he does for a living, right? I'm dying of curiosity. You call him a scholarly genius all day long. He.s. not researching secret weapons? Is he? Chi Fei eagerly probed, her curiosity about Chu Chen's identity reaching explosive levels, sometimes keeping her up at night. Want to know? Jiang Yuhan flashed a mischievous smile, inching closer to inquire. Definitely. Chi Fei's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she awaited the revelation. I want to tell you. It's a secret. Jiang Yuhan tantalized her friend, turning away and stifling her laughter. Jiang Yuhan. Chi Fei was on the verge of exploding, throwing the covers off and placing her hands on her hips in indignation. I am done with your nonsense, always keeping secrets. Don't even call him Chu Chen anymore. Let us call him Chu Baobao instead. Oh no, how could you call him baby? That's my baby. At this point in time, Jiang Yuhan continued to irritate her, blinking her large eyes and feigning ignorance. Damn it, what a troublesome child. Chi Fei huffed as she stormed off. In the first round, the little fox emerged victorious. At 8 in the morning, Chu Chen arrived at the base office bearing the telltale signs of sleeplessness, dark circles under his eyes. He had stubbornly stayed up late the previous night, utterly disrupting his regular routine. Upon entering the room and powering on his computer, he felt a twinge of discomfort returning to the familiar space after being away for over half a month. The office, modest in size, spanned less than 30 square meters. Aside from the work area, the remaining space was consumed by a set of sofas. This moment, his desk was cluttered with a mountain of documents, further encroaching upon his limited workspace. It seemed a considerable amount of work had piled up during his absence. Sighing, Chu Chen resigned himself to the task at hand. He gazed at the heap of papers, forced a wry smile, and retrieved his glasses from the drawer to examine them diligently. According to the directives from Number 1, he was not required to be here today. However, considering he would be away from the base for an extended period and the need to coordinate a large team, he had risen early and hurried over. With a sudden creak, the door swung open, and a young man entered, carrying a water bucket and moving at a leisurely pace, entirely oblivious to Chu Chen seated at the desk. Shaoli, what are you doing here so early? Chu Chen inquired, somewhat perplexed as he adjusted his glasses. Oh no. The young man jumped in surprise, dropping the bucket, which splashed water across the floor. Turning around, upon seeing Chu Chen, he clutched his chest, gasping, Boss, when did you arrive? You nearly gave me a heart attack. I was about to ask you the same. Why are you carrying a bucket of water so early? Cleaning, I presume. Chu Chen sidestepped the puddle, his expression a mix of exasperation and amusement. Shaoli was always a bit scatterbrained. My apologies. Boss, I thought I would come and tidy up while you were away. But I ended up making a mess, the boy said, his pants soaked up to the knees, looking sheepish as he scratched his head. All right, grab a mop and clean it up. I'll step out for a bit. Chu Chen, despite being in a position of authority, couldn't bear to dampen the boy's spirits. After all, Shaoli had been with him for over a year, and he was accustomed to such mishaps. Got it. I'll clean it up right away. Shaoli scampered off to fetch a mop. Meanwhile, Chu Chen picked up his tactical tablet and made his way to the wall, needing to escape the cramped space. He was, after all, the third in command of the base and could not be seen lounging in front of subordinates. Chapter 44. The Grounded Ace Report. Chu Chen, having taken refuge in the conference room, was jolted awake by a voice at the door. "Come in." Rubbing his eyes, he quickly sat upright, not wanting anyone to see him looking lethargic in broad daylight. The door swung open, revealing a young man in a flight suit with a darker complexion. Entering with a cheerful demeanor, his round, glimmering eyes paired with his smile gave him an untrustworthy appearance. "Third, why are you back so early, Pelican? Please take a seat." Chu Qian gestured toward a nearby chair. Speaking softly, "The mission has come down, and I had no choice but to return. You must have received the notification as well." The exposure incident had circulated briefly within a limited scope, and those at the base were largely unaware of it. "Yes, I received the notice last night, but it seemed rather cryptic. They didn't say much, just instructed us to be ready for departure at midnight," Pelican replied, a puzzled look on his face. Having led a squad for some time, this was his first experience receiving such a hasty order. "What are we supposed to do without any details?" Chu Chen rubbed his temples, pondering for a moment. "You'll be taking the Jiaolong team with me to Fengliao base at midnight for joint training for approximately a month." "And then?" Pelican asked, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "Don't inquire about the details for now. Just prepare for a 2 a.m. departure." The choice to leave at midnight was strategic. A collective movement of a large squadron would be an obvious target. If spotted by nearby residents, it could incite panic. Departing under the cover of darkness offered a considerable advantage. As for the subsequent details, Chu Chun himself was uncertain and would only learn more upon arrival. "Understood. I'll notify the team immediately." As a squad leader, Pelican was quite discerning, clearly aware of when to ask questions and when to hold his tongue. "By the way, inform the maintenance crew to check on my precious aircraft." "What, are you planning to fly it yourself?" Pelican turned back, a hint of concern in his voice. Last year, Chu Chun had landed at dawn, the entire aircraft charred and blackened. He had struggled to climb out, collapsing from the cockpit. Although he recovered quickly, he had not flown since. There were whispers that he had suffered residual effects from a lightning strike, but the details remained undisclosed, and he had never divulged them himself. Now, he was requesting to fly again, which naturally raised concerns. "Don't you trust me?" Chu Chen asked, a smirk playing on his lips, yet his gaze was piercing. "Of course I do. I was hoping you would be my wingman," Pelican joked. Regardless of the circumstances, Pelican was undoubtedly one of Chu Chen's most trusted allies. As one of the base's finest pilots, he had witnessed Chu Chen's capabilities firsthand and had even received guidance from him. "Be your wingman? You think you're worthy? Get lost." Chu Chen rolled his eyes, playfully scolding the young man. As he did so, his expression grew somber. Reflecting on the events of that fateful day, he felt as if they were etched vividly in his memory. He had resolutely chosen the flight academy against his family's wishes, drawn by his passion for flying, only to encounter such misfortune just a few years into his career. Perhaps this was for the best. It was better than causing his family sleepless nights filled with worry. Having weathered many storms, Chu Chen gradually began to understand his family's sentiments. Rather than burden them with nightly anxieties, he preferred to remain at the command center, where at least they could rest easy, allowing him to continue pursuing his beloved profession. In the afternoon, Chu Chen visited the administration office and acquired a new access card intended for Jiang Yuhan. Although it felt a touch premature, having it on him provided a sense of reassurance, as if she were by his side. Ding! The tactical tablet emitted a notification sound. "Hello, this is number 3.3. Your aircraft has been prepared. Would you like to come and take a look?" The cheerful voice of old Lu from maintenance came through, tinged with excitement. "Great, thank you for your hard work. I'll be there shortly." Chu Chen nodded, his expression brightening with joy. It had been a while since he had seen his precious aircraft, and he was eager to know its current condition. "Shaoli, let us head to the hangar." "Right away." Shaoli scampered off to fetch a vehicle. As a security officer, he loved visiting the hangar, where numerous fighter jets were stationed, enough to make anyone drool just at the sight of them. 2 minutes later, the vehicle came to a steady stop at the hangar entrance, which housed all the aircraft undergoing maintenance, sprawling over more than 10,000 square meters. With the order to prepare for departure, the maintenance personnel were diligently conducting final checks, making the hangar abuzz with activity. "Old Lu, how is it going? Is there enough time?" Chu Chen glanced at the clock and approached the maintenance team leader, Lu Mingling, who was currently crouched under an aircraft, tightening screws. Upon hearing his call, Lu looked up, his sweat-drenched face breaking into a smile. "We're good." When has old Lu ever dropped the ball? As he spoke, he emerged from beneath the aircraft, wiping his brow with his sleeve and gesturing toward a fighter jet covered in a silver tarp not far away. "Just waiting for you. I didn't let them unveil it yet." Following his finger, Chu Chun walked slowly toward it, reaching out to gently caress the silver wing. his eyes filled with nostalgia and delight. I've put my heart and soul into this beauty, adjusting it to an almost perfect state based on your previous flight records. Care to give it a try? Old Lu proudly boasted, patting the aircraft's body with pride in every field and military branch. There are those considered the best of the best. Chen was regarded as the ace among pilots, while Old Lu was the top tier among maintenance personnel. Not now. I'll try it tonight. Chen shook his head in refusal. He wasn't ready to jump into action just yet. Only the blue flames ignited during combat could truly stir the passion within him. Training flights held no allure anymore. Then let us commence the unveiling ceremony. Since you've been grounded, this aircraft has only been flown a few times by that Pelican kid. I've nearly forgotten what it looks like. Old Lu urged eagerly, fidgeting like a groom waiting for his bride. Let us do it. Chen was equally excited as he approached the center of the aircraft, reaching for a corner of the tarp and giving it a gentle tug. The tarp slid off the sleek body, revealing the imposing figure of a silver-hued dragon, fierce and majestic, now standing before the crowd. Chapter 45. The standards of an ace. The cockpit was polished to perfection, gleaming as clean as a bird's beak, exuding an aura of intimidation. As I cast my gaze around, it would be no exaggeration to describe the entire aircraft as perfect and stunning. It stands as a paragon of cutting-edge technology, embodying the essence of advanced weaponry. From the harmonious aerodynamic design to the smooth, diffused finish, every detail reflects the technological prowess of a great nation. Old friend, it's been a long time. Chen felt a whirlwind of emotions as he caressed the fuselage. Reminiscing about the journey from the trainer aircraft to this moment, he harbored countless memories deep within, only able to reflect on them in the quiet of the night. Lu, what does the pentagram under the cockpit signify? I haven't seen it on any other aircraft. Little Li, ever the observant one, turned to glance at the planes in the hangar, softly inquiring beside Old Lu. "Huh, you young lad, how can you not know this as someone from the base?" That's basic knowledge. Old Lu, without a hint of pretension, wrapped an arm around Little Li's shoulder and explained in detail. The pentagram is a kill mark, representing the combat achievements of the aircraft and its pilot. Wow! The boy was taken aback, extending his finger to silently count the pentagrams under the cockpit. Your boss has 6 stars. Doesn't that mean he has shot down 6 planes? Indeed, 6 confirmed kills. While the 4 below are unfilled, indicating damaged targets, Old Lu spoke with a tinge of envy. He had once aspired to be a pilot soaring through the skies, but unfortunately, he had not passed the medical examination, leaving that dream unfulfilled. Do you know what it's called to shoot down 6 aircraft? What is it? Little Li, ever curious, leaned in closer to probe. An ace. Typically, one is designated as an ace pilot after surpassing 5 confirmed kills. Your boss is currently the youngest living ace, having achieved this at just 28 years of age. Upon hearing this, several newcomers turned their gaze towards Chen, their eyes brimming with fervent admiration. The reason so many aspire to be pilots is the desire to reign as kings of the air. Why dredge up the past? It's all old news now. Chen waved his hand, signaling Old Lu to cease his reminiscing. Let bygones be bygones. One must always look forward, mustn't they? At midnight, the maintenance crew was so busy they hadn't even had time to eat. Yet they managed to complete all inspections before departure, meticulously checking every detail of the aircraft set to take off. Well done, Lu. You all should hurry and grab a bite to eat. The Pelican, accompanied by a large team, confirmed that the aircraft were in perfect condition before signing off with continuous gratitude. If anyone in the base deserved the most credit, it would undoubtedly be the seasoned maintenance crew. Whether for takeoff or landing, each activation of the aircraft required thorough checks to avoid any unforeseen circumstances that could lead to incalculable losses. Finally, it seemed the work was done. One could hardly eat with unfinished tasks looming. Old Lu, covered in dust and grease, wore a sincere smile on his honest face. Each time he witnessed the aircraft he had serviced take to the skies, he felt an innate pride. Although he could not pilot, he was still a participant, wasn't he? Everything all right? In the distance, Chen donned his flight suit, the elegant demeanor of a gentleman replaced by an aura of resolute determination. He also held a unique helmet that distinguished him from the others. The helmet was predominantly gold, with red and blue accents, its vibrant exterior somewhat gaudy, yet symbolically significant. Number 3. It seems you've come well prepared, even bringing a golden helmet, the Pelican remarked, approaching with his own helmet in hand. I didn't want to. The previous helmet was a bit ill-fitting, so I had no choice but to use this one for now, Chen mumbled, somewhat reluctantly. In truth, he was not fond of overly flamboyant colors. finding them somewhat ludicrous. Isn't it great? Look at mine. Isn't it handsome? The pelican boasted, donning his golden helmet with a flourish. He was among the few in the base to possess a gold helmet and usually kept it hidden like a treasured heirloom. Enough chit-chat, assemble. As the clock struck 12:30, Chen kicked him lightly, signaling the dragon squad to gather. There were still a few matters to address before departure. With a raucous call, Chen rallied all members of the dragon squad, who promptly emerged from the hangar, swiftly assembling. Report, dragon squad present, 36 members accounted for, assembly complete, awaiting instructions. After confirming the head count, the pelican raised his voice to announce. All right, at ease. Chen nodded, crossing his arms behind his back as he surveyed the group contemplatively. Without further ado, we will depart for Fengliao Base at 2 a.m. for a large-scale training exercise. This operation is classified at a high level. No one is to disclose any information to the outside world. Communication with external parties will be severed during the operation. Are there any questions? None. The crowd responded in unison, their voices resonating with vigor and determination. Good. This mission requires no armament. Upon arrival at Fengliao Base, resupply will be provided. Familiarize yourselves with the flight route and conduct another inspection of the aircraft to ensure everything is flawless. Chen pulled out a tactical tablet, distributing data that included runway arrangements and flight routes. Dismissed, promptly recheck your aircraft. With the mission assigned, the pelican dispersed the squad to hastily inspect the planes while he himself stepped outside, his mind heavy with thoughts. Number 3. It's somewhat unwise to fly unladen for this operation? What's the matter? Are you worried about the lack of weight affecting your flight, or are you anxious about not having missiles? Chen, engrossed in his tablet, glanced up at him with a nonchalant expression. It's just that since the trainer aircraft phase, I haven't done this in years. It feels a bit unsettling, the pelican admitted, feeling a touch embarrassed yet resolute in voicing his concerns. After all, flying without missiles felt akin to a toothless tiger, discomforting and uncertain. Rest assured, the higher-ups have considered this. Don't overthink it, just prepare, Chen said, patting his shoulder before hastily departing, as he had other matters to attend to. As the team leader, the pressure was indeed considerable. 10 minutes later, at the operations command center, the Albatross was intently monitoring the large screen, observing the aircraft along the flight path. Tonight, not only was a large contingent mobilizing, but several planes were also executing patrol missions. How is everything? All well? Chen approached, smiling. Everything is fine. You may take off at any time, the Albatross replied, turning to take a sip from his well-worn thermos, then glanced around, speaking in a hushed tone. Are you really all right? If not, we can arrange for a transport aircraft to take you. Don't push yourself. When have I ever joked about such matters? It's merely a flight to Fengliao. Takeoff and landing 1T take half an hour, and it's not a tactical operation. There's no issue, Chen reassured him with a confident gaze. It's only been a little over a year since I last piloted. Is this how everyone at the base views me? All right then, let us proceed. I'm quite eager for your maiden flight. The once revered ace is making a comeback, the Albatross beamed, clapping Chen on the shoulder to encourage him. Time slipped by, and at 1:40 a.m., Chen exited the command center and boarded the aircraft, which had been towed out. As he settled into the cockpit, a familiar sensation washed over him, as if his wandering soul had finally found its harbor. He reached into his pocket to retrieve the photo given to him by Jiang Yuhan, her bright eyes reflecting a hint of tenderness. This time, I want you to accompany me. Phantom Star, the runway is ready. You are cleared for takeoff. The Albatross's voice came through the communicator, signaling that he could proceed. Understood. Once the mission concludes, I'll treat you to a drink, Chen replied, tucking the photo inside his helmet, organizing his gear before gently lowering the visor, activating the helmet's targeting system. He powered up the avionics system. The familiar electronic voice resonated once more. Hello, Phantom Star. Long time no see. The aircraft's intelligence system initiated, automatically recognizing the pilot's identity through iris detection. It's been a while. Let us go. My old friend. The command center transmitted the flight route and detailed data via the data link, which the aircraft system promptly recorded. Given the impending mission, Chen initiated both engines. The aircraft emitted a deep rumble, akin to an ancient beast awakening from slumber. With the startup complete, all systems checked out without anomaly, ready for takeoff. The intelligence system conducted a rapid inspection of the aircraft, relaying real-time status to the pilot. Let us go. Moments later, jagged exhaust nozzles belched forth brilliant blue flames as Chen maneuvered the aircraft towards the main runway. The first to take off, he received clearance from the tower and ground parameters. Accelerating down the runway, The aircraft proudly lifted its nose, soaring into the inky night sky. The takeoff of Phantom Star was executed flawlessly, both in timing and operational details. In the command center, radar operators periodically reported on the aircraft's status. Chu Chun's takeoff was swift and precise, without hesitation, truly a testament to his enduring prowess. Just this maneuver alone is enough for the new pilots to learn from. After all, he is an ace. If he didn't possess such skill, he might as well head home to tend to children. The albatross chuckled from his seat, eyes fixed on the screen. At that moment, the runway was filled with aircraft. As the Dragon squad members hurriedly taxied and ascended into the sky. The journey is so near, and with a collective endeavor, no one wishes to be left behind by the main contingent. Calling Pelican, this is Phantom Star, ascend rapidly to 12,000 meters without delay, Chu Chen commanded, his gaze fixed on the radar display, which showcased a neatly arranged formation. Given the considerable number of personnel involved in this operation, an altitude adjustment was necessary to avoid detection by the masses. Received, Pelican responded, intensifying its pursuit of Chu Chen, who was eager to celebrate the maiden flight of the third aircraft with some acrobatic maneuvers. 2 minutes later, piercing through the clouds, the fighter jet entered the stratosphere, revealing a resplendent full moon before all, engaging autopilot mode. Following Chu Chen's directive, the aircraft switched to autopilot, and he relinquished the control stick, allowing himself to indulge in the moonlight's beauty. At the command center, Albatross exhaled in relief, observing the aircraft closely following the flight path displayed on the screen. They were not on a combat mission this time. The jet's transition to autopilot in the stratosphere signified all was well. Bring up Phantom Star's flight records for me to review, he instructed, feeling the need to occupy himself. He was curious about the current proficiency of this pilot. Although they were not in a combat scenario, one could still glean a fair assessment. As his command was executed, the screen displayed Chu Chen's flight trajectory from takeoff to the stratosphere. The fluctuating data captured Albatross's attention. And after a prolonged observation, a satisfied smile emerged. Remarkable. The third aircraft managed to take off with such precision over a relatively short distance. It appears that talent does not fade with time. Indeed, not only were the takeoff timing and angle impeccable, but even the flight path during manual control matched the plan flawlessly and was even more precise, the observer remarked, their voice brimming with admiration. Mastering such intricate details demonstrates genuine skill. Chapter 47. Each heading towards new directions. 23 minutes later, above the Fengliao base, the Dragon Squadron roared in under the cover of night. Tower, tower, Dragon Squadron from Cloud City Base. 37 aircraft requesting to land. The base was ablaze with light, with numerous ground personnel and mechanics poised for action, ever ready. In anticipation of this operation's success, Fengliao Base had already begun expanding its hangars and runways to provide logistical support for the aircraft from neighboring bases. 10 minutes later, Chu Chen was the first to land, nimbly descending from the aircraft via the laddered. As he touched down, a warm welcome enveloped him from the reception staff. Welcome, welcome. You must be Staff Officer Chu. UVE worked hard late into the night. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man, also in military uniform and holding the rank of colonel, enthusiastically shook his hand. Commissioner He, you're too kind. It's all about teamwork. There's no hardship involved, Chu Chen replied with a smile, exchanging pleasantries. The man before him was He Ziyuan, the political commissar of Fengliao Base, who was said to have been an exceptional pilot in his youth. Boasting remarkable achievements and a reputation for downing enemy aircraft, I didn't expect you to fly in personally. It's been a while since I've heard the name Phantom Star, indeed. Quite impressive, He Ziyuan remarked, patting Chu Chen's shoulder with a hint of nostalgia. Although they were from different bases, Phantom Star had once echoed throughout the airspace during its peak. You honor me, but we're merely engaging in minor skirmishes. We can hardly compare with the prowess of your era. Nowadays, it's mostly system-assisted. We can't hold a candle to your time, Chu Chen humbly replied, although he acknowledged the truth in his words. Reminiscing about 30 years prior when technology was still in its infancy and development stages. Back then, to down an enemy aircraft, one had to rely solely on robust tactical maneuvers and physical prowess, true combat in every sense. Haha, let us refrain from showering each other with compliments. You should rest first. The other 4 bases will likely arrive shortly, and we can convene a meeting in the morning. He could discern the young man's flattery and laughed heartily. Giving directions, boom. A chorus of engines roared as a fleet of bombers loomed above, perfectly aligned in the sky, awaiting descent. Staff Officer Chu, the personnel from Rekindling base have arrived. I'll go greet them. He said, recognizing the newcomers and turning towards the tarmac. The joint operation at Fengliao Base had kept them exceedingly busy, leaving little time for proper rest. "Sir, this way, please," the reception staff guided Chu Chun towards the waiting vehicles. "It's already late. Let us rest first and discuss everything tomorrow." As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight touched the ground, and Jiang Yuhan, along with two others, exited the Kyoto airport. With Chu Chun away on a mission, she found herself feeling rather bored. Coincidentally, the director of her next film had summoned everyone for a meeting to discuss the script, prompting her to hastily book a flight and arrive overnight. "Miss Jiang, welcome to Yendu. This way, please." Although filming had yet to commence, the crew had already assembled, waiting half an hour in advance. "Thank you for your trouble this early in the morning," Jiang Yuhan said. Removing her baseball cap, her fitted pencil skirt accentuating her perfect curves, exuding a commanding presence that left the accompanying driver utterly captivated. "Let us head to the hotel first. Director Zhang has arranged rooms for us, and the meeting will take place in the afternoon." The assistant director, a chubby man wearing glasses, wore a smile of ingratiation as he accompanied them. After all, Jiang Yuhan's stature was not someone he could afford to offend. In the eyes of ordinary extras, he was the assistant director, but to the big names, he was merely the lowly errand boy of the crew. "All right, as you wish. Let us go to the hotel." Chi Fei, her eyes bloodshot from exhaustion, yawned as she signaled to hurry the driver along. After a night of travel, she could feel a new fine line forming on her forehead. It seemed late nights were not kind to women. An hour later, the vehicle came to a steady stop in the hotel's parking garage, and Jiang Yuhan and her companions swiftly checked in, hastening to their rooms, utterly fatigued. "Xiaoqing, this room is spacious enough for all of us. We can unpack later after we rest." Upon entering the room, they found it was a presidential suite arranged by the production team, featuring 3 bedrooms of varying sizes, perfect for the 3 of them. "All right, Sister Han, I'll help you run a bath." Xiaoqing set down her luggage and dashed towards the bathroom, her duties as a life assistant having made her quite adept at such tasks. No, I'm exhausted. I'll wash up tonight," Jiang Yuhan replied, grateful she hadn't applied makeup. She removed her mask and flopped onto the comfortable bed, relishing the soft touch, truly divine. Ding ding ding, just as she was about to drift off, the phone rang, nearly sending her into a frenzy. "Hello, I don't care who you are. If you don't have a satisfactory reason, you'll regret it. Disturbing someone's sleep this early is terribly impolite. Don't you know?" "Ah, Yuhan, what a temper you have. I heard you just landed. Have you fallen asleep so quickly?" A magnetic male voice resonated from the other end, devoid of any irritation. Jiang Yuhan opened her eyes and turned to glance at her phone screen, a resigned smile creeping onto her face upon recognizing the number. "Jungo, I didn't see my phone earlier. It's not directed at you. Please don't be upset." "How could I? We've been friends for so many years. I know your temper well. What is your room number? I'll come by for a visit and discuss a few matters." The man chuckled, appearing indifferent. "Come on over. Sister Fei is here too." Jiang Yuhan, stifling her weariness, got up from the bed. This Jungu, whose full name was Shangguan Yanjun, belonged to the same agency as her but had debuted earlier, attaining greater fame. When Jiang Yuhan first entered the industry, he had taken her under his wing, resulting in a cordial friendship. 10 minutes later, a knock echoed at the door, and Xiaoqing hurriedly ran to answer. "Xiaoqing, long time no see." Outside stood a man appearing to be in his 30s, greeting her with a warm smile. While not conventionally handsome, with rather ordinary features, his defining trait was the smile that adorned his face. Nicknamed the healing warm man, his smile evoked an indescribable fondness in others, regardless of gender. Thus, the company had positioned him as a skilled actor, relying on his talent to rise. Diligently, he had started by working on numerous film sets, accepting any role, and constantly honing his craft. After 3 years, he finally shot to fame with a single drama, solidifying his status as a leading actor among the new generation. Chapter 48. Immense Pressure. Yuhan, long time no see. Your last project performed exceptionally well. It won't be long before you become a best actress, Shangguan Yanjun remarked, clad in a gray tracksuit, as he entered and offered his sincere congratulations. "Jungu, my achievements pale in comparison to yours. Please, have a seat," Jiang Yuhan said, having just washed her face to refresh herself. "Xiaoqing, quickly pour some water for Jungu and bring out the tea leaves we brought. Let him have a taste." "All right, Sister Han," Xiaoqing complied eagerly, diving into the room to search for the tea. Just then, Chi Fei emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a bathrobe, and upon seeing the man in the room, she jumped in surprise. "Oh my, Xiao Jun, I thought it was someone else. When did you arrive?" "Apologies, Sister Fei, for intruding so early. I arrived last night and have already met with Director Zhang. Shangguan Yanjun responded with utmost respect towards Qi Fei, standing up to convey his earnestness. Within the company, there exists a rumor circulating in hushed tones, suggesting that anyone who spends 2 years under the tutelage of Qi Fei could elevate themselves, even if they were as unremarkable as a pig, to a second-tier status. Consequently, this has led to an environment where all the artists within the company hold Qi Fei in profound respect, with some newcomers eagerly anticipating the opportunity to work under her guidance, yearning to experience the taste of fame. What did Director Zhang say? Are there any new directives? Qi Fei inquired, casually tossing aside the towel she had been using to dry her hair. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Since we are all part of the same company, it is only reasonable to share pertinent information. I arrived this early for this very matter, Shangguan Yanjun remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction creasing his brow. Initially expecting to discuss the script, he was taken aback when, upon their first meeting yesterday, Director Zhang delivered a staggering surprise. He announced a change in the investment party, resulting in a budget cut by half, along with a corresponding reduction in everyone's remuneration. Isn't that absurd? He exclaimed. Indeed, before Jiang Yuhan could respond, Qi Fei was the first to object vehemently, rising with indignation. A 50% reduction? How audacious of Zhang. Initially, he offered a lower price out of friendship, and now he proposes to have it. Does he think we are worth less than those entertainment figures? This is absolutely unacceptable. I will confront him about it. As she spoke, Qi Fei retrieved her phone from her bag, ready to make a call. Her agitation stemmed from the sheer unreasonableness of the situation. While Zhang Xiaojiang is undoubtedly a renowned director and his films profitable, such treatment is unconscionable. Everyone had already cleared their schedules for this script, and now, with a mere utterance of pay cuts, he expects them to continue working. What a joke. Sister Fei, please calm down, Jiang Yuhan gently interjected. Seizing the phone from her, it's not finalized yet. Let's discuss it this afternoon. We aren't losing anything by waiting a moment. Are you out of your mind? This isn't a reduction to 1/5 or 1/3. It's a 50% cut, do you understand? After deducting various expenses, the work becomes essentially worthless. Qi Fei patiently tried to clarify, believing Jiang Yuhan had miscalculated the gravity of the situation. You must realize that the career span of a female star is not long. Perhaps if one has a representative work, it might be bearable. However, without such a notable piece, one can easily be forgotten. This is why those who achieve sudden fame scramble to capitalize on it. For they do not know how long their popularity will last and must seize the opportunity to earn as much as they can. Sister, I fully comprehend what you mean, Jiang Yuhan replied, patting her thigh to signal her to relax, offering a wry smile. Let's review the detailed script this afternoon. I believe Director Zhang's film will undoubtedly be of high quality. This isn't merely a matter of quality. No matter how good the script is, why would you work without compensation? Qi Fei retorted, crossing her arms defiantly. Why not work? Money is not my concern. What we need to do now is to elevate ourselves. Jiang Yuhan gestured towards the current situation, fully aware of her advantages, but she understood that beauty is fleeting, and only high-quality works can endure the test of time. Yuhan, you must consider this carefully. Pursuing this path could lead to ostracism within the industry. After all, such drastic pay cuts have never occurred before. If you set a precedent at your level, many directors may follow suit. After all, with just one statement, if Jiang Yuhan can negotiate a pay cut, what could you possibly bring to the table? Shangguan Yanjun chimed in, attempting to reason with her. He, too, was an actor who valued scripts. He could have accepted a lower price initially, but renegotiating after the price had been set was simply unacceptable and would not garner support from fellow actors. Fine, I understand. Let's discuss this further this afternoon. I need a moment to gather my thoughts. Jiang Yuhan, visibly agitated, rose and departed the living room. The events of the morning had significantly dampened her spirits. Why should others dictate her choices? She was merely an actress. Why involve market prices? Is there a price control bureau overseeing this? You see, sometimes this girl is just too naive, Qi Fei remarked, pointing at her retreating figure with discontent. If a backlash against pay cuts were to arise, even Qi Fei's formidable abilities would be of little use. She remains unchanged as ever. I shall take my leave now, Sister Fei. Please try to reason with her, Shangguan Yanjun said, displaying an expression of resignation as he departed. At 7 in the morning, Chen awoke after a brief slumber. The previous night, the entire base had been enveloped in the thunderous roar of engines, with over 200 aircraft arriving from 5 bases alone, not including the Fengliao base. The sight at the helipad should be particularly impressive, as various models of aircraft had mostly gathered. After rising and attending to her personal grooming, Chu Chun, guided by the reception staff, made her way directly to the conference room. Today marked the first day of joint training, and being late would be quite embarrassing. 5 minutes later, Chu Chun arrived at the conference room, where Lao He was dozing with his eyes closed. Apart from him, she was the first to arrive. "You're here. The youth are indeed full of vigor. Just a few hours have passed, and you appear revitalized," Lao He jested upon noticing Chu Chen's arrival. He had nearly completed the preliminary reception tasks, and once the head of the base arrived for the meeting, he could take his leave. "You've worked hard these past few days, coordinating so many aircraft and hangars. It must have been quite troublesome." Observing the ground crew engaged in urgent maintenance outside, Chu Chun felt an overwhelming, intangible pressure. With so many resources and manpower invested in this plan, any minor error could lead to overwhelming psychological stress. A rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed across the floor as 5 individuals, all over 40 years of age, approached the conference room, their faces beaming with smiles akin to those attending a wedding. "Lao He, as the host, why haven't you come out to welcome us? Your hospitality leaves much to be desired." A jovial voice rang out before they even entered the room, jolting Hezuan into alertness as he rose to greet them. As the youngest among them, Chu Chun also felt compelled to put on a show, moving to the entrance just as a tall, vibrant man enthusiastically approached Hezuan. "Long time no see, Lao He. I didn't see you when I arrived last night. I thought you had been demoted. You, my friend, are incapable of uttering anything sensible," Hezuan replied with a resigned smile, having known this group for many years and conversing quite casually. "By the way, let me introduce you to someone." With everyone now present, Hezuan gestured towards Chu Chun, stating with gravity, "This is Chu Chun, the chief of staff of the Yunqing base, codenamed Tuanqing. You've all heard of him, right? Hello, esteemed seniors, I am Chu Chun, and I look forward to your guidance in the future." Chu Chun offered a respectful salute, her charming smile eliciting warm admiration from those present. "So, you are Huanqing. Impressive. I didn't expect someone so young," remarked a somewhat balding elder, scrutinizing her with a nod of approval. "Chu Chun, allow me to introduce you," Hezuan continued, leading her towards the group and pointing to the balding man. "This is Sun Qian, the chief of staff of the Jinling base. The bomber squadron you saw last night belongs to them." "Greetings, senior son," Chu Chen replied dutifully, her demeanor humble. "And this distinguished gentleman is Su Jianhua, chief of staff of the Hanqing base, a special class pilot and one of the first testers of the third-generation aircraft." Another elder, sporting glasses and graying hair, offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. After 2 minutes, the introductions concluded, and the group settled around the conference table, engaging in casual conversation while awaiting the meeting's initiator. "What are you all so cheerful about?" one of the elders inquired. As they enjoyed light-hearted banter. The doors swung open, and a commanding man with an imposing presence strode in. The gleaming star on his shoulder caught everyone's attention, illuminating his slightly aged face with a vibrant glow. "Good day, sir." In an instant, the previously jovial group stood in unison, saluting the man. "All right, we are all comrades here. No need for such formality. Please, be seated." The elder waved his hand dismissively, gesturing for everyone to take their seats while he himself settled into the main chair. Turning to Hezuan beside him, he smiled gently. "Zuan, you've worked hard. Go rest for a while." "Understood. I shall take my leave now," Hezuan replied. Hezuan rose without the slightest hesitation and walked outside. His task had been accomplished, and he could now enjoy a peaceful and restful sleep. As for the contents of the meeting, he need not worry. With number 1 present, he was empowered to make all decisions. Although the attendees were all familiar faces, it was customary for him to introduce himself first. The elderly man, with a genial smile, surveyed the crowd and spoke in a deep voice. "I am Lu Tianlei, the number 1 of the Liaoning base, and the overall commander of this operation. You must all be quite curious about the strategic deployment that has brought so many of us together," he continued, pausing for a moment to allow their imaginations to wander. He believed that anyone capable of reaching the position of chief of staff was no fool and should be able to draw reasonable conclusions. Number 1, just get to the point. What is there to guess about? At our age, we prefer not to strain our brains, urged Su Jianhua from Han City, who was well acquainted with him, a smile on his face. Very well, let us allow the younger generation to share their thoughts. There is plenty of time ahead. No need to rush, Lu Tianlei replied, shifting his gaze directly to Chu Chun. The old rascal truly had a knack for picking on the young ones. Feeling the weight of everyone's attention, Chu Chun, despite any reluctance, had no choice but to step forward. Ahem. Esteemed seniors, I am merely speculating. Take it as light entertainment. He then approached the map behind number 1. picked up a marker and drew a circle in the center, softly stating, "The gathering at the Liaoning base this time is likely not just for training. Perhaps there are plans for some maneuvers in the adjacent sea area." "Oh? What leads you to that conclusion?" Lu Tianlei asked, leaning back in his chair, looking puzzled. This old fellow was truly adept at playing Co White as the commander. He was more aware of the core details of the plan than anyone else. "Indeed, do elaborate. Let us older folks expand our horizons," chimed in the group of seasoned veterans, each one as cunning as the last, waiting for someone else to break the ice. The deployment involves 6 bases, including over 200 aircraft such as fighter jets, attack planes, and bombers, along with ground missile units. "The target is quite evident," Chen stated, drawing another smaller circle on the map to narrow down the area. "The chosen target is the Yonghai region. But why Yonghai? There is nothing particularly special about that area, and it is quite distant from the mainland." Lu Tianlei revealed a playful smile. Intending to further test the young man's reasoning, it was said that he excelled in piloting, but it seemed his strategic thinking was also quite advanced. He recalled his own surprise upon confirming the target for the first time. Chun, catching his drift, waved his hands in protest, whispering, "Number 1, spare me, it's already perilous enough, and if I say too much, I might be silenced." Chapter 50. The fundamental reason this operation primarily focuses on joint combat. Followed by a large-scale exercise, Lu Tianlei said, gathering his playful demeanor and gesturing for Chun to return to his seat. "Young Chu, your target point is accurate. It is indeed the Yonghai region. But not the entire area. There will be a simulated enemy played by the Navy. Thus, this was no jest. Everything would proceed as if in actual combat. Rest assured, Number 1, we all came prepared, guaranteeing we won't let you down." The group confidently assured him, each member having traversed through the flames of adversity, committed to a singular belief: to obliterate the designated target. In the afternoon, after a rejuvenating nap, Jiang Yuhan instinctively reached for her phone. Noticing the familiar avatar was still, a hint of disappointment crossed her face. Han, let us go. "It's about time," said Chi Fei, who had already prepared in advance, looking sharp in her fitted white blazer and oversized limited edition earrings. Exuding an air of an elite urban professional. It necessary to dress like you're going on a blind date just to meet a director," Jiang Yuhan commented while rubbing her tired eyes. "You wouldn't understand. This is called presence. When I wear this outfit, I'm ready to spar with Zhang Xiaogang without hesitation," Chi Fei replied, her head held high with confidence. After pondering for the morning, she was prepared to tear up the contract. It was impossible to gain an advantage over her. "We're going to discuss a contract, not engage in a brawl. You ought to be courteous, after all." He is a top-tier director in the country. Jiang Yuhan maintained a positive outlook, believing that Director Zhang had chosen her for a reason, and monetary matters were secondary. She primarily wished to gain insight into the casting thought process of a prominent director. "All right, I have it under control. Let us hurry." Chi Fei waved her hand dismissively, then dashed into the bathroom to touch up her makeup. It was a bit warm today, and wearing a suit felt somewhat foolish, making her feel stifled. At 3 in the afternoon, at a famous Sihiyuan near the second ring road in Yindu, Jiang Yuhan and her companions gently rang the doorbell, awaiting entry. "Hello, Miss Jiang, is it? Teacher Zhang is expecting you." A neatly dressed young man opened the door, nodding and smiling at the group. "Thank you," Chi Fei replied, leading the way as they followed the young man through 2 arched doors, navigating several turns before arriving at the backyard. Looking up, they saw an elderly gentleman with graying hair dressed in a white martial arts outfit, enjoying tea under a gazebo. "Ha ha, Director Zhang, your new residence is truly spacious." "It must have cost a fortune," Chi Fei remarked, striding forward with a cheerful demeanor. "Xiao Fei, you all have arrived. Please, take a seat." Zhang Xiaogang waved them over, pouring tea with a light smile. "I bought this place long ago. It didn't cost much at the time, but in recent years, as I've aged, I wanted to reconnect with nature, which is why I moved here. Enjoy the tea. Try this newly arrived jasmine," he added. Jiang Yuhan surveyed the sizable residence, forming a preliminary estimation in her mind. Given its location as a 3-entry courtyard, it likely cost several hundred million. The old man was indeed wealthy. "Director Zhang, this child Yuhan is quite anxious." Upon hearing about the new film, she rushed over. "Shall we discuss it now?" Chi Fei cut straight to the point, knowing that dealing with such an old-timer required a proactive approach. "Ha ha, good," Director Zhang responded without hesitation, handing them a document from the corner of the table. "Here is the new personnel list. Take a look." Confused by the unfamiliar procedure, the group opened the first page, their pupils constricting in shock as they looked up. "Director Zhang, why has the male lead changed? Wasn't he at Shangguan Yinjun?" "Not just him. There are others as well. Continue looking, Zhang Xiaogang replied calmly. Savoring his tea, Lin Yuting? She asked the second female lead. Wasn't she just a newcomer? Jiang Yuhan furrowed her brow in confusion as she noted that a significant portion of the cast had been replaced. Though she remained the female lead, her unease was palpable. This matter is a bit lengthy. Don't rush. Have some tea first, Zhang Xiaogang urged, refilling their cups and stroking his beard with a sigh. Initially, I intended to produce a large-scale air combat film, but after multiple revisions, it felt like something was lacking. As he spoke, the old man shook his head, displaying a mix of melancholy and slight joy. Until last month, when I encountered an old friend who, upon hearing this, exclaimed excitedly, "If you're going to shoot, it must be a grand production." I mentioned that creating a grand spectacle is no easy task, especially since the military possesses the real equipment. And then, Chi Fei inquired, captivated by the unfolding narrative, and then it truly became a grand production. The military, upon learning it was a film promoting the Air Force, decided to lend their robust support, giving us the green light. The classified materials you see are provided by the military, Zhang Xiaogang explained with a wry smile. Well, that sounds like good news. What does it have to do with changing actors? Jiang Yuhan, still perplexed, questioned, her eyes wide with confusion. Previously, the second female lead was brought in with funding. She had a powerful backer who was the largest investor. Now that the military is involved, that individual may feel a bit uneasy and has opted to withdraw, Zhang Xiaogang confessed, feeling a tinge of embarrassment over this rather humiliating situation. So, this is the fundamental reason for the pay cut? Chi Fei also appeared awkward, initially thinking the production team aimed to cut costs for special effects, only to discover the reason was so straightforward. There simply wasn't enough money. After the military's involvement, they recalibrated the budget, believing that with their support, the funds originally allocated for special effects could be significantly reduced, leading to a considerable cut in investment. As an internationally renowned director, Zhang Xiaogang found himself in a predicament for the first time. Under normal circumstances, if he mentioned a shortage of funds, countless investors would line up to offer financial support. But this time was different. It involved a confidential unit. Not to mention whether the military would even agree. Even if they did, no one wished for the Secrecy Bureau to conduct a thorough investigation. After all, those engaged in significant business often had skeletons in their closets that would not withstand close scrutiny. Moreover, dealing with the highly discerning Secrecy Bureau was akin to inviting a meticulous examination of one's entire lineage. Chapter 51. Chen Lu's entrepreneurial venture in the early summer, a gentle breeze occasionally wafted through the small courtyard, bringing a sense of comfort. Zhang Xiaogang, with his eyes half closed, sipped on floral tea and unconsciously remarked, "I find myself at a loss regarding this matter, which is why the decision to reduce salaries was made. As for the issue concerning Shangguan Yanjun, it was not my decision. It was a directive from above to replace the male lead." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuhan felt a tightening in her chest. Her desire to participate in this film extended beyond mere artistic aspiration. She harbored her own ulterior motives. Chu Chun, being a military man, was on a trajectory that almost assured their marriage in the near future. By playing a role similar to his, she could present a fresh image to her fans in advance. "How about this, Director Zhang? Allow me to peruse the subsequent script, and we can discuss the salary reduction after that." Jiang Yuhan, unwilling to give up, resolved to review the script first. If it proved to be exceptional, monetary concerns would be secondary. She could treat it as a leisurely journey and a favor among friends. "Very well, I shall send the script to your email shortly. I believe you will find this production to your liking," old Zhang confidently declared. This project encapsulated years of his dedication, and he was certain it would be a resounding success upon its release. Garnering phenomenal box office results. 3 days later, in the Yanghai region, 2 strategic cruisers appeared rather abruptly on the surface of the sea, as if conjured from thin air, with no prior warning whatsoever. "Captain, we have reached the designated position. Shall we continue forward?" On the deck, a man with dark skin, thick brows, and large eyes was observing the fishing seabirds in the distance through binoculars. Upon receiving the report, he chuckled lightly. "No rush. There is still ample time. Let us remain here for a few days." The calm sea saw several fish leaping out of the water, perhaps yearning for the world beyond the ocean or teasing the birds above. "Look at those little creatures. They may seem lively for a moment, but in the blink of an eye, they vanish," the man remarked, gazing at the water with a knowing expression. "Captain, I heard that this operation will involve some heavy artillery. Is that true?" A young man dressed in white military attire quietly inquired from behind him. Although they belonged to an aircraft carrier fleet, they had mostly been cruising without firing a single round over the years, resulting in a rather monotonous existence. What, are you eager for a sparring match? Your audacity seems to have grown, the man teased, before turning to cast a fishing rod into the sea, muttering to himself. Patience. The big fish usually lurk at the bottom. Their deployment from the eastern waters was not merely for leisurely sightseeing. The real spectacle was just beginning. Old Chen, remain calm. I am your only son. A frantic shout was accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. Inside the villa, Chen Jiangwo brandished a golf club, chasing his son around the house. The elder, over 50, had a face ashen with rage, wishing fervently to deliver a fatal blow to his rebellious offspring. Seeing him still attempting to flee only fueled his ire further. You have ruined my lifelong reputation with your reckless actions. What on earth were you thinking, establishing an entertainment guild under the company's name, and then boldly hosting auditions at a bar, attracting a multitude of disreputable women? Do you have any idea how the entire Xinjiang is mocking me? Saying I am merely a pimp? Dad, let me walk my own path. Let others talk as they will. You and Mom are too old to comprehend my grand plan. Once it is implemented and profits are rolling in, everyone will surely come to me for advice, Chen Lu retorted defiantly from the staircase. This audacious young man was determined to pursue his whims, inspired by some misguided counsel, and had whimsically decided to cultivate an entertainment guild to nurture streamers. Convinced that such an endeavor would yield great wealth, the moment he heard of the potential profits and the prospect of mingling with women openly, he did not hesitate to establish the guild under the company's name. Casting a wide net across Xinjiang and its surroundings, even offering exorbitant salaries of $1 million per year. News of this drew eager women, idly waiting for a chance to attract wealthy suitors. And within just 2 days, a crowd of over 1,000 had gathered. This delighted Chen Lu immensely, prompting him to hastily organize auditions, indulging in the fantasy of being a king. Walk your own path? Very well, I shall let you walk. But today I will surely break your legs, you wretched child. Chen Jiangwo was nearly driven mad by his son's shameless and ignorant remarks. He lifted the club, abandoning the chase, and hurled it toward Chen Lu. The solid club struck the marble floor with a jarring sound, causing Chen Lu to cower in fear. Trembling uncontrollably, he anticipated a severe beating, yet surprisingly, the elder's heart softened at the last moment. Chen Jiangwo, if we are to discuss matters, let us keep it relevant. What does your grandmother have to do with this? If you don't clarify today, I assure you, I will not let this rest. A furious female voice echoed as a woman clad in a light blue embroidered qipao ascended the stairs, hands on her hips, berating them both. Spotting her as a savior, Chen Lu scampered up the stairs and hid behind her, seeking refuge. Mom, old Chen has gone mad and wants to kill me. He was just cursing my grandmother, you little rascal. That was directed at you out of anger. I had no intention of insulting your grandmother. Upon seeing his wife, the previously furious Chen Jiangwo's anger dissipated, and he no longer dared to meet her gaze. You are a rascal, and you are no saint either. You both are ungrateful wretches. Clearly, as the head of the household, Su Jiao had grown accustomed to the squabbles between the father and son. Pointing at them both as she admonished, if you have any issues, take them outside. Do not disturb the peace of our home. Mom, I am engaged in serious business. Old Chen still views me through an outdated lens, denying me the opportunity for growth. As it appeared he would be expelled from the house, Chen Lu hurriedly spoke up, hoping his mother would side with him, as she held a veto power in the family. Just as Chen Jiangwo was about to unleash another tirade at his son, the latter's words reignited his fury, causing him to advance toward Chen Lu, finger pointing. Do you even understand the implications of your actions? Do you possess any self-awareness? I am tempted to beat you senseless. You have gathered a horde of women from the entertainment industry. Do you even know what kind of people they are? Now they are saying that the Chen Entertainment Guild is a place for foot massages and back rubs. Are you trying to drive me to my grave? For the over 50-year-old Chen Jiangwo, the mere mention of this matter was mortifying, wishing he could disappear into the ground. This reckless son had completely tarnished the reputation and respect he had cultivated over the years in Xinjiang. Chapter 52. The first challenge. Dad, you don't understand. This is not what you think. Internet streaming is incredibly lucrative now. With just a smartphone and an internet connection, anyone can broadcast from anywhere. Particularly beautiful young ladies. There are plenty of fools willing to gift. Chen Lu, hiding behind his mother, poked his head out to explain, hoping to cool his father's anger and perhaps persuade him to invest. Foolish nonsense. Do you think people are just going to throw money at a live stream? This is not something a mere child like you can fathom. Why not simply accept your role as a spendthrift? The exasperated Chen Jiangwo sat on the sofa, fixating on his son as he attempted to reason with him. Having traversed the business world for years, though unfamiliar with streaming, he grasped the basic logic. It was essentially a scheme to return the money of the gentry and split the earnings of the common folk. Moreover, it required keeping the money-grabbing streamers in check to prevent them from absconding. While it sounded easy, in practice, given Chen Lu's navet, he would likely be swindled out of his last pair of pants. I don't care. I'm doing this, and it's settled, Chen Lu declared defiantly, his resolve solidifying. Over the years, whenever he proposed an idea, his father would douse it with cold water. This time, regardless of the opposition, he was determined to give it a shot. If I lose some money, so be it. After all, our family has plenty to spare. Get out of my sight. I feel as though I have raised a parasite for 30 years, you wretched child. For the first time, Chen Lu dared to confront his father head-on. Leaving Chen Jiangwo utterly flabbergasted in his mind, he was the undisputed head of the household. Usually, a bit of playful banter was acceptable, but today, this audacious child had crossed the line. Leave if you must. I am certain I will succeed. When that time comes, you will be the one begging me to return. Seemingly fueled by newfound courage, Chen Lu shrugged off his father's authority and rushed downstairs, heading straight for the door. Throughout his life, he had never lacked materially, yet spiritually he felt an emptiness. Having a successful father placed an immense burden on him. He always felt he would never surpass his father. A constant pressure weighing heavily on his shoulders, which eventually became unbearable. Hey, son, where are you going? Su Jiao, witnessing her son's determination, hurriedly followed, her previous authoritative demeanor dissipating as she sought to counsel the obstinate youth. Ignore him. Cut off his card, and within 3 days, he will be back, tail between his legs. Chen Jiangwo thought he knew his son well enough. As long as he had no money, he would be powerless to act out and would have to return home to apologize. At the door, Chen Lu hopped into the car, prepared to leave, while his mother urgently grasped the door, imploring, "Son, don't stoop to your father's level. You have not experienced the harsh realities of society. Listen to your mother. Let us not go. Be good. All right, mother, I have already turned 30. If I do not endure the trials of life soon, it will be too late. Xiaoqing is right. I should have long since liberated myself from your protective wings and faced the storms alone." Chen Lu seemed to mature in an instant, gripping the steering wheel with a self-deprecating smile. He initially sought to plead with his father for some funds to continue his guild, never anticipating this outcome. Yet, perhaps it is for the best. Only by breaking free from his control can he truly understand his own worth. At the same time, it serves to demonstrate to those who look down on him that Chen Lu is not merely a spendthrift. You? Su Jiao was taken aback by her son's resolute attitude, momentarily at a loss for words, her forehead slick with sweat. Your father is not unsupportive. He simply values his pride. If you return and sincerely apologize, he will undoubtedly agree, as starting a company requires only a modest investment. Even if there are losses, it matters little. Our family is not lacking in funds. This declaration was quite imposing, epitomizing the capriciousness of the wealthy. Mother, an apology is out of the question. This time, I must leave without fail. If you have money, please lend me some. Old Chen will undoubtedly freeze my account soon. Chen Lu had foreseen his father's plan and seized this opportunity to ask his mother for help. After all, without funds, even the most capable individual cannot accomplish anything. A penny can indeed thwart a hero, and this is no mere saying. Sigh. Su Jiao exhaled, pulling out her phone to transfer 5 million to her son, reminding him as she did so, "Don't stray too far. If you run out of money, just call me, and I'll send you more." Understood. Thank you, mother. Chen Lu, rather cunningly, hurriedly transferred the money into his WeChat wallet, thus rendering old Chen powerless. Vroom. The sports car roared as the young man pressed the accelerator, leaving without looking back at the Fengliao base. After several meetings and discussions, the team finally solidified a preliminary plan. This operation would primarily occur in maritime regions, and the options available were already limited. They could only rely on drones coupled with bombers for a strong offensive. They aimed to employ drones for suicide attacks at the quickest possible pace, utilizing the bombers' formidable cleansing capabilities to break through the enemy's blockade. As long as the enemy's losses reached 60%, victory would be theirs. In the command center, Chu Chen fixated on the large screen, observing the new training maneuvers of the Jiaolong squadron. Pelican, you all need to expedite your takeoff time. Air combat demands speed. If you ascend a second before your enemy, you will seize the battlefield a second earlier. Number 3, the wind is too strong today. I will do my best to enhance it. The Pelican replied helplessly, circling in the air. Today's weather is indeed rather severe. The winds have not ceased since morning. It is crucial for fighter jets that the surrounding environment is suitable for takeoff. There have even been incidents of aircraft crashing due to wind conditions. Will the enemy wait for the winds to die down before attacking? Do not make excuses. If you falter, you can expect to face confinement upon your return. Chen maintained a strict standard regarding even the slightest discrepancies in training, believing that only this way could the survival chances of pilots be maximized during combat. All right, number 3. I will adjust again immediately. The Pelican, slightly exhausted, had beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chu, your expectations of them are somewhat excessive. Lu Chen approached, shaking his head with a smile. Achieving accurate and unaffected takeoffs under such conditions is already commendable. After all, environmental issues require time and experience to acclimate. Senior Lu, your bombers are large and have counterweights, so wind influence is minimal. We cannot compare. This exercise is akin to real combat. If we do not exert ourselves now, we will surely suffer later. Before the screen, Chen regarded the individual's attempting takeoff with approving eyes. He was the type who spoke harshly yet had a heart of gold. Despite his fierce reprimands during training, his ultimate hope was for his team to strengthen their skills. After all, the battlefield does not consider your rank, and missiles do not tolerate your bad habits. Chapter 53. Revelations 1. In the evening, as darkness descended, the Pelican returned to his room, dragging his weary body with a lackluster demeanor. A whole day of intense focus, coupled with the pressure of precisely controlling the aircraft's ascents and descents within mere seconds, is beyond what most can bear. Pushing open the door, he barely spared a moment to wash his face before collapsing onto the bed, groaning in release of his inner exhaustion. The preparations at the Fengliao base were quite thorough. Officers at the squadron leader level and above were allocated single rooms. Although not spacious, the basic living amenities were present: a bathroom, air conditioning, a washing machine, a desk, a television, and a comfortable bed, all akin to a furnished single apartment. Click! The door lock emitted a faint sound as the Pelican turned to see Chen sneaking in, cradling 2 slices of watermelon. How are you? Tired? No, I'm just taking a break. The Pelican straightened his clothes, mustering the energy to sit up and explain, no worries. If you're tired, rest well. Why pretend with me? Chen placed the watermelon on the desk and retrieved 2 spoons from his pocket, rinsing them at the sink with a smile. I brought these from the cafeteria. They were just picked from the field this afternoon. Fresh indeed. As he spoke, he handed half a slice to the Pelican, while holding the other half, stirring with his spoon. It is well known that the Air Force's meals are quite good. Both vegetables and fruits are supplied directly from the source, and even some rare ingredients are airlifted to ensure freshness, guaranteeing that the soldiers do not suffer from food issues. I just finished my meal. Had I known you were bringing this, I would have eaten less. The Pelican grumbled, devouring the watermelon while expressing dissatisfaction. Typically, each pilot has a nutritionist to tailor their meals, with strict regulations on what and how much to eat. Chen, chewing on his watermelon, shook his head with a smile. You, my friend, should be grateful for what you have. I just came from the command center and barely had time to eat. Whose fault is that? It's all due to this location. The sea winds are ever present at this time of year. Our fighter jets are already at a disadvantage in terms of weight, and as part of the first wave in a combat scenario, what can we do? Speaking of this matter, the Pelican's appetite vanished, and he sulked, mumbling incessantly. If war were to break out, fighter jets would undoubtedly be deployed immediately for patrols and warnings. Their squadron would be the first line of defense. They would intimidate if possible, and if not, they would open fire. There is no third option. I understand your difficulties, but can you not see the current circumstances? The purpose of this exercise is to forcibly acclimate all bases to unfamiliar environments. Moreover, we have experience with coastal bases. It is not insurmountable. Chen patted his shoulder in consolation. Yes, I understand. If it were just me, I would have no issue. However, with over 30 members in the Jialong squadron, including some inexperienced new pilots, improving in a short time may prove challenging, the Pelican said, face clouded with worry. Ultimately, the team's inconsistent overall strength leads to being just shy at critical moments. Chen was acutely aware of the challenges faced by new pilots. Yet reality dictated that one could not wait until everything was perfectly prepared before commencing. With enough practice, improvement would come. Think back to your first flight on the primary trainer. Were you not even more nervous than now? Oh, don't bring that up. The Pelican's face brightened as he waved a hand, signaling him to stop. Remembering his first experience on the primary trainer, he had been so anxious he could hardly move. Let's start early tomorrow. I refuse to believe we cannot improve those final few seconds. The rejuvenated Pelican rubbed his face and declared fiercely. When he got serious, He was the type who could train himself to exhaustion. When he first arrived at the Yunqing base, both his flying experience and tactical maneuvers were quite lacking. After enduring numerous trials, he awakened his innate potential, dedicating himself to intense study of knowledge and techniques each night after training. Even seeking advice from various veteran pilots, he spent an entire year shrinking the gap between himself and others. Eventually, he even collaborated with Chen, serving as his wingman for a time. By the way, I am genuinely curious. Why did you stop flying? After discussing serious matters, the pelican could not suppress his curiosity, softly inquiring. A few days prior, he had been on the adjacent runway to Chen. From takeoff to ascent, he had remained fully attentive, and the results were evident. The ace was indeed an ace, executing every detail flawlessly. Yet this only heightened his curiosity. Why would a perfectly capable ace stop flying? And without a clear explanation? Well, Chen sat at the desk, lowering his head, momentarily unsure how to explain. Even now, he could not determine the true reason for his past predicament, only recalling that after that day, he seemed to develop a peculiar ailment. Whenever he flew beyond a certain duration, his heart would race painfully, as if pricked by needles. He had made countless visits to the hospital, yet the doctors could not provide a definitive cause, only confirming that his body was fine. Just as he was preparing to apply for retirement, Number 1 approached him for a lengthy conversation, steadfastly asserting that he would not let him go. Shortly thereafter, a new appointment was announced. He transitioned from an ace pilot on standby to the chief of staff at the command center. Although both his position and rank had been elevated, Chen was acutely aware that this was not his aspiration. If given the opportunity, he would prefer to soar among the clouds, as that was where he truly belonged. The matter was still under investigation, and he too was eager to uncover the truth. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Chen sighed and, with a heavy heart, remarked, "You only flew the new aircraft once, and since then, you haven't been on any missions. Was there a malfunction? Why are there burn marks? Is there some hidden damage that has left lasting repercussions?" Pelican remained undeterred by this line of questioning, his expression urgent as he pressed on relentlessly. He understood better than anyone the caliber of Chen. If he could continue to fly, he would undoubtedly become a sovereign in the skies. It was truly a waste to confine such talent to a command center. "Pelican!" Chen lifted his gaze, his expression grave, and with a tone that carried a hint of frost, he issued a warning. "Remember your place. You know well what can and cannot be said." It was audacious to even speak of the new aircraft. Fortunate indeed that they were at the base, and it was just the two of them. If others had overheard, merely the act of leaking such information could condemn him to a lifetime in prison. Chapter 54, Revelation 2. At midnight, Chen sat alone in his room, gazing down at the photograph sent to him by Jiang Yuhan. Not far from the window, the brightly lit tarmac was abuzz with the landing of fighter jets. A thunderous clap resonated beside him as torrential raindrops began to pelt the window, stirring a flurry of thoughts. The incessant beeping of alarms echoed in his mind. "Huanqing, what is happening? Why are we still accelerating?" The urgent voice of number 1 reverberated through his consciousness, instantly transporting him back to that starry night. Report, dual engine failure, loss of system connectivity. Inside the cockpit, Chen furrowed his brow, fixating on the incessantly alarming control panel. A sense of panic creeping in for the first time. As the finest pilot at Yunqing base, he had envisioned countless scenarios of disaster, yet he had never anticipated facing death during a test flight. The experiment with the new aircraft was not initially intended for Yunqing base. Coincidentally, Chen had downed 2 enemy planes abroad last month, and his operational records had caught the attention of the higher-ups. They promptly decided that this young man, who had engaged with the enemy's top fighter jets, should be entrusted with the test flight. Only such data could truly illustrate the disparities involved. At that time, the name Huanqing was akin to a rising sun, known not only domestically but also recognized by powerful nations overseas. With youthful exuberance and bearing a prestigious reputation, Chen had accepted the test flight without a second thought. On that day, as all preparations were finalized, numerous top researchers gathered at Yunqing base, eagerly anticipating a flawless debut of the new model. Under such circumstances, Chen faced immense psychological pressures, climbing into the new fighter jet with palpable excitement. He initiated the startup, taxied, and executed a flawless takeoff. After ascending, he performed a series of tactical maneuvers to test the aircraft's capabilities. Just as he experienced the exhilarating sensation of man and machine in perfect harmony, he felt an unexpected jolt, and the aircraft inexplicably began to accelerate without his command. Initially, he presumed a system malfunction, quickly climbing to altitude and attempting to reignite the engines. However, his efforts were in vain. It was as if the aircraft's engines had severed all ties with the system, showing no signs of abating. Huanqing, are you certain it's an engine issue? Number 1, perhaps due to nerves, posed an utterly absurd question. They were in the command center, and while they might not know every detail about the fighter jet, they could ascertain the basic problems. To inquire of the pilot at such a moment was indeed somewhat ludicrous. Number 1, I've tried. It's definitely an engine failure at this rate. If we don't resolve it promptly, the risk of crashing is exceedingly high. Chu Chen gripped the control stick tightly. To claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous. At such a young age, with a bright future ahead, who would willingly choose to perish in such a dismal manner? The researchers in the command center erupted in chaos, fervently debating the source of the problem. Some of the older veterans even began to bicker. After all, developing a new aircraft from conception to realization takes over a decade, and to have such a significant flaw emerge during the initial test flight was utterly absurd. This was also a profound denial of their years of hard work. At that moment, an elderly gentleman with glasses stepped forward, quietly inquiring of Liu Tianlei, Commander Zhang, can we devise a plan to bring the aircraft down? If it truly crashes, investigating the wreckage will be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Qin Lao, while that may be true, the aircraft is not its in the sky. And with an engine malfunction causing it to accelerate uncontrollably, how can we possibly land it? Are we to shoot it down? Zhang Qingyun, though sympathetic to the researchers' plight, found it utterly unreasonable that they would still prioritize the aircraft in such a dire situation. It should be noted that pilots like Chu Chen were indeed rare gems. From the very beginning at flight school, he had closely monitored this prodigy, fearing he might be snatched away. It took years of meticulous training at Yunqing for him to finally shine. And now to abandon Chu Chen for a slim chance of success was simply inconceivable for Zhang. He reached for the communicator, attempting to organize his tumultuous thoughts, and solemnly instructed, Huanqing, is there any way to land? The situation had not yet reached a point of no return, and he was reluctant to order Chu Chen to jump. They must struggle until the very end. Inside the cockpit, Chu Chen exhaled deeply, fixating on the instrument panel for a moment before stating, there is a way, but the chances of success are slim. Speak up, quickly. Before Zhang Qingyun could respond, the anxious Qin Lao urged him on. If a safe landing was possible, it would undoubtedly yield the best outcome. With less than 20% fuel remaining, I intend to attempt a landing once the fuel runs out and the engines cease functioning. Absolutely not. That's reckless. Zhang Qingyun immediately dismissed his suggestion. This young man was unbelievably audacious. Without propulsion, the aircraft would drift like a fallen leaf, and the notion of a controlled landing was sheer folly. Number 1, I wish to give it a try. After a brief contemplation, Chu Chen resolved to make every effort. He had faith in himself, as well as in the pride that a pilot must uphold. The thought of parachuting to safety, while seemingly straightforward, would mean relinquishing the pride and dignity of a king, forever casting a shadow on his heart. Zhang Qingyun was nearly beside himself with rage, pulling at his bald head and cursing. Had he known it would come to this, he would have vehemently opposed allowing any test flights at Yunqing base. His volatile demeanor intimidated those around him, rendering them mute in their suggestions, each person shrinking back, awaiting the outcome. After venting his frustration for a while, Zhang Qingyun, with reddened eyes, said, Huanqing, know your limits. Don't act foolishly when necessary. Your life is more important than anything else. I understand. Number 1, I'm aware. Chu Chen nodded, moving the control stick to circle the base, striving to deplete the fuel as quickly as possible. Only then would he have a glimmer of hope. 10 minutes later, as the engines continued to roar, the fuel gauge visibly plummeted, dropping to 10%. Just as everyone held their breath, fixated on the large screen, an unexpected development unfolded. Report, the thunderstorm, originally expected to arrive in 30 minutes, is now approaching our airspace in 10 minutes. With a resounding crash, Zhang Qingyun shattered the glass thermos on the table, veins bulging at his neck, his face twisting into a mask of suffocating fury. What have you all been doing? Why is this only being reported now? His rage was palpable. Whirling to seize the communicator, he bellowed, Huanqing, a thunderstorm will arrive in 10 minutes, coinciding perfectly with your timeline. Even if I were to call in artillery support, it wouldn't arrive in time. You need to jump immediately. Stop concerning yourself with the aircraft, do you understand? Chapter 55, Revelation 3, with a deafening roar. A blinding flash of lightning illuminated the pitch-black sky. Chu Chen glanced at the dwindling fuel gauge, gritting his teeth as he persisted, Number 1, there is still a chance. What chance is there? Zhang Qingyun erupted in fury, unleashing a barrage of curses through the communicator. I didn't bring you out of flight school to meet your demise. Jump now. That's an order. Do you understand? The present circumstances were not those of war. Had Chen perished on the battlefield, Jang would have felt a pang of sorrow but would have undoubtedly commended his bravery. However, sacrificing an ace pilot for the sake of testing a new aircraft was simply untenable. His words elicited a collective frown from the surrounding researchers, who displayed expressions of regret. After years of dedication to developing this aircraft, to abandon it so abruptly was truly heartbreaking. Yet, in the current predicament, it seemed there were no alternatives. The value of a life far outweighed that of any aircraft. Another series of urgent alarms blared. Fuel has dropped below the warning threshold. Please select a landing site immediately. The onboard system issued its final ultimatum, snapping Chen out of his momentary disarray. He severed the communication link and made his final decision. Raising his gaze to the swiftly moving clouds ahead, a bittersweet smile graced his lips. Dear parents, you must be proud of me, right? After the final lap concluded, Chen distinctly sensed a momentary lull in the engine's power. Number 1. The call was abruptly disconnected. In the command center, after multiple attempts, the communications officer reluctantly reported at this moment. Jiang Yuhan resembled a powder keg, with no one daring to speak out, fearing they might ignite his fury. Silence. The vast command center was eerily quiet, and some timid girls had tears welling in their eyes. The alarm from the fighter jet echoed, reminding everyone that Chen had yet to parachute. Clear all runways, and the ground crew must advance. Immediately sorting out the designated landing zone. I need Huanqing to survive. Jiang Yuhan, engulfed in a profound sense of despair, bent over the table and weakly commanded. With matters reaching this critical juncture, he could only watch helplessly. Feeling utterly suffocated, yes, number 1, the guard responded with a shout, personally heading to the helipad to wait. He understood the significance of Huanqing. For the old Zhang, this young man was not merely his prized disciple, but also his affectionately dubbed son. Boom! As the fuel neared exhaustion, a low rumble of thunder signaled the impending storm. Taking a deep breath, Chen did not dwell on his thoughts, but decisively pushed the lever down toward the clouds below. He had to correct his course and deploy the landing gear before the engine came to a complete stop. Otherwise, once the fighter jet shut down entirely, any further maneuvering would be futile. Even parachuting would become a mere fantasy. Pitter-patter. Raindrops hammered against the window, and Jiang Yuhan, with his back to everyone, gazed at the pitch-black night sky. The cloud cover was extensive, rendering avoidance impossible. The only option was to force a descent. Under normal circumstances, such maneuvers would be deemed a violation of protocol. Yet this fool intended to land a fighter jet running on empty. Was this a joke? Report number 1. The fighter jet is descending rapidly. Currently at 8,000 meters, 7,000, 6,000. The observers intermittently relayed updates from the air, causing the older gentleman's hearts to race. Buzz, crackle. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and before Chen could react, a tingling sensation enveloped his body. Overwhelmed by immense G-forces, he nearly lost consciousness. His right hand, gripping the control stick, felt utterly numb and immovable. Crackle. The rapid downpour obscured his already limited viewpoint 4,000 meters. The monitoring personnel, with reddened eyes, fixated on the screen, their voices trembling. Should Huanqing succeed today, he would undoubtedly be etched into Air Force history, never to be forgotten. High above, in those final seconds, Chen ripped off his mask and roared. His handsome face contorting into a grimace, his once white teeth stained crimson by blood at the corners of his mouth. Below, the brightly lit base came into his view. With a crack, he strained to push the control stick upward, forcibly altering the trajectory of the rapidly descending fighter jet. At that moment, despite the immense pressure on his body, he remained resolute in his mission point, 1,500 meters. Pull up, Huanqing, incredible. The monitoring officer slammed the table, tears streaming down his flushed cheeks, unleashing the pent-up emotions within him. A cacophony of chairs scraping against the floor erupted as everyone in the command center stood, their attention fixated on the large screen, tension saturating the atmosphere. Jiang Yuhan, upon hearing the jet was being pulled up, hastily grabbed the binoculars from the table, scanning the stormy night sky for that anticipated silhouette. Bang, 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 with multiple ignition failures and fuel completely depleted. The engine lost power, and the blue flames at the jet's tail gradually extinguished. Just as Chen regained some sensation, he had no time to catch his breath before deploying the landing gear flaps. As for what happened next, it was left to fate. He had truly given it his all on the ground. The runway at Cloud City Base had never been so desolate. Not a single fighter jet could be seen across the 10 runways. Only a few crew members in reflective vests waved their directing wands, signaling that he need not hold back and could land at any moment. Number 1. I've done my best. The ground drew ever closer. Magnifying before Chu Chen's eyes, gritting through the pain, he activated the communicator, forcing a smile as he spoke. Cut the crap. If you fail to land this time, I'll demote you. No. If you crash, just get lost. Zhang Qingyun's voice trembled with emotion as he gripped the communicator. At that moment, his heart ached to the point of suffocation. Here it comes, someone shouted, and everyone turned their gaze towards the runway, where a silver fighter jet glided gracefully, its wings allowing it to sway like a falling leaf. Number 1. If I manage to land, would that count as safeguarding national assets? It should be considered a merit. Right? In this crucial moment, Chu Chen surprisingly felt calm, casually chatting as he rubbed his wrist. I've done all I can. Whether I succeed now is up to fate. Damn it, if they don't award me a first-class merit, I'll personally decapitate myself to serve as a night pot for you. Zhang Qingyun bellowed into the communicator, then, in front of everyone, pushed open the command center's door and dashed outside. He could no longer wait. He feared he might never see that boy again. Chapter 56. The exemplary student of a pyramid scheme. Add to bookshelf for updates. Thunder rumbled, and the relentless downpour suddenly shifted to a fine drizzle. As if it had slammed on the brakes, the jet stirred the surrounding air, emitting a dull roar, while Zhang Qingyun, disregarding the crowd's protests, insisted on waiting at the runway. It's landing. It's about to land. The alert firefighters revved their vehicles, trailing the jet in the same direction, prepared to reach the scene in an instant, not wanting to miss a second of potential rescue. Number 1. With no thrust to assist the landing. The sudden pressure might severely injure Huanqing. Old Lu from maintenance looked on with concern. He knew that a direct landing without engine power would mean a violent impact, and despite layers of protection, the pilot could still suffer grave injuries, potentially even fatal ones. It's all right. This kid has a strong constitution. At that moment, Zhang Qingyun could think of no comforting words, only clenching his fists in fervent prayer. Bang, 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 bang. At last, the inevitable arrived, in full view of everyone. The fighter jet made rapid contact with the ground. Lacking any propulsion or parachute to slow it down, the wheels burst upon impact, and the intense friction ignited sparks, turning the rims red-hot. The entire aircraft jolted violently, crashing to the ground, and Chu Chen felt as though a massive hammer had struck his chest, spitting blood as he collapsed in an instant. Quick, 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 save him! Zhang Qingyun's voice quivered with excitement, urging the medical personnel to act swiftly. Thank goodness, it finally landed. Prepared for this moment, old Lu drove the vehicle alongside the jet, stopping just in time to rush up with a ladder. Huanqing, Huanqing! As the power connected, the cockpit canopy opened, and old Lu patted Chu Chen's shoulder, calling out loudly, cough, cough, cough. After a fit of violent coughing, Chu Chen's gaze grew unfocused, the bright red blood on the dashboard starkly contrasting with the surroundings. Old Lu, it's great to still see you. You little rascal, you truly dare to gamble with your life. I, Old Lu, am genuinely in awe of you, my man. Admiration was evident in Old Lu's eyes as he supported Chu Chen's arm. Attempting to help him up, don't move. Don't move. Chu Chen halted his efforts, shaking his heavy head, bracing himself against the cockpit to rise. Before he could make another move, a wave of pain surged through his chest, and his throat felt as if it were ablaze. PFF. Another gush of blood erupted from him, and Chu Chen swayed, collapsing from the cockpit onto the ground. Just before losing consciousness, he caught sight of Zhang Qingyun sprinting towards him like a madman, his aged face drawn and filled with anxiety. That day, the authorities issued a top-secret document overnight, forbidding anyone present from disclosing even a whisper of what had transpired. Even the jet, charred black from the lightning, was swiftly transported away under cover of darkness. Consequently, more than 90% of the personnel on the base were left in the dark, only aware that shortly after Huanqing was discharged from the hospital, it was removed from the combat readiness roster and never assigned another mission. Thunder rumbled outside, jolting Chu Chen back to reality as he glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 2 in the morning. Tucking away the tightly held photograph, he turned to the foggy window, extinguishing the light in the room. Yindu, Starry Sky World. Jiang Yuhan was laden with an array of shopping bags, all filled with the latest seasonal fashions. Sister Han, isn't that enough? I can barely carry them. Shaoqing, her body draped in shopping bags, approached with a pained expression. Since morning, they had been shopping for half the day, and the trunk of their business vehicle was nearly overflowing. No way, I've only just begun. There is still so much more to buy. Jiang Yuhan was in high spirits, not yet done spending, and had no intention of stopping. You really have a carefree spirit. Coming to Yindu, and with your pay halved, you still have the energy to shop, Chi Fei remarked disapprovingly from the side. The girl, after parting ways with Zhang Xiaojang, returned home to review the script for an entire day. Without consulting anyone, she unilaterally agreed to a salary reduction, which infuriated Chi Fei to the point of almost disrupting her menstrual cycle. Sister Fei, money is endless. Why do you always fixate on such trivial gains? Moreover, I am giving the company my due share. Why are you so upset? As the person involved, Jiang Yuhan smiled amiably, showing no signs of dissatisfaction. What do you think of this? Chu Chun would look quite dashing in this black shirt. She inquired, holding up a garment to solicit opinions from the tude. Dashing my foot. The amount you've lost this time could buy this entire store, Chi Fei retorted, casting a disapproving glance at her. Imparting a lesson tinged with disappointment. At the end of the day, it's not merely about money. It's about status, do you understand? As a top-tier influencer, you are worth that much. If news of this salary cut spreads, will it not set a precedent allowing anyone to waltz in and negotiate? We are not mere commodities in a marketplace. We are the key to traffic. All right, just this once, will that suffice? I'm pleading with you. Sister, Jiang Yuhan pouted, clutching Chi Fei's sleeve and shaking it, her large, watery eyes brimming with a pleading expression. Humph. Chi Fei huffed, shaking off her hand and glaring at her, bluntly stating, don't think for a moment that I don't know what you're after. You merely wish to show off in front of Chu Chun. Jiang Yuhan offered an embarrassed smile, her dimples enchanting. Just think about it. Chu Baobao is a soldier. If I play a pilot flying a fighter jet, wouldn't that make him envious? Thus, it was never about the money. It was about face, do you understand? The girl was filled with anticipation at the thought of the movie's release. She believed that every man could not resist the allure of a handsome, cool fighter jet. Although she was not a real pilot, she had at least experienced it, and in the future, wouldn't Xiao Chen spoil her to the heavens? Can face be eaten? I still want money. Chi Fei said angrily, consider this. If you were to solve a century-old physics conundrum, your brother-in-law would undoubtedly treat you like a deity. Is that kind of exhilaration something money can provide? Little Jiang, akin to a persuasive salesman, incessantly coaxed Chi Fei, weaving dreamlike fantasies for her. Hiss, Chi Fei, with her hands on her hips and biting her lip, turned her large eyes in contemplation. After a moment, a smile graced her face as she mumbled, it is quite exhilarating. There we go. Jiang Yuhan snapped her fingers, bringing her back to reality and gesturing towards a nearby counter. Come on, today I treat. Let us indulge ourselves and buy Xiao Chun a couple of watches. After all, how can a man be without a wristwatch? Chapter 57. Young Master Chen enters Cloud City on Saturday. The streets of Cloud City were bustling with young men and women. Weary from a week of toil, in the early summer, pairs of shimmering white legs continuously floated past the fervent youth. Teske, Teske, Teske. Big cities are simply different. Those legs could captivate for a year, one stylish young man exclaimed, gazing around at the surrounding ladies, almost drooling. Stop spouting nonsense and get to the point. Chen Lu, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, kicked the youth in the rear, irritable as he scolded. Having been content in Xinjiang, he was lured to Cloud City by the promise of its status as a first-tier city, boasting unparalleled population and quality. Convinced by the reasoning, Chen Lu booked a ticket to Cloud City without hesitation, vowing to carve out his own niche there. Look, Brother Lu, am I right? Just look at these ladies. Do we have such in Xinjiang? Even if we did, would their legs be this fair? The youth, oblivious to his attitude, brushed off the imprint on his backside and gleefully pointed at the passing girls. This fellow, named Motai, was a former partner of a second-rate guild and a classmate of Chen Lu from middle school. Spending his days chasing girls. Coming from a family with a bit of wealth, he barely qualified as a rich second generation. Ignoring the nearby LSP, Chen Lu followed the navigation, raising his gaze towards a nearby office building. He pulled out his sunglasses with flair and waved, let us go rent a place. Without an office, how can we recruit? How can we attract talent? Unintentionally, he had spoken the truth. Since clashing with old Chen Lu had resolved to embark on entrepreneurship. Theo swiftly grasped the depths of the live streaming industry. He had burned the midnight oil consulting numerous friends in media, finally grasping the general rules of the game. The duo strolled along, and through a friend's introduction, They found a relatively reputable agency boasting that they could secure a property at a lower rate. Is this it? The elevator reached the 15th floor, and as they stepped out, they were greeted by a raw space exceeding 2,000 square feet. The environment, to put it mildly, was lacking. Aside from a glass door lock, the interior had not even been outfitted with basic flooring, and the walls were marred with construction residue. If not for the location being Cloud City, Chen Lu might have thought he had arrived at a self-built house in a rural area. Goodness, Brother Lu, this is way too rudimentary. If we rent this, we'll have to renovate it entirely. Spending money is one thing, but the time wasted is unacceptable, the youth complained, furrowing his brow. Although the location was decent, such a large area could not be renovated in less than half a year, which would significantly delay their progress. Hold on, let us take a look around first, Chen Lu replied, dialing the agency as he strolled down the corridor. I am here. When will you arrive? Young Master Chen. I've arrived. A voice called from behind, and out of the elevator rushed a bespectacled young man in a suit, his hair styled as if licked by a dog. His face bore a smile brighter than one upon seeing his long-lost father, as he hurried forward to shake their hands. I apologize, young Master Chen. The traffic was terrible, causing a slight delay. I'll open the door now, and we can take a look inside. Is there even a need to look? Chen Lu rapped on the glass and pointed at the raw space with displeasure. Hadn't he seen any real photos prior to their visit? Initially believing that even if it were lacking, a reasonable price would suffice. But the current situation was beyond mere inadequacy. It was akin to a war-torn upgrade. Young Master Chen, don't underestimate this place. Simply because it's a raw space, if it weren't for young Master Lu's referral, it would have been rented out long ago, the agent boasted proudly, gesturing towards the site. This is Qintian Building, adjacent to the riverside, with multinational corporations occupying the upper and lower floors, and everything you could desire for food and entertainment nearby. Countless companies seek properties here daily. If so many are seeking properties, why hasn't it been rented yet? Why is it still a raw space? Emotai crossed his arms, giving the impression of having seen through the agent's facade, almost on the verge of cursing. This situation is indeed peculiar. The owner's identity is quite mysterious, and we've been unable to reach them. This property has been vacant for years. The agent adjusted his glasses and explained with a hint of melancholy. Recently, however, they contacted us, expressing a desire to rent it out quickly, and are willing to lower the price, so they must be in need of money to suddenly show up, Chen Lu mused, eyeing the empty room as a bold idea began to form. He leaned in, grinning as he wrapped an arm around the agent's shoulder, speaking softly, Old Jiao, I've decided not to rent this place. Huh? Not renting? The agent's heart sank, his face twisting into a wry smile. Young Master Chen, we had reached an agreement. Why the change of heart? This location is exceptional, and the ladies passing by are a sight to behold, perfect for a media company. No. Chen Lu shook his head, signaling him to calm down, then pointed at the entire floor and inquired, I'm not renting. Ask the owner if they would consider selling. Gulp, the agent, taken aback, swallowed hard, trembling as he confirmed, Young Master Chen. You're not joking, are you? The price for a property here is exorbitant. 2,000 square feet will cost a fortune. Do I look like someone short on cash? Chen Lu flashed his limited edition wristwatch and waved the car keys from his pocket. This guy certainly had a knack for showboating. All right, young Master Chen, if that's your intention, I'll go inquire with the owner right away. The agent, showing remarkable decisiveness, hurriedly dashed toward the staircase to make the call, thinking to himself that today was indeed a fortuitous day. Encountering such a big spender, he realized that if this deal went through, the commission alone could allow him to retire immediately. Meanwhile, Emotai, upon hearing that Chen Lu intended to buy the entire floor, nearly lost his mind, grabbing Chen Lu's arm and urgently advising, Brother, do you know where this is? This is Cloud City. 2,000 square feet in such a bustling area will cost a fortune. And what if this agent is unreliable? What if they are a fraud? Oh, come on, we haven't even discussed the price yet. Why be so anxious? Chen Lu shrugged off his arm, maintaining his composure. He asserted that his intention to purchase was not entirely unfounded, considering that the Chen family is not lacking in financial resources. If the homeowner genuinely finds themselves in need of funds and is willing to sell at a reduced price, why not seize the opportunity? After all, it is merely a matter of converting liquid assets into tangible property, which does not entail a loss. As for the possibility of deceit, he was not particularly concerned. A friend assisting him has a solid relationship with the Chen family and has collaborated with them for many years, thus it is unlikely that he would be misled. Regarding the funds for the purchase, he could always seek assistance from old Chen. If he refuses, well, we shall see. Chapter 58. The dilemma half an hour later, the agent hurried over, beads of sweat forming on his acne-ridden forehead. It was evident that he was exerting himself for the sake of his commission. Young Master Chen, I bring good news. The homeowner has agreed to sell and is offering a price that is 20% below market value. However, he is rather anxious and insists on a full payment within 3 days. 20% less? Full payment in 3 days? Chen Lu echoed the agent's words, narrowing his eyes in contemplation before declining. Let us discuss this first. We will provide you with a response within 24 hours. After all, securing such a substantial sum of money in just 3 days is indeed quite pressuring. Understood, young Master Chen. Regardless of whether you decide to proceed with the purchase, please respond as soon as possible. Once the homeowner expresses the willingness to sell, we must also ensure we maintain good relations with our clients, the agent, Jiang Yuhan, cheerfully replied. The transaction was expected to exceed 1 billion, and if another competitor swooped in, it would result in significant losses for the company. Very well, we shall deliberate on this matter, Chen Lu nodded, pulling the somewhat simple-minded MOTI into the elevator, leaving the scene behind. The amount of money involved was not trivial, and he needed to be precise. Lock in the parameters and prepare for deployment. At the command center of Fengliao, Chu Chan tightly gripped the communicator, his expression serious as he issued a low command. On the screen, a formation of bombers opened their hatches, releasing a barrage of aerial bombs that rained down densely. The previously tranquil sea erupted into towering waves, and at the epicenter of the bombing zone, several red targets made of special materials were struck with precision, the impact sending them soaring into the air. Impressive. All 3 targets hit. This new fire control system boasts remarkable accuracy. Chu Chun displayed a satisfied smile, turning to his companion Sun Qian to offer praise. Haha, while the fire control system is indeed advanced, it is not infallible, Old Sun replied, shaking his head with a self-satisfied grin. Indeed, the pilots from Jingling Base are truly exceptional. I am tempted to fly a bomber myself, Chu Chun flattered, noting that the pilots from several bases had acclimated to the coastal environment, and the urgency of training tasks had diminished. The chiefs, relieved of some pressure, found that idle banter had become a means of stress relief. Should you come, I will ensure the entire base lines up to welcome you, showcasing our new aircraft models fully loaded for your enjoyment. Sun Qian boasted heartily. The reputation of Huanqing was no mere boast. Although the aircraft types differed, flying was a skill that, while not universally applicable, shared enough commonality to make it feasible. If he could expertly maneuver a fighter jet, piloting a bomber would be a walk in the park. Ha ha ha, Old Sun, have you lost your senses? Daring to openly poach pilots from Yun City base. If Old Jang catches wind of this, he will undoubtedly rush over to give you a thrashing. Who doesn't know that Huanqing is his brainchild, akin to a beloved son? Yuan interjected as he entered the room, eager to join the conversation. Comrade please don't flatter me. Aside from here, there are plenty of bases that surpass Huanqing. Chu Chen responded, feeling somewhat stifled by the praise. Maintaining a smile, he changed the subject. Outside of Yun City base, no one was aware of his actual circumstances. In the eyes of others, he remained the formidable ace of the airspace. Let us proceed. The briefing room awaits, and the new training plan has been released, Yuan said, glancing at the time as he placed an arm around the shoulders of the two, guiding them toward the meeting room. After several days of training, the pilots from various bases had adapted to the existing environment, and it was time to unveil the formal performance. In the familiar setting, Lu Tianlei had already taken his position, and the group settled in, awaiting his command. How is everyone finding the provisions at Fengliao base? Lu began the meeting with a light-hearted conversation. Training is undoubtedly important, but logistics cannot be overlooked, after all. Our guests deserve the best, he remarked. The food here is exceptional. The young men below are all glowing with health and vigor. Indeed, the seafood here is so delightful that I never want to leave. The others chimed in, competing to voice their enthusiasm, akin to eager students vying to answer a question in class, which struck a humorous note. Eating well and maintaining a balanced diet are essential for building robust bodies capable of withstanding the rigors of flight. This is one of the most critical missions of the Air Force. Lu Tianlei smiled, signaling for the guards to distribute the new plans, and then spoke with gravitas. Take a look. The foundational training is nearing completion, and we will soon reorganize our forces to form combat teams for joint operations. Chu Chun eagerly opened the document, scanning its contents and steadying his thoughts. Of course, where there is joy, there is also trepidation. Sun Qian from Jingling base furrowed his brow, displaying a troubled expression. Point 1. Is this plan not overly demanding? Bombers have significant payload pressures and limited endurance. Long-range missions seem somewhat impractical. Are you attempting to negotiate with me? Lu Tianlei twisted the lid off his cup, sipping while his murky eyes sparkled with intensity. An invisible pressure bearing down on the attendees. Sun Qian opened his mouth to respond but was halted by a tug on his sleeve from Jiang Yuhan. The latter then stepped in to mediate, saying with a gentle laugh, "One, old Sun is not negotiating. The concerns he raises are indeed challenges we must address." Challenges? If it's difficult, do we not engage in combat? Are you suggesting we let the enemy approach before we strike? Lu Tianlei's expression softened slightly, but his tone remained sharp, his keen gaze scanning the room as he coldly declared, "Do you think this is child's play?" In the conference room, silence fell over the group. Throughout, they had perceived this as merely a drill, believing they could simply showcase their skills with full effort. Did they truly think that lives would be lost in this endeavor? Unbeknownst to them, this plan had mobilized substantial resources, and further troops would be involved. If this were merely a FAAD, why would the higher-ups go to such lengths? They could easily arrange for a few aircraft to fly on a clear day without all this fuss. Cough, cough. Sun Qian cleared his throat, feeling a wave of shame wash over him as he avoided Lu Tianlei's gaze, awkwardly explaining, "One, my intention in raising this issue is not out of reluctance to fulfill my duties. But we all recognize that to fully load a bomber compromises its endurance. This is common knowledge. Given the expanded combat radius, I cannot return." Chapter 59. The shoot commences in modern warfare, with both sides possessing comparable strength. The mutual destruction of long-range weaponry leads to the remaining operational airspace becoming the primary battleground. As the combat radius expands once more, aerial engagements become rampant, and the enemy will scarcely afford the bombers any refueling opportunities. In the meeting room, the participants stared at the combat plan before them in silence, each furrowing their brows in contemplation. Point 1. I have an idea. After a prolonged silence, Chu Chun finally voiced a somewhat immature proposal that had been brewing in his mind. If I could allocate half of our aircraft to carry aerial bombs, might that alleviate the pressure on Chief Lu's side? Allocate half of our aircraft? Lu Tianlei pondered the suggestion, ultimately shaking his head. Xiao Chu, this plan is likely unfeasible. Once electronic countermeasures and long-range engagements conclude, your Jiaolong squadron will serve as the first line of defense, facing real combat. Reducing payload capacity carries substantial risks. This joint exercise involves the main naval fleet. They are poised to launch at any moment. Once the first round of engagements concludes and carrier-based aircraft take to the skies, if Jiaolong falters, we will lose a significant portion of air superiority. Effectively ending this exercise. Point 1. I have calculated that by canceling the escort group and dispersing personnel to combine with the attack aircraft, we can endure the initial skirmish. The bomber formation can then follow drones to breach the defenses, allowing for a decisive breakthrough. Even if the first round of air battles results in mutual destruction, it would still benefit us, as the number of carrier-based aircraft is ultimately finite. Once we lose air superiority, we can dictate the terms of engagement. While this proposition seemed somewhat tenuous, it was not without merit. Currently, although their total number of aircraft stood at a little over 200, they had a significant number of drones. As long as they could withstand the first wave of carrier aircraft assaults, subsequent drone kamikaze attacks could dismantle the enemy fleet's air defense systems, allowing the bombers to strike without restraint. As the others absorbed his thoughts, glimmers of clarity appeared in their eyes. With years of experience under their belts, they had an intuitive sense of feasibility, and a rough assessment yielded a reasonable consensus. Lu Tianlei rubbed his eyes in contemplation before speaking solemnly, "Very well, you should promptly develop a new plan. We will all collaborate on this. If it proves viable, we will submit a revised proposal." Understood. One, I shall prepare it immediately. Chu Chen nodded, for he was already well versed in the intricacies of crafting plans. Beside him, Lu Qian gently tapped his shoulder, offering a thumbs up that expressed his gratitude. Should the new proposal be approved, they would be able to circumvent the extreme aerial refueling stage, thereby significantly enhancing their chances of success. During this exercise, the higher-ups had specifically annotated that a victory would only be recognized if the winning side's losses were under 50%. It was not enough simply to destroy the enemy's warships. One must return safely after the engagement to claim victory. A mere exchange of losses would not suffice. A decisive triumph against overwhelming odds was the outcome desired by the superiors. At Yindu Flight School, before the camera, Jiang Yuhan sported a crisp bob haircut, her perfect figure enveloped in a fitted military uniform, evoking memories of her university days during military training. A youthful, innocent smile graced her face once more. "Actors, please prepare. We are about to commence the next scene," announced Zhang Xiaojang, clutching a walkie-talkie as he issued the command to begin filming. After resolving the issue regarding the remuneration, he had managed to organize the entire filming crew and location within a mere week, swiftly launching into the first scene. An entire month and a half ahead of schedule. Goodness. The heat today is rather excessive. Having just completed filming, Jiang Yuhan turned and slipped into the adjacent RV. Removing her hat, her face, flushed and glistening with beads of sweat, revealed the toll of the sweltering day. Han Jia, I just prepared some chilled mung bean soup. I spent quite a while making it this morning, exclaimed Xiaoqing, her life assistant, who was most attentive to her employer's dietary needs and the weather. A competent assistant must discern when the boss requires something, what she craves, and the nuances of her gestures and expressions. Could we lower the air conditioning a bit more? I feel as if I'm about to combust. The girl eagerly took a gulp of the mung bean soup, the icy shards causing her to shiver with delight. You really should consume less cold food. Can't you exercise some restraint? Chi Fei admonished disapprovingly. Although the weather had already turned warm, suddenly indulging in such stimulating fare could be detrimental to one's health. As an actress, one must always be mindful of their body and maintain a proper diet. All right, just one more spoonful. Jiang Yuhan, akin to a child, scooped a generous spoonful and relished it, her large, twinkling eyes capturing the sheer joy of the moment. Could everyone please step back a bit? We are currently filming here. Your cooperation is appreciated. Come on, brother, don't be so heartless. We just want to catch a glimpse of Goddess Jiang. We promise not to disturb your work. Please help us out. Yes, brother. It's not every day we get to see Goddess Jiang filming her new movie near the school. Just let us take a quick look. Take this little bit of money for a pack of cigarettes. From outside, a cacophony of voices erupted, and it was evident that nearby students, having finished their classes, had come to witness the spectacle. Since arriving at the university town, a steady stream of students gathered daily. Many not being fervent fans but rather seeking the excitement. When she first arrived, Jiang Yuhan, tempted by street food, had ventured out only to be surrounded by a throng of students during peak meal hours when she attempted to pay for her snacks. As the crowd grew, it swelled to fill the entire street, a sea of faces, and had it not been for the timely intervention of security personnel, she might have been trampled. Following that incident, the local police had sternly reprimanded the production team, insisting that the actors refrain from wandering away from the filming site, as any disturbance in Yindu could attract unwanted attention from superiors. Ding! A notification chimed on Jiang Yuhan's phone, prompting her to glance over excitedly. Xiaoqing, Rue has arrived. She's just outside. Go greet her. It's so thoughtful of her to come see me while on business in Yindu. All right, Han Jia, I'll head out now. Xiaoqing nodded with a grin, swiftly exiting the vehicle. Having served as Jiang Yuhan's personal assistant for quite some time, she was acutely aware of the significance of Meng Rue in her social circle. 10 minutes later, Xiaoqing returned, ushering in Meng Rue, who was clad in a black dress and veil, hurrying into the RV. It's scorching outside. The poor girl must be dreading the sun. Wow, sister, did you just return from the western regions? Jiang Yuhan teased, eyeing Meng Rue's attire. The black dress showcased her back, while her fair face was partially obscured by a delicate pale veil, completed by a pair of vintage-tinted sunglasses, exuding a sensual allure. Hello, Fei Jia. You look even more radiant. After greeting Chi Fei with a smile, Meng Rue pouted slightly, her expression tinged with irritation. What western regions? It's just this dreadful heat here. I've only been here a day and already my arms are tanned. Had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have come to Yindu. Rue, you're becoming increasingly alluring. Are you considering a career in the entertainment industry? I could help promote you. Chi Fei remarked playfully as she scrutinized Meng Rue. In truth, if Meng Rue had any inclination, Chi Fei would gladly assist. Although her looks might not be exceptional, her figure was certainly commendable, making her a prime candidate for a sultry image. Forget it? Fei Jia, I can't handle that kind of life. I'm quite content with my current situation. Meng Rue shook her head vigorously, dismissing the idea. Despite her usual chatter and bravado, she became timid when in public, unable to muster the courage to speak freely. Recalling their initial auditions, Jiang Yuhan chuckled, wrapping her arm around her friend's shoulders as they reminisced. Let us not dwell on that. It's not that I'm timid. But when you auditioned, I realized that if we both went in together, you would undoubtedly steal the spotlight, leaving me without the opportunity for proper cultivation or suitable resources. So, my dear, this was to pave the way for you. Understand? Meng Rue took a sip from the mung bean soup before continuing their light-hearted banter. Sure, I believe you. Jiang Yuhan reclined in her seat, swinging her delicate feet playfully, resembling a joyful pup. What brings you to Yindu this time? I'm here to see you, of course. Isn't that thoughtful? Meng Rue replied, wiping her lips with a tissue, her feigned earnestness evident. This girl, usually so lazy that she barely ventured beyond Qingjiang City, would certainly not be in Yindu to see her. On a serious note, I'm quite busy. I'll be transitioning locations in a few days. After a brief respite, Jiang Yuhan removed her wig to catch her breath, her long, flowing hair cascading down, enhancing the ethereal beauty of her features. All right then, I have two matters to discuss. First, I'm meeting a client who requires a promotional plan for a new product launch. I came to have a brief chat. Leaning back with a smile, Meng Rui spoke, but Jiang Yuhan's keen observation caught the telltale signs of fatigue in her friend's bloodshot eyes behind the sunglasses. Having been friends for years, she immediately sensed something was amiss and pressed for the truth. I'm not interested in your client. Just tell me the second matter. At her words, Meng Rui turned her gaze to the window, the smile fading from her face as a complex array of emotions washed over her, leaving her momentarily speechless. Speak up. Jiang Yuhan, barefoot, stood before her friend with concern etched across her face. Rui, we've been friends for over a decade. Whatever it is, just speak freely. I will always be your steadfast support. Du Ing has returned, Meng Rui replied, her voice unusually subdued as she stared ahead. Du Ing? That scoundrel dares to return. I'll make him pay. Upon hearing that detestable name, Jiang Yuhan turned pale with rage, rising to roll up her sleeves as if ready to confront him. This scoundrel had vanished without a word, absconding with a substantial loan taken out under the company's name. And now he had the audacity to return. Where is he? Give me an address. I'll make sure he regrets ever showing his face again. Han. Chi Fei shot her a warning glance, signaling her to temper her words. In this day and age, civility was paramount, especially as she was still a public figure. Fei Jia, don't intervene. That Du Ing absconded with all the company's funds and even took out millions in loans under Rui's name. You can't imagine how difficult those years were for her. As she recounted those dark times, tears welled in Jiang Yuhan's eyes. Meng Rui had been a mere shell of herself. Her fiancé vanished without a trace. Her parents constantly inquiring, creditors blocking the company's entrance demanding payment, and eventually a lawsuit from the bank that left her burdened with the stigma of being a defaulter for years until she finally managed to repay the debts. Han, let us not dwell on the past. I simply encountered a poor match. It's fate that I accept. Meng Rui wiped away her tears, the mere recollection still painful to her heart. So, what does Du Ing want now? Did he contact you directly? Xiaoqing, perched in the corner, quietly posed the crucial question that hung in the air. All eyes turned to Meng Rui. Awaiting her response, he wants to reclaim his shares in the company. Meng Rui lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. This was a matter she could scarcely speak of, even to herself. Life is but a fleeting journey, and how could one encounter such a shameless person? Shares? He dares to return and demand money. Is there no justice left in the world? Jiang Yuhan exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. She had never encountered anyone so audacious. After absconding with funds and leaving behind a mess of debts, Meng Rui had endured years of hardship to finally see her company begin to flourish, only for him to return and shamelessly demand his share. Such audacity could only be saved by the legal system. So, what is your plan? Are you ready to hand over the money to him? Chi Fei inquired with a stern expression, tucking away her documents. She could discern that the naive girl before her was already wavering. At present, the division of company shares still included his portion, which was indeed my fault for not having sued him for absconding with funds. Meng Rui murmured, her face ashen, realizing that the situation had escalated beyond her expectations. Had she known it would come to this, she might as well have registered a new company. It's not too late now. I will accompany you to court to file a lawsuit, and we can ensure that scoundrel is sentenced for at least a decade. Given the sum exceeds 10 million. Angrily, Jiang Yuhan let loose a stream of expletives, indifferent to her mature image. Han, let's not waste our breath on such a person. Moreover, there's an important client ready to sign soon, and I don't want any legal troubles to tarnish the company's reputation during due diligence. Meng Rui, having contemplated the matter thoroughly, shook her head, rejecting the proposal. Initially, she had considered taking legal action, but Duan Hong seemed to anticipate her move, casually nodding and claiming he would visit her parents to discuss the matter. Fearing her parents would be distressed again, Meng Rui gritted her teeth and signed a share transfer agreement. Spending a little money seemed preferable, a price to pay for the choices made in her youth. So, are you truly planning to part with this money? Jiang Yu's frustration was palpable, and as she gazed at her dearest friend, she felt the urge to chastise her, yet the image of that lonely, helpless figure from years past resurfaced. Indeed, encountering such a scoundrel must have been the most excruciating for her. Here, what's money but a mere inconvenience? I repaid over 10 million before. Now, it merely translates to a few more years of toil. After calculating, she noted that after settling her debts and purchasing a home for her parents, she had less than 2 million left. This visit was to borrow 5 million from you, to buy out his shares in one fell swoop, thus severing all ties with him. Meng Rui was resolute. She had meticulously calculated her finances beforehand, adopting a mentality of spending to avert disaster, eager to resolve the issue swiftly and banish the nauseating man from her life. You? Jiang Yuhan was so incensed she could barely articulate her thoughts. Turning to sit in a nearby chair, fuming silently. The money itself was of little consequence. For her current self, a few million was trivial, gone in a single shopping spree. However, the entire situation was exceedingly vexing. She would rather toss the money into the river to hear it splash than give it to that despicable man. Such a wretch should be imprisoned, not left at large. Yuhan, I've made up my mind. Previously, I swallowed my pride and endured, but this time, I'm paying for my parents' sake, severing all ties with him, if there were to be a next time. Meng Rui wiped away her tears, her gaze igniting with fierce determination as she murmured, "Then let us have him eliminated, once and for all. I support you." Jiang Yuhan quickly raised her head, shaking her tiny fist in agreement. Chi Fei rolled her eyes and smacked her on the head, turning to Meng Rui with a reassuring promise. Rui, you need not concern yourself with the finances. I will arrange for the funds to be transferred immediately. Yuhan is currently filming and will not be able to accompany you. Understanding the implication behind Chi Fei's words, Meng Rui rose to take her leave. Thank you, Sister Fei. I will repay this money promptly. Yuhan, I have a client meeting scheduled. Let us meet in Xinjiang with that. Meng Rui donned her sunshade and exited the vehicle. Jiang Yuhan stood up to see her off but was pulled back by Chi Fei, who admonished her. Stay put. We're about to start filming. Have Xiao Qing escort her. Watching her friend's somewhat helpless figure retreat, Jiang Yuhan shook off Chi Fei's grip, feeling rather displeased. Sister Fei, Rui is still my good friend. That was a bit excessive. Don't you think? Excessive? I ought to give you a good whack, Chi Fei retorted, pointing at her forehead. Did you hear what was just said? Talking about murder? Do you even grasp your own standing? It's just us in the car, with no outsiders around, Jiang Yuhan replied softly, feeling somewhat guilty. That doesn't matter. If someone overhears, it would be disastrous. You're an adult now. How can you not control your tongue? Ultimately, this matter is for Meng Rui to decide. As her friend, your role is to support her unconditionally without spouting useless words. Chi Fei, hands on her hips, was nearly seething with frustration. We're all in our 30s. She must have already considered how to handle this as a friend. Just provide the funds and let us move on. Acting as if you've been duped. What have you gained aside from anger? Fine, I acknowledge my mistake. Please don't be angry, Jiang Yuhan pouted, resembling a petulant child, sincerely apologizing. Hurry and transfer the funds to Rui. All right, understood. Chi Fei tossed her hand and exited the vehicle to inquire with the director about the timing of the next scene. Her day was already hectic enough without dealing with unnecessary drama. Following the last meeting, Chu Chun had worked tirelessly overnight to devise a new plan, which received approval from higher-ups. After several days of training, the team had become adept at the new coordination, AT Midnight. At the center of the Yanghai waters, a colossal vessel, exceeding 300 meters in length, silently approached, flanked by 2 escort ships, eyeing the vast expanse of the sea. The sounds generated by the warship were as haunting as the whispers of vengeful spirits. Within the command center, a group of individuals stared intently at the navigation chart on the screen. Awaiting orders from their superiors, at the forefront stood a man of approximately 50 years, adorned in a white uniform with a gleaming gold star. His gaunt frame, dark skin, and relatively well-formed face bore several wrinkles as he fixated on the advancing aircraft carrier on the map. They had arrived in the Yanghai area over 2 weeks prior, conducting exercises in anticipation of this clash of formidable forces. Beep, beep, beep. The watch emitted an alarm, signaling the man that it was time. All personnel, prepare for combat. Yes, they responded in unison, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Today promised to be exhilarating. A low rumble echoed as the massive ship halted its journey, with the escort vessels adopting defensive postures. The previously stationed cruiser also approached, sounding the battle alarm. Command, activate satellite monitoring. The electronic warfare aircraft should be in position by now. AT the map. The man toyed with his pocket watch, a smile playing on his lips as he issued commands. Let us catch them off guard. Good. The first unit has activated blind zone locking. If they dare to show themselves, they want to escape. The young chief of staff confidently assured, as rulers of the boundless sea. They boasted a remarkable record, thus harboring no fear even when faced with elite Air Force units. Command: activate the long-range missile silos and launch a barrage targeting their launch base. Turning to face the dark sea, the man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his commanding voice resonating through the command center. After more than 30 years of military service, he had participated in numerous battles. The prospect of clashing with the nation's airspace elite stirred long-dormant waves within his heart. Unit 1, activate long-range missile silos. The launch personnel swiftly typed commands into their keyboards, issuing a series of instructions. Before long, a row of massive silos behind the aircraft carrier slowly opened, each long-range missile standing ready to launch. Unit 1, ready. Upon hearing this, the man produced a key from his pocket, inserted it into the control panel, swiftly turned it, and decisively pressed the green launch button. Boom! A subtle tremor coursed through the warship. In the pitch-black night sky, a blinding light erupted, followed by a second and third. As far as the eye could see, missiles streaked into the sky, their trails illuminating the darkness as they raced toward the coastal base. 100 kilometers away from the Fengliao base, ground missile forces were already in position, awaiting the commencement of the exercise. Buzzing, in the eerie silence of the night, the alarm rang sharply, jolting everyone awake from their fatigue. What is happening? The commander of the ground missile unit, Zhang Qian, leapt from his cot in surprise, rubbing his bleary eyes. Since their deployment here, he had never left the command center, catching brief moments of rest only to awaken and remain on guard. The days had been exceedingly arduous. Report, Commander. The satellite radar has detected the trajectory of enemy long-range missiles. Should we initiate interception? The duty officer pointed at the rapidly moving target on the satellite display. Anxiously inquiring, of course we intercept. What, are we just going to let them hit us like dumplings? This Ning Guodhai truly knows how to keep one awake. Sun Qian lifted his teacup, taking a sip while scratching at the mosquito bites on his neck. Fuming, order, immediately lock onto the target trajectory and activate air defense missiles for interception. Chapter 62. Unconventional tactics. Buzzing. The same alarm echoed again. Chu Chun, who had just lain down, jolted awake. Instantly, the thought of battle surged through his mind, and he jumped up, slipping on his shoes and rushing outside. To prevent any unforeseen events, he had been sleeping in his clothes for the past few days. In the command center, he was the first commander to arrive. Report: enemy long-range missiles are activated. Interception is expected in 3 minutes. Through system calculations, the radar operator quickly relayed the situation from afar. Chu Chen frowned upon hearing this, glanced at the time, and commanded, notify the Tianqi squadron to depart. Patrolling within the air defense range, they must locate their electronic warfare aircraft at the earliest opportunity. The current situation is dire and pressing. The missiles previously launched are clearly mere probes, intended to pinpoint the locations of ground forces. It is estimated that they are already en route. The apocalyptic squadron is to take off immediately, and any enemy aircraft detected should be engaged and destroyed without the need for reporting. The communications officer promptly issues the order, and the pilots, fully prepared, are already in position the moment the alarm sounds. With a series of parameter adjustments, 12 fighter jets from the apocalyptic squadron ascend into the night sky. Tonight marks their first battle, as well as the initial line of defense. What do you think, Xiao Chu? A cacophony of footsteps ensues as the old guards arrive, hurriedly inquiring about the situation without pausing for breath. There are less than 2 minutes until the long-range missile impact, and I have already arranged for the aircraft to patrol. Upon detecting enemy electronic warfare aircraft, they are to engage immediately. Chu Chen feels a sense of unease. Sensing something amiss, engaging in a tactical exchange with these battle-hardened veterans makes him feel somewhat inexperienced. At this moment, deep within the mountains, at the missile launch site, shadows like ink spots move swiftly across the dim night sky. Report: enemy attack. Buzzing, before the observer can finish, a deafening roar sweeps over the tents, causing Zhang Qian, already suffering from a headache, to gasp in shock, crouching down and clutching his head. Damn it, where's the air defense system? Number 1, they are playing dirty, deploying stealth fighters and forging identification codes. The air defense system failed to recognize them as enemy aircraft. The radar operator pouts in frustration, nearly on the verge of tears. These people are playing a dirty game, stealthily replicating identification codes. Quite a skill. Damn it, we haven't even started the first round, and we've already lost. Ning Guodhai is a scoundrel for not adhering to the rules. How could he arrive so quickly from such a distance? I refuse to accept this. He must have taken off early. Zhang Qian angrily smashed his tea cup to the ground, raking his short hair in frustration, wishing he could slap himself for being so reckless in the Yanghai region. Upon receiving a call from the command center, Ning Guotai grinned widely, revealing his back molars. Ha ha ha, in the first round, without even facing old Zhang. He's already out. This guy must be cursing right now. Number 1. With the ground forces no longer a threat, our carrier-based aircraft can take off, and we can also push forward a bit to reduce the operational radius. Using the carrier as bait to lure them into an attack. By the time 3 escort ships activate their close-in defense systems, it will be as swift as harvesting wheat. The chief of staff excitedly proposed this plan. His suggestion is indeed risky. After all, once bombers get close, sustaining a 60% loss is quite feasible. Ning Guotai did not agree immediately. He pondered for a while, then stated solemnly, the fleet should advance to the optimal launch position for carrier-based aircraft. Since we have the advantage, we can afford to be bolder. There's no need for excessive caution. Understood. With the order issued, the aircraft carrier formation begins to move forward slowly. Meanwhile, the Fengliao base also received notification from the command center. The collapse of the ground forces resulted in a 10-point loss, and although the incoming electronic warfare aircraft were shot down, it only accounted for less than 3 points. With such a significant disparity established in the first round, everyone felt as if a stone was lodged in their chests, causing great discomfort. Bang, bang, bang. A series of faint explosions echoed, and in the night sky, distant flashes of light bloomed on the sea's surface. It must have been a successful interception. Originally, this would have been cause for celebration, but now the mood had grown increasingly heavy. Number 1, isn't this cheating? The two sides are thousands of miles apart. And old Ning took off ahead of schedule. The command center is showing blatant favoritism. Sun Qian, aggrieved, paced back and forth like a frustrated donkey. Others were equally furious about this behavior, but the command center had stated that since he took off early without entering your defense zone, it was not a violation. Who can one reason with in this situation? Initiate the decisive battle immediately. After a moment of silence, Lu Tianlei resolutely made his decision. He was too weary of the command center's delays. In the end, it all boils down to one thing. If you don't pay attention, who can you blame? Number 1. Now that the enemy holds long-range missiles, our aircraft will be locked onto the moment they leave the base. How can we proceed? Among the crowd, Jiang Yuhan, familiar with his partner of many years, found it most appropriate to step forward and inquire at this moment. We cannot wait any longer. Without the satellite radar support from the ground forces, we will be unable to timely assess the situation thousands of miles away. Lu Tianlei pointed to the vast expanse of the Yanghai region, formulating a hypothesis. Ning Guotai, having gained the initiative, will undoubtedly continue to advance. Once the distance closes and the carrier-based aircraft take off, our jets will be trapped at the base, and at that point, there will be no chance for a comeback. We must launch all drones now, using them to block a volley of fire, aiming to deplete Ning Guotai's long-range strike capability. If they don't attack, the subsequent bombers will unleash their payload. Number 1, they still have 3 escort ships. That poses a significant headache. The close-in weapon system will create a barrier, leaving us with no chance to approach. Chen felt that the current plan still had imperfections in its details. Even a large number of drones could not withstand the barrage of over 10,000 rounds per minute from the close-in guns. In the command hall, everyone was sweating profusely with worry. They were aware of this issue, but given the current situation, there were no better options available, and they could only brace themselves and charge ahead. Xiao Chu, we have already lost our time advantage. We can only proceed this way for now. Lu Tianlei's once smooth brow was now furrowed in a knot. They had anticipated a surprise attack tonight, but never expected the ground forces to be wiped out so swiftly. The worst-case scenario had merely been a fight to the finish, aiming for a draw with long-range weaponry. Who would have thought that old Ning would deviate from the playbook and deploy stealth drones that had just entered service this year? This sudden turn of events widened the gap between the two sides, with the previously disadvantaged carrier formation now gaining the upper hand. The current situation leaves no room for excessive hesitation. Even if the plan is not fully mature, they must take to the skies and act. They cannot allow themselves to be cornered at the base and humiliated. Chapter 63. Confronting Ning Guotai head-on. Order: the Hummingbird Squadron is to take off immediately. Lu Tianlei glanced at the time and shouted without hesitation. Any further delay would be too late. The Hummingbird Squadron completed its armament and was entering the countdown. Within the command center, the leader of the drone squad, Yukai, anxiously monitored the countdown as the drones were fully armed. The entire squadron of 200 drones was set to embark on a reconnaissance mission, akin to rushing headlong into death. 3, 2, 1. Take off. As the countdown concluded, a row of drones at Fengliao base slowly rolled onto the runway under the operator's commands. Skimming and accelerating, the Hummingbird drones swiftly ascended into the night. 10 minutes later, the Dragon Squadron and Flamingo Squadron took off. The order was issued again, and the bombers, now ready, moved into position on the runway. Simultaneously, the Apocalyptic Squadron closed the cockpit canopy and signaled the ground crew with a gesture. Gradually beginning to accelerate. Tonight promises to be a sleepless night. With the advanced troops leading the way, if they fail to keep up, all sacrifices will be rendered meaningless. At this moment, Ningguatai's forces had detected their movements via satellite radar. Number 1, they are on the move. That's right, they must move. Do they expect to wait for defeat? Here is the plan. Let us showcase the demeanor of victors, halt our advance, and expose our targets to them. In a buoyant mood, Ningguatai chuckled lightly while holding a freshly brewed cup of coffee. Old Lu is impatient and values face. This time, he will undoubtedly choose to go all in, allowing them to come closer and notifying the carrier-based aircraft to take off. Aren't our air forces notoriously formidable? This time, let us officially test our strength against them. All right, number 1. I can hardly wait. The young chief of staff, brimming with excitement, rubbed his reddened eyes before grabbing the communicator and calling out. The Silent Shadow Squadron, take off immediately. There is but one command. Annihilate those arrogant fools. Received. Number 3. Tonight, they will have a rough time, a magnetic male voice responded, as rows of carrier-based aircraft stood poised on the deck. In the lead aircraft, a young man wearing a golden helmet chewed gum, casting a disdainful gaze toward the distant night sky. He had eagerly awaited this exercise for quite some time, to the end of last year's Golden Helmet competition. He and the Pelican had tied for first place. At the awards ceremony, they exchanged glances, each understanding the eagerness in the other's eyes. The show is about to begin. Pelican, don't let me down. Silent Shadow spat out the gum, neatly wrapping it in a paper bag, and started the engine, accelerating down the runway. Each unit quickly took to the sky as planned. They were ready to greet their distant guests. On the deck, all pilots of the Silent Shadow Squadron looked up at their squadron leader, the initial one to take off, their eyes alight with fierce battle spirit. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The carrier-based aircraft achieved astonishingly rapid takeoff speeds. Within mere minutes, the entire squadron of 40 aircraft had completed their ascent, swiftly heading toward the coastline. Silent Shadow, focus on the Dragon Squadron. Let the rest come to us. Ningguatai, wary of this young man as potential distraction leading to unforeseen circumstances, offered a cautious reminder. According to their plan, as long as they could keep the fighter jets at bay and deny them ground attack opportunities, they would be set. The remaining bomber formations are utterly unable to approach. Any attempt would be in vain. Number 1, I understand. Chen Yu responded with a calm demeanor, adjusting the throttle to initiate acceleration. The distance that could usually be traversed in a mere moment now seemed rather distant. At the edge of Yanghai, the drone swarm had already entered the battlefield, casting a dark shadow under the bright moonlight that was particularly conspicuous. Something feels amiss, Yu Kai, who had been intently monitoring the developments, murmured softly, immediately beginning to contact the command center. Number 1, our unit has already entered the Yanghai area and has not encountered any attacks thus far. The battlefield is eerily silent, and they have not concealed their radar signals, allowing me to lock onto their positions right now. At the temporary conference table, Lu Tianlei glanced up at the many chiefs of staff before responding. Continue with your mission. Disregard everything else. After severing the call, Shen Yu from the Guannan base put on his glasses and analyzed. Number 1, Ningguatai seems overly confident in his victory. This arrogance is excessive. This is advantageous. Only if they let down their guard do we have a chance to turn the tables. Su Jianhua's tense demeanor relaxed slightly as he spoke cheerfully. However, Chu Chun, who had remained silent for a long time, harbored somewhat different thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, Number 1, their confidence in their close defense systems is likely why they boldly deploy drone units. The carrier-based aircraft formations have probably already set off and should be lurking within the clouds, awaiting the Jiaolong. Given this, I have an intriguing idea, though I am uncertain if it can be executed. In the main seat, Lu Tianlei smiled at Chu Chun. After such a long period of interaction, he had grown fond of this young lad. This fellow possesses a keen mind, and his ideas are often enlightening due to his meticulous observation. Speak up, you are currently our strategist. Number 1, please refrain from jesting. Chu Chun waved his hand and turned to the battle recorder beside him. Mark the distances between both parties, as well as the current positions of the drone units. Certainly. The young man nodded, lightly tapping a few keys, and a clear map with markings appeared on the screen before everyone, present. A small row of black silhouettes was swiftly moving on the map, representing the drone units, now less than 1,000 kilometers from the carrier formation. Number 1. Our previous plan was to have the strike aircraft replace some of the Jiaolong's fighters, freeing up half of the interceptors to carry aerial bombs. Chen approached the map, reiterating the earlier strategy. His handsome face had grown somewhat haggard after days of strain, yet his deep-set eyes remained bright. Everyone attentively observed his presentation, anticipating that this young man would provide them with fresh ideas. Now that they intentionally allowed the drones and bombers to test their close defense system, should we not consider a shift in strategy? We could convert the remaining fighters into deep-sea torpedo carriers, utilizing the maneuverability of the interceptors to conceal themselves within the drone swarm and stealthily approach them. Once we are close, the speed of the close defense artillery would be inadequate, the time taken for surface-to-air missiles to lock on and launch, even if only a matter of seconds, would suffice for the highly maneuverable interceptors. Chapter 64. Assigned in Crisis Kid. If this plan fails, we may not have a second chance at an offensive. Lu Tianlei felt that this plan was quite risky. Deploying all forces at once meant that what was intended to be a day's exercise could potentially conclude in mere hours, and the loss could be devastating, leaving them without dignity. Number 1. Given the current circumstances, without the support of ground forces, it makes little difference whether we take this gamble or not. Chen decisively unveiled the root of the current issue. It was not recklessness on his part, but rather the absence of alternative options. After this wave of drones is completely annihilated, they would lose all cover and the only opportunity to engage up close. Many of the elder statesmen nodded slightly. Though the words were harsh, the reality was undeniable, and denial would not alter the fact Su Jinhua from the Hanqing base, known for his fiery temperament, could no longer contain himself and stood up to support the proposal. Number 1. Chu's plan is very much suited to the current situation. If we do not take this chance, we will be left with no opportunities. Indeed, Number 1. Let us proceed. If we truly lose, we shall have no regrets. The others echoed in agreement. This was their one shot at survival. Yet, Lu Tianlei appeared to be oblivious, squinting his eyes in silence, seemingly hesitant. How about this? Number 1. My aircraft has been outfitted with the latest stealth coating. Allow me to undertake the torpedo deployment mission myself. As time ticked away, Chen could only muster the courage to volunteer for combat. The team had undergone over a month of specialized training for this exercise, only to be caught off guard at the outset. Without ground forces, they could only passively respond, with every action dictated by the enemy, rendering their efforts profoundly frustrating. Chen. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianlei suddenly lifted his gaze toward Chen. His expression exceedingly complex. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Notify them to commence preparations. Understood. Number 1. Chen stood at attention, saluting the group before striding decisively toward the helipad. Having made his decision, he resolved to try, regardless of the outcome. 10 minutes later, 1,000 kilometers off the coastline, amidst the clouds, the drone units had just departed. Concealed within the cloud cover, Chen Yu received a message from the fleet, alerting him that the Jiaolong had been detected. Swallowing the last of his energy bar, he quickly chewed and shouted, "Everyone! Your opponents are approaching." Acknowledged. The show is about to begin, Captain. I want to take down 2. Nonsense, don't hog them. Let us compete fairly. The pilots of the carrier-based aircraft chuckled, seemingly unfazed. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Chen Yu, being so prideful, had a crew of equally audacious individuals. They were not only Air Force pilots but would dare to take a shot at UFOs as well. Old Lu is remarkably composed. I expected him to go all in. It seems his temperament has mellowed considerably in recent years. Ning Guodai chuckled as he observed the radar dynamics. His mindset was incredibly stable, even contemplating a brief nap. Opportunities are rare. Everyone has prepared for so long, and General Lu would not dare to deploy all his trump cards at once. The young man stretched lazily, massaging his sore lumbar region while analyzing the situation on the opposing side with ease. They likely intended to launch the drones to probe our attack patterns. But we did nothing, inadvertently revealing the carrier's position. They must be furious. Ha ha ha, just to clarify, I will not be going easy on them. The jovial Ning Guodai interrupted the young man's musings, hastening to clarify his stance. The current situation is quite favorable for us. I wish to witness a confrontation between the aerial forces of both sides to gauge the disparity in strengths. After all, we hold the advantage. Even if Chen Yu's squadron loses, it matters not. We merely need to unleash our 3 frigates, concealed in the ocean, to launch long-range weaponry. The vast ocean is boundless. As long as we wish to hide, no one can locate our position. While this assertion may seem somewhat exaggerated, it is indeed the reality. The world knows how challenging it is to engage an aircraft carrier, But the true difficulty lies not in the attack itself, but in pinpointing its location. The carrier-based aircraft will maintain an operational radius of approximately 1,000 kilometers. The moment your reconnaissance aircraft makes an appearance, it will be shot down. What? Use satellite positioning? Apologies, but the carrier moves at around 70 kilometers per hour. By the time you adjust your satellite, they will have long vanished from sight. Firepower coverage? Don't be ridiculous. In an area spanning nearly 1,000 kilometers. Do you think you can bombard it inch by inch? Therefore, it is not that aircraft carriers are hard to hit. Rather, it is the challenge of discovering their whereabouts. For this exercise, Ningguai proactively opted for long-range attack weapons instead of submarine escorts, seeking a direct confrontation rather than passive defense, for that would lack any challenge. At the Fengliao base, Chu Chun donned his flight suit, sitting alone on the helipad, watching the busy ground crew replace weapons. He never imagined he would find himself in this situation. Since the ground forces collapse, the original plan had completely transformed. Based on the current scenario, the enemy fleet was situated 2,700 kilometers away. Considering the aircraft's speed, a round trip would require an hour and a half, not accounting for the time needed to drop bombs and the pressure of high overload. Looking up at the nearby aircraft, Chu Chen wondered if he could endure this journey. Should I confess to number one? Before he could make a final decision, a familiar, somewhat cheeky voice emanated from behind. Hey, number three, I never expected you would join the battle. I am a bit excited. The Pelican noticed Chu Chun squatting on the grass and hurried over with a grin. Reluctantly, Chu Chun understood that no one knew the situation with the hunter dragon better than he did. Entrusting the mission to anyone else might lead to failure. He pointed at the aircraft before him, chuckling wryly and shaking his head in resignation. That is a valid point. The Pelican, deeply aware of the situation, concurred that I have piloted the hunter dragon a few times, but it always feels a bit awkward. I can never fully unleash its potential. Old Lu has fully exerted his efforts to modify the hunter dragon. On the surface, our aircraft models appear identical, yet in reality, I could bring you down in less than 3 rounds. This is not merely an issue of driving skills. It encompasses the subtle details that often go unnoticed. The current Dragon Hunter resembles the 86 of a tofu shop, leaving no room for further enhancement. Chu Chen patted his shoulder and, with a hint of pretentiousness, remarked, of course, if you wish to shoot down the Pelican, your body must remain unscathed. Tisk, TSK. One day I must seek out old Lu for assistance. This fellow is quite the sly one, and enlisting his help is akin to climbing a mountain. The Pelican, gazing hungrily at the dashing dragon hunter, seemed on the verge of drooling. Among the mechanics across the nation, old Lu's skills undoubtedly rank among the top 3. Most importantly, this chap not only possesses exceptional hands-on abilities, but also tailors adjustments based on each individual flight records. Through countless rounds of fine-tuning, he manages to optimize the aircraft to suit the pilot's needs. This is not something just anyone can achieve. Many seasoned mechanics, after a lifetime of work, still cannot reach this level. Chapter 65. The stand-in for the Pelican. All right, let us promptly inspect the aircraft. Chu Chun shooed away the Pelican, who was squatting nearby boasting, realizing he needed to report his situation to number one. All right, I'll take my leave. We shall meet in the clouds as the time drew near. The Pelican donned his helmet and strolled toward the tarmac, his composure unwavering regardless of the circumstances. After surveying the area to confirm no one was around, Chu Chun connected to the command center, saying, Number one, this is Chu Chun. I have something to report. At the conference table, Lu Tianlei was feigning sleep with his eyes closed. Upon hearing Chu Chun's words, he rose to evade the gaze of others and stepped toward the door to whisper, I know you have something to say as an ace pilot. There must be a reason for such a young person to exit the combat readiness sequence. However, I reviewed your records earlier, and there were no indications of health issues or disciplinary actions, which is why I refrained from speaking hastily. Indeed, those who attain such positions are all cunning foxes. They can sense the underlying issues without needing to be told. Number one, I have not been disciplined. Merely, my body has a slight issue. When the pressure of flying reaches a certain threshold, my heartbeat accelerates. This ailment eludes detection even in hospitals, and psychologists have failed to provide a definitive explanation. Accelerated heartbeat? Lu Tianlei muttered, his thick brows knitting together in confusion. After years of service, this was his first encounter with such a condition. Can you operate during an episode? Yes, number one. If I cannot endure until the mission's completion, I would choose to be shot down rather than jeopardize national assets. Chu Chen promptly expressed his stance, hoping Lu Tianlei would grant him this opportunity. For so long, he had yearned to fly more than anyone else. I believe you in this regard. Go ahead. Regardless of the mission's outcome, I wish to witness the illusion stars soaring through the clouds. At the door, Lu Tianlei encouraged Chu Chun as a loving father would his son. Being a pilot himself, he understood Chu Chun's feelings better than anyone, especially considering his youth. He deserved a chance to try. Moreover, with the exercise having reached its current stage, one more downed aircraft would not significantly alter the outcome. Thank you. Number 1. Chu Chun had prepared countless arguments to justify his participation in this exercise. But he was genuinely surprised by how accommodating Lu Tianlei was. For a moment, he seemed to short-circuit, finally uttering a simple thank you after much hesitation. Go forth. The skies above are your stage. You are still young, and there is no hurdle you cannot overcome. Nigh in the night sky, countless stars twinkled as old Lu gazed up at the bright moon, his eyes filled with memories. Once, he too had been an ace soaring through the clouds. 5 minutes later, after meticulously inspecting the aircraft, Chu Chun signed the maintenance log. Catching a glimpse of the 4 heavy torpedoes hanging beneath the wings, his previously anxious emotions gradually settled. If he could hit 2 of those 4 heavy torpedoes, the exercise would essentially conclude. Although torpedoes do not possess the destructive power of anti-ship missiles, their effects are markedly different. Anti-ship missiles, after all, can only strike surface positions, while torpedoes target underwater foes upon impact. The equivalent of over 400 kilograms of TNT is sufficient to sink a capital ship. Commander, all checks are complete. We are ready for takeoff. Just as Chu Chun was lost in thought, the ground crew quietly reminded him after their final confirmations, thank you. Regaining his focus, Chu Chun donned his gear and swiftly climbed into the fighter jet. The moment the canopy closed, his gaze sharpened. Pelican, proceed with the drones and maintain stealth in the combat zone. Rest assured, number 3. I have it under control. The Pelican chuckled lightly, lowering his targeting visor as he gazed at the azure sea in the distance. A grin spreading across his face. The big idiot from the submarine should still be oblivious. Second batch, all personnel, deploy. Just as everyone awaited the command, Lu Tianlei's deep voice resounded. On the ground, the station troops, having long been prepared, waved their command wands to guide the fighter jets onto the designated runway. The real show of the night seemed just about to commence. Within the command center, the remaining old-timers stood at the window like anxious wives seeing off their husbands. Gazing out at the runway. Number 1. We need not deliberate further. The base now has only the reconnaissance squadron and a few strike aircraft yet to deploy. We played our trump cards. I am not contemplating tactics. I am pondering the implications of a loss. The elder Lu suddenly voiced such an odd thought, leaving everyone momentarily perplexed about his true sentiments. After all, we are the elite from various bases. Number 1. If we truly lose, it would be a slap in the face, hardly a good thing. Sun Qian from Jinling disagreed with his viewpoint, softly interjecting, elite? Can the elite not lose? Had we not held on to our elitist mindset, we would not have been caught off guard tonight. Old Lu offered a self-deprecating smile, feeling the irony as this what constitutes elite status. Living off past achievements, constantly prattling about one's records, and what is the result? A slap in the face as soon as the battle begins. Of course, I bear 90% of the blame for this situation. As the frontline commander, I exhibited a woeful lack of vigilance, enough to warrant execution in wartime. Fortunately, this is merely a training exercise. While I may escape the death penalty, I cannot evade punishment for my negligence. I have resolved to seek penance in Yindu after the exercise concludes, willingly accepting any disciplinary action from the organization. Beep beep beep, an urgent alarm blared. At the edge of Yanghai, the earlier deployed Dragon Squadron had already engaged in combat with the submarine squadron. This moment, due to the escorting strike aircraft, the situation appeared overwhelmingly one-sided. The entire Dragon Squadron was being relentlessly pursued, forced to evade the targeting systems in a desperate scramble. During the exercise, live munitions were prohibited. Any aircraft locked by the opposing side's fire control system for over 3 seconds would be deemed shot down. In modern warfare, technological weaponry is remarkably advanced, rendering the cinematic evasion of air-to-air missiles a fantasy. After all, the speeds of both sides are not even comparable before the aircraft can execute a tactical maneuver. The missile has already detonated behind them. Thus, the notion of being locked on equals being shot down. Captain, these guys truly possess some skill. Half of our escort has already been downed in less than 10 minutes. The first to deploy was the Dragon Squadron Tianchi team. These individuals had just taken down the Navy's electronic warfare aircraft not long ago, only to find themselves being pursued by the enemy's carrier-based aircraft. What a case of instant retribution. Stay calm. Our mission is not to shoot them down, but to delay them. The longer, the better. Tianchi gritted his teeth. once again shaking off the radar lock from behind. The pressure from high-speed flight caused sweat to pour down uncontrollably. Damn it, what a piece of junk this Pelican is. It's truly a pain to go avoid alerting the submarine squadron. Chen had deliberately swapped planes with Tianqi. After all, the absence of the Pelican in the Dragon Squadron would raise the submarine's suspicions. Should this fool have a moment of impulsiveness and report to the higher-ups, the difficulty of their bombing operation would significantly increase. Chapter 66. An unexpected target buzz high above. Chen continued to accelerate. The Vanguard was nearing the enemy's firepower zone. They needed to arrive before all the drones were shot down. Pelican, be alert. We are approaching the combat zone. With satellite radar monitoring their progress. They were now nearing the periphery of the Yanghai region, about to enter the submarine squadron's observational territory. Received. Just watch me. The Pelican, brimming with confidence, smiled and switched communication channels, casually announcing, everyone, dual fly mode activated. No one better let me down. Received. A chorus of affirmative replies echoed as the 12 most elite pilots of the Dragon Squadron simultaneously chose to accelerate. Above the clouds, nearly 200 drones were lined up in perfect formation. While the 12 fighter jets leaped above them in unison, their bodies almost perfectly overlapping, undetectable by onboard radar. Beep beep beep, the radar alarm rang as the submarine squadron glanced over, recognizing it was the drone group and omitting any report, redirecting their focus to continue pursuing the elusive Pelican, who had been evading confrontation since their first encounter, truly disappointing them. Boss, has the Dragon become an eel? Slipping away so effortlessly that we can't lock onto them? Aren't they brave enough for a direct confrontation? Complaints surged within the carrier aircraft formation. Originally, they had approached the engagement with a mindset of technical exchange, yet these guys had not engaged at all, merely fleeing throughout, which left them profoundly disillusioned with the so-called elite of the Air Force. Their deployment of assault aircraft undoubtedly suggests ulterior motives. Let us not dwell on that. First, we must address the immediate situation. As he pursued the Pelican, the pilot of the Phantom revealed a faint smile, fixated on the fighter jet adorned with 3 red stars on its wings, muttering to himself, Pelican, let us see how you escape this time. Meanwhile, the drone team reached their destination after nearly an hour of travel. Number 1. They have arrived. In the aircraft carrier's command center. Ning Guodai leisurely wiped his pocket watch with a white handkerchief, slightly turning his head to issue instructions. What are we waiting for? Open fire. This little distraction should keep us entertained for a few minutes. But be cautious. Do not activate the surface-to-air missiles. Our supply is limited, and we need to save them for the fighter jets. Ha ha ha. Number 1, their greatest blunder is dividing their forces. If they had deployed all their aircraft at once, they might have had a slim chance of counterattacking. But as it stands, they have squandered a winning hand, the chief of staff remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Not necessarily. Lao Lu is no fool. Let us see what tricks he has up his sleeve. As the conversation unfolded, the drone team entered firing range. The 3 escort ships surrounding the aircraft carrier promptly reacted, their close-in defense guns swiftly repositioning to lock onto targets. Due to the director's stipulations, this exercise was particularly unique. All aircraft and fleets were considered rare resources, leading to the cancellation of live ammunition in favor of time locks. Consequently, the onboard radars of the fighter jets were upgraded, such that if a close-in defense gun locked onto a target for 5 seconds without it breaking free, it was deemed shot down. The time for surface-to-air missiles was set at 10 seconds. As the process from locking to launch and finally to impact could take well over 10 seconds. In the stillness of the night, the close-in defense guns whirled like they were on a frenzy, with 200 drones continuously flashing kill notifications on the radar. Within merely 2 minutes, over 30 drones had been downed. The distance between the two sides closed, just as Ning Guotai and his colleagues settled in. The drones suddenly altered their attack direction, splitting into 2 groups and skimming almost along the water surface towards the escort ships on either side. This maneuver completely obscured the view of the rear escort ships, leaving the close-in defense guns with no targets, rendering them helpless. Number 1, the mothership is not their target. These bastards are aiming for damage. The escort ship's commander observed the swarm of drones and instantly grasped their true intent. His skin crawling with realization. Buzzing, the bombers, hidden at a lower altitude, approached with minimal damage. They resembled ferocious beasts with gaping maws, intent on swallowing the nearby escort ship's whole. Launch the missiles, Ning Guotai bellowed, slamming his hand on the table, rising in a fit of rage. 1 destroyed escort ship represents a 20% loss. Report. Number 1, their distance is too close. If we launch surface-to-air missiles now, The director will apply the collateral damage to our escort ships. The launch personnel reported, caught in a dilemma. The current situation was indeed precarious. The proximity of the aircraft and escort ships meant that any missile's explosive power could inadvertently increase the damage tally against them. Damn, that Liu Tianlei is playing dirty. I wanted to engage in a fair fight. Yet he only cares about manipulating the damage tally. He truly has no regard for honor and victory. Ning Guotai, seething with indignation, felt his face flush with anger. However, the aircraft above offered him no chance to reconsider. The bombers swiftly glided toward the escort ships, directly heading for their hulls amidst the close-in defense guns' radar lock. With pinpoint accuracy from the fire control radar, the aerial bombs cascaded onto the escort ships' decks as if they had eyes of their own. Sizzle. The bombs on the decks emitted plumes of red smoke, signaling the destruction of the escort ships. With all bombs deployed, the bombers completed their mission and gracefully departed under the close-in defense guns' lock. With the crossfire from 2 escort ships eliminated, they easily evaded the close-in defense systems, soaring away from the aircraft carrier's line of sight. Number 1. The escort ships on both flanks have been declared sunk by the Directorate. Our losses have reached 44%. The Chief of Staff, who had been in good spirits moments ago, now looked as though he had bitten into something sour, his face pale as he gripped the communicator. They had initially believed this was a genuine contest, thus choosing to forego their advantages for a direct confrontation. Yet, this Liu Tianlei had played by his own rules, targeting their escort ships, proving willing to stoop to any level for victory. Damn it! Ning Guotai was about to unleash a tirade when the roar of engines filled the air once more. Number 1. The drone team is attacking again, this time with fighter jets in tow. The radar operator, eyeing the screen displaying supersonic fighters moving at Mach 3, felt his scalp tingle. Such speed made it exceedingly difficult to lock onto them with surface-to-air missiles. Immediately lock on and launch all missiles. Ning Guotai's demeanor shifted from calm to one of fury, his face contorted in rage as he nearly roared. A low, ominous alarm sounded, and the air defense system blared its warning. All launch personnel focused intently on the screens, ready to press the launch button at the first sign of enemy aircraft entering range. Boom, bang. The thunderous sound of sonic booms echoed, as the Pelican and the others pushed their speeds to the limit. The exhaust from their aircraft flared with intense heat, and they had now entered the enemy's locked airspace, needing to close the distance as quickly as possible. Pelican, you are to engage the rear escort ships. Find a way to occupy their air defense systems. I am executing a low-altitude penetration and will need time 300 kilometers away. Chen piloted his fighter jet, flying at ultra-low altitude to evade radar detection. This method, while perilous, posed significant challenges for the pilot's control and limited their speed. If they flew too quickly, they risked colliding with ground obstacles and being affected by surface air currents, while the sonic booms would undoubtedly draw the enemy's attention. Thus, Chen was forced to reduce his speed and advance cautiously. Understood. I can't promise much, but we can by 5 minutes, Pelican assured through gritted teeth. Thanks to the fighter jet's agility, it was considerably challenging for the ground-based air defense systems to maintain a 10-second lock. This is why he felt confident in his assurance. 5 minutes is sufficient. On the radar display, the position of the enemy's mothership became increasingly cleared. Their current speed. The timing was just right. In the Naval Command Center, Ning Guotai watched the fighter jets heading straight for the escort ships, his face turning a shade of green with frustration. Fire support for the Sea Dragon. If we lose another escort ship, we will have to withdraw. Yes, Number 1. All 6 close-in defense guns are fully operational. The Chief of Staff's face turned ashen, his teeth grinding audibly as he seized the communicator to issue reprimands. Jiang Yuhan, what are you doing? The enemy's fighter jets are already up close. Are you battling ghosts? What? Jiang Yuhan, who had just completed a pursuit, was still basking in the joy when he heard the 3rd Squadron's words, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Number 3. There have only been 2 groups of drones passing by since the beginning. The radar has not detected the presence of the Jiaolong at all. Doesn't Tia's squadron have an idea of how many aircraft they possess? Why was this not reported? Chen Yu stammered, frustrated as he slapped himself in the face. Indeed, from the very start, the enemy had not deployed a full squadron alongside the assault aircraft, which was nonsensical in any military operation. Just as he was lost in thought, the downed Pelican flew beside him, revealing a youthful face as a young pilot removed his helmet and grinned at him through the cockpit canopy. It's he first. Chen Yu was puzzled by the young man's expression, but upon seeing the number on the wing, he felt as if he had seen a ghost. You are not Pelican. Apologies, Chen Yu, but Pelican is probably busy bombing your mothership. this duel has not been as exhilarating for you. But next time, we shall engage properly. Though shot down, this young man wore a grin as if he had just won the lottery. The command center had just announced that 2 enemy escort ships had been sunk, and all crews were currently besieging the mother ship, with victory anticipated shortly. The successful outcome was undoubtedly attributable to their Tianchi squadron. By the way, your skills are commendable, but if we were to truly compare, who would prevail is still uncertain. Farewell. We shall meet again if given the chance. The fighter jet ascended smoothly, and before leaving, Tianchi couldn't resist commenting on Chen Yu's maneuvers, revealing his mischievous nature. Beep, beep, beep. The alarms blared within the cockpit, and Pelican had not ceased his operations since entering the air defense zone, constantly climbing and diving, performing Cobra maneuvers, never allowing the missiles to lock onto him for more than 5 seconds. Of course, this also led to him being targeted by ground systems, with lock alarms sounding frequently, creating a cacophony. Boss, I've been shot down. Within 3 minutes, this was the 7th aircraft reporting in, despite all being elite pilots. Evading surface-to-air missile locks at such close range was nearly impossible. Hold on, brothers, number 3 is on the way. Just 2 more minutes, only 2 more minutes. Pelican's flight suit was drenched in sweat. His bright eyes bloodshot from the pressure. He too was nearing his limit. Number 1, our missile supply is running low. Should we? Lock onto that 35 with multiple points. I want to see how long this kid can hold out. Ning Guotai was also feeling the pressure, as the Pelican on the screen danced frantically, teetering on the brink of demise. The personnel in the command center yearned to drag the young man down and give him a good thrashing. Simultaneously, old Ning's mind turned to the idea of recruiting. The fact that this individual could withstand multiple missile locks for so long indicated his exceptional skill. If he could be integrated into the carrier-based aircraft squadron, it would undoubtedly enhance the odds of success for surface missions. However, such aspirations were largely unattainable, as who would willingly part with their prized asset, especially not from the same branch of service? Thud, thud. Just 100 kilometers to go. Pelican, hold on. On the surface of the sea, the distance was rapidly closing. Chu Chen skimmed the water at high speed, and after prolonged flight, his heart began to race. His vision slightly blurring. Maintaining such a heightened state of alertness for too long was becoming untenable. There was a rather dubious saying that circulated, claiming that an aircraft, while cruising over the sea for an extended period, could suffer from visual distortion, ultimately mistaking the azure waters for airspace and crashing in a catastrophic demise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Number 3. I can't go on. The Pelican gasped for breath, his face drenched in sweat. His stamina had reached its peak, and continuing any further might lead to operational errors. Withdraw. Leave the rest to me. Chu Chen took a deep breath, striving to steady his racing heart, grasping the control stick to lift the fighter jet. Boom! A sound akin to a dragon's roar echoed across the cerulean sea as the fighter jet surged ahead, appearing on the radar screen. Number 1. Another fighter jet has emerged, and it is less than 80 kilometers away. How did it get here? There was never any sign of it before. Ning Guotai abruptly turned around, his profound gaze fixated on Chu Chen's flight trajectory, murmuring after a long silence, a splendid tit-for-tat maneuver. But where on earth did Liu Tianlei find such a formidable pilot, capable of breaching 300 kilometers at low altitude? Number 1. What shall we do now? The chief of staff inquired, his expression fraught with anxiety. The entire exercise has lasted only 3 or 4 hours. Could it end like this? What else can we do? A loss is a loss at this juncture. Ning Guotai had come to terms with it, his previously bitter expression transforming into a smile. Now, he found himself intrigued by the Air Force pilots. Hiss. Up above, Chu Chen's heart raced like it was being pierced by needles, causing him to furrow his brow and break into a cold sweat. His hand on the control stick trembled slightly. Warning, warning, the pilot's heart rate is too rapid. Please locate a landing site immediately. The monitoring system blared in alarm. Come on, my darling. Victory hinges on this moment. Chu Chen fixed his gaze on the mothership displayed on the radar, gently tapping the launch button. Thud, thud, thud. A series of splashes ensued as 4 heavy torpedoes activated their acceleration devices, hurtling towards their target. At a distance of over 30 kilometers, they had no chance of evasion. Chapter 68. The humble Xiaojing. In the early morning, in the number 1 office at Cloud City Base, Jiang Yuhan had just entered the room and had not yet had the chance to pour himself a cup of water when Political Commissar Chen hurried in, clutching a file folder. Oh, so you've already heard the news of our victory? Quite swift, indeed. Old Jang was in particularly high spirits, even exclaiming with joy as he held his cup. He had received word of the joint exercise's success late last night and had been so elated that he couldn't sleep. There's something even more thrilling. Take a look at this, the assistant's letter from headquarters sent last night. Chen casually set the folder on the coffee table, reclining on the sofa with a somewhat melancholic sigh. Oh, don't rain on my parade first thing in the morning. Let me see what is going on. Jiang Yuhan, sensing his colleague's demeanor, was instantly filled with a sense of foreboding. He quickly tore open the file and began to read. His mood darkening as he did so. Is there a misunderstanding regarding our confidentiality level? This is a military base, not a zoo. Why on earth would a film crew come here? What about all our cutting-edge aircraft? Have those entering been properly vetted? This is sheer nonsense, indeed. After perusing the document, old Jung exploded in anger, ready to contact headquarters and vehemently oppose the proposal. Hey, don't panic. Chen, feigning indifference, quickly got up to intervene, grasping old Jang's hand with a wry smile. Number 1. I already relayed these concerns to the higher-ups last night. Their response was simply that this was a decision made by headquarters number 1, and we are to execute the orders. They claim that the top leadership approved the filming to allow pilots to step into the public eye, giving citizens a simple understanding, which would also benefit recruitment efforts each year. Isn't that absurd? Zhang snorted, his displeasure evident as he pointed an accusing finger at Chen. Why didn't you suggest to the higher-ups that they film at another base? What are you afraid of? Why don't you dare to confront them? Hey, I say, ding, ding, ding. Just as Chen was about to voice his dissatisfaction, the office phone rang. Jiang Yuhan, still fuming, shot a glare indicating that the matter was far from over as he picked up the phone brusquely. I am Jiang Yuhan. Who is this? Ah, Jiang Yuhan, you little rascal. You seem to have quite the temper. Are you cursing me out right now? A somewhat aged male voice resonated from the other end of the line. Although the face was unseen, the voice unmistakably belonged to a robust and hearty old general. Oh, old chief, what are you saying? How could I dare? Jiang Yuhan transformed completely, his demeanor suddenly humble and respectful. Nearly prostrating himself over the phone, shedding all traces of his earlier bravado. I know exactly what kind of person you are. Let me tell you, the filming team that is entering has undergone rigorous scrutiny. Your task is to cooperate, understood? The old general, having been Jiang Yuhan's superior for many years, was well aware of his character, hence the necessity of this call to instill some discipline. Otherwise, given Jang's temperament, he would probably deny access altogether. All right, old chief, since you have spoken, I will of course comply without reservation. Don't mention merely using the venue. You can even use my office. I'll relocate to the training grounds. Stop with the flattery. If you can't handle this, I'll have you reassigned to the logistics department to carry rice sacks. Yes, sir. Rest assured, if I mess this up, you won't even need to say anything. I'll head straight to headquarters to clean the toilets. Jiang Yuhan stood at attention, pledging his commitment with such fervor that it was almost comical. Well, let's talk business. I reviewed the results of last night's exercise, and overall it barely passed. Some areas still fell short of expectations. Don't get complacent. Find ways to improve swiftly. The old general, peering through his glasses at the exercise results, admonished with dissatisfaction. He hadn't been present during the drafting of the plan, so he hadn't paid it much heed. Had he known it would turn out this way, he might have halted the plan right then. What a disorganized affair, utterly chaotic. Yes, sir. Once the personnel return, I will arrange for a debriefing and analysis, and promptly provide you with a simulation report. Very well, you may go. The old man finally seemed satisfied and nodded before hanging up. As for why he favored Jiang Yuhan among his old subordinates, it was because this fellow was quick-witted. With just a light nudge, he understood the unspoken implications without wasting many words. That, of course, he had his flaws as well. This man was stubborn as a mule and would inevitably surprise one when least expected. Number 1. Why don't you dare confront the old chief? Chen raised an eyebrow, teasingly inquiring. Go to hell. How could I ever dare to challenge the old chief? Even 10 of my heads wouldn't suffice. Jiang Yuhan was quite self-aware. He could mutter complaints in private, but he would never dare to voice them openly. Turning back to the disconcerting assistant's letter, old Jang was nearly on the verge of tears. Damn it, our base is filled with advanced aircraft in active service. Maintaining cooperation will be quite challenging. Well, old Chen, how about you take charge of this situation? Chen, who had been enjoying himself nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief, shaking his head vigorously in refusal. I can't do it. I'm too old and don't understand these matters. You should look for someone younger. Besides, I still have duties to attend to. All the young people have combat readiness tasks. Isn't that just absurd? Old Jung dismissed the idea without hesitation as he scanned the personnel list. Just then, a somewhat familiar name caught his eye. Jiang Yuhan? That name rings a bell. Who? Jiang Yuhan? Isn't she number 3's significant other? Chen casually replied while stealthily refilling the teapot under the table. Chuchan. Ah, now that you mention it. The thought is clear as day. Ha ha ha, that young man is returning tonight. Problem solved. Old Jung finally found a suitable candidate, the weight lifting off his chest as he reclined in his chair, fanning himself with the document. Exuding satisfaction. This lad should be grateful to me. Without this opportunity, how could he meet his girlfriend? Chapter 69. Wrapping up and transitioning. Chief, the results of this exercise are unfair. Chu Chen's name is not even on their personnel list. At the command center of the Fengliao base, a three-way video conference was currently underway, with the Navy side in a heated uproar. Your early departure adheres to the regulations. However, the name of Xiao Chu is conspicuously absent from the list of offensive personnel. As the commander, does he not bear the obligation to participate in battle? Is it not the case that frontline commanders are precluded from wielding firearms? Sun Qian rose to retort, for he was most experienced in such verbal skirmishes. His incisive remarks left the opposing side momentarily bereft of counterarguments. Very well, the outcome is determined. This time, the Air Force has triumphed. As for the matter of rewards and accolades, I leave it to your internal deliberations. Clearly, the higher-ups have grown weary of your bickering, as they hastily concluded the video call after announcing the results. Liu Tianlei gazed at his former comrade across the screen, a feigned smile adorning his features. Old Ning, we have shared many years of camaraderie. What does it matter who wins or loses? Next time, I shall let you emerge victorious. Do not take offense. Do come over for tea sometime. Hemph, old Liu? Your hypocrisy knows no bounds. Ning Guodai shot him a glance before terminating the call. At this point, the outcome held little significance for him, as his sights were set on other objectives. Woo, all is well. Though the higher-ups were not entirely satisfied with this operation, at least we emerged victorious, preserving our dignity and avoiding reprimand. Liu Tianlei finally exhaled a sigh of relief, massaging his aching lower back with a grin. A win is a win. Do not concern yourself with the means by which it was achieved. At the very least, we have maintained the headquarters face. Everyone, take a moment to rest. We shall arrange a celebratory banquet this evening, and we can all enjoy ourselves before returning to our respective homes. Thank you. Number 1. The exercise has concluded, and I can finally rest easy and sleep well. The group rose amid laughter, their weary expressions betraying their struggle to maintain composure. Xiao Chu, please stay for a moment. As Chu Chan prepared to depart, he could only comply with Liu Tianlei's request, all the while inwardly speculating whether it was an attempt to settle scores after the fact. Before long, the others dispersed, leaving only the two of them at the conference table. Old Liu stood, rubbing his back as he paced the room, his age making prolonged sitting increasingly uncomfortable. Xiao Chu, how long have you been at the Yun City base? In response to number 1, approximately 7 or 8 years. Chu Chun, feeling somewhat dazed, provided a rough estimate. 7 or 8 years, that seems about right. While flying fighter jets presents its challenges, after such a lengthy period, you should have mastered it all. So, what do you say? Are you considering switching to a different aircraft? The moment those words left his mouth, even a fool would grasp the implication. Chu Chun promptly stood at attention, resolutely declining. Number 1, given my current circumstances, I can no longer fly. Serving as a training advisor is more fitting for me. Hee, you rascal, Liu Tianlei chuckled, gesturing at him with mock admonition. Very well, I am not one to impose undue pressure. Whenever you feel like switching aircraft, feel free to come to Fengliao. I will ensure your position as an advisor is secure. Thank you, number 1, but I doubt that will happen. Chu Chun was never one to hedge on such matters, always delivering a straightforward refusal. Zhang Qingyun was both his mentor and guide, and no matter the circumstances, he would not choose another base. All right, that's a wrap. Props, hurry and arrange for the crew to pack up. We need to relocate. With the staff's call, the filming crew concluded their work in the northwestern location. After days of relentless sun exposure, Jiang Yuhan's once fair complexion had dulled, the once spirited young girl now appearing fatigued. Miss Jiang, a vehicle will arrive shortly to transport the actors. You should head out with them, as the next scene is in Yun City. The assistant director, donning a scarf that obscured his face, approached like a desert bandit. All right, I will tidy up and join the assembly shortly. Jiang Yuhan typically did not refuse arrangements made by the crew, as it was her duty to fulfill her role for compensation. Stepping into the RV, she tossed aside her outerwear, revealing only a black crop top that accentuated her statuesque figure. Should this scene be witnessed by her male fans, it would surely send them into a frenzy. It's so hot. I thought Xinjiang was unbearable, but this vast northwest is even more stifling. Hey, 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 be mindful. We are still on set. No need to be so revealing. Chi Fei reclined comfortably in her seat, savoring her coffee while pointing at Jiang Yuhan's attire. As her manager, she needed to stay close to the actress to prevent any unforeseen incidents. That's fine. I'll cool off for a moment and then take a shower. Jiang Yuhan wiped the sweat from her brow, standing in front of the air conditioning vent, relishing the cool breeze. By the way, weren't we supposed to shoot in Jinling next? Why are we flying to Yun City instead? Director Zhang informed us last minute that certain scenes in Jinling were unsuitable, hence the change to Yun City. It's all similar. Jinling is just as hot, Chi Fei replied while typing away on her keyboard. For her, it mattered little where they were. Unless it were in the cooler regions of the northeast, everywhere else felt like a furnace. Yun City sounds lovely, Jiang Yuhan, eyes closed in bliss, murmured, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Calculating the time, Xiao Chan should have returned by now. It's perfect that I'm also filming in Yun City. Today is indeed a fortuitous day. All my wishes seemed destined to come true. The more she pondered, the more delightful her thoughts became, prompting her to hum a tune, the fatigue from days of shooting vanishing in an instant, leaving her radiant as if reborn. Sister Han, the water is ready. You can take a shower now. The busy Shaoqing, covered in dust, scampered over to deliver the good news. In this arid northwest desert, water was a precious resource, and typically, after shooting, everyone endured the heat without bathing, resorting to a quick wipe with towels. Today, however, they were heading into town, and to maintain everyone's image, the director had arranged for water to be transported from over 100 kilometers away. Specifically for bathing? Great, Jiang Yuhan exclaimed, skipping toward the RV shower room. In her eagerness, she shed her clothing before even entering, leaving only a set of snug black underwear. Jiang Yuhan, how many times have I told you? Why can't you remember? Chi Fei, nearly exasperated, could only grit her teeth and whisper in frustration, fearing the outside world might overhear. Oh, come on. It's just us here. What is there to worry about? I have what you have, right? The girl tossed a flirtatious glance at her, caressing her smooth thigh. One must admit, her figure was stunning, with long, sleek legs devoid of any visible pores, and her flat, toned abdomen showcased two subtle lines, indicating she had been exercising diligently. Before Chi Fei could take a closer look, Jiang Yuhan darted into the shower room. Please use your imagination. Chapter 70. A triumphant return at 3 in the afternoon. After wandering the desert for over a week, the group finally returned to the bustling metropolis. Jiang Yuhan flopped onto the hotel bed. She emitted a contented sigh akin to a parched fish. I used to think hotel beds were too firm and uncomfortable. Now, it seems I was merely uninformed about comfort. Indeed, I once found drinking tap water unpleasant. Now, it appears I was never truly thirsty. The trio sprawled in the hotel, relishing the languorous afternoon. An hour later, after waking from her midday slumber, Jiang Yuhan pulled out her phone and began bombarding Chu Chun with messages. Now that she had arrived in Yun City, she felt it necessary to update him about her journey. What if he had already completed his mission? As expected, her messages fell into the void, with no response forthcoming. Come on, Chi Fei, Shaoqing, let us go out for a stroll. It has been ages since I experienced the vibe of a big city. If we don't go now, we want to have time tomorrow when we resume filming. Upon hearing about the shopping trip, Chi Fei, currently enjoying a bath, perked up, hastily grabbing a towel to dry her damp body before leaping from the tub. Having waited long enough, her shopping enthusiasm was palpable. At T2 in the morning, all runways at the Yun City base were vacated, and a multitude of ground personnel gathered on the tarmac. Everyone's gaze turned skyward, eagerly anticipating the appearance of familiar silhouettes. Today marked the triumphant return of the Dragon Squadron. And for the Yun City base, this victory was akin to a festive celebration. Boom! The first streak of blue flame pierced the night sky, prompting the ground personnel to wave their signal wands. Amidst the darkness, Chu Chun piloted the Dragon Hunter, his face lighting up with joy upon recognizing the familiar terrain. Everyone, proceed with orderly landings according to your designated batches. We have all worked hard over the past month. Tomorrow, there will be a gathering at the cafeteria for those without assignments. I will treat you all. Woohoo! Thank you. Number 3. I want to eat king crab. A voice erupted from the cockpit, causing Chu Chun to break into a cold sweat as he hurried to interject. We have training scheduled for tomorrow. Let us discuss dining arrangements later. Ha ha ha. Number 3, just joking, don't take it to heart. It's merely a meal. I'll treat you. Go to hell. Who is impersonating me as the generous benefactor? I can't afford to treat so many people. Originally enjoying the banter, the Pelican could no longer remain seated, launching into a tirade via the communicator. These individuals were seasoned veterans, each one more mischievous than the last during idle moments. 10 minutes later, all aircraft had landed, and the 36 pilots of the Dragon Squadron stood in neat formation on the tarmac, in the distance. Jiang Yuhan, having stayed awake all night, awaited this moment. Attention! Chen bellowed from the front row. Report to number 1. The Dragon Squadron has assembled 36 members, and the mission has been successfully completed. Awaiting instructions. Good, at ease. Old Jang chuckled, surveying the youthful faces before him, reminiscing. A little over a month has passed in the blink of an eye. And it seems you lot have been enjoying yourselves at the Liaoning base, your bellies nearly protruding. This mission has been executed commendably, yet do not let pride cloud your judgment. You are the future of the military and, indeed, of the nation. More challenges await you in the days to come, and thus, greater effort is required. With a resolute spirit to strengthen our armed forces and pursue dreams of aerospace, the crowd unitedly echoed the call, their fervor reaching its zenith. Indeed, there is a palpable energy among you. However, it is late, and you should rest early. Tomorrow, the Jiaolong shall have a day off. Is that acceptable? With this, Jiang Yuhan turned to Chen, seemingly inquiring but effectively notifying him. No problem. Number 1. Chen replied with a resigned smile, nodding in agreement. There was no room for refusal when the leader had made a decision. Follow me. The rest of you disperse. Jiang Yuhan instructed, turning to get into the car and return to the office. Upon hearing the announcement of a day off, the Jiaolong squad on the tarmac erupted in joy, their expressions nearly breaking into laughter. If you want to laugh, then laugh. Do not stifle yourselves, Chen admonished, standing at the front of the line and casting a stern glance at them. These fellows have long awaited this break. Ha ha, number 3, you brought this upon yourself, a voice chimed in, as the Pelican could no longer contain his mirth, grinning widely and revealing the remnants of his meal caught between his teeth. Enough, everyone else can leave. Pelican, you run 10 kilometers before you go. Chen waved the others off, then turned his focus on Pelican, issuing a stern warning. Miss a meter, and tomorrow's day off is cancelled. Damn. Pelican's expression fell, feeling as though his head was spinning. Was this not bullying the innocent? Is it really because of me? Ha ha, Captain, run now, or tomorrow's day off will be lost. We can't afford to miss this opportunity. I'm heading back to sleep. Tianqi, feeling a bit smug, patted Pelican's shoulder, feigning sympathy, which only added to Pelican's irritation. All right, everyone else can leave. Tianqi stays to run 10 kilometers with me. Pelican scoffed, seizing Tianqi's wrist with a mischievous grin. You dare? Frustrated, Tianqi opened his mouth to curse, but suddenly recalled an ancient adage, a higher rank can crush you, and opted for the safer route of running those 10 kilometers to avoid any potential retribution. In Office 1, Jiang Yuhan was struggling to squeeze eye drops into his eyes, the years having taken their toll on his vision despite his diligent care. Number 1, you were looking for me? Chen pushed open the door, feeling exceedingly refreshed after a month away, nothing compared to the comfort of home. Yes, have a seat. Let me finish this, Jiang Yuhan replied, his head tilted back as he aimed, the tiny bottle of eye drops proving more challenging than launching ordnance, causing the old man to perspire with frustration. Here, let me help, Chen said, navigating around the desk to take the eye drops, gently squeezing the bottle to release a droplet that fell precisely into Jiang Yuhan's eye. Instantly, the dryness that had plagued the old man's eyes was alleviated, and he felt considerably lighter. Oh dear, I truly am getting old. I used to shoot with the precision of a sniper, and now I can barely manage eye drops. Number 1, one shouldn't speak so disparagingly. Each person's role is distinct, and comparisons are unfounded, Chen reassured him, tucking the eye drops away. Many individuals, upon reaching a certain age, fall prey to self-doubt, feeling diminished in capability, yet such thoughts are misguided. Tomorrow at 9, a film crew will be here for an outdoor shoot. You are tasked with accompanying and hosting them for the duration. Realizing the hour was late, the old man succinctly delivered the news, handing Chen the list with a smile. Your girlfriend is on the list as well. How about that? Are you satisfied with this assignment? Yuhan is also coming? Chen exclaimed, hastily scanning the list to confirm that Jiang Yuhan, Chi Fei, and others were indeed included, a spark of excitement igniting within him. It had been nearly 2 months since he last saw her, and he genuinely missed her. From behind the desk, Jiang Yuhan observed Chen's foolishly joyful expression, an inexplicable urge to slap him emerging. What is it with you? Have you lost your mind over this romance? Get lost. You're being an eyesore. I need to sleep. All right, number 1. I shall take my leave. Chen said cheerfully, gathering the list and preparing to depart. Wait, it's late. You need to drive me home. My guard is out on duty, Jiang Yuhan called, rubbing his tired eyes. Understood. I'll fetch the car, Chen replied. Grabbing the keys from the corner of the desk and hurrying down to the parking lot to AT4 in the morning. After dropping Jiang Yuhan off, Chen chose not to return to the base, but instead strolled back to his long-neglected apartment. It felt wasteful to have such a place sit empty for most of the year. After a brief tidying of his personal space, he eagerly opened his phone. It's been so long. There should be quite a few messages. Ding ding ding. A cacophony of notifications flooded in, nearly overwhelming his device. To his astonishment, he estimated he had at least 1,000 WeChat messages and hundreds of missed calls. A cursory glance revealed that aside from routine calls from his parents, most were from Chen Lu, who seemed to have called nearly every day. Had something happened? Chen muttered to himself, not even pausing to check Jiang Yuhan's messages as he dialed Chen Lu. As soon as the call connected, Chen Lu's voice erupted on the other end, wailing like a wounded animal. Chenzi, you've finally turned your phone on. I'm dying here. Please help me. A flood of desperate pleas accompanied by sobs sent a chill down Chen's spine, causing him to spring from his bed, hastily dressing as he inquired. What's wrong? Stop crying and tell me what happened. I'm here for you. Nothing to fear. What? Chenzi, I've been deceived. Now I'm wandering in Yun City, feeling like a beggar, starving and shivering, and facing the disdain of others. Come and rescue me. At that moment, Chen Lu was squatting beneath an unremarkable bridge, covered in dirt, his once handsome face now marred and indistinguishable from that of a street beggar. Why are you in Yun City? Did something happen at home? Chen's heart raced with concern. A young man like Chen Lu could endure hardships, but if his parents were also in dire straits, it would be utterly tragic. Just the thought of it made Chen feel as if he had swallowed a brick, struggling to breathe. Everything is fine at home. I left to start a business out of spite against old Chen. But I was swindled. Now I don't have a penny to my name and haven't eaten properly in 2 days. Beneath the bridge, Chen Lu's tears flowed freely, carving streaks through the grime on his face. Then you brought this upon yourself, didn't you? Don't you know your own worth? If you play your cards right, begging could even earn you a fortune. Hearing that his family was safe, Chen's tense demeanor relaxed, and he chuckled as he sat on the edge of his bed, teasing, You're 30 years old and still so naive. It's a classic case of underdeveloped mind but fully grown body. Don't he say that? Chenzi, you're the only one who can save me in Yun City. We've been brothers for decades. You can't just abandon me, Chen Lu pleaded, raising his voice for emotional effect. Unbeknownst to him, his cries disturbed the nearby sleeping homeless, who began cursing and hurling insults. Chen Lu, the once proud young master, found himself overwhelmed by a surge of pent-up emotions, wailing in despair. Even Chen could feel the weight of his misfortune from the other end of the line. All right, send me your location. I'll come pick you up. Really, Chenzi? You're truly my best brother. Chen Lu's cries abruptly ceased, replaced by a sobbing gratitude as he sent his coordinates. I'll be waiting. Chenzi, hurry. I can't stand being in this wretched place for another second. Not far. I'll arrive in half an hour, Chen assured him, glancing at the map before reluctantly heading out. That night, he achieved little more than a leisurely stroll until dawn broke. Half an hour later, Chen drove to the location Chen Lu had provided, and as soon as he parked, a gray figure darted toward him. A man, as thin as a stick and with darkened skin, emanated an unbearable stench as he pulled at the car door, appearing frantic. Chen Lu? Yes, it's me, Chenzi. Finally, I found family. The figure outside broke into tears again, and the familiar voice confirmed that it was indeed Chen Lu. With a click, the door unlocked, and he leaped into the passenger seat. The sweltering weather in Yun City had left him stinking after days spent squatting in the bridge's shadow, transforming his once pristine designer outfit into a filthy rag. Even Chen found it hard to endure the smell, instinctively covering his nose and shifting away as he asked, What on earth did you do to deserve this fate? Don't even talk about it. All I want now is a proper meal. I'm starving to the point of cramping. Chen Lu had no time to answer Chen's query, rummaging through the car like a famished refugee. And after a fruitless search, he finally unearthed a small packet of bread from beneath the seat. The fellow is utterly ravenous, seemingly indifferent to the quality of the food before him. He opens his mouth to devour anything in sight, as if he could consume even the plastic bag. Come on, brother, stop eating that, he urges. Let me take you somewhere better. Chen, perplexed by the turmoil his friend has faced, drives towards the city. I want meat. Chen Lu, choking on his bread, rolls his eyes in desperation, repeatedly patting his chest. All right, let's get you some meat. Chu Chen, witnessing his friend is near suffocation, hands him a bottle of mineral water that has been sitting untouched for an unknown duration, his gaze filled with concern. Throughout the years, Chen Lu has lived a life akin to that of a wealthy heir, adorned only in luxury brands, feasting on imported delicacies, and even the toilet paper he uses is from a co-branded collection. When has he ever experienced such destitution? It is clear that this lad has encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Chapter 72. Determining a new venue at 5 in the morning, Chu Chun takes the disheveled Chen Lu, resembling a beggar, to a barbecue restaurant. This fellow clutches the menu and orders with fervor, nearly demanding an entire cow. So, what brought you to this state? Chu Chen inquires, wiping the greasy table, curiosity piqued. What kind of events could have brought this nobleman to such a lowly position? Sigh. Chen Lu exhales, taking a hearty swig from the beer bottle, his face a canvas of regret as he recounts, about a month ago, I had a quarrel with old Chen and came to Yun City to start a business. Through a friend, I found a property that the owner was eager to sell for a good price due to financial urgency. The location was decent and the price reasonable, so I mortgaged my shares in the company to old Chen and borrowed 10 billion. Consequently, those scoundrels forged documents, swindled my money, and vanished. Originally, Mo Tai, who accompanied me, could not endure the hardship and returned home in disgrace. I, however, stayed out of pride, unwilling to be mocked by old Chen, hoping to tide over with you for a while. Who would have thought you would vanish for half a month? I almost starved to death as he speaks, tears well up in his eyes again, recalling the grievances he has endured, unable to contain his sorrow. Observing his lamenting demeanor, Chu Chun finds himself at a loss for words, for he cannot scold his dear friend. I was assigned a mission recently and just returned a few hours ago. I understand you have your own struggles. I resolved yesterday that if you do not return within a week, I will have to find a job elsewhere. Chen Lu, fiddling with the cold appetizers on the table, mumbles indistinctly, so, you've made up your mind not to go home. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Chu Chun shakes his head in resignation. Not going back. I cannot recover that 10 billion. I will never return until I prove my worth to old Chen. All right, that's the spirit. Having known him for many years, this is the first time Chu Chun has witnessed such determination. He reaches into his pocket, producing the check from their last encounter, offering it to Chen Lu. Take this. I don't have much cash on hand, but it should suffice for your initial funding. Work hard, and don't let others look down on you. Chen Lu pauses his meal, taking the check and staring at the amount in disbelief. Tears once again welling in his eyes. Chenzi, where did you get this much money? No, I can't accept this. You earned it with your life. Come now, we're brothers. There's no need for such formalities. Besides, money isn't of great importance to me. I can't spend it all anyway. Take it as my investment. Chu Chen lifts his teacup to his lips, gently pushing the check into Chen Lu's pocket, smiling as he reassures him, fine, consider it a stake. When we make big money in the future, we'll split it evenly. Chen Lu nods solemnly, etching this kindness into his heart. Though he is currently down on his luck, with a single phone call, he could borrow tens of millions based on old Chen's reputation. Yet, those people are driven solely by profit, drawn to the prestige of the Chen Group. Over the years, Chen Lu has come to realize that Chu Chen is his only true friend, one who has never sought personal gain from their friendship. All right, enough with the self-pity. I doubt the esteemed Chen would shed tears over a mere 5 million. Right? Chu Chen teases, observing his friend in a daze. Less chatter. Damn it, I'm starving, boss. Where's my meat? As dawn breaks, the streets echo with the raucous voice of a youth clad in rags at a barbecue stall. At 6 in the morning, the crew members still asleep in their rooms are roused by the director's team for assembly. Jiang Yuhan, clad in her pajamas, strides into the hotel conference room, visibly displeased. Upon entering, she surveys the vast room filled to capacity with crew members. Director Zhang Xiaojing appears haggard, his hair disheveled, devoid of any semblance of personal grooming. Director, what's going on so early? I'm still half asleep. Yuhan, take a seat. We have some matters to discuss. Zhang Xiaojing gestures to a seat beside him. After counting heads to ensure everyone is present, the assistant director distributes a hefty stack of documents to all. Everyone, pay attention. This is a confidentiality agreement. Today, we are heading to a legitimate confidential facility, so all must sign. There's no room for negotiation. Director, where are we going? Jiang Yuhan, seated nearest, leans forward with curiosity. Sign first. We'll explain afterwards. Also, don't take this agreement lightly. Once signed, it will be binding. Any leaks of confidential information could land you in prison, and in severe cases, even face the death penalty. What? Gasps fill the room. Shock rippling through the crew. What kind of place could be so secretive that it warrants such severe consequences? Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Your information has already been submitted for review. As long as you keep your lips sealed, you'll be fine. The assistant director urges, anxious that they might be late. Yet, despite his insistence, the crew hesitates, the director's words having instilled fear. Seeing the stalemate, Jiang Yuhan takes a pen from the table, glances through a few pages, and promptly signs her name. She is no stranger to such processes. All right, Yuhan has signed. Everyone else should stop hesitating and get on with it. With the first person having taken the plunge, the remaining crew members breathe a sigh of relief. If a star like Jiang Yuhan can sign, what hesitation could they possibly have? After all, if anything goes awry, they are all in the same boat. With that thought in mind, they all let down their guards and quickly complete their signatures. With everyone having signed the confidentiality agreement, the next phase of their journey can be revealed. After meticulously reviewing the documents to ensure nothing is amiss, Zhang Xiaojing knocks on the table and introduces, since we are filming an Air Force-themed production, there is no place more fitting in the country than an Air Force base. Today, we will be entering the Yun City Air Force Base. Are you all excited to see real fighter jets? An Air Force base? Director, is this for real? The room erupts into excited chatter. Chaos ensues. Wow, Director, you're amazing. You managed to secure access to an Air Force base. Jiang Yuhan's eyes widen in disbelief. To film at an Air Force base is no small feat. It's clear that the director possesses remarkable prowess. Chapter 73. The first surprise in the early morning. Chu Chun, having not slept a wink, arrives at the office and the phone on his desk rings. Hello, this is Chu Chun. Kid, come to my office. I forgot to mention something last night. Zhang Qinyan's slightly hoarse voice comes through. This old man is back early after a long night, surprisingly full of vigor. Understood. I'll be right there. Glancing at his phone, he notes that the crew is due to arrive soon at it. Seems he needs to arrange for someone to greet them. Hey, Pelican, a film crew is coming to the base today to scout locations. Meet them at the entrance, and make sure to register them properly. Collect all unrelated electronic devices. At that moment, Pelican, who had just risen, perks up at the news, rubbing his chin in excitement. Are there any female actors among them? You rascal, what are you thinking? Stop dilly-dallying. Chu Chun knows exactly what's on his mind, chuckling as he scolds him. After hanging up, he tidies his attire, and just as he is about to step out, a smile crosses his lips. He pulls out his phone from his pocket and, with a touch of mystery, sends a message. Moments later, a notification chimes. Jiang Yuhan, dozing off on the crew bus, struggles to open her eyes. In the sweltering summer, Miss Jiang's first surprise will arrive in 30 minutes. Please be ready to receive it. Sender, Chu Chun. Huh? Instantly alert, Jiang Yuhan shakes off her drowsiness, her previously vacant expression transforming into a radiant smile. She cradles her phone, typing furiously. You're back? I'm in Yun City. Where are you? As she sends the message, the girl, with a giddy grin, awaits a reply. And in that fleeting minute, the once dreaded sunlight suddenly seems delightful. At this moment, her heart feels as refreshing as the first bite of chilled watermelon on a scorching summer day. If it weren't for the crowded bus, she would have shouted in celebration. Hey, what is up with you? Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of joy washed over her, akin to the thrill of winning a prize. Beside her, Chi Fei was bewildered by the sudden eruption of emotions and curiously inquired. At that moment, unable to contain her elation, Jiang Yuhan glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention to them, and whispered with a smile, Xiao Qinzi is back and has prepared a surprise for me. Really? What kind of surprise? Chi Fei leaned slightly forward, eager to know more. I don't know. He said he would arrive in half an hour. Jiang Yuhan shook her head, her large eyes brimming with anticipation. This foolish girl had undoubtedly fallen completely under his spell. Half an hour. That likely means his plans will be thwarted. Chi Fei nudged her shoulder, indicating they had reached their destination. Following her gaze, they beheld a towering archway inscribed with the 6 characters, Yuncheng Air Force Base. At that moment, 2 rows of armed soldiers stood guard at the expansive entrance, each pair of eyes exuding a chilling intensity. Oh no, what about my Xiao Qinzi? Jiang Yuhan clutched her phone tightly, her cheeks flushed, and her expression fell, tears welling in her eyes. After finally receiving a message from her boyfriend, she now faced the prospect of entering the set. It's all right. The confidentiality agreements have been signed. Just wait a few days. Chi Fei patted her shoulder, offering a sympathetic consolation. At this point, there was no other option. Was there? Glancing at the time, Jiang Yuhan noted that there were still about 20 minutes until the half-hour mark Chen mentioned. She cast a hesitant look towards Jang, debating whether to ask him for a brief leave. She didn't want her boyfriend's carefully prepared surprise to fall through. Everyone, please surrender all electronic devices, including watches, headphones, and power banks. This is a confidential unit, and we ask for your cooperation. Once we complete security checks, we can proceed. Before she could voice her thoughts, Jang, holding a megaphone, urged everyone forward like a tour guide. The assistant director, already carrying a black cloth bag, had begun to take action. I'm sorry, Chen. I'm currently filming, and I might miss your surprise. With her moment of anticipation rapidly approaching, Jiang Yuhan could only hastily compose a message to explain her situation. Before she could receive a reply, the assistant director jovially approached, gesturing for her to assist with the work. Seeing her dazed and reluctant to part with her phone, Fei could only force a smile and snatch it away. Tossing it into the cloth bag, with red-rimmed eyes, Jiang Yuhan bit her lip, her pitiful demeanor tugging at anyone's heartstrings. It's fine. Chen is not the petty type. He will understand, Fei consoled her gently. Adjusting her sunglasses, this girl had waited 2 long months for this moment, only to have it cruelly interrupted. It's all right, Fei Jia. I believe Chen won't hold it against me. Jiang Yuhan turned her gaze toward the window, her voice muffled with emotion. 10 minutes later, the group passed through security and officially entered the training grounds. On the spacious field, over 200 crew members huddled under a few small trees, seeking refuge from the scorching sun. Boom! In the distance, a fighter jet roared down the runway, flames erupting as it took off swiftly, capturing everyone's attention. Wow, that's incredible. I've only seen such things on television. I never imagined a fighter jet would be this massive. Indeed, this place was a veritable paradise for aviation enthusiasts. What was I thinking back then? Why didn't I become a pilot? I wonder if there are any single young men around here. If I could date a pilot, wouldn't that be enviable? The group of young men and women gazed wide-eyed at the jet until it disappeared into the horizon, reluctant to turn their attention elsewhere. Upon looking back, they noticed a tall, dark-skinned youth standing before them with a broad grin. Hello, everyone. I'm Pelican, the captain of Yuncheng Base. Welcome to our facility. Hello, Captain. Thank you for your hard work. Jang was the first to approach, enthusiastically shaking Pelican's hand, unwilling to let go, leading one to wonder if he had some peculiar obsession. I just remembered something. During the incident with the plane in Xinjiang last time, wasn't it the chief of staff from Yuncheng Base who saved us? Among the crowd, upon hearing Pelican's introduction, Fei smacked her forehead in realization and hurriedly confirmed. Chief of staff? Jiang Yuhan. Regaining her composure, furrowed her brow as she recalled that day. Suddenly, the image of a robust figure flashed in her mind, and her previously sorrowful heart inexplicably settled. Yes, I remember distinctly. It was indeed the chief of staff from Yuncheng Air Force Base. Fei Jia, since we're here, shouldn't we express our gratitude in person? Of course, this is a matter of life and death. We must thank him properly. Fei nodded in agreement. Director Zhang, please accompany me to the chief of staff's office. He will discuss the details with you. Pelican scanned the crowd, disappointed to find no particularly prominent female stars among them. As for the male celebrities, he was indifferent. Even if they were top-tier superstars, he had no interest in meeting them. All right, please lead the way. Zhang took a document from his assistant and prepared to follow Pelican. Hey, Director Zhang, wait a moment, Fei called out, pulling Jiang Yuhan forward. Somewhat bashfully requesting, Director Zhang, may we accompany you? Zhang found himself at a loss for words, glancing toward Pelican for guidance. After all, this was a disciplined unit, and meeting a superior was no trivial matter. Just as Pelican was about to decline, he squinted, sensing something familiar about the girl before him. Are you Jiang Yuhan? Under Pelican's scrutinizing gaze, Jiang Yuhan felt as if she were being completely exposed. Awkwardly nodding, yes, comrade, I have a reason to meet your chief of staff. During our return to Xinjiang, when the plane encountered trouble, he saved us, so we wish to express our gratitude in person. All right, let us go. After all, my favorite idol has this privilege. Once her identity was confirmed, Pelican suppressed his excitement and nodded, feigning calm. After all, this was an Air Force base. They had to maintain a certain decorum. Thank you so much. Fei beamed radiantly, her hand trembling as she clasped Jiang Yuhan's. Meeting such high-ranking officials would greatly benefit their future filming endeavors. 5 minutes later, in the chief of staff's office, Pelican casually opened the door and gestured to the sofa inside. Please take a seat. The chief of staff will be here shortly. With that, he bent down to rummage for some tea leaves. Given that their idol had come all this way, he couldn't let them drink plain water. Could he? The three of them sat somewhat awkwardly on the sofa, silently observing the office's layout. A set of office furniture, a coat rack, and a sofa were all that adorned the space, leaving little room for movement. Comrade, the chief's office is quite simple, Zhang Xiaojang remarked, a seasoned veteran in such matters. Well, the chief of staff is often busy. He is either on the training field or in meetings, rarely in his office. So the size doesn't concern him much? As Pelican spoke, he set 3 cups of freshly brewed tea before them, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. You all might want to prepare yourselves. Our chief of staff is quite young, and his looks rival those of the young stars in your entertainment industry. Haha, indeed, exceptional individuals are often recruited by the state. Tio achieved such a high position at a young age. Your chief of staff must be remarkable. I'm quite looking forward to meeting him. Zhang Xiaojang skillfully continued the conversation, expanding on the topic. Indeed, our chief of staff is a legendary figure in the Air Force. By the age of 28, he was already a top ace pilot. I've heard he was exceptional in school, being fast-tracked through his bachelor's, master's, and doctoral studies. Pelican spoke with enthusiasm about the chief of staff, relishing the conversation even more than winning a prestigious award. Humph, what is so impressive about that? Can he compare to our Xiaoqian? Jiang Yuhan, who had initially come with a heart full of gratitude, suddenly felt indignant upon hearing this, pouting. She muttered under her breath, who doesn't he have their achievements? Is it so hard to keep quiet? Chi Fei, seated beside her, held her teacup with a smile on her face, her lips moving in silent protest. Just then, the sound of a door lock echoed through the room. All eyes turned towards the sound, and Zhang Xiaojang promptly rose to greet the newcomer, showing his respect. The door swung open to reveal a young man entering with documents in hand, his head bowed. Tall and handsome, with piercing eyes reminiscent of a vast galaxy, he wore a fitted deep blue military uniform that accentuated his stature, exuding an air of solemnity and composure. Just as Zhang Xiaojang was adjusting his attire to introduce himself, a crash of glass shattered the tension in the air. Turning around, he saw Jiang Yuhan, seemingly entranced, her eyes wide and unblinking, fixated on the young man before her, completely oblivious to the teacup slipping from her hand. You? Not only Jiang Yuhan, but even Chi Fei felt her mind short-circuit, pointing at the young man, rendered speechless. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? Are you burned? Upon hearing the sound, Chu Chen turned around to see the dazed girl. He hastily dropped the documents and rushed over, grasping her hand as he meticulously inspected it, fearful of burning this silly girl. Feeling the warmth emanating from his palm, Jiang Yuhan finally believed it was not a dream, tears cascading down from her suddenly reddened eyes. How did you end up here? Hee, why wouldn't I be here? Chu Chen chuckled, taking her hand as he led her away from the shards, lightly teasing. How do you like this surprise? It's been less than half an hour, right? Woo-woo. At these words, Jiang Yuhan could no longer contain herself, plunging into his embrace, her tears gushing forth like a dam that had burst, while she pounded his chest in a mix of sorrow and joy. You already knew I would come, didn't you? You rascal. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I didn't even change my clothes or put on makeup. I must look terrible, indeed. Jiang Yuhan's train of thought was as unconventional as ever, as her foremost concern at that moment was her lack of makeup. Hee, how could that be? In my heart, you will always be the most beautiful. Chu Chen held the girl in his arms, a blissful smile gracing his face as he gently patted her back to soothe her. Simultaneously, he shot a glance at the Pelican across the room, silently urging it not to be a third wheel. Director Zhang, why don't we move to the conference room next door for a while and let them catch up? All right, that sounds good. Zhang Xiaojang, ever astute, nodded quickly and exited the room in a hurry. It was better not to dwell on such matters. If word got out, he would surely be the first to suffer. As for Chi Fei, she was even worse off, having foolishly walked out of the room. Unable to recover from the shock, she had contemplated countless possibilities and identities, never once considering that Chu Chen might be a high-ranking official here. It seemed she had underestimated his capabilities. Indeed, those with high emotional intelligence might find themselves exiled from society, while those with high intelligence could only serve the nation. Chapter 75. The best gift. All right, everyone has left. Stop crying now. As the crowd dispersed, only the two of them remained in each other's embrace. Chu Chen affectionately remarked while patting her back, It's all your fault for making me look foolish in front of so many people. Jiang Yuhan glanced up, confirming that no one was around before delivering another playful punch to his chest. However, this time, her eyes were devoid of sorrow, filled instead with joy and excitement. Yes, Yes, it's all my fault. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? Chu Chun held her delicate hand, repeatedly apologizing, his handsome face adorned with an unceasing smile. Noticing the lingering tears in her eyes, he quickly reached out to wipe them away. Humph, I won't forgive you so easily, you big rascal. Knowing I would come, why didn't you tell me sooner? Jiang Yuhan wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head against his chest, grumbling in discontent. I only landed last night in the early hours, and I received the notification just before dawn. I didn't sleep a wink. Embracing his beloved, Chu Chun gently stroked her long hair and explained softly, of course, the main reason I didn't say anything was to give you a surprise. Well then, considering you didn't sleep all night, I'll reluctantly forgive you. The silly girl concocted a rather flimsy excuse, continuing to nestle against him, greedily inhaling his familiar scent. I should have realized it earlier. Young, handsome, and a top student. How could he not be my little Chinzi? Yes, he can only be your little Chinzi. Chu Chun, like a parent soothing a child, maintained an approving attitude towards all her comments. Reflecting on the time they had known each other, their moments together had been fleeting, and for a girl in the throes of love, it felt terribly unfair. Get up now. You can finally receive the gift I promised you when we leave. Really? Upon hearing about the gift, Jiang Yuhan's eyes lit up with glee, and she eagerly intertwined her arm with his, extending her fair hand to urge him on. Hurry up, I can't wait. Why do you act like a child? Chu Chun helplessly tapped her forehead, pulling out a red box from his pocket. As Jiang Yuhan gazed at the jewelry box-like object, she assumed it was some sort of bracelet or watch. Her gaze towards Chu Chun softening gradually. This item is quite rare and holds significant sentimental value. Building suspense, Chu Chun gently opened the box. Under the blazing sun, Jiang Yuhan felt as though a golden light flashed before her eyes. Inside the box lay a gleaming five-pointed star military medal made of pure gold, adorned with a line of red script. First-class military medal. Jiang Yuhan gasped, her rosy lips covering her mouth as she trembled with excitement. Stammering, no, this is too precious. It cannot be measured by its value. Silly girl. Why not? Chu Chun placed the medal in her palm, his gaze firm yet tender. It represents my past, and you are my future. The heartfelt words resonated in her ears, and as tears once again blurred her vision, Jiang Yuhan tenderly caressed the cold surface of the medal, her emotions overwhelming her, leaving her momentarily speechless. So you know why it holds such a unique significance? Just as she was lost in her emotions, Chu Chun slowly revealed the story behind the medal. In mid-May, while returning from Yunqing to Qinjiang, my plane encountered an accident mid-flight. I bravely landed the aircraft against all odds. And this medal was awarded for that incident. Later, I discovered that you were also on that plane, which makes its meaning all the more profound. It marks the beginning of our reunion. My dear Chief of Staff. You are indeed my superhero. Recalling that day's experience and that steadfast figure, Jiang Yuhan wiped away her tears and looked up at him, revealing a gentle smile that warmed her heart like the spring breeze, healing all her past worries. Will you let me be your superhero for life? Chu Chun cupped her smiling face, earnestly and deeply asking. I'll think about it. Jiang Yuhan twirled her bright eyes, pouting playfully as she responded coyly. Little did she realize that her affirmative gaze had already betrayed her intentions. She was just one step away from dragging Chu Chun to register their marriage. All right, I will keep striving. The two of them chatted sweetly like naive teenagers for quite some time, exchanging endless sweet nothings. Half an hour later, Chu Chun donned a different shirt and strode into the conference room. Behind him, Jiang Yuhan clutched the small box tightly, her cheeks flushed like a bashful bride, hurriedly slipping over to Chi Fei's side, burying her head in embarrassment. Mainly, her earlier reaction had been too embarrassing, and she felt somewhat shy. Sorry, Director Zhang, for keeping you waiting. Chu Chun stepped forward to shake hands, feeling quite sheepish. No worries, I just sat through a long ride. I'm feeling much better now. Zhang Xiaojing, perceptive as ever, made no mention of the earlier incident. Instead, now that he had regained his composure, he felt reassured. As long as he took good care of Jiang Yuhan, the filming process should proceed smoothly. I received the notification just after midnight yesterday. I'll need Director Zhang to explain in detail how we should cooperate. With his beloved silly girl in their midst, Chu Chun intended to give them the green light within his authority, ensuring he could accommodate them as best as possible without breaching any regulations. Yes, Chief, we need to film some training scenes and various aircraft models. As for flying, we've already done most of that using simulators at the Yindu Aviation School. After some hesitation, Zhang Xiaojing tentatively proposed some bold ideas. Most conditions were negotiable, but the aircraft model was not so easily secured. For an ordinary person, making such a request would likely result in being thrown out of the base. Thus, he felt particularly anxious about it. Let us do this. I can't consider everything else. As for the aircraft models, let me look into it. We definitely can't use active duty models, but I'll see if I can apply for some retired models to lend you. After pondering for a moment, Chen refrained from giving a definitive answer. While the higher-ups had requested cooperation with their filming, caution was warranted when it came to utilizing active duty aircraft. After all, this was no joking matter. Once the film was released, there would be no secrets left to keep. This was also why few were willing to take on such tasks. If done well, there was no reward. But if it went awry, one would face consequences. If it weren't for wanting to see his girlfriend, Chen would have avoided this matter altogether. Chapter 76. A shocking identity in the conference room. A few people were discussing the filming details, while Jiang Yuhan sat there, foolishly fiddling with the small box in her hands. Hey, what is that precious thing you can't seem to put down? Chi Fei leaned in, whispering curiously. Hee, it's a family heirloom that my little Chunzi gave me. Jiang Yuhan replied with a silly grin, cautiously glancing around before secretly opening the box under the table. Holy cow! A startled exclamation escaped Chi Fei's lips, feeling as though her brain cells were insufficient. That moment, everyone in the conference room was drawn to her explosive outburst, looking curiously at the two of them. I'm sorry. Please continue. I just remembered something else and momentarily lost my composure. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon her, Chi Fei wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. While tumultuous waves stirred within her heart, could a first-class merit truly be gifted to another? Across the nation, nay, throughout the entire world, there could hardly be a more precious gift than this. One must recognize how challenging it is in modern society to achieve such a distinguished honor without the presence of war. If a man is willing to part with something so invaluable, it undoubtedly signifies that the recipient holds an unparalleled status in his heart. It seems this little girl has indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Opposite her, upon hearing her clumsy excuse, Chen seemed to deduce the situation. He lifted his teacup for a sip, concealing a smile at the corner of his mouth, and continued, Director Jang, I will promptly address everyone's accommodation concerns. However, it may not be feasible for each person to have a private room, given our limited space. Not a problem, Chief. We would be immensely grateful for your consent to film. A shared accommodation will suffice. And we can manage, Zhang Xiaojang replied cheerfully, his gray-white beard trembling with the smile on his face. He had not anticipated such smooth proceedings. Evidently, selecting Jiang Yuhan as the female lead was indeed a wise choice. As for the dining arrangements, our logistical support is limited, and we must prioritize the needs of the soldiers. Thus, during this period, you will need to arrange your own meals. Once the crucial matters were settled, Chen meticulously outlined the minor issues to avoid any unnecessary complications. After all, each pilot's diet is tailored by a nutritionist and varies from person to person. Should a ravenous staff member consume someone else's meal, it would indeed waste precious time. No worries, Chief. We can handle that, Zhang Xiaojang responded with alacrity, having anticipated such minor issues prior to their arrival. This matter is straightforward. We must cooperate with the base's arrangements. As every penny spent by the base comes from taxpayers, and their crew has no right to take advantage of it. All right, for now, let us proceed this way. Huan, please escort them to Dormitory Building 4 and allocate the entire second floor to Director Zhang. After discussing the basic support issues, Chen turned his gaze to Huan and softly instructed, Understood. Number 3. Huan nodded, inwardly lamenting that after finally securing a day off, he was now entangled in these trivial matters. Chief, we'll head over to organize our luggage first. Chi Fei, let us go. Zhang Xiaojang, displaying keen insight, pulled Chi Fei aside, hoping to afford the young couple a moment to converse. Should I also be leaving? Huan asked, appearing somewhat foolish as he feigned ignorance. Take a guess, Chen replied with a friendly smile. Perceptive as ever, Huan sensed a chill in the air, akin to being locked onto by a fire control system while airborne. Suddenly, a loud scraping sound filled the room as a chair leg screeched against the floor. Before anyone could say a word, the young man dashed away without so much as a farewell. Ha, he is adorable, Jiang Yuhan exclaimed, covering her mouth and laughing heartily. It was her first encounter with such a charming young man in reality. Adorable? If you spent a month with him, you wouldn't think that way. He's quite the rascal, the type that needs constant supervision lest he wreak havoc, Chen remarked, shaking his head in exasperation upon hearing her words. That moment, the conference room was left with only the two of them. Jiang Yuhan, feeling less restrained, skipped over to him, her large eyes filled with curiosity. Xiao Chun, am I now qualified to inquire about your work? Of course, Miss Jiang. I shall speak freely, Chu Chen replied, raising his palms in a gesture of cooperation. This girl had already signed 2 confidentiality agreements. It was time to disclose some of his situation. All right, let me think, she said, squinting her eyes in delight, twirling her long hair to signal him not to rush. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, what do the stars on your shoulders signify? Is it related to your rank? Ah, this? Chu Chun pointed to his epaulette and began to explain earnestly. This denotes the rank of colonel, which is somewhat related to my position, but not entirely. Tio put it simply, I am the highest ranking officer beneath a general. What does that mean? Are you saying your next step is to become a general? Jiang Yuhan asked, surprised as she pointed uncertainly at the insignia. Precisely. Your future is indeed bright, my dear general's wife, Chu Chun teased, akin to a master of persuasion painting a grand vision. In truth, this was not mere flattery. Based on his achievements, he would surely be promoted within 3 years, making the title of general's wife an inevitable reality. Ugh, Jiang Yuhan blushed, feeling a bit bashful as she feigned composure. Who is your wife? Yuri, always dreaming of beautiful things. Really? I recall that 2 months ago, Comrade Jiang was not so dismissive of my words, Chu Chun said, pretending to reminisce while occasionally sighing. Indeed, love can change. You, at that moment? Jiang Yuhan felt cornered, akin to a small girl trapped with no escape. She never expected Chu Chen to be so bold and charming upon their reunion, leaving her, a professional actress, somewhat flustered. In truth, this was only how he acted in her presence. With others, he might go a month without displaying a smile. He had previously been renowned as the base's stoic Iron Man. Only in front of someone he cherished would he express his affections openly and without reservation. It's nearly time. I have a meeting to attend. I will come to see you in the afternoon, and message me if anything arises. As the morning wore on, Chu Chun recalled an upcoming meeting. Rising to tidy the documents before him, he affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, smiling. But my phone was confiscated. Will you be staying here tonight? Jiang Yuhan stepped forward, clutching his sleeve with a reluctant expression. No worries, I have a way around it. If you're here, I certainly want to leave. I should be free this afternoon, and I will come to see you then. Chapter 77. Military Kinship Sister-in-Law. You 3 will stay here. This room boasts the largest area and the best lighting on the entire floor. Huan opened the door to reveal an apartment exceeding 50 square meters, complete with an independent bathroom and all necessary appliances. Inside were 2 sets of solid wood bunk beds, and a vast floor-to-ceiling window bathed the space in golden sunlight. With the polished floor reflecting their shadows, it was evident that this place was regularly maintained. Sister-in-law, the bedding is all new. This room is reserved for other pilots landing at the base, which is why it is cleaned daily. Impressively astute, Huan had quickly adopted a familiar tone, referring to her as sister-in-law. Knowing that all present had signed confidentiality agreements and would not dare to speak recklessly. Thank you so much. We are truly grateful. This room suits us perfectly, Jiang Yuhan replied, her cheeks flushing slightly at the term sister-in-law. Yet she did not deny it, nodding vigorously in appreciation. Sister-in-law, we're all part of the same family, so there's no need for formality. Just call me Huan and feel free to ask for anything you need. Don't hesitate, Huan said, flashing a broad smile that revealed his pearly white teeth. No, we don't need anything else. You've already done so much. We really appreciate your efforts running around this morning. Chi Fei interjected, waving her hand, continuing to express her gratitude. Indeed, it's advantageous to have connections. Without Chu Chun, they would not have secured such a fine room. The previous groups had been assigned to cramped quarters with poor lighting, and some didn't even have private bathrooms. All right, I'll head over now. If you need anything, just let me know. I can run errands here and there, Huan said as he stepped out of the room, gently closing the door behind him. Goodness, if the Dragon Squadron were to see him acting so obsequiously, they would surely be astounded. Was this truly the same Huan, known for his rebellious demeanor? Teskese. Yuhan, I must say, your eye for talent is indeed sharp, Chi Fei remarked, shaking her head in admiration as soon as they were alone. When considering the entire nation, no one in their 30s could match Chu Chen's looks. Those who were handsome lacked his rank, and the wealthy scions were irrelevant, as they operated on entirely different levels. Of course, I've had my eye on this potential star for years. I clearly possess an astute investment sense. Jiang Yuhan boasted, reclining on the soft bed with an air of self-satisfaction. Though her words were confident, she was secretly anxious. Chu Chen was so exceptional, while she was merely a small star active on screen. How could she measure up? Suddenly, she felt somewhat unworthy of him. You're not lacking. Either don't fixate on him. There are few female artists in their 30s in the country who have reached your level. While there may be a slight disparity between you two, it's not a significant issue. In a couple of years, I'll bring you to Hollywood, Chi Fei reassured her as her longtime manager, intuitively sensing her turmoil and shifting the conversation to lift her spirits. What on earth are you two talking about? Did I miss a lot of plot while I wasn't around? Jiang Yuhan interjected, confused by their conversation. As Xiaoqing busily organized her luggage, she felt as if she were deciphering an ancient text, her youthful face etched with confusion. It's nothing, just a minor affair. Focus on your work. Chi Fei remarked dismissively, waving her hand nonchalantly as she gazed out the window at the tarmac. Xinjiang City? No, we must go to Yunqing. We cannot remain passive. Ever since Chu Chen's departure, Wang Hongmei had been restless, consumed by her thoughts and anxieties. Seeing neighbors in the community cradling their grandchildren made her long to snatch one and shower it with affection. Chu Jingshan, engrossed in his newspaper, rubbed his ear, which was beginning to callous, and with a mixture of exasperation and helplessness, counseled her, "The child is busy with work and often has assignments. Why stir up trouble? Moreover, can matters of the heart be forced? Just let things unfold naturally." Let things unfold naturally? What are you thinking? Wang Hongmei exclaimed, abruptly rising and hurling a cushion at the old man's back, her voice laced with anger. Xiao Jiang is such a wonderful child, beautiful and polite. He brought such an extravagant gift on our first meeting. By the time you let things unfold naturally, he might already be married with children. No, we absolutely must go to Yunqing. They have a family compound there. And given Xiaoqing's rank, he should be provided with accommodation. We won't disturb his work. Once his task is complete, we can visit him, right? Sighing, Chu Jingshan was utterly vexed by her obstinacy. Why do you only consider your feelings? Our son is under immense pressure at work. Can't we refrain from adding to it? How have I added pressure? Can you see that Xiaoqing has feelings for that girl? Has he ever brought a girl home in all these years? If we don't act now, it will be too late to regret. The couple argued vehemently, each holding firm to their stance. I don't care. We are definitely going to Yunqing, and no one can stop me. Fine, let's go. But I predict that if we don't, life will never settle down. Ultimately, it was old Chu who conceded. After all, who could contend with such a stubborn wife? At 2 in the afternoon, having just concluded a meeting, Chu Chen quickly grabbed a bite for lunch before hurrying to the warehouse, where an important task awaited him. Upon entering, the duty soldier leaped to attention and saluted. Good day, sir. Yes, please bring me my equipment inventory. Chu Chen raised his hand in return, his tone matter of fact. Understood, sir. Please hold on. The duty officer rapidly typed on the keyboard, retrieving the latest inventory and sending it to Chu Chen's tactical tablet. Sir, here are the records for the past 2 years. If you need older records, I can prepare them immediately. No need. I found it. Chu Chen swiftly scrolled through the screen and located a piece of equipment he had stored for quite some time. Smiling as he instructed, please bring me the tablet I exchanged in January, numbered RP65733. I need it now. Understood, sir. Please wait a moment. The duty officer checked the number and dashed off to the storage room. He was acutely aware of the importance of attending to base number 3 without delay. A minute later, he returned, breathless, handing Chu Chen a well-preserved tablet, and inquired thoughtfully, Sir, do you need to restore any data? Each pilot regularly replaced their tactical tablets, and the old ones were stripped of all data and stored away. The duty officer assumed Chu Chen was merely looking for information, and no need. I just want to keep it for myself. Chu Chen chuckled, stowing the tablet and leaving the warehouse. At his rank, he had the authority to take the old device. Now, the quiet night would no longer be lonely for the silly girl. Chapter 78. Winning Big Old Lin. Is everything I requested ready? Turning back to the cafeteria after leaving the warehouse, Chu Chen sought some fresh fruit, having previously arranged this with the cafeteria head. Coming right up, I've kept it specially in the fridge. It's absolutely perfect now, responded Lin Jiadong, a hearty middle-aged man kneading dough, his accent adding a cheerful tone to his words. Lin was the head chef of the base cafeteria and a seasoned soldier. Thank you, old Lin. I truly appreciate it, but I can't get it myself. Chu Chen stepped into the kitchen, where Lin was busy with his hands, and skillfully opened the freezer. On the top shelf, he spotted a small bamboo basket filled with an assortment of cut fruits, thoughtfully wrapped in 2 layers of cling film to prevent them from getting too cold. After retrieving the items, Chu Chen pulled out his wallet and placed 500 yuan on the nearby stainless steel table. Instructing, Old Lin, this is for the fruit. Please hand it over when you head to logistics. Oh no, that won't do, Lin, initially cheerful, panicked upon seeing the money, blocking Chu Chen's path. Point 3, how can we take money for our own food? That would be a mistake. Come on, this is for a friend. How could I possibly take advantage of the base's resources? You should keep it. We grew this ourselves, and the labor costs are high. I can't just take it for free, Chen reassured him, patting Lin on the shoulder before attempting to leave the kitchen. No, I can't accept it, Lin, with flour-covered hands, reached for the money and insisted. This doesn't count as overspending. Some soldiers don't like fruit and toss it out the next day. I should thank your friend. Otherwise, it would be such a waste. Seeing Lin's resolute stance, Chen could only smile wryly and return the money to his pocket. Fine, I can always make a trip to logistics later to deliver it myself. All right then, thank you, old Lin. I must be off. You carry on. Okay, 3. We're steaming lamb buns for dinner, and since you're hosting, I'll prepare the ingredients. Just come early to fry them up. Lin chuckled, his endearing demeanor radiating reliability. Sure, I appreciate it. I'll bring back a new model for your son next time. Chen waved with a grin. That sounds great. I'll hold you to it. At the entrance of Building 4 with the arrival of the film crew, 2 sentinels were stationed at the gate. After all, this was a military base, and they couldn't allow the crew to wander freely. At 3 in the afternoon, with the sun blazing, Chen shielded his eyes with the bamboo basket as he gazed at the dormitory building. Quickening his pace. Good day, sir, the sentinels greeted in unison, saluting as Chen approached. Hurrying into the lobby, he made a beeline for the staircase. As he ascended to the second floor, a cacophony of noise assaulted his ears. The scene before him, even for someone as seasoned as Chen, was startling. The wide corridor resembled a bustling market, with groups of men and women scurrying about with various luggage. They were chatting, playing, and some were even washing up outside due to the lack of private bathrooms. It was far more chaotic than a typical student dormitory. Glancing down at the floor, he noted that in just a few hours, the place had become a veritable mess. Suppressing his frustration, Chen stepped further inside, the presence of the rambunctious crowd making him feel like an intruder. Upon noticing him, the revelers fell silent, retreating to their rooms, faces hidden behind their hands. Wow, that guy is really handsome. I'm totally smitten. Nonsense, it's not just about looks. Look at his aura and authority. He completely overshadows the current leading man. He's a prime candidate for the best actor. All right, enough chatter. They clearly lack basic common sense. Did you see his military rank? That's a colonel. Forget about being the leading man. Even our director would have to show him some respect. Quick, move aside. They've already turned the dormitory into a pigsty. And now they're definitely going to get reprimanded. Deprived of their phones and entertainment, the modern youths had only their bravado left. Watching the distinguished Chen, they were instantly captivated. Hey, is he here to see someone? Is there someone so impressive among us who knows high-ranking military officials? As Chen walked further away, a few bold girls gathered again, whispering curiously about his destination. Just then, from the right side of the hallway, Xiaoqing emerged, dragging a wet mop behind her. Xiaoqing, which room are you in? Room 20. She habitually began to respond without looking up, but midway through, she sensed something was amiss. The voice sounded familiar. Huh? Chen Ge. Upon recognizing the military man before her, Xiaoqing seemed to jump as if struck by lightning, her excitement causing her to tremble. She tossed the mop aside and rushed over, looking up at him eagerly. Chen Ge, is it really you? Are you serving here? Of course, otherwise how would I be in uniform? Chen replied, smiling down at the innocent girl. That's wonderful. You're here to see Han Jia, right? Come on, let me show you the way. Beaming, Xiaoqing took the fruit basket from his hands and skipped ahead, eager to share this delightful news with Jiang Yuhan and the others. This silly girl, at this moment, remained blissfully unaware, believing herself to be the first to discover his presence. Alas, that young lady must be Jiang Yuhan's assistant. They appear quite familiar with each other. Could it be that this is Jiang Yuhan's boyfriend? One can never be certain. What a shame it would be if such a handsome young man is already taken. It is truly regrettable not to have a phone at this moment. If only I could capture this moment in a photograph. Capturing this moment would mean trouble. Do you know where this is? It seems someone has forgotten to sign the confidentiality agreement. The few girls are engaged in an animated conversation, each taking turns to express their excitement, their gazes fixed on Chen's retreating figure. Eyes brimming with infatuation, handsome and a high-ranking officer. These two attributes are 100 times more potent than the fiercest aphrodisiac available. Who wouldn't desire a gallant soldier, especially one as charming and distinguished as this? Jiang Yuhan has undoubtedly triumphed in this instance. It would be challenging to find a partner in the entertainment industry with such remarkable attributes. Chapter 79. Deeply in love, Sister Han. Chung Guo is here. He is actually serving in the military. Before even entering the room, Xiao Qing excitedly called out, brimming with joy. Did I know? I found out this morning. Chi Fei opened the door with a look of exasperation. When did this girl become so unstable? Inside the room, a casually dressed young man was quietly consulting Jiang Yuhan about the script. How Chi, my boyfriend has arrived. Excuse me for a moment. Upon seeing Chu Chen at the door, Jiang Yuhan's focus on the script dissipated, and she eagerly dashed over in her slippers. She wrapped her arms around his, beaming with delight. Did you just finish a meeting? Have you eaten yet? I have some snacks. Would you like to have a bite? A flurry of questions left Chu Chen unsure of which to answer, so he could only chuckle softly while gently ruffling her hair, responding with warmth. I have eaten and brought you some fruit. Try it while it's chilled. Oh, that's wonderful. I was just saying that it's impossible to find any fruit here. How will we survive? Without waiting for the host's response, Chi Fei eagerly snatched the bamboo basket and unabashedly dug in. The moment the cool, sweet flavor hit her palate, she felt as if she might swoon. This is delicious. How have I never realized how tasty watermelon can be? Ha! Wait until tomorrow. You'll find that even the simplest things are delightful. This is mine. Give it back. Jiang Yuhan, like a possessive little puppy, snatched the basket and clutched it tightly, relishing it without wanting to eat. Fine, if you want to eat, I will bring them to you every day. Chu Chen was nearly melted by her adorably protective demeanor. This girl is simply too endearing. Well then, perhaps I will share a bit with you. I heard that there is plenty to go around. Jiang Yuhan then generously offered to the boy nearby. How Chi, you should try this. My boyfriend brought it. It tastes quite delightful. No, Sister Han, I just finished lunch and am currently on a diet. I can't indulge too much, thank you. The boy waved his hands dismissively, then looked over at Chu Chen, surprise flickering in his eyes. Such a young colonel? No wonder she has such a spacious room. Indeed, it is advantageous to have a powerful ally. Hello, sir. I am the lead actor in this production. I came to consult Sister Han about a few questions. Haha, hello. I apologize for suddenly dropping by without notice. I hope I'm not interrupting your work. Chu Chen offered a perfunctory smile, his tone laced with a hint of jealousy. There's a lead actor? Surely, there won't be a romantic subplot. Of course not. I have already finished my inquiries. You two carry on. I shall take my leave. With that, the young man picked up the script, carefully sidestepping Chu Chen as if afraid to disturb the esteemed gentleman's mood. After all, this is his territory, and one must tread lightly. Observing his anxious demeanor, Chu Chen inquired of the others, am I really that frightening? Not just frightening. When we heard he was the lead actor. Your eyes practically sparkled. Chi Fei sat cross-legged on the bed, nodding in agreement while munching on watermelon. Really? Yes, I saw it too. It was quite alarming. Jiang Yuhan chimed in, her delicate feet swinging beneath the chair. The room fell into a silence, broken only by the sounds of three women enjoying their fruit and Chu Chen. Lost in thought, he began to doubt himself. Was his protective stance really that obvious? Ha ha ha, Fei Jia, he actually believes it. Just as he was lost in contemplation, the others erupted into laughter, thoroughly entertained. It seems our acting skills are commendable. Even the so-called eagle-eyed airman has been deceived. Chi Fei proudly boasted, clutching her stomach with mirth. All right, let us stop the laughter. You are making our little Chen shy. Jiang Yuhan, her face flushed with laughter, motioned for them to cease this shameless behavior before scampering barefoot over to pull Chu Chen onto her bed. Here, have a piece. I just tried it, and it's so sweet. As soon as she settled down, her soft, fair hand offered a piece of chilled cantaloupe to Chu Chen. Her head tilted back as she giggled incessantly. You all just take advantage of me, the Navi one. How is this room? Will you be comfortable here? Chu Chen scanned the modest room, firmly holding onto the girl's hand as he asked. This is the finest room on the entire floor. I have stayed here several times before. It's quite nice. We are very satisfied with these accommodations. Jiang Yuhan gently patted his shoulder, brushing off the minute dust, and smiled contentedly. You needn't worry about me. This is the happiest I have been in years, with my boyfriend right here. How wonderful it is. Turning to one another, their eyes locked. Jiang Yuhan's angelic features radiated golden light in the afternoon sun, resembling a noble princess gazing upon her one true prince. Goodness, this fleeting moment could be a scene straight out of a romantic drama, especially with those eyes. They might just ensnare one's soul. As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, Chi Fei sat across from them, gesturing like a seasoned director, chattering incessantly. Yes, Sister Han's gaze is extraordinary. If this were to be captured on film, she would undoubtedly win an award for Best Actress. Xiao Qing, with a strawberry milk candy in her mouth, danced with excitement, praising the scene before her. I say, perhaps you too could take a step back. Without turning her head, Jiang Yuhan smiled and replied, where would we go? This tiny space couldn't even accommodate 2 people in the restroom. The hallway is sweltering. Why don't you 2 step outside? Go wherever you please. Is it easy for me to engage in romance? Why are you 2 meddling in my affairs? Jiang Yuhan, exasperated, tried to lower her voice to maintain her image in front of her boyfriend, but the threat in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Those 2 light bulbs, don't force me to be ungracious. Enough already, we're all friends. Why create such a fuss? Chen gently tugged at her hand, calming her restless spirit, and then thoughtfully advised. The runway outside often has aircraft landing and taking off. It may be a bit noisy at night, so it's best to wear headphones at first. And if you find the meals unpalatable or dislike the box lunches, don't hesitate to let me know that I understand. Jiang Yuhan opened her palm and intertwined her fingers with his, smiling sweetly that I'm not a child. Can I manage my own meals and hydration? Chapter 80. Excited old Lin also, here's this for you. It contains my contact information. The dormitory building has Wi-Fi. Just connect directly. After discussing for quite a while, Chen finally recalled the most essential matter, pulling out a tablet from his pocket and explaining its usage. Dear, you're incredible. You managed to procure an electronic device. Jiang Yuhan joyfully threw herself into his arms, releasing her inner exhilaration. With this computer, he can chat with her at night. This only contains my contact information, and it cannot be taken away when you leave, nor can you take random photos, understand? To prevent any mishaps, Chen reiterated his concern. After all, the confidentiality level here is beyond their imagination. Should anyone be caught taking unauthorized photographs, even if he could protect her, the filming would likely be jeopardized. Furthermore, Jiang Yuhan would have to undergo another rigorous investigation, possibly tracing back to her ancestors. Aside from chatting with you, I promise not to do anything else. The girl raised her hand, swearing earnestly, nodding vigorously. She understood all too well the stakes involved. If she were investigated, Chen would be the first to bear the brunt of it, and she would become a historical pariah. So, can we go out during our free time? I noticed there are sentries stationed at the entrance. In love, one is often oblivious to the world. Xiaoqing focused solely on the fruit, while only Qi Fei posed the critical question. During the filming period, we can only go out with the director's authorization. Otherwise, we cannot wander about freely. If there is an urgent need to go out, one must be accompanied by someone from the base. Given the confidentiality reasons, this restriction was specifically set by Chen. After all, a film crew of over 200 people cannot afford any unexpected incidents. If you need to purchase something, there is a small supermarket within the base that carries basic necessities. Oh, that's comforting. If we must stay in, so be it. I'll consider it a vacation in isolation. Life without a phone or emails is surprisingly pleasant. After grasping the basic situation, Qi Fei surprisingly felt a surge of joy and languidly stretched out on the bed. Typically, she found herself inundated with an unending stream of messages and emails each day. But this time she had a legitimate reason to rest unreservedly, as the time drew near. I have to treat those lads to dinner tonight. Are you coming? Chen glanced at the clock, smiling as he extended the invitation to the young lady before him. Can I go? Jiang Yuhan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she bit her lip to confirm. Of course, did I not just mention that as long as someone from the base accompanies you, you're free to go? This is a special loophole just for you. Eh? Xiao Chunzi, I adore you. Jiang Yuhan leaped up in delight, cupping his face and planting a kiss in front of everyone. Wait for me for 10 minutes. I need to put on some makeup, and no need for that. Your current level of beauty is already enough to make these lads envious. If you were to put on makeup, they'd be completely spellbound. Grasping her wrist, Chen halted her cosmetic endeavor. It's nearly 4 o'clock. If you dally, there won't be time to cook. I feel the same way. Let us go. Indeed, no matter how beautiful a woman may be, even after receiving countless compliments, nothing compares to the affirmation from the one she holds dear. Jiang Yuhan held his hand and touched her cheek, puffing out her chest with newfound confidence. Remember to bring us some delicious treats when you return. Qi Fei lazily raised her hand to make her request. In this sweltering heat, she wouldn't go out even if given the chance. All right then, lamb buns are in plenty, off we go. Holding the silly girl's hand, Chen beamed like a newlywed as he led her out with purpose. At 10 p.m., in the base cafeteria. Old Lin, having finished his tasks, tied his apron and sat at the entrance, munching on a cucumber in the course of the day. Only this brief moment in the afternoon belonged to him. Tap, 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 the sound of polished shoes striking the floor resonated. And turning around, He saw Chen approaching with a cheerful demeanor, accompanied by a girl who was giggling with her head bowed. Her long hair obscured her face, making it impossible to discern her features. But judging by her figure, she must be stunning. Number 3, is this your girlfriend? When did she arrive? Has she eaten? Old Lin stuffed the remaining cucumber into his mouth, wiped his hands on his apron, and greeted them with a grin. Indeed, Old Lin, this is my girlfriend. She just arrived this morning, and the fruit earlier was for her. Chen generously introduced Jiang Yuhan, thus making their relationship public. Hello, Master Lin. I am Jiang Yuhan, Chen's girlfriend. Thank you so much for the fruit. Oh my goodness. Only then did Old Lin clearly see the girl before him and exclaimed in surprise, pointing at her with wide eyes. Aren't you that big star, the one who played the queen? My wife absolutely loves your dramas. Haha, thank you for your support, dear sister-in-law. If there is an opportunity, I'll treat her to a meal. Jiang Yuhan exhibited her adept social skills, casually tossing her hair and engaging in light conversation with him. Most impressively, she could even understand Old Lin's dialect. Yes, I'll definitely pass that on, if my wife knows you're treating her to a meal. She'll be so thrilled she jumped 3 feet high. Old Lin joyfully patted his thigh, resembling a starstruck youth, rummaging through his pockets to produce an old mobile phone, somewhat bashfully requesting, "Can we take a picture together? I want to show it to my wife. Of course, we can even do a video call with sister-in-law." Jiang Yuhan was unfazed, leaning forward and readily posing for several photos. That should suffice, Old Lin. Have you prepared what I asked for? Estimating the time, Chen removed his military uniform, rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, and prepared to cook. This fellow had initially assisted in the kitchen, so preparing a few simple dishes was no trouble at all. All right, it's in the freezer. Just take it out and stir-fry. Number 3, you get started. I still need to ask my sister-in-law for her autograph. After all, it's not every day one encounters a big star, and Old Lin dashed about, searching for a pin, neglecting his own tasks. Watching him flit around like a headless chicken filled Jiang Yuhan with an inexplicable sense of amusement. And she covered her mouth, chuckling incessantly. Brother Lin, I won't be leaving anytime soon, so I'll sign for you later. Let us focus on cooking first to avoid keeping the soldiers hungry. Sure, let us get cooking, sister-in-law. Tonight, we have lamb buns, seafood soup, and various stir-fries. Feel free to order whatever you like. I can cook anything. Old Lin was quite generous, thumping his chest. Having spent so many years in the cafeteria, he knew he could manage the meals in this small domain. Chapter 81. The culinary skills of Chen in the kitchen. Flames blazed on the stove as Chen wielded the wok, skillfully tossing the ingredients within. His focused demeanor, combined with his adept technique and the enticing aroma wafting through the air, captivated Jiang Yuhan completely. Chenzi is truly remarkable. He even looks handsome while cooking. The girl rested her chin on the table beside her, gazing at him dreamily, her eyes not blinking. Yuhan, please bring me a bowl. The dish is almost ready as the colors of the ingredients transformed. Chen turned off the flame, directing Jiang Yuhan, who was watching with great interest, to assist him. Oh, all right, coming right up. The little girl snapped out of her reverie and scampered over to the sterilizer, relishing this feeling, akin to an ordinary couple navigating the daily grind. Oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, tea. This is life. Just place it here. Pointing to the table, Chen, holding the somewhat heavy wok, poured the stir-fried beef into the bowl. Yuhan, could you please divide this dish into 9 portions and find a plate to store it in the warmer? I'm about to start on the next one. Sure, leave it to me. Jiang Yuhan grinned as she took charge, then, seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, she stealthily pinched a piece of beef and popped it into her mouth. The tender, spicy flavor enveloped her palate, the aroma of the beef saturating her taste buds, cooked to perfection without a hint of toughness, simply exquisite. Chenzi, you're incredible. How can you make it taste so good? Hearing her praise while washing the wok, Chen turned and smiled gently. And if you enjoy it, I'll make it for you every day when I have the time. All right then, you better keep your word. The girl narrowed her eyes, hooking her pinky to seal the promise, all while continuing to savor the beef. 2 hours later, nearing 7 o'clock, Chen completed the stir-frying, and every table in the cafeteria was adorned with a delightful array of 6 dishes and a soup. Removing his apron, Chen sighed in relief as he approached the steaming steamer. Old Lin, how much longer for the buns? They should be arriving soon. They'll be ready shortly. Number 3. At most, 10 minutes. Old Lin, along with 2 auxiliary cooks, was rapidly preparing other dishes. While it was true that Chen was treating everyone today, they still needed to prepare the regular nutritious meals. Chen, with so many people at the base. Will the cafeteria be able to accommodate everyone? Don't we have a bit too little food? Jiang Yuhan inquired with concern as she surveyed the cafeteria, which had only 9 tables. If there was enough food, it would be rather awkward considering how hard Chu Chen had worked all afternoon. There's more than enough. The base has several cafeterias. This one directly serves the dragon team, and with only about 30 people, they surely want to finish it all. Chu Chen affectionately brushed her slightly upturned nose, feeling a touch of gratitude. Only someone who truly cares for you would thoughtfully consider every detail. Here they come. Today is number 3's treat, so everyone should eat well. Absolutely. I didn't even fill up at lunch for this meal. I've heard number 3's cooking is excellent. He used to work in the cafeteria. Had I known that working in the cafeteria could make one a star chef, I would have done it for 2 years. Just then, the doorway echoed with the chatter of the young men, who were perpetually first when it came to food. With a clamorous entrance, a group of young men burst into the cafeteria, their lively banter filling the space. Typically, with everyone occupied with their tasks. It was a rare occurrence to see even half of them gather for a meal, but today, with no missions to fly, all 30+ of them had arrived, creating a boisterous atmosphere. What's all this racket? Where are your manners? Chu Chen resumed his authoritative demeanor in front of his subordinates, scolding them with a stern expression. Stand at attention. Tianqi, not raising his head, immediately tensed upon hearing the voice, shouting loudly in response. The group reflexively fell into line, swiftly arranging themselves in formation. Jiang Yuhan watched in astonishment as the raucous crowd transformed into an orderly assembly in mere seconds. Count off 1, 2, 3, 35, reporting to the chief of staff. The dragon team was supposed to have 36 members, but only 35 are present, with 1 missing. Please advise. Tianqi reported the situation, standing tall and confidently. Here. I'm here. You lot. Didn't I tell you to fetch drinks? Not a single one of you helped me carry them. A piercing shout echoed from the doorway as a tired-looking Gung Hu staggered in, carrying 2 boxes of large bottles of beverages, sweat glistening on his forehead. Fall and Chu Chen glanced at him, hands clasped behind his back, speaking in a measured tone. You are all seasoned veterans, yet do you truly grasp the gravity of the disciplinary issues we have discussed ad nauseum? Must I remain vigilant every single day for you to comprehend? Report, number 3, this oversight is on me. I let my guard down today, thinking it was a day off, asked the leader of the dragon squad. Pelican explained with a stiff demeanor, despite frequently engaging in banter with them. When it comes to serious matters, he is quite protective. Every individual here is a cherished member of the dragon squad. An oversight, you say? Very well, after lunch, each of you shall transcribe the new regulations 5 times. Consider it a training exercise. Yes, we will ensure the task is completed. The group stood at attention, their feet together, responding in unison. Having experienced such matters numerous times, the seasoned veterans could recite the regulations backward. Transcribing them 5 times was a trivial endeavor. Ding! The clock hanging on the mess hall wall chimed crisply, signaling the meal time. Dismissed, now you may relax. Glancing at the time, it was only after 7 o'clock that Chu Chen finally smiled. On ordinary days, if there are no tasks after 7, they are allowed some free time to engage in activities such as playing basketball, reading, or simply chatting. Woohoo, it's time to unwind. I'm absolutely famished. Tianqi was the first to take a step towards the dining table. Unexpectedly, Pelican was quicker, grabbing his arm and looking toward Chu Chen's direction, calling out loudly, hello, sister-in-law, welcome to the dragon squad for dinner. Sister-in-law? Tianqi, resembling a startled dog, widened his eyes and took a few steps forward, only to backtrack repeatedly upon seeing Jiang Yuhan's face. You, what about you? You can't even articulate a coherent sentence. Pelican delivered a light smack to the back of his head and introduced to the group, brothers, this is number 3's girlfriend, our sister-in-law, Ms. Jiang Yuhan, a renowned actress in the country. I trust everyone is familiar with her. No, I'm not a big star. That's all superficial. I'm Jiang Yuhan, your chief of staff's girlfriend. Jiang Yuhan, who had been hiding at the back, hurriedly stepped forward to clarify upon hearing Pelican's introduction. We're all comrades here. This celebrity facade is utterly unnecessary. Number 3, have you been secretly saving the universe? How could such a beautiful sister-in-law be with you? After confirming her identity, Tianqi momentarily regained his composure and approached Chu Chen with an air of audacity. How could this be? Just compare our faces, and the answer will be evident. Chu Chen turned his head and leaned against Tianqi, adopting a posture of utter superiority as he looked down upon him. Chapter 82. I will support you, Feng Ling. Congratulations on passing your solo flight assessment. From this day forth, you are a genuine pilot. Beside the helipad, a girl clad in a flight suit, cradling her helmet, looked joyfully at the boy before her, rosy hue gracing her delicate features as she shyly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Hong Fei. Without your assistance, I might not have completed the assessment so swiftly. The boy chuckled softly and reached out to tousle the girl's hair. Just as his hand was about to touch her hair, Zhang Xiaojing leapt up from his seat, urgently signaling for the long-prepared stand-in. Goodness, Chu Chun is watching from not far away. He wouldn't dare touch his girlfriend in front of him. Moreover, the current script has been revised, and the subsequent romantic scenes have all been removed, causing the screenwriter to nearly lose all their hair in distress over the past few days. So, is filming enjoyable? After changing into the stand-in, Jiang Yuhan moved to a nearby shaded area, observing her boyfriend who had unilaterally altered the script with a smile. This guy is indeed quite petty, yet such pettiness is endearing. Quite enjoyable. Indeed, Chu Chun took out a pack of wet wipes from his pocket and gently wiped the beads of sweat from her face. He then accepted a thermos from the guard and softly instructed, "This is chilled plum juice, brewed by old Lin himself. He insisted on sending it to you. Drink it slowly. Too much at once will upset your stomach." "Thank you. Please extend my gratitude to old Lin." Jiang Yuhan took a gentle sip from the cup, the icy, tangy sweetness causing her to shiver slightly, a sweet smile blossoming on her fair face. "This is hardly work. It feels more like a vacation. If I could see Xiao Chun every day, I would gladly film here for another decade." Reflecting on the previous scene, Chu Chun spoke earnestly. "Some details you handled could use improvement. Let us find time for me to help you brush up on the fundamentals of being a pilot. After all, this is meant to be presented to the entire nation. And we must be meticulous." As they reminisced about the earlier scenes, Chi Fei stood beneath a sunshade, waving her hand to urge Jiang Yuhan to return for the next shot. "Enough chit-chat. It's inappropriate to engage in romance in front of the entire crew." "I'll be right there," Jiang Yuhan responded, placing her cup on a nearby table, running back while reminding, "Save it for me. I'll still want more." "Understood, go on now," Chu Chen replied. When he arrived, he had intentionally brought a set of folding tables and chairs. Now, sitting under the tree, he savored the gentle breeze, contentedly squinting his eyes. "Boss, did you just return home and win over the sister-in-law? That is quite impressive," Shaoli remarked, gazing at the radiant Jiang Yuhan on the helipad, almost drooling with envy. The national goddess, sexy, beautiful, and talented. What's more, her gentle and cheerful demeanor. How many lifetimes of incense must one burn to encounter such a girl? Winning over. This is simply two outstanding individuals drawn to one another. "Am I not formidable?" Chu Chen jested, in a rare moment of humor, though his gaze never strayed from the girl in the scene. "Formidable indeed, but the disparity in your statuses is simply too vast. It is akin to a cat and mouse scenario. Fundamentally, you are not even in the same category." Shaoli scratched his head, attempting to articulate his thoughts with the scant knowledge he possessed. "What do you mean by not being of the same category? Have you been too idle lately? What category do you think I belong to?" Chu Chun tilted his head, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on him. "This kid really doesn't know when to stop talking. Boss, that is not what I meant." Shaoli's face turned crimson, momentarily at a loss for words, nearly frantic. "Enough, I know you too well. Go tidy up the office and clean it thoroughly." "Yes, boss, I'm on it." With a sigh of relief, Shaoli dashed towards the office building. Typically, Chu Chun spent most of his time within the base, leaving Shaoli, his guard, with ample downtime. So every time Chu Chun issued a command, the lad executed it with great urgency, fearful of being dismissed on a whim. "Hey, Yuhan." Just as Chu Chun was examining the tactical tablet, a startled exclamation made him jerk his head up in the center of the helipad. Jiang Yuhan had tumbled down the ladder, her head striking the scorching concrete floor with a resounding thud. "Yuhan." Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Chun leaped forth, sprinting towards her with the swiftness of a cheetah. The distance of mere meters feeling as daunting as 10,000 miles. "Everyone, step back." The crowd, startled by the shout, instinctively retreated a couple of paces. At this moment, Chi Fei was anxiously cradling the girl, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at Jiang Yuhan's forehead stained with blood. "Chu Chun, to the hospital, hurry." All right, Fei Jia. Don't panic." Chu Chun retrieved a white handkerchief from his pocket to press against her bleeding forehead, inhaling deeply to steady himself as he supported Jiang Yuhan and inquired, "How are you? Can you move? Is there anywhere else that hurts?" "Ugh, am I going to have a scar?" Jiang Yuhan's face contorted in pain as she grit her teeth, struggling to ask. For an actress, nothing is more crucial than one's face, especially for a female performer. At this moment, she was more concerned about her appearance than the injury itself. I noticed the wound is significant. You will certainly need stitches. Can you get up? As he spoke, Chen attempted to lift her from the ground, aware that the hot weather would exacerbate her injury if not addressed quickly. It hurts. It hurts. My leg, I can't move. Chen. Am I going to be disabled? With the slightest movement, Jiang Yuhan felt excruciating pain radiate from her right calf, beads of sweat forming on her forehead and mingling with her wound, causing her to tremble and gaze tearfully at her beloved. It's all right. You definitely won TB. Even if you can't recover fully, we'll just stop acting. I'll take care of you. Chen gently stroked her pale face, forcing a reassuring smile. But if I end up with a scar, will you dislike me? At that moment, Jiang Yuhan seemed to forget her pain, clutching his sleeve and relentlessly questioning. A scar? The blood will dry up soon. Can we not discuss that until after we get to the hospital? Seeing that her injury wasn't life-threatening, Chi Fei put her hands on her hips and scolded her. Such theatrics, even at a time like this, you're still worried about that trivial matter. Chapter 83. Hidden Truths in the Military Hospital. Jiang Yuhan lay quietly on the bed, her lips pressed together in silence as the doctor stitched 6 needles near her hairline. It's nothing serious, she reassured herself, recalling the doctor's words that the injury on her forehead was somewhat discreet. A stroke of misfortune amidst the chaos, easily concealed by her hair. Chen, dressed in a black shirt, sat at the foot of the bed, offering her comfort. The sight of her bleeding had startled him, and he feared that she might suffer lasting harm from her fall. Why am I so clumsy? I can even trip going down the stairs, Jiang Yuhan thought, guilt washing over her as she lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. There were myriad reasons for her tears. Primarily, the filming crew was actively shooting. And as the leading lady, an accident had befallen her. What if the schedule was delayed? What if the director decided to replace her? She had willingly forfeited her salary for this production, and if she were to be replaced now, all her previous efforts would be in vain. Enough of this overthinking. Just focus on healing. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Chen said, perceiving her distress as he wiped away her cold tears with a bitter smile. At this point, regret and self-reproach served no purpose. Her priority should be to recover swiftly. Have you taken a leave of absence? You should head back. What if they need you and can't find you? Rubbing her swollen eyes, Jiang Yuhan suddenly remembered her responsibilities at the base and urged him anxiously. Asked the commander. It would be absurd if something went amiss and she was unaccounted for. It's fine that I informed them before stepping out. If anything comes up, they will call me. The hospital is just a 5-minute drive from the base. I'll fetch some water for you to wash your face. You should rest well. Once the anesthetic wears off, it might start to hurt, he said, rising to leave. Jiang Yuhan grasped his hand, her bright eyes welling up with tears once again as she whispered. Chen, thank you for staying by my side. What nonsense are you saying? I am your superhero. I will protect you for a lifetime, Chen replied, patting her small hand before he headed out to the wash basin. Ultimately, today's incident could be attributed to the director's lack of preparation. This particular scene had not been part of the original script. It was entirely an impulsive addition. At 2 p.m., having awakened from her slumber, Jiang Yuhan began to softly moan, "Why does it hurt so much? I feel like my head is about to explode." Hearing her groans, Chen quickly stood up and helped her lean against the headboard. Are you hungry? You've slept until the afternoon without eating. What would you like? I can go buy something. No, I'm not really hungry. When can we leave? I feel quite uncomfortable here, Jiang Yuhan replied, her brows furrowing as she inhaled the smell of antiseptic in the air. The doctor said you need to stay for observation for a day. Your leg's soft tissue is bruised and needs rest. Just be patient, Chen said, turning to peel some fruit for her in an attempt to quell her desire to leave. However, upon hearing that she would have to spend the night there, she completely refused, throwing off the covers and rushing to stand before him, eager to prove her health. Chen, let us go. Look, my leg is perfectly fine. I am really okay. That's not an option. You have an injury on your forehead. You must stay for observation for at least a day. Be obedient and don't make a fuss. Chen insisted, firmly guiding her back onto the hospital bed, his face serious and unyielding. In such circumstances, listening to the doctor was undoubtedly the right choice. Staying for another day was a minor inconvenience. After all, I refuse, Jiang Yuhan retorted, her resolve unwavering as she sat on the bed, hugging her knees defiantly. Observing her obstinacy, Chen felt a vague sense of something being amiss and crouched down to gently inquire. Don't be afraid. I'll stay with you. We can leave together tomorrow. All right? With tears cascading down her cheeks like a relentless stream, Jiang Yuhan resembled a helpless child. Xiao Chen, I don't want to stay in the hospital. Please, let us go. The crystalline tears struck Chu Chen's heart like a heavy blow, filling him with compassion. He quickly embraced her fragile frame, soothingly saying, all right, we'll leave right away. I'll handle the discharge paperwork. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Jiang Yuhan nodded gently, wiping her nose to cease her crying. 10 minutes later, after completing the discharge procedures, Chu Chun encountered the hurriedly arriving Chi Fei. How is Yuhan? Is her injury severe? She is fine. Fei Jie.its not serious. She has 6 stitches on her forehead, but the position is good. Her hair can cover it, and it won't affect her work in the future. Still, I wonder if she has some unresolved issues. She was insistent on being discharged just now and wouldn't listen to reason. After pondering for a moment, Chu Chun decided to dig a little deeper. If she was this resistant to leaving, what would happen if a more serious issue arose later? Chi Fei, having just relaxed, now appeared troubled as she tried to articulate her thoughts. Well, you see, Yuhan's grandfather passed away when she was 14, and he died in the hospital. They had a very close bond, and since then, she has developed a fear of hospitals. She wouldn't even go when she had a fever at night. She insisted on waiting until morning. Got it. I'll keep this confidential and won't mention it in front of her. Let us go, Chu Chen responded, a look of understanding crossing his face as he felt an even deeper empathy for the girl. It seemed that every visit to the hospital since turning 14 had been a torment to her spirit. In the hospital room, Jiang Yuhan had already changed out of her patient gown, pacing around the room like an ant on a hot skillet, unable to calm her restless mind. Yuhan, how is your wound? Does it still hurt? Chi Fei entered with a cheerful smile, wrapping her arms around her shoulders for a comforting hug while also chiding. You scared me this morning. You must be more careful in the future. I understand. Fei Jia. Director Zhang isn't angry, right? Don't worry, I'll be back to filming tomorrow, and I'll just have the makeup artist touch up the area. Jiang Yuhan assured her, her anxiety palpable as she pointed to her forehead. This was the project she valued most, one she intended to showcase at her wedding someday, and she could not afford any mishaps. Chapter 84, Hidden Thoughts. Rest assured, Director Zhang has already mentioned that we'll film other scenes first. Your shots are on hold until your injury improves. Chi Fei gently patted her shoulder, trying to soothe her frayed nerves. Let us go. I'll take you back. Why now? It was already 3 in the afternoon, and Chu Chun was keen to return and prepare something for her to eat, which spurred him to hurry her along. Yes, let us go. I feel uncomfortable staying here. All right, let us head out now. Chi Fei signaled to Chu Chun, and together they slowly exited the room. As the vehicle departed from the hospital, Jiang Yuhan felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from her heart. She reclined on the back seat, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Xiao Chen, since we're out, can you take me to get my hair washed? It's been ages since I had a proper treatment, and my hair feels so dry. Now? You want to get your hair washed at a time like this? Are you out of your mind? You just had stitches. It could get infected. Chu Chen nearly swerved into the greenery, glaring at her through the rearview mirror as he scolded her. This girl seemed to be getting a bit carried away, perhaps due to his overly accommodating demeanor. Please, just once. I know a private salon that provides excellent service. They won't touch the wound at all. Jiang Yuhan transformed into a clingy little sprite, pouting and gently tapping his shoulder, her expression one of pitiful pleading. Fine. I just can't stand seeing you like this. Chu Chun, take her. If it gets infected, we can always come back to the hospital. Chi Fei remarked, observing her adorable antics as if she were a pampered young lady with a mischievous little boy. Although she was somewhat satisfied with the boy, she couldn't bear to see them being overly affectionate. Fei Jia, you should head back now. I won't be coming home tonight, Jiang Yuhan said, her spirits lifted as she waved her hand, eager to shoo her away. What? In this condition, you're planning to stay out? Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yuhan quickly covered her mouth, feigning calmness as she explained, What are you saying? The air conditioning in the dormitory isn't great. What if my wound gets infected? I'll just stay at Xiao Chen's South rented place for a night. Why does it sound so scandalous when it comes from you? She nearly bit her tongue over the last word, feeling embarrassed. After all, she had finally found a chance to be alone. Couldn't it just remain unspoken? She didn't want to lose face. Chi Fei pushed her hand away, rolling her eyes in exasperation as she warned. Be mindful of your actions, understand? Got it. You should hurry and leave with the pelican. I'm pressed for time. It's almost 4. Jiang Yuhan urged Chu Chun to stop the car. Before he could react, she flung the door open and pushed him out. You little ingrate, utterly heartless. Chi Fei fumed under the glaring sun as she watched the car drive away, her irritation palpable. What you're doing is quite underhanded. Now I'm starting to wonder if your fall was scripted as well. Chu Qian observed the girl who was stifling her laughter through the rearview mirror, teasingly quipping, "At least I'm free right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to accompany you. Please refrain from considering me so foolish. Is it truly worth risking my appearance merely to secure a date? Moreover, even if I cease acting in the future, what if you no longer fancy me? I would be left resembling a weary matron, struggling to navigate life." At this moment, Jiang Yuhan's mind is remarkably clear, as she astutely analyzes her future, of course. Her words are laced with jest. Yet, there exists a tangible possibility. After all, my dear friend is a rare gem among men, and one can never predict the emergence of another Li Yuhan or Wang Yuhan. As Chu Chen drives, he seizes the moment to interject with playful banter, his grin unwavering. "I said so? Then may I inquire, esteemed chief of staff, why do these ladies all share the name Yuhan?" Jiang Yuhan squints mischievously, inching closer, her delicate hand brushing against his ear. Should the answer fail to satisfy, the consequences may well be dire. In this vast world of billions, there are Zhang San and Li Si. Yet my universe contains solely Yuhan. Initially poised to witness his embarrassment, Jiang Yuhan is unexpectedly swept away by a wave of cheesy romantic lines, her delight palpable as she playfully pinches his cheek, praising him. The chief of staff certainly lives up to his reputation as a gifted scholar, effortlessly charming even a young lady with his playful words. It seems I must remain vigilant against your flirtatious quips in the future. No, I assure you, I have never deceived young ladies. This year, I am solely interested in women of 30. And next year, I shall be intrigued by those of 31. Chu Chen, while steering the vehicle, playfully teases the young girl. It is evident that regardless of one's intellectual prowess, upon entering the realm of romance, even the most astute individuals engage in seemingly juvenile antics. Jiang Yuhan covers her mouth, laughing like a hen laying eggs, her exuberance so loud that it aggravates her injury, yet she continues to chuckle, holding her forehead. Since the onset of their relationship, she feels today is particularly joyous. For this side of Chu Chen is exclusively revealed to her. Is that not a source of pride? All right, we have arrived. Hasten to exit the vehicle. The two engage in lively conversation as they approach a uniquely designed office building. Chu Chen steadies the car and thoughtfully offers her a mask to wear. Side by side, they enter the lobby, where a multitude of white-collar workers bustle about as the day draws to a close. "Are you certain this is a place to have your hair done?" You fail to understand. This is a styling studio, not open to the public, catering exclusively to VIP clients. Come, it's on the 19th floor. Jiang Yuhan dons the pilot sunglasses from the car to shield her signature large eyes, pulling him directly towards the private elevator. Here in Yun City, this is her exclusive styling studio, to save time on appointments. She extravagantly spent $2 million to acquire the premier membership card. The elevator ascends swiftly, reaching the 19th floor in no time. Upon opening the door, 2 rows of elegantly attired young women in black uniforms respectfully stand at attention, greeting her with enthusiasm. "Welcome, Miss Jiang. My, what an impressive reception." Chu Chen mutters under his breath, guiding the girl forward. Stepping inside, he is taken aback by the grandeur of the space. The lobby is adorned with an array of designer outfits, with even some vintage bags and shoes casually piled in the corners. The entire styling studio spans over 2,000 square meters, filled with various garments and accessories, while only a few staff members leisurely converse amongst themselves, likely the styling consultants. The sheer size of the workspace reflects the owner's ambition and profitability. Indeed, earning a woman's money is a lucrative endeavor. Chapter 85. The joyful mentor. The afternoon slips away unnoticed as the girl exhibits no signs of illness. Flitting from street food stalls to shopping malls, reveling in her escapades. By 7 in the evening, as twilight descends, Chu Chen emerges from the supermarket, laden with an abundance of fresh vegetables and ingredients. "Let us return home. I shall prepare a delightful meal for you." Hurry. I am positively famished. Jiang Yuhan eagerly nudges him from behind, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she just indulged in a culinary tour of the street food market. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the residential complex, Jiang Yuhan curiously peers at the bustling crowd, assessing her surroundings. This place is quite nice. It is close to the base, and there is a kindergarten and elementary school nearby, which is very convenient. However, you mentioned this is a rented property. Do you not feel a twinge of guilt? Pointing to the large characters that read Yun City Air Force Family Compound, Jiang Yuhan rolls her eyes at him. Dissatisfied with his deception, that time, I was bound by confidentiality, and thus could only say so. Moreover, I indeed have to pay for this residence annually. Chen chuckles, parking the car at the entrance and gesturing for her to disembark. Come, let us register. I have arranged for you to have access, and I will bring it to you tomorrow. Oh, it seems you were well prepared. Quite convincing, I must say. The girl, who had just feigned annoyance, now gazes at him with playful intrigue, raising her eyebrows cheekily before the sentry. Hee, you are quite right. Chen candidly acknowledges her observation. What is there to hide? We are both adults, and when one fancies another, one should be open about it. After completing the registration, the two interlace their fingers, ready to return home. As they stroll past the villa district, Jiang Yuhan tilts her head, observing the surroundings while quietly muttering. Xiao Chun, do all the high-ranking officials reside here? Yes, most are senior officers from the base, along with some long-serving veterans who are also permitted to live here. You are already a number 3. Do you not qualify to reside here? What do you think? I have no desire to live here. Occupying such a large house alone would be a waste of resources. Besides, I find it tedious to climb stairs. Chu Chun gently turns her head, smiling as he explains. Those veterans live in lively families. Residing alone in such a large house would be quite lonely. No wonder you achieved the rank of number 3 at such a young age. Your perspective is indeed commendable. Just as they engage in casual conversation, a beautiful woman approaches, holding a bag of fresh fruit, evidently just returning from the supermarket. Xiao Qian, you're back. Why aren't you coming over? The playful duo, hearing the question, lifts their heads. Chu Chun quickly suppresses his playful demeanor and steps forward to greet her. Minter, I just returned and didn't he have time to come over? This is your girlfriend? At this moment, Zhou Jingshu's attention shifts to the girl at his side. Clad in a white short skirt, Jiang Yuhan radiates the essence of a blossoming flower, her skin as fair as jade, her demeanor elegant and poised. With every gesture, she exudes grace, unmistakably a refined lady, dignified and courteous. Hello, Minter. I am Chu Chen's girlfriend, Jiang Yuhan. I apologize for the hasty introduction. I did not prepare a gift for our first meeting. Please do not hold it against me. Jiang Yuhan, unfazed, removes her mask and offers a sweet smile, greeting the Minter alongside Chu Chun. Her open and cheerful personality instantly wins her favor. Zhou Jingxue beams, stepping forward to grasp her hand warmly, engaging in conversation. Jiang Yuhan, why does that name sound so familiar? And dear child, what happened to your forehead? Did you sustain an injury? Minter, she accidentally fell earlier today and just came from the hospital. It's nothing serious, Chu Chan interjects, taking the bag of fruit from her and leading the way toward their villa. Since we crossed paths as a junior, I must show the proper respect. Oh dear, does it hurt? Such a beautiful face should not be marred by scars. It's nothing, Minter. It will heal in a few days. I am not that delicate. Jiang Yuhan links her arm with hers, waving dismissively and shifting the conversation to another topic. 2 minutes later, they arrive at old Zhang's home. Chu Chan sets down the fruit and bids farewell. Minter, I will visit you again in a couple of days. For now, we shall take our leave. Oh no, you cannot leave now that you are at the doorstep. I shall prepare dinner. You must stay and eat with us. Zhou Jinshua blocks their path, holding on to Jiang Yuhan's hand with determination. Well, now that my son has brought his partner home, how could they leave so easily? In her heart, Chu Chan is still her son. All right, Minter. Chu Chen leans down, quietly murmuring, I will soon be on a mission. Please grant us a moment of privacy. Next time, I will certainly bring her to your home, so you can savor my cooking. Indeed, upon hearing this, Zhou Jingshua's expression shifts to one of understanding. Tugging at his sleeve while offering a few parting words, Xiao Qian, this girl is wonderful. You must hold on to her tightly. Yes, I understand, Minter. Farewell for now. We are leaving. As the atmosphere shifts, Chu Chun can only smile helplessly, waving goodbye to her as he leads the girl directly toward the nearby high-rise apartments, eager to avoid encountering acquaintances. They reach their destination, and as he opens the long-absent door, a flood of nostalgia washes over him. Jiang Yuhan, visiting for the first time, finds herself surrounded by the unfamiliar. After all, she had only glimpsed this place in videos, and many areas remain unexplored. May I wander freely? Of course, please. This way, Chu Chun sets down the groceries and activates the central air conditioning. Assuming the role of a tour guide, the dark brown wooden floor, polished and maintained, gleams with brilliance. Chu Chun takes the girl's hand, guiding her to the first stop of their journey, the master bedroom. You have seen this before. There is nothing more to elaborate on. Tonight, it belongs to you. Although it has been uninhabited for an extended period, the weekly cleaning has never been neglected, so at this moment, the bedroom remains exceptionally tidy and unchanged. This bedsheet appears to be new. I will help you change it in a moment. No, this is quite fine. Why go to the trouble for just one night? Jiang Yuhan beamed, plopping down onto the soft bed, glancing left and right, her mind involuntarily conjuring up some inappropriate images, a faint blush blooming on her fair cheeks. If I sleep here, what will you do? She cleared her throat twice to mask her inner thoughts, feigning ignorance as she inquired. Chapter 86. Former glory I can manage. I will sleep in the study. There is a foldable bed there, which I frequently used while organizing materials. Chen, not overthinking it, naturally pointed to the adjacent room with a shrug. Given the circumstances today, he simply couldn't allow his mind to wander, especially considering she was still injured. Is sleeping in the study acceptable? Or, upon hearing that he intended to sleep in the study, Jiang Yuhan bit her lip, hesitating on how to voice her thoughts. It felt somewhat awkward for a girl to take the initiative in this matter. What do you propose then? My back isn't great. I can't sleep on the floor. How about we just make do together? A mischievous smile crept onto Chen's face as he stepped closer. Locking eyes with her, a succinct comment that struck straight at her agitated heart. How about you sleep in the study? I'll go take a look. Originally feeling somewhat adventurous, Jiang Yuhan found herself somewhat intimidated under his intense gaze. Retracting her head and scurrying towards the adjacent room, with a thud, the door closed behind her, and she leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Raising her hand to her chest, she felt her heart racing wildly. For the first time, she experienced the fluttering sensation of a startled deer. Although they had exchanged playful banter before, nothing had ever felt as intense as today. Reflecting on her 30 years of life, she had never encountered such a nerve-wracking moment, not even during her interviews. Jiang Yuhan, you are indeed timid. It's just a romance. She covered her face, softly mocking herself, as a girl who had never been in a relationship. She used to dismiss such descriptions and scripts as nonsense. Never did she anticipate that when it came to her own experience, she would be so flustered. With a click, the light in the study flicked on, illuminating the entire room. The approximately 40 square meter space contained a desk and a simple tea set, while the rest was occupied by bookshelves, leaving only a coat rack by the door. What, still feeling shy? A light chuckle came from the doorway as Chen leaned against the frame, teasing her. I truly did not expect your assertiveness to be so strong, Chu de Xiao. There must be a reason you can be an ace pilot. Ha ha ha, you're right. This is precisely why I excel in that role. Speaking of his area of expertise, Chen draped an arm around her shoulders and walked towards the tightly shut cabinet behind the desk. Pulling open the cabinet door revealed rows of bright red certificates and various trophies. The top row featured photographs of Chen in his flight suit alongside some foreigners. Judging by the backgrounds, these photos seemed to come from different countries. Wow, Xiao Chunzi, this? Jiang Yuhan gazed at a first-class merit certificate, her eyes sparkling, her hands trembling with excitement. Just how much merit have you earned? These trophies could rival mine. Some of these are collective first-class merits, and others are more confidential and can't be publicly displayed. So they can only be locked away. I only have 3 at home. Chen pointed proudly to a uniquely shaped military medal in the upper left corner. This was awarded abroad. The situation was special, and it couldn't be made public, so this military medal is quite significant. And this one? The curious Jiang Yuhan pointed to a light golden 5-pointed military medal overhead. This should be from 3 years ago. I received it for winning a competition. I initially intended to give it to you, but I didn't expect the reward for the air disaster incident to come so quickly. Don't think you can con me out of my heirloom. It holds special significance, and I wouldn't trade it for all the riches in the world. The proud little girl wrinkled her nose, decisively rejecting the medal. All right, not just that one. Everything here belongs to you. Chen gently tapped her forehead, rolling up his sleeves as he headed outside. You enjoy yourself here. I'll go prepare dinner. All right, I'll take a look for a bit and then help you. Jiang Yuhan didn't even glance back, her gaze fixated on the treasures within the cabinet, moving back and forth. These items were all testaments to glory. If she didn't look now, she might never have the chance again. Once the two got married and had children, these treasures could not be displayed, lest they be ruined by mischievous little hands. Ah, indeed, our Xiao Chunzi is the most remarkable. After reveling in her admiration for a while, she seated herself in the expansive office chair, spinning in circles. While playing, her gaze wandered across the desk, noticing a red iron box about a foot square beside the computer monitor. Unable to quell her curiosity, she leaned forward, straining her ears towards the kitchen. Confirming that Chen was indeed cooking, she stealthily reached for the box. It felt cool and comfortable to the touch. Upon closer inspection, it was merely an ordinary cookie tin, somewhat faded and chipped. Could it be a diary? If so, I shouldn't look. This is his secret. Muttering to herself, she gently pried open the lid. As the truth was about to be unveiled, she felt like a thief, her eyes wide with anticipation. However, surprises always seem to appear suddenly. Inside the box, just as she had suspected, was an old notebook. Judging by the wear on the cover, it had clearly been used for many years. Should I take a look? At that moment, she found herself struggling internally. There should be a fundamental respect between individuals. This is Xiao Chen's secret. Perhaps I should ask him first. After pondering for a while, she ultimately decided against opening the notebook, rising to head towards the door to seek Chu Chen's opinion. Just as she was about to step out, she halted in her tracks. Just a glance, just one look. I promise not to pry into any confidential matters. I just want to know how many girlfriends this guy has had. Indeed, no woman is indifferent to the past of the man she cherishes. The mere thought of Xiao Chen possibly having been surrounded by admirers made her feel as if her brain was about to overheat. Turning back, she seized the notebook and, without hesitation, flipped to the first page. Since 2010, a line of bold, powerful handwriting unfolded the 12-year journey of an ace. May 6th, I should be the only student in the class exempt from the college entrance examination. Today, I received the notice of direct admission to Qingbei University. My parents are quite pleased and even plan to book a banquet to celebrate. Gazing at the notice that countless people yearn for, I cannot rejoice. There are innumerable paths in life, but one only turns 18 once, and I have but one dream. I hope I can pass the physical examination. Receiving the notice on the 6th. You truly know how to act. Jiang Yuhan gritted her teeth in frustration, recalling that during that time, Chen seemed to go to school every day, poring over a thick English dictionary, while no one noticed his anomaly. May 15th. The physical examination notice has arrived. I actually passed, but how do I discuss this with my parents? After all, the reputation of Qingbei University resonates nationwide. Persuading them to give it up will not be easy. Chapter 87. Farewell, my dream. May 28th. Today, I chatted with my parents for an entire afternoon. Though reluctant, they ultimately respected my wishes. Thank you for supporting my dream. Beihang, here I come. Page after page. Transitioning from daily records to weekly entries, and eventually to bi-weekly or monthly updates, Jiang Yuhan became utterly enchanted, unable to stop. This notebook chronicled Chu Chen's every struggle and joy as he forged ahead. Whenever she read something joyful, she couldn't help but smile foolishly. When she encountered moments of difficulty and peril, tears streamed down her face, wishing she could run out and give him a hug. April 5th. Today, I received an unexpected mission to test drive a new model. Since our commitment to producing fighter jets began in 1951, after enduring 60 years of trials, we have finally welcomed our top-tier technology. After decades of turmoil and scorn from foreign adversaries, countless skilled predecessors were humiliated due to technological backwardness, but from today onward, our great nation shall no longer endure such indignity. Flipping to the final pages, Jiang Yuhan was utterly stunned by the content within. Test driving a new model? This was an immense honor and recognition. With the confidentiality agreement already signed, she hastily flipped backward, realizing that with such thrilling events at hand, who still cared about how many girlfriends he had had? April 10th. The new fighter jet is exquisite, like an eagle concealed among the clouds, sharp and agile. Though I have yet to test drive it, I can already feel its eagerness to soar. Here it comes, Jiang Yuhan exclaimed with excitement, already envisioning Chu Chen piloting the new fighter jet soaring through the skies. April 12th. I have failed. Farewell, my dream. The last page of the diary caught her off guard, containing only a solitary, disjointed sentence that bore an unmistakable lack of vitality. Though she could not visualize the moment the words were penned, the scrawl alone conveyed the turmoil that had engulfed Chu Chen at that time. Anxiously, she flipped back through the pages, only to find the pristine, delicate sheets devoid of any further text, signaling an abrupt end to the narrative. Why? What had transpired? Confusion clouded her stark black and white eyes as Jiang Yuhan sat, seemingly dazed, in her chair, utterly at a loss. Why the farewell? Why the failure? After all, you are the ace. A knock echoed through the silence. Yuhan, may I come in? The familiar voice roused Jiang Yuhan from her stupor, prompting her to hastily wipe away the tears that had fallen unbeknownst to her. tucking the diary into an iron box and placing it back in its previous position. Coming! She rushed to the door, pulling it open to reveal Chu Chen's charming smile. What captivates you so much? Have you forgotten to eat? No, I simply dozed off accidentally. I'm sorry I couldn't lend you a hand. In her moment of panic, Jiang Yuhan lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, weaving a small fib. Anxiety coursed through her. She yearned to inquire about the cause of the failure yet feared touching upon Chu Chen's wounds. Let's eat. After a good meal, you should rest well. You've lost quite a bit of blood today and need to recuperate. He gently stroked her silky hair, speaking tenderly. Yes, eating is far more important than anything else. Jiang Yuhan quietly clenched her hands behind her back, steadied her emotions, and raised a smile to face him. His reluctance to express himself in the diary indicated the gravity of the situation. Given the time that had passed, perhaps she would wait for another opportunity to ask. In the living room, the dining table was neatly set with freshly prepared dishes. The enticing aroma wafting through the air instantly ignited her appetite. Let's get started. I can hardly wait. Jiang Yuhan, like an eager child, rubbed her hands together, eyeing the food with such longing that her mouth nearly watered. As a professional actress, this level of emotional control was well within her grasp. Hurry and eat. You've been munching on fried food all afternoon. Aren't you an actress? Shouldn't you be mindful of your figure? Chu Chen remarked, placing a piece of beef into her bowl while chiding her like a nagging elder. What do you mean? Do you think I've gained weight? The phrase maintain your figure struck a nerve with Jiang Yuhan, prompting her to retort, of course not. Even if you gained 20 more pounds, you'd still be perfect. Humph. Even if I gained 50 pounds, I'd still be a beauty among the plump. Indeed, indeed. Just eat. Faced with such a proud girlfriend, Chu Chen could only nod in agreement, for he was smitten. Ding dong. Just as they lifted their bowls, the doorbell rang. Who could it be? Do we have a visitor this late? Jiang Yuhan wondered, glancing toward the door. That seems unlikely. I rarely come back, and the people at the base shouldn't know. Chu Chen stood to investigate, baffled by who might visit at such an hour. Surprise. It's me, Chen Gu. The moment the door swung open, Zhang Xiaoying's innocent and charming smile greeted him, her cheerful demeanor evident. What brings you here at this hour? Go play somewhere else? What are you saying? We're friends. Can't I come to check on you? As she spoke, she pushed her way into the room without a hint of politeness. Wow, it smells amazing. Chen Gu, did you cook? Just in time. I wasn't full at home. Jiang Yuhan, who was already eating, immediately became alert upon hearing a girl's voice. She tiptoed into the living room, only to find the young and beautiful Zhang Xiaoying before her. Goodness, she's come all the way here. It seems she's a regular. Xiao Chen, is this your friend? Yes, she's the daughter of my mentor's family. Quite the lively one. Chu Chen quickly clarified her identity, eager to prevent any jealousy from Jiang Yuhan. What? Is this for real? Chen Gu, is this Jiang Yuhan? Zhang Xiaoying's mouth fell agape, pulling on Chu Chen's arm and questioning him repeatedly. As a fashionista, she may not follow celebrities closely, but she was well aware of those who frequently grace the covers of fashion magazines. The sight of a current star standing before her felt surreal. If not for the presence of others, she might have pinched herself to confirm reality. This is too thrilling. All right, let your brother be. I am indeed Jiang Yuhan, but you may call me sister-in-law. Jiang Yuhan stepped forward, maneuvering past Zhang Xiaoying to link her arm with Chu Chen's, asserting her claim while cunningly inviting her to address her as sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? Zhang Xiaoying looked utterly bewildered, spinning in place to confirm her understanding. Why Mom mentioned that Chen Gu brought back a girlfriend who was incredibly beautiful. It's you, isn't it? How did you two end up together? This is completely unexpected. Hey, what kind of talk is that? Chu Chen playfully ruffled her hair, chuckling as he asked, are you still eating? If not, you might as well leave and stop being a nuisance. Ow, ow, ow. Zhang Xiaoying's face contorted in pain, her mouth opening wide as she protested. Chen Gu, why are you still treating me like a child? Can you show me some dignity in front of sister-in-law? Heh, you care about dignity now? Eat your meal. If you keep nagging, I'll call your teacher. Fine, fine. I won't ask anymore. Upon hearing the mention of a call to her father, her attitude shifted dramatically, and she obediently picked up her bowl, shoveling rice into her mouth. This amusing scene brought a smile to Jiang Yuhan's face. It seemed even this little demon had someone to fear. Half an hour later, dinner concluded. The two girls sat side by side on the living room sofa, chatting amiably, neither showing any intention of cleaning up. Seeing that no one would come to assist, Chu Chen sighed and began tidying up alone. It appeared that this chore would now be his responsibility. After a quick cleanup, Chu Chen naturally took a plate of freshly cut fruit and sat beside Jiang Yuhan, inquiring, "Stowing, what have you been up to lately? What else can I do? Just idling around? Really that I can't find a job that pays, and I refuse to work for free." Zhang Xiaoying, seated cross-legged on the sofa, candidly shared her thoughts, seemingly unbothered by her situation. "Oh, sister-in-law, why not take me along in the entertainment industry? That would be quite lucrative." "Stop right there." Before Jiang Yuhan could respond, Chu Chun quickly interjected, extinguishing her rebellious notion. "If your teacher hears about this, you'll be in big trouble. Just stay home and rely on your family." "Are you sure about that blind date I mentioned? My friend has already arrived in Yun City. As long as there's pay, I'll consider it. Anything else is off the table." The girl was quite straightforward, nodding as she munched on fruit. "All right, as long as there's payment, wait for my call. I will definitely arrange a meeting for you." Chu Chun felt helpless. After all, this was his family's child. Whether or not they would truly become a couple remained to be seen. But one thing was certain. Although Chen Lu could be a bit of a flirt, he wouldn't casually pursue someone from his own circle. Having discussed serious matters, Chu Chen urged, "All right, it's getting late. Time to go." "It's already past 11, glancing at the time. He began to usher her out. "Are you in a hurry? You're being rather obvious." Zhang Xiaoying teased, her playful eyes sparkling with mischief, resembling a sly veteran. "Scram, you little troublemaker." He laughed, playfully shoving her toward the door, knowing that without a firm hand, she would linger all night. "I should head to rest too," Jiang Yuhan quietly remarked, turning to the direction of the master bedroom. Initially, she had arrived with excitement, envisioning some inappropriate scenarios, but after reading Chu Chen's diary, all such thoughts evaporated, leaving her feeling as if a heavy stone had lodged in her chest, causing discomfort. Is she that decisive? Chu Chun pondered, tilting his head in confusion as he watched her retreating figure. A couple in the throes of romantic bliss, shouldn't they be ablaze with passion? Her calmness struck him as odd. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I won't dwell on it. In truth, he had no plans to pursue anything further tonight. Switching off the living room lights, he paused as he passed the master bedroom. Knock, knock, knock. "Yuhan, are you asleep? If you're showering, remember to take care of your wound." "Okay, I know. Good night. Sleep early." Her clear voice echoed from within, revealing no discernible emotion. Turning to the adjacent room, Chu Chen glanced at the familiar folding bed in the corner with a wry smile. Before having a girlfriend, he had slept there, and now, with one, he still found himself in the same predicament. The following afternoon, Jiang Yuhan returned to the film set to continue shooting, while Chu Chun was summoned to the conference room as soon as he arrived at the base, remaining absent for the entire day. Number 3, have you been enjoying life lately? At 5 in the afternoon, as the meeting adjourned, everyone stretched and yawned in their seats, with Qianzhan breaking into laughter and joking around. Now, the entire base is aware that Chu Chun has found himself a celebrity girlfriend. These young lads are practically drooling, clamoring every day for him to treat them to meals. Why are you joining in on the commotion? We are aiming for marriage, not the sordid intentions you might be imagining. Chu Chun cast him a sidelong glance, lifted his teacup, and took a couple of delicate sips when the topic of marriage arose. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. "All right, I won't meddle too much in your youthful affairs. However, there is something I would like to ask of you." Qianzhan, leaning on the table, scratched his head a bit awkwardly. "What is it?" "There's no need for formality between us. Well, since today is Friday, I promised my daughter I would accompany her to a concert. Could you cover my shift?" "Just that," Chu Chun replied nonchalantly, patting his shoulder, rising from his seat, and agreeing, saying, "At your age, having a daughter, I can't let my little darling be disappointed. Go ahead. I will take the shift tonight." "Great. Next time, I'll cover for you. You're a good sport." With that, Qianzhan hurriedly exited the conference room, not even stopping by the office, and went straight home. TSK, having a daughter is indeed a blessing," Chu Chen remarked, gazing enviously at his retreating figure. "Though, this line of thought seems a bit premature. Let us see what the child's mother thinks first." As he spoke, he picked up the folder on the table and leisurely made his way to the filming location. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the crew had just finished work and entered dinner time. Xiaoqing struggled to push through the crowd, carrying a boxed meal to a shaded area not far away. "Hanjia, don't move yet. Let me clean your wound. It's so hot right now. It would be troublesome if it gets infected, and I'm fine. Chu Chun, just help me change the dressing at noon. I am not that delicate." Jiang Yuhan received the lunchbox, chuckling lightly as she waved her hand, ready to eat. This afternoon's shoot had exhausted her, and her stomach was growling with hunger. "Where's Fei Jie?" "Oh, she went to discuss the script with director Zhang. She said we shouldn't wait for her. Let us eat." Xiaoqing pulled out a tissue to help wipe her chopsticks, then opened a thermos to cool down the nourishing drink she had prepared for later. After finishing all this, the girl hadn't eaten herself. She picked up a fan from the chair and squatted beside Jiang Yuhan, gently fanning her to chase away the tiny mosquitoes. Go on. You should eat quickly, otherwise the food will be gone. Jiang Yuhan held her lunchbox and ate heartily, nodding towards the other meal, signaling Xiaoqing to hurry up. No need. Hanjia, you eat first. I'm not that hungry yet. In this sweltering heat, the girl was busy, sweat glistening on her forehead, her small face lighting up with smiles as she continued to fan her as a life assistant to a top-tier star. Xiaoqing earned quite a decent salary each month. Coming from a family with modest means and having a younger brother still in school, she cherished this job immensely. Chapter 89. The cat swaps the prince while they were eating. Lao Lin heard about your injury and personally bought a chicken, simmering the broth all afternoon. Under the shade of the trees, Chu Chun strolled over with a thermos, chuckling, that is too kind. Lao Lin is busy enough as it is. This is quite a hassle. Though she said that, the girl's movements were quite nimble as she eagerly took the thermos, opening it without hesitation, a wave of delicious aroma wafting out that nearly overwhelmed her senses. Lao Lin's culinary skills are truly commendable. Just the smell has me salivating. But we can't eat for free. I'll treat everyone later. We can choose any place in Yun City. The girl patted her chest confidently, exuding an air of bravado. Ha, hurry and drink up. I take it there won't be any night shoots tonight? Chu Chun helped her ladle out the chicken soup, urging her on. No, just a few more shots, and we can wrap up. Jiang Yuhan gently blew on the soup in her bowl, cheerfully replying. Wrapping up is the happiest moment of the day. I'll be on duty tonight. If you have nothing else to do, get some rest early. Your wound isn't fully healed. You need ample sleep, you know? I got it. Weren't you supposed to be off duty lately? I'm covering for the second in command. He took the kids out to play, and I have nothing else going on, Chu Chen briefly explained, then turned his gaze to the modified old aircraft on set, stating earnestly, I watched your footage. Some parts could be improved. They lack authenticity. In the next couple of days, I'll try to arrange a flight for you to experience the true essence of soaring. It's no joke to portray a pilot without having flown. Just as Jiang Yuhan was sipping her soup, she accidentally scalded her mouth, her eyes widening in surprise. Fly? Can I sit in a fighter jet? Is that really possible? It is possible, but only in the old aircraft. The antique in the hangar should still be operational, and no problem at all. As long as I can get in the air, I'm game. Jiang Yuhan never nitpicked when it came to such matters. As long as she could fly, she was satisfied. Flying a modern aircraft was something she didn't even dare to dream of. All right, I'll have a word with old Lu in the hangar. It shouldn't be a problem. Chu Chun nodded, confirming the arrangement. A few years back, a batch of dual-seat old aircraft was retired. To preserve a piece of history, one was kept in good condition for use as a training aircraft. Typically, it doesn't see much action. Miss Jiang, it's almost time. Let us get started. As the two were chatting, the assistant director hurried over, respectfully inviting them. All right, I'm on my way. Jiang Yuhan nodded, setting down her chicken soup, and blew a kiss to Chu Chun. I'm off. You hurry to your shift. And Xiaoqing, I want to finish the chicken soup. You can have the rest, the girl called out as she dashed away, leaving only a couple of sips for herself, saving the remainder for Xiaoqing's dinner, 8 in the evening. All the training aircraft had landed, and Chu Chun sat in the command center, staring intently at the large screen, lost in thought. How many teams are on duty tonight? Report, 3. 4 teams are currently on missions, 2 of which are engaged in nighttime simulated refueling. 1 is on patrol, and 1 is on a long-distance flight. The monitoring personnel answered promptly, having memorized the flight routes thoroughly. Record the data for the night refueling. Which squadron is it? Chu Chun asked casually, fiddling with his signature pin. Report, 3. It's the Cat Squad's new pilot, who has flown for less than 200 hours. Oh, the Cat Squad. These lads have secretly brought in a new pilot. Impressive. Chu Chun rubbed his tired eyes, the image of the Cat Squad leader's infuriating smirk flashing in his mind. Haha, 3. Why did the Cat Squad choose such a silly name? With nothing else to do, a young newcomer mustered the courage to ask curiously. On my first day, I nearly laughed out loud when I heard that name. Cat, what does that have to do with fighter jets? That's a good question. With time to spare, Chu Chun decided to enlighten the newcomers. Rising from his seat and walking over to them, cheerfully pointing at several representative symbols on the top right of the large screen while explaining. Do you see those eyes hidden in the black smoke? That's the emblem of the Cat Squad. As for the name, when I first heard it, I found it amusing too. A fighter jet squadron could have chosen something majestic like a dragon or a phoenix, or at the very least a bird, but they went with cat, which seems quite absurd. So, what is the reason behind it? The young newcomer, seeming to play along, prompted with perfect timing. Why? Chen repeated, leaning on the table and squinting his eyes. Speaking softly, have you never heard the story of the cat swapping the prince? The Cat Squad's aircraft have been modified with coatings and weight reductions. Their planes are lighter than those of other squadrons while maintaining enhanced stealth capabilities. This means, at crucial moments, they can launch surprise attacks more swiftly. The person who named it truly had a creative mind to connect those dots. So, you're saying they are the elite aces of the base? The young man guessed, following the thread of the conversation. It's not quite so simple, Chen replied, glancing at the lad, speaking in a low voice. There are advantages and disadvantages to this. For true aces, unless they remain hidden, as soon as they appear on radar, even for a second, the stealth coating loses its effectiveness. Without sufficient ordnance, relying solely on the speed gained from being lightweight, it's challenging to evade a strike. Ace? The chances of encountering one are slim. Out of over 200 countries on Blue Star, there are hardly a few that can train an ace. The young man shrugged, chuckling lightly. Given the current development situation, our aerial military strength is indeed exceptional. You young lad, the world is far more complex than you imagine. For instance, the person sitting before you is an ace. The commander of the radar unit approached. Gesturing towards Chen's figure. Point 3 is an ace? The young man stared at Chen, who appeared even younger than himself, utterly astonished. This is simply absurd. Although he hadn't seen an ace before, he was aware of the criteria for becoming one. 5 enemy aircraft down by the age of 30. Impressive indeed. Chapter 90. Remembrance and Continuation. Fagia. How much did we pay for the apartment we rented by the riverside? After work that evening, Jiang Yuhan lazily reclined on her bed, enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioning, turning her head to inquire of Chi Fei across the room. It's over there, as Chi Fei, adorned with a facial mask, furrowed her brows and responded with uncertainty. She remarked, approximately a little over 100,000 a month. I inquired about the price per square meter for real estate, as I am contemplating purchasing a home. Jiang Yuhan smiled brightly, her face radiating a sense of longing. You wish to buy beside the riverbank? Don't be ridiculous, dear sister, that area is exceedingly expensive. A square meter costs 20 to 30 million, and an entire apartment would exceed 100 million. Who is being ridiculous? It's merely 100 million. I have the funds. Once we finish filming this project, we shall go. This girl was resolute in her decision to buy. Her determination unwavering. Chen, stationed in Yun City, would inevitably be based here for many years to come. Acquiring a home for marriage seemed only fitting. Moreover, purchasing property is not wasteful. It is, at the very least, more reliable than financial investments. Are you planning to use your dowry? It seems you are destined to be with our esteemed Colonel Chu for life, Chi Fei teased, sitting up with a grin. However, shouldn't the groom be the one to purchase the house? Why the rush? Sister, our Xiao Chen earns a modest salary each month. It may take him several years to save enough for a house. Besides, when we live together, who spends money differently? Am I someone who cares about money? Jiang Yuhan replied nonchalantly, already mapping out their future. Indeed, given their current circumstances, relying on Chen to earn enough for a Riverview apartment would indeed be quite a challenge. Nonetheless, have you truly considered this? Purchasing a home is no small sum. Chi Fei sought to counsel her to exercise caution, as this involved an immense cash flow. Withdrawing such a substantial amount posed considerable risks. No worries, I possess sufficient funds. Jiang Yuhan assured her with a reassuring glance, beginning to tally up her finances. Although she had been in the industry for several years, it was only in the past 3 that she had truly begun to earn well. After accounting for the house purchased for her parents and some cash, she rarely spent extravagantly, nor did she make other investments, leaving her with a considerable sum. Acquiring a home is not a burden for me. As long as you are certain, if funds fall short, I can lend you some. Transitioning to serious matters, Chi Fei adopted the demeanor of a discerning agent, readily offering support. Having managed numerous top-tier celebrities, she had amassed a fair amount of wealth over the years, making her a relatively young affluent woman. It's all right. My finances are sufficient. Once we complete this film, we shall go view properties and secure one early to surprise Xiao Chen. This girl was a pragmatic doer. Once she made a decision, hesitation was never an option, and she would act swiftly. At 11 o'clock at night, the command center was eerily quiet, with everyone engrossed in their tasks. Except for Chen, who was gazing blankly at the runway from a nearby floor-to-ceiling window. What's on your mind? Ren Quan, the commander of the radar brigade, approached casually. This fellow, nearing 40 years of age, abstained from alcohol and smoking, possessing no vices, yet had an odd affinity for night shifts. What could trouble me? I'm merely a bit bored. It's been a while since I pulled an all-nighter, and I'm somewhat fatigued. Chen rubbed his eyes and smiled back at him. Yet you, working night shifts every day, still manage to maintain such a youthful appearance. Have you been secretly taking care of yourself? Renquan proudly touched his still relatively smooth skin, tilting his head slightly. What do you mean? I'm only 38. Do I need to sport a beer belly and a puffy face to fit the stereotype? That's not entirely out of the question. Why do you always prefer night shifts? Chen inquired, intrigued. Oh, when you're idle, you're still idle, right? It's only fair to give the younger ones some time to learn. His response was clearly insincere. I see through you. Chen rolled his eyes, gazing at the flickering runway lights as he softly remarked, in the past, I too relished night landings. The exhilarating feeling of racing beneath the starlight was captivating. Haha, number 3. You are the most exceptional pilot I have ever encountered, bar none. Renquan asserted earnestly. Fresh out of training, you made a name for yourself across the ocean. That combat record is spine-chilling. You were only 26 at the time. Correct? To be precise, I was not yet 26, Chen confirmed with a hint of pride, his eyes momentarily clouded with nostalgia. That year, soaring through the clouds, was the true essence of Chen. Perhaps sensing his inner melancholy, Renquan pointed toward the far edge of the radar station and reminisced. Back when I first arrived, it was not nearly as advanced. During thunderstorms, the radar's range would shrink by more than half. Consequently, we all dreaded night shifts, especially in stormy weather. Yet someone had to do it, Chen continued the conversation. Indeed, someone had to, Renquan sighed, his expression subdued. Back then, my mentor led the night shifts with a few seasoned veterans, until the day of his accident, when he perished on duty. Just before he left, I brought him dinner, and he grasped my hand, saying, Xiao Quan, the enemy will only strike when you let your guard down. From now on, this is on you. He was on the brink of retirement, yet in his final moments, he fell. Listening to his words, Chen felt a tumult of emotions. The path of aviation had consumed countless youths and lives. The sacrifices of predecessors had laid a solid foundation for them, and the road ahead remained long, with ample time for all. Indeed, the future holds infinite possibilities. Renquan lowered his head to conceal his reddening eyes, encouragingly stating, Huanqing, everyone is awaiting your return. Buzz. This statement reverberated in Chen's ears like thunder, momentarily paralyzing his thoughts. It was the first time, since his withdrawal from the combat readiness sequence due to a failed mission, that someone had mentioned this phrase in his presence. The sudden spark of hope caused his gradually dimming heart to tremble fiercely. I will. Above the 9 heavens. That is indeed the stage for the exceptional. The past 2 years without Huanqing must have been quite lonely for them. Gazing up at the star-studded night sky, the twinkling stars seemed to beckon him. Stirring his heart, Chen reached out, as if attempting to grasp a fragment of moonlight from his dreams. Chapter 91. Decisive strike at 2 in the morning. As their biological clocks shifted, everyone involuntarily stifled yawns. I in the command center. Chen suddenly exclaimed. I think I've discovered something significant. Upon hearing this, his pupils dilated, and he hurriedly pressed for details. Cut the small talk. Get to the point. Its number 3. Clearly taken aback that Chen was on duty, the pilot quickly reported, Report number 3. The Qiming squad has detected an unidentified drone wandering near our border. Preliminary visual assessment suggests it is military. Military? Chen murmured, turning to shout. Find out if this drone has any flight records. Bring up the satellite imagery and attempt to locate and identify it. Yes, number 3. The previously drowsy personnel instantly perked up, swiftly investigating the flight records for the area. Military drones required flight approval records, making it relatively straightforward to ascertain which unit they belonged to. Number 3. No drone flight records have been found for this area. Number 3. The satellite imagery is ready, but its speed is too rapid. We couldn't capture a clear image. A silhouette of a large military drone appeared on the big screen. Difficult to identify against the dark night. How far away is it now? Can the onboard radar maintain a lock? Given the uncertainty surrounding the drone's identity, Chen hesitated to make any hasty decisions and opted to follow it for now. Number 3. We can lock onto it, but it is very close to the border. If we don't act soon, it may slip away. The pilot observed the radar screen with concern. Lock onto it. If we cannot confirm its identity before it crosses the border, then shoot it down. No need for approval. After careful consideration, Chen made the final call. In the absence of confirmed identity, he aimed to eliminate any potential risks. A drone flying unchecked within our airspace must be neutralized, regardless of its origin. Yes, number 3. With the clear command, the pilot's courage surged. rallying his wingmen. Lock it down. A drone being tracked by 2 fighter jets is truly fortunate. In the command center, Chen wasted no time, seizing the communicator to contact headquarters. This matter involved the use of force, and any diplomatic fallout would be troublesome. Hello, I am Chen, Chief of Staff at Yun City Base. Our fighter jet team has discovered an unidentified drone during our patrol. Is there any record of it at headquarters? As he spoke, he relayed the discovery location and satellite images to headquarters. Hello, Chief of Staff Chu. Please hold. We are retrieving records from the target area. A female voice responded from the other end. Clearly, they were accustomed to such matters, maintaining an even tone throughout the conversation. Time ticked away as Chen grew increasingly anxious, like an ant on a hot stove, pacing back and forth. Number 3. I have issued a warning over the public channel, but they are ignoring me. It appears they are attempting to escape. What should I do? In the night sky, the drone changed direction, and the patrol pilot refrained from firing immediately, opting to confirm once more. Do not hesitate, call me immediately. And it absolutely must not leave the country, this moment. Chen commanded with a stern expression and an unwavering tone, even hanging up the call from headquarters that was in progress. It has taken far too long to investigate such a trivial matter. By the time accurate information arrives, it will be too late. Understood. After receiving the order, the pilot fixed his gaze on the target that had been locked for some time on the radar and decisively pressed the launch button. Whoosh! A dazzling air-to-air missile swiftly darted toward the target. In the blink of an eye, brilliant sparks illuminated the night sky, brightening the airspace between the two nations. Number 3. Was it a bit hasty to open fire? Renquan rushed in from outside, having just returned from checking the radar station, and upon hearing that fire had already been opened, he hurried back. The military drone had surely transmitted reconnaissance data, and it was audaciously departing despite the pilot's warnings. If it escaped now, what face would they have left? Chen, filled with indignation, clenched his fists and spoke coldly. These scoundrels truly have no shame. Alas, it is too late to say anything now. Renquan quickly notified the monitoring personnel to preserve the communication records from 5 minutes before and after the incident, just in case, if this escalates. It would be wise to have evidence. The Qiming team is to continue their patrol mission and submit an action report upon landing. After relaying these instructions, Chen began to sift through the satellite images, already having a rough idea of the aircraft model, though lacking sufficient evidence. Lao Ren, please provide me with the time records from the onboard radar detection. If it truly is the opposing drone, we must make a significant uproar. All right, I will prepare that right away. Renquan nodded, preparing to comply, sharing Chen's indignation. As a serving military officer, he could not tolerate any nation trampling upon even a fraction of their territory. Ring, ring. 10 minutes later, the command center's phone rang. Hello, I am Ma Chen from the General Staff. Have your commander on the line. Without waiting for a response, the voice on the other end urged impatiently. Good day, sir. I am Chen, Chief of Staff at Yunqing Base. What instructions do you have? Chen straightened his posture in response, realizing this call was likely to demand accountability. The fact that someone from the General Staff was involved indicated the matter was quite serious. 10 minutes ago, your unit shot down a drone. Was that your order? The man's voice was deep, tinged with barely concealed anger. Yes, sir. Is there a problem? Chen replied, his heart unwavering, responding with unvarnished truth. Whether by regulation or conviction, he felt he had acted correctly. I have seen you before, young man. I did not expect such boldness at your age. This matter has become somewhat troublesome. The opposing side is a multinational corporation currently engaged in joint development within the area where the drone was shot down. This project holds significant implications for economic development between our two nations. The headquarters in Yindu, Ma Chen, cigarette in hand, wore a perplexed expression upon his wrinkled face. Initially, he had been filled with rage before making the call. But Chen's assertive response diffused his temper. From any perspective, the other party had done nothing wrong. They could not simply assign blame due to the gravity of the situation as though they have already sent the report to headquarters. That was rather swift. Only 10 minutes, Chen revealed a hint of a sardonic smile, feeling quite conflicted. Even covering for someone could lead to such a debacle. His luck was truly remarkable. Negotiations were still ongoing, with a concrete outcome likely to be awaited until tomorrow, to see how those hypocritical individuals would respond. However, you were indeed swift. Without waiting for the outcome, you fired. Chen frowned slightly, somewhat reproaching him for his attitude. Leaving headquarters in the lurch, should an irreparable situation arise, it could lead to war. Sir, if you were in my position, would you just stand by and watch it escape? Chapter 92. Opening a back door. Haha. You truly have guts, Mei Chen chuckled unexpectedly, lightly scratching his forehead, and spoke in a serious tone. This matter is still somewhat delicate. Do not feel pressured. Headquarters will handle IT. ITS, all right, sir. I can accept any outcome. Chu Chen's eyes were clear, indicating he could bear the weight. IT was merely a drone engagement. At worst, he would face some disciplinary action. As long as it did not leave the country, they could at least save face for the nation. Rest assured, it should not escalate. It is merely a commercial company, and no matter how powerful they are, they cannot influence the military, Mei Chen reassured him, not taking the matter too seriously. After all, it was simply an investment. And at worst, they could withdraw. At 6 in the morning, after a sleepless night, the duty personnel were all sporting panda eyes and yawning. The first rays of dawn illuminated the earth, and the last group of personnel on a mission had just landed. Finally, they had some free time. In the hangar, Lao Lu, a veteran mechanic, always arrived first each morning, taking a few laps before organizing training. Chu Chun, just emerging from the command center, approached him with a candid smile. Lao Lu, good morning. I need your assistance with something. Oh, number 3 is speaking up. That's rare. What is it? Whatever I can help with, I shall. Lao Lu gathered various tools, looking up to inquire. I would like to fly that 2-seater over there. Is it possible now? Chu Chun pointed to the old 2-seater fighter jet parked in the corner of the hangar, seeking his opinion. Fly that? Lao Lu appeared somewhat bewildered, momentarily not comprehending Chu Chen's intent. You are a senior officer at the base, not undergoing training. What purpose would you have in fiddling with that? It has no power and limited maneuverability. Are you bringing a newcomer along? Haha, sort of. I want to let Yuhan experience the sensation of flying. Chu Chun did not hide this, explaining his specific reasoning. Though taking an ordinary person up in the air is entirely against regulations, given his position, a little bending of the rules could be permissible. TSK, 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 young people are always looking for excitement. Lao Lu wore a knowing smile, picking up a tactical tablet to check the maintenance records. No problem, you can fly, but no high-difficulty maneuvers. Both engines are old, so do not push their limits. All right, I wouldn't dare show off with my girlfriend on board. We'll just fly for a while and come back down. Hearing that they could take off, Chu Chen finally sighed in relief. He had initially planned to wait a few days, but the events of last night left him feeling uneasy, sensing that it would not simply come to a close. After considering it, he decided to handle the matter before any disciplinary action was imposed. Command Center, please provide me with a flight route, just for the training area, and also notify the control tower that I will be taking off in half an hour. Leave a runway available. Understood, number 3. There are currently no aircraft in the training airspace, and you may take off at any time. As long as you remain on our territory, you may fly as you wish. Responded the head of the monitoring team, holding the communicator. Here, it is common for pilots to take off and practice solo. As long as they do not exit the training area, it is generally acceptable. After all, this is a combat readiness base. How can one quickly improve skills without flying? Every top-tier pilot has honed their skills over many years. If one cannot afford the expense, they should not establish an air force. After receiving an accurate response, Chu Chun glanced at the time and dialed up the girl. Beep. The familiar sound rang for a considerable time, indicating he had overestimated her self-discipline. At this moment, in the dormitory on the second floor, Jiang Yuhan, clad in a Pikachu pajama set, was sprawled out and sleeping soundly. Feeling the vibrations from the tablet beneath her pillow, she groggily opened her eyes and, still half asleep, complained. What is it? I haven't even gotten up yet. Haha, Miss Jiang, I would like to invite you to witness the morning sun. I wonder if you're interested. Watch the sunrise. Jiang Yuhan rubbed her eyes and, looking out the window, saw that it was already bright outside. Reluctantly, she said, Colonel, the sun is already quite high. Are you trying to trick me? No, no, no. Gazing at the horizon, Chu Chun repeatedly denied her assumptions, calmly stating, Miss Jiang, I would like to invite you to see the sunrise above the clouds. How about it? Are you coming? Above the clouds. Just as she was about to say something cheeky, she suddenly realized something was amiss. You mean we are taking off now, right? Yes, prepare yourself. I will come find you in 15 minutes. Chu Chun, estimating the time, cheerfully replied. Really? Darling, you are amazing. I will get ready immediately. It won't take me 15 minutes. Upon receiving the confirmation, Jiang Yuhan leapt out of bed, excitedly squealing and waking up Chi Fei and the others who were still asleep. Goodness, why are you yelling so early? It's so annoying. Chi Fei pulled the blanket over her head, complaining in irritation. Ha ha ha, you wouldn't understand. I have to go. Time is running out, Jiang Yuhan, disregarding further explanation. grabbed her clothes from a nearby chair, and hurried into the bathroom to wash up in the hangar. Chen also heard the girl's ecstatic squeals, realizing that fighter jets were not only loved by men. Lao Lu, find someone to help me tow it out. I will go get my gear. All right, I'll take care of it right away. Lao Lu was currently under the aircraft, conducting routine maintenance. This old relic was seldom used and was only maintained periodically. Suddenly needing to take off, it was indeed necessary to check for any issues that might arise are no trivial matter. 15 minutes later, Chen donned his flight suit and strode towards the dormitory building. His tall figure exuding an irresistible charm, akin to a walking embodiment of hormones early in the morning, attracting the gaze of many. Jiang Yuhan truly has an eye for talent, having found such a handsome boyfriend. Today, his flight suit perfectly embodied the character he portrayed, surpassing expectations. Knock, knock, knock. Ignoring the murmurs behind him, Chen raised his hand and gently tapped on the door. Click, the lock responded and opened. Before him stood Jiang Yuhan, her face free of makeup, with her hair tousled, shyly standing there. Her fair complexion bore the subtle blush of having just awakened, and her captivating eyes seemed to speak volumes, drawing one into their depths. Did you sleep well? Chen inquired softly, tenderly caressing her delicate face. I didn't sleep well initially, but once I heard I could fly a plane, I felt well rested, Jiang Yuhan replied, disregarding the curious glances of others as she embraced her beloved, nestling her head against his chest in a languorous display of affection. Chapter 93. A different sensation, all right. If we don't leave soon, it will be too late. Glancing at the time, Chen took out the flight suit he had brought and gently urged her. Come, change into this. Okay, I'll be quick. Jiang Yuhan's face lit up with joy as she touched the professional gear in her hands, hastily closing the door behind her. 10 minutes later, at the airstrip, the warplane that had been towed out stood silently, awaiting the arrival of its pilot. Jiang Yuhan approached, excitedly leaning against the wing, her eyes sparkling with delight as if she had encountered a cherished toy. Wow, this is incredible. You're really lucky, kid. Old Lu glanced at the girl beside him and playfully nudged Chen's shoulder. Enough with the chatter. When did your tongue become so loose? Let's go. Chen, adjusting his helmet, waved Jiang Yuhan over, assisting her as she climbed onto the aircraft. Put on your helmet, oxygen mask, and seatbelt. None of these can be overlooked. Chen meticulously instructed her as he settled into his seat. However, at that moment, Jiang Yuhan was far too fascinated by the cockpit's interior to heed his words. Xiao Chen, it's a bit cramped in here. Do you all fly like this? She remarked, her disappointment evident as she touched the aircraft's fuselage, expecting a more spacious interior where she could stretch freely. Well, what did you expect? This is a fighter jet, not a first-class cabin. Comfort was not a priority in its design. Chen chuckled, closing the cockpit and preparing the communications equipment. Tower, runway 9 is ready for taxi. Tower acknowledges, you may proceed on runway 9. A crisp female voice responded through the headset, prompting Chen to start the twin engines. Boom! The aircraft trembled slightly, and an exhilarating roar filled the air. Jiang Yuhan, who had been looking around, quickly fastened her seatbelt. Suppressing her excitement to avoid making any noise, Tower, I am prepared for takeoff. Requesting clearance, Chen lowered the targeting device on his helmet and reiterated in truth, he could have remained silent, for at that moment, he was the sole aircraft in the entire base, and the entire training airspace belonged to him alone. Yet, some habitual actions were performed almost instinctively at certain junctures. You're clear for takeoff, Phantom Star. The weather is favorable. May your brief journey yield fruitful experiences. Thank you, heading out now. Let us have dinner together afterward. The conclusion came in a different man's voice, and Chen recognized him immediately. Smiling as he pushed the throttle to begin taxiing. Phantom Star? Jiang Yuhan inquired, scratching her head, the codename sounding vaguely familiar. Boom, As the aircraft slowly glided forward, the tailpipe erupted with fierce flames, and the overwhelming sensation of acceleration made Jiang Yuhan exclaim in surprise. Don't panic. Pay attention to the sensations during takeoff and your body's reactions, Chen advised, gently tapping the cockpit cover to remind her to stay calm. Xiao Chen, I'm a bit scared at this critical juncture. Jiang Yuhan had lost the excitement she initially felt, gripping her seatbelt tightly, her head lowered in trepidation. For someone untrained, experiencing high-speed flight, especially during ascent, indeed posed considerable psychological pressure. There's nothing to fear. It's not unlike a roller coaster ride at an amusement park. Chen joked in an attempt to soothe her nerves. That's a lie. Roller coasters don't exert this much pressure. I feel like I'm being torn apart. Jiang Yuhan trembled as she spoke, having never before experienced the strain of G-forces. So this is flying. It's really not fun. You're just getting started. Do you think piloting a fighter jet involves merely circling the skies while wearing sunglasses and looking cool? What you're feeling now is merely the most basic level of pressure. As he spoke, Chen discreetly accelerated, determined to enjoy this rare opportunity to fly, lest it be wasted. Oh no, you're speeding up. I feel a bit nauseous. Jiang Yuhan's face turned pale, and she gently pushed against his shoulder. Removing her oxygen mask, hold on. Once we enter the stratosphere, we'll see the sun. Chen smiled as he continued to push the throttle. He understood better than anyone Jiang Yuhan's current sensations. During his first flight, the instructor had been far more aggressive, subjecting him to a G-force of over 6, nearly making him vomit and leaving him with a lasting impression. In the sky, the aircraft surged like a sword piercing through the clouds. Even through the cockpit, one could feel the wind roaring outside. I can't take it anymore. Xiao Chen. I'm going to be sick. Jiang Yuhan felt her stomach churning, a sense of exhaustion washing over her limbs. Here we go. The excitement is just beginning. As Chen spoke, the aircraft leaped through the clouds, revealing a breathtaking scene. A vast expanse of white, rolling clouds reminiscent of mist lay before them and above. The sky was a boundless blue, with an enlarged sun hanging overhead. Golden rays illuminated the clouds, casting a dreamlike enchantment. After locking onto their activity area, Chen switched to autopilot mode, removing his mask with a smile. Isn't it beautiful? Although you can see this from a commercial flight, the feeling is simply incomparable. It is different. At the very least, commercial flights aren't as fast as fighter jets. Jiang Yuhan covered her mouth, casting a resentful glance at him. Had I known it would be so uncomfortable, I would have never come up here. Remember this feeling. I've read your script, and there are combat scenes ahead. The pressure will be far more intense than what you're experiencing now. Seriously? I'm already feeling terrible. How am I supposed to control a fighter jet under even greater pressure? Jiang Yuhan appeared skeptical, pouting as she muttered. Do you know why pilots are so valued? Chen adjusted the cockpit's environmental control system to regulate the temperature. The heat from the sun was indeed a bit unbearable. Every pilot is a rare gem, selected from thousands, if not tens of thousands. Not only must they possess adequate intelligence, but their physical fitness is paramount. So, are you saying that your ability to become an ace pilot is due to hard work? At this point, Jiang Yuhan was like a child inquiring about a candy thief, gradually delving deeper into the conversation. Why do we rarely see you flying now? I heard pilots can continue flying into their 40s or 50s. Someone as talented as you should be on the front lines. After all this time? You've finally stumbled upon the core topic. Chen squinted against the glaring sunlight, responding, are you particularly curious about the failures mentioned in my diary? Well, Jiang Yuhan felt like a caught thief, awkwardly unsure how to respond. After all, peeking at someone else's diary is not exactly honorable. I was just curious to see how many girlfriends you've had. After hesitating briefly, she admitted honestly, no worries. If I can place it on the table, it means there's nothing to hide. It wouldn't matter if you looked at it, or even if it were made public. There's nothing confidential within. As a self-aware contemporary youth, Chen naturally refrains from documenting anything confidential in writing, which explains why he chose not to raise an alarm after discovering that his diary had been tampered with. That's so. What exactly went awry? Could it be that the new fighter jet encountered issues? Observing that he was not to blame, the girl felt a surge of secret delight and leaned over his shoulder, pressing for answers. Sort of, he replied, his expression dimming slightly as he attributed most of the failure to himself. As for the new aircraft, revealing that to her was inconsequential, given that no specific model data had been disclosed. Besides, it had been over a year since the incident. They likely had rectified the issues and successfully conducted test flights by now. So what was there to keep secret? However, if it truly was a problem with the fighter jet, it wouldn't be fair for you, a pilot, to bear the blame. Jiang Yuhan pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. That's just not right. All right, let us drop this topic. This is something we cannot discuss with anyone. Your knowledge of it was accidental and can be overlooked, but if it reaches others' ears, it could lead to significant trouble. Chen warned sternly, as he sensed her about to complain. Understood, I'll keep it confidential, she replied, though it was evident that she was still unconvinced. With her head drooping, she turned to gaze out at the clouds outside the cockpit, feeling somewhat disheartened. Half an hour later, the fighter jet landed smoothly on the runway. Jiang Yuhan stumbled down the ladder, appearing as if she had overindulged in drink, with Chen supporting her. You sure know how to show off. Look at what you've done to your little sister. She can barely stand. Old Lu, clad in a tank top, grinned mischievously. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't let the girl hear you. It might tarnish her image. Chu Chun shot him a glare before introducing the girl. Yuhan, this is old Lu, the head of maintenance. He is quite remarkable, overseeing all the fighter jets in the entire base. What about those inside? How many are there? Jiang Yuhan innocently pointed towards the hangar nearby. With a proud glance back, old Lu answered without hesitation, the entire base has a total of 235 aircraft of various models. All precious gems. That's great, Lu Gu. Can I come by to take some photos later? Don't worry, I want to take any wide shots, and no problem, come anytime. I'm here every day. Old Lu assured her with a pat on his chest, indicating that not taking wide shots was of no concern. After all, they were all part of the same family. All right, she has to get back to work now. Lu, we'll be on our way. We can talk later. With that, Chu Chun guided the dazed girl back to the dormitory, as he still needed to return the borrowed flight suit. However, before he could reach his office, his tablet in his pocket buzzed. Hello, this is Chu Chun. Come to my office quickly. Zhang Qingyun's voice was somewhat urgent, and he hung up right after it seemed there was a resolution to last night's incident. Those fellows were certainly swift in their actions. With no time for further contemplation, Chu Chun dashed towards the office building. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, it was futile to dwell on such thoughts at this moment. 5 minutes later. Just past 7 o'clock, Zhang Qingyun had already arrived at the office. Number 1, you wanted to see me. Pushing the door open, Chu Chun stood before the desk, arms crossed behind him, and calmly inquired. The old man, who was changing his clothes, wore a displeased expression and immediately berated him. You brat, how could you stir up such a big mess even while on duty? The headquarters called me in the middle of the night with a barrage of questions. And I had no idea what was going on. I understand. This matter was quite urgent at the time, and I truly didn't think it through. I've caused you trouble. Chu Chun lowered his head. Feeling somewhat guilty, it appeared that someone would have to step forward to take the blame. Well, your decision wasn't wrong. I would have acted the same way. The mistake lay in your approach. Considering it solely from the commander's perspective, old Zhang sighed, as a few more lines appeared on his previously smooth face. Now, they are denying any espionage activities, claiming they were merely collecting surface data for future commercial development. Teacher, do you believe that? Who collects data at midnight using military drones? Moreover, if it were merely data collection, why not file a report? Chu Chun, who had initially intended to accept punishment, suddenly became agitated and rebutted loudly. As if I haven't mentioned it, they simply stated they had communicated with the local government. What else can you do? Old Zhang had evidently already argued with headquarters about this matter. And now that it was being brought up again, his old face shook with anger. So what now? There must be some explanation. The die had been cast. Discussing anything further would be pointless. Chu Chun looked at his old mentor, seeking guidance. Zhang Qingyun appeared equally troubled. Headquarters had yet to provide a definitive response, only instructing them to wait for further notice. For now, set aside your current tasks and take a few days off. If necessary, I'll visit headquarters myself. We cannot afford any further penalties. Understood, teacher. I will head back now. Having grasped the general outcome, Chu Chun displayed no surprise and turned to leave the room. Just as he reached the door, he paused. Teacher, I bear the primary responsibility for this matter. If punishment is indeed warranted, let it fall upon me. Chapter 95. A transformative change at 8 in the morning. Having completed the handover, Chu Chun returned to his dormitory, dragging his weary body inside. Upon entering, he immediately plunged into the bathroom to wash his face. You truly are the chosen one, managing to catch such a rare occurrence every 3 to 5 years. After mocking his reflection in the mirror, he tidied his spirits and took a quick shower under the spray before sinking into a deep slumber. After a night of wakefulness and a morning flight, he felt the weight of fatigue settling in. At 4 in the afternoon, Chu Chun awoke, tossing his dirty clothes into the washing machine before changing into casual attire and meandering out. Since he was currently suspended from duty, he figured he might as well take it as a holiday. In the center of the tarmac, a long shot was being filmed under the blazing sun, with a dozen actors standing in perfect alignment. Engrossed in their scenes, Chu Chun glanced at them without intruding and drove away from the base. Having not seen Chen Lu for several days, he feared that if he didn't check on the lad soon, he might starve. An hour later, he arrived at an office building on the outskirts of Yun City. Following the navigation, he almost lost his way upon seeing the slightly faded walls of the building, causing him to doubt if he had come to the right place. Chunzi, there you are. I've been waiting for half an hour. Not far ahead at the entrance, Chen Lu emerged from behind a pillar. Wearing flip-flops, a tank top, and baggy shorts, grinning widely. You're Chen Lu. Chu Chun was taken aback at the sight of the young man. This guy had always prided himself on being a polished and elegant individual. And in just a few days, How had he transformed so drastically? Had he run out of money? What do you mean? Chen Lu, momentarily puzzled, glanced down at his attire and then sheepishly lifted his shorts, saying, "Isn't this convenient? Besides, funds are tight right now. Spending money on clothes would be wasteful, so I'm just making do. As long as it covers my backside, it's good enough." Hearing this, Chu Chun felt a surge of emotion and even a hint of pride. Chuckling lightly, "Well, regardless of whether you can pull this off, your attitude is commendable. It's a good thing to know how to save costs. Pfft, you jinx, I'll definitely succeed. Come on, let us head inside and see our company." Chen Lu spat on the ground rather unceremoniously and cheerfully draped an arm around Chu Chen's shoulders as they walked inside. After passing through a relatively spacious lobby, the two stepped into a crowded elevator. Observing the myriad small advertisements plastered on the walls, Chu Chun curiously inquired, "How much is the rent in such a secluded area? This isn't considered remote anymore. It's south $40 per square meter. It's making my heart bleed," Chen Lu lamented, clutching his chest in exaggerated pain. "40 isn't cheap either. Do you not recall how much you saw in the city center? We'll have to make do for now. After all, our funds are limited." "Yes, I think the same. We'll just have to manage," Chen Lu replied, his hands stuffed in his pockets and a wry smile on his face. As they chatted, the elevator reached the 6th floor. Stepping out, a refreshing breeze greeted them, instantly revitalizing their spirits. "This way," Chen Lu beckoned, guiding him along. The not-so-wide corridor occasionally saw a few girls in suits and short skirts pass by, lending an air of professionalism. After winding through nearly 50 meters of corridor, the two finally arrived at their destination. An entire row of transparent glass served as walls, and in the absence of lighting, the room appeared pitch black. Unlocking the heavy iron lock on the glass door, a wave of warm air rushed out, prompting Chen Lu to quickly turn on the air conditioning and excitedly introduce, "Chunzi, this is our company. What do you think? Not too shabby, right?" Upon entering, Chu Chun observed nearly 400 square meters of communal space cluttered with several worn-out tables, haphazardly arranged in a chaotic manner reminiscent of a junkyard. Turning to the other side, he noted that the remaining space was divided into numerous glass rooms, varying in size, likely serving as meeting areas or offices. After surveying the surroundings, he noted that while the area was reasonably sized, the decor was rather appalling. The floor, albeit relatively clean, bore faint stains, and the stark white walls and rudimentary furnishings resembled a typical telemarketing office. "Dude, your conditions are truly subpar. And who were those people earlier? Isn't this entire floor rented out? Those are all people from other companies. I have just rented this place and haven't even had the chance to tidy it up. How can I recruit anyone? Moreover, this entire floor exceeds 3,000 square meters, which is far beyond my means." Chen Lu was introducing the surroundings of the floor, not forgetting to show off to Chu Chun. Come, look over here. I plan to convert this into 2 live streaming studios, while that area will serve as a break room and tea area. As for that corner." Chen Lu spoke incessantly, showing no disdain for the current environment. Appearing full of vigor and enthusiasm, an hour later, in the innermost office, Chen Lu had purchased a simple set of furniture to temporarily reside there. "Brother, I understand that saving money is wise, but this is a bit too frugal. Isn't it? Can you really get a good night's sleep here?" Chu Chun sat on the second-hand folding bed, testing its sturdiness, and the creaking sounds that emerged were enough to make anyone cringe. "It's fine. I just need a place to sleep. Our funds are limited, and since we are just starting operations, it's more reassuring for me to stay here." After wandering for so long, Chen Lu was no longer picky about his surroundings, immersing himself wholeheartedly in his career, embodying the passionate spirit of a budding entrepreneur. "So, what's next? Do you need my help?" Given that his brother had made so many sacrifices, Chu Chun naturally wanted to lend a hand, as their bond over the years made him eager to see Chen Lu succeed. "Actually, there is something. I've changed my approach and no longer intend to engage in entertainment. That path is rather murky and unsustainable." Chen Lu pulled out a notebook from the nearby drawer, a plan he had painstakingly crafted over several sleepless nights. "I plan to venture into product promotion. Although I'm starting a bit late, there's still a chance to catch up and make some profits." "Product promotion? You mean live streaming sales, right? Can you ensure quality control? If things go awry, you could end up in jail." Though Chu Chun was not well versed in the intricacies of live streaming, he had heard enough news online over the years. Stories of certain live streamers failing miserably, such as using sugar water in place of bird's nest or fraudulent alcohol being given away as gifts, always made headlines. "You seem to know quite a bit." Chen Lu shot him a glance, then replied earnestly, "What I'm doing is different. They charge exorbitant placement fees or commissions, exaggerating their promotions to sell products. I am serious about product quality, sourcing directly from manufacturers, which allows for complete quality control. Furthermore, by purchasing in bulk, I can lower prices and offer the greatest discounts to the fans in the live stream. Chapter 96. The disappearance of Chu Chen. Not bad, you're really putting in the effort now, Chu Chen remarked, quite satisfied with Chen Lu's current performance. Regardless of the endeavor, as long as one is willing to dedicate themselves to research, even failure becomes a valuable experience. Moreover, Chen Lu's starting point was inherently higher than that of the average person. If he could grasp the core strategies, with the subsequent infusion of substantial cash flow from Chen's capital, becoming an industry leader would merely be a matter of time. It's been 2 months since I came to Yun City, and I've spent half of that time hungry. Chen Lu reflected on his recent experiences with a bitter smile. Shaking his head, I now understand my father's words. In this cutthroat society, one must be ruthless to succeed, starting with oneself. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Chen thought this sentiment valid, recalling how Chen Jiangwo had built his fortune in the construction materials industry during a time when it was no easy feat. What about that 10 billion? What did the police station say? Oh, what's there to say? The con artist has long vanished, so I'll just consider it tuition fees. If my father finds out about this, he will undoubtedly mock me mercilessly. Now reflecting on it, Chen Lu felt a sense of relief. Although this tuition fee was rather steep, it was within his means. It was better to suffer losses early on than to be deceived at the age of 80. Of course, this was also his way of comforting himself. You seem to have come to terms with it. Well, since there's nothing pressing, I'll take my leave, Chu Chen smiled, rising to brush off the dust from his trousers in preparation to depart. Wait, you've come all this way. Let's have a meal before you leave. I still have so much to say. Chen Lu grasped his arm resolutely, refusing to let go, and pointed towards the bustling district nearby. There's a great barbecue place over there. Let us enjoy a proper meal today, as a shareholders gathering. Haha, all right, I suppose I should be considered a major shareholder. Not quite. Although you provided the funds, my father always said that one must have decision-making power in business. You hold 49, and I hold 51, and no objections allowed. Chen Lu looked at his friend seriously, feeling it necessary to clarify now that the topic had come up. Look at your foolish expression. You could take 99 if you wanted. This money is a loan to you, and you must pay it back, even if it results in a loss. Chu Chen playfully gave him a light punch, not caring much for the jest. When he had taken that sum of money, he had never intended to reclaim it. After all, they had been friends for many years. How could he not lend a hand in times of need? Haha, of course, I'll pay it back, but once I do, that 49 share is still yours. Then let old Chen invest quickly. Let us start with 10 or 8 billion to buy back some of my shares. You rascal already plotting against the old man? Come on, let us go. Enough chit-chat. I'm too hungry to keep laughing. It's 11 o'clock at night. After just finishing the last shot, Jiang Yuhan noticed Pelican outside the set. What is up? I haven't seen you for the whole day. Did number 3 go on a mission? She hurried over and quietly inquired. Well, Pelican scratched his head, unsure of how to start. What is the matter? Don T beat around the bush. You're acting like a man who is stalling. Observing his hesitance, Jiang Yuhan sensed something amiss, her expression instantly turning cold as she glared at Pelican. Despite being a woman, when her emotions reached a critical point, the aura she exuded was as overwhelming as crashing waves, causing those around her to feel a tightening in their chests. Sister-in-law, number 3 has been suspended. I haven't seen him all day, and no one is answering his calls. The sentry said he went out this afternoon, but now he is unreachable. Suspended. Why? Jiang Yuhan looked bewildered, unable to comprehend the procedures at their base. One could still fly in the morning and be suspended by night. It involves confidential matters, Pelican replied with a pained expression, as if constipated. Enough, you have too many ridiculous rules here. I want to pry. Let us go. I want my phone back so I can call him. Jiang Yuhan crossed her arms, contemplating, then turned to head to the equipment room to retrieve her phone. While others might not answer Chu Chen's calls, he would certainly respond to hers. Sister-in-law, it's already past 11. The equipment room won't let anyone in without a task order at this hour. Then what should we do? Give me your phone. I'll call him again. Jiang Yuhan, feeling anxious, reached out for his phone. She knew Chu Chen to be a calm and wise individual. There must be something significant happening for him to be hiding away. Just as they were chatting, Pelican's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Pelican, I just checked the surveillance. Number 3 returned an hour ago. You little rascal, you've already changed shifts. Why didn't you ask again? The voice on the walkie-talkie belonged to Ren Quan. A mixture of helplessness and amusement. Damn. I told the sentry to keep an eye on number 3's car during the shift change. These guys really don't take me seriously, damn it. Pelican was fuming, his grip on the walkie-talkie tightening with frustration. If they had taken it seriously and reported in time, would sister-in-law have needed to be alarmed? Sister-in-law, you? What do you mean, you? Let us check his dormitory. This guy has been out gallivanting, and I almost had a heart attack worrying just now. Just wait and see how I deal with him. As she spoke, Jiang Yuhan rolled up her sleeves, looking like a fierce woman ready to argue as she stormed towards the first dormitory building. However, 10 minutes later, Pelican emerged from the building, dejected, unable to meet her gaze as he muttered, "Sister-in-law, number 3 isn't in his room. It's almost midnight. Where could he possibly be? Could he be in the office?" Jiang Yuhan pondered, pacing with her arms crossed. "That's unlikely, sister-in-law. I asked the guard, Shaoli. Number 3 hasn't he been to the office all day? Then where could he be?" The two of them were momentarily at a loss, anxiously scratching their heads. Just then, a group of aircraft returning from a mission landed along the illuminated runway. A thought suddenly struck Jiang Yuhan, and her large eyes filled with determination. "I know. He must be in the hangar. In the hangar? Sister-in-law, are you mistaken?" Pelican looked at her in shock, glancing at his watch. "It's already midnight. The hangar is closed. No one is allowed to linger there. Tio, get in. You must have a task order. We'll find out if he's there or not." "I have a feeling he definitely is." Jiang Yuhan recalled what old Lu had said in the morning. All the idle aircraft were parked in the hangar, and at this moment, there was probably no place that could give him more peace than there.